If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
A special edition of the Big Bad Morning Show. Here's Ryan Ripken on The Fan.
105.7 The Fan, Big Bad Morning Show. We have reached the final segment here. Ryan Ripken joining you here. The fellas are off, and appreciate you all tuning in. It's been a fun first show for me riding solo here. Brian, I appreciate you behind the glass. Appreciate all the call-ins. Appreciate all the ones that are watching on YouTube. If you are new to listening to 105, well, if you're on the radio, you're used to it. But if you're on YouTube, make sure you're hitting that like and subscribe button and continue to spread out the good word. Little PSA here as we're going towards the end of the show. I will be back on doing this a little bit more, but I will be talking straight ball from 6 to 7 here. A little hot stove action. And what I would love is if you guys would join me, joining in on some call-ins so we can continue these conversations. It's so hard to get everything in that we want. So that's going to be an hour dedicated to just baseball from 6 to 7, Monday through Friday, pending if there's any college games, the Terps playing, for example, there. And I'll be at the Super Bowl. That's the 1 week, but that will be covered. We will have someone here doing the hot stove, but that will start actually tomorrow from 6 to 7 right here on 105.7 The Fan. And if you're not hearing me here, I'm also on YouTube at Ryan Ripken Show and at Ryan Ripken Show across all the social media platforms. So let's look at this recap here for a second. Divisional round over. Baseball is still wild with all the free agent news and the trades and who's signing next. I know a lot of Orioles fans are anxious. Are the Orioles going to get that ace? Are they just going to settle for a depth piece? Are they going to make another trade? Your guess is as good as mine now, because when Alex Bregman signed with the Chicago Cubs, that just set off a domino effect where teams started to pivot. And I'm sure that we are far away from this finishing up there, but we only are a few weeks away, so we are going to have to figure out a few things in the process. And while we're figuring things out in the process, there's a head coach search process that's been going on here in Baltimore. They are interviewing a couple other candidates, but while the Ravens are going to be looking for their search, the Buffalo Bills have now entered the chat. They are going to be looking for a new head coach because while we are live during this hour, Sean McDermott has been fired by the Buffalo Bills after 9 seasons with the team. And after that disappointing loss in Denver on Saturday, a game in which the Bills and Josh Allen had 5 turnovers total and walked away going home once again wondering when is it going to be the time that Buffalo gets over the hump, especially with no Chiefs, no Ravens, and no Bengals this year. Now on the other side, former Ravens coordinator, well, his team is 1 win away from the Super Bowl. That's Mike Macdonald as the Seahawks rolled the 49ers, and now they have a rematch and a date with the LA Rams. It kind of made sense. Those are the 2 best teams in the NFC, in my opinion, all season, and that should be one hell of a game out there in Seattle to decide who is going to go to San Francisco for the Super Bowl next month. Oh, man. Brian, how you doing back there? You hanging in?
Having a great time. This was awesome.
It's been a great time so far. I know there's a lot of baseball conversations and there's a lot to be had here. I think we've learned a lot. I've learned a lot from doing this. I am thankful for the opportunity. Appreciate you all tuning in. Man, you have to get up this early every day to teach?
Sometimes, not this early.
Man.
Like an hour later than I got up today.
I got to get used to this.
Well, I think that people are going to be very excited to listen to you nightly at 6 p.m. on your Hot Stove Show on 105.7 The Fan.
I mean, well, I'll say this. I'm just more of a night person. Going back from my baseball background, you know what was best for that? It was, games at 7, finish at 10. You go and have a late meal. Then, hey, you rest and you show up to the field at 12:30, 1 o'clock. Like, that was the schedule I loved.
That's a good schedule. That's a good schedule.
Oh, yeah, it was great. It's phenomenal. You know, the old bus trips, driving 12, 13 hours, I don't know if I missed those per se. And driving from one city, getting in at 9 a.m. in the morning, sometimes that could be a pain. But wouldn't trade it for the world. But it is better than saying, hey, you got to get up at the crack of dawn. But I got to say, I will get up to do this anytime. I love being on this morning with you all. And I see the comments on YouTube. Appreciate all the love from this. I know there's a lot more exciting things happening here. And I know we're going to keep running with programming. Sports don't stop even with the holiday. And I hope if you are taking some time off here for the holiday, you're enjoying your MLK Day and MLK weekend. And tonight, National Championship, Miami, Indiana. Brian, you might not have a dog in the fight, but just say one name. Who wins, Miami or the Hoosiers?
Well, let's go with the Hoosiers.
There you go.
Good movie, so we'll pick the Hoosiers.
Take the Hoosiers. And honestly, I don't think it's too far-fetched to say if Indiana wins tonight, this might be one of the best stories that you're going to hear in sports history. Why? Indiana had been one of the worst college football programs for decades. And when Curt Cignetti took over there, they went from being not only just a pretender, but it was an embarrassment to no one believes them, to now they're not just winning games, they are dismantling teams. They are obliterating teams, and they're reminding people that Indiana no longer is a basketball school. They're very well a football powerhouse. And on the flip side, one of the most decorated universities in the football space has been the University of Miami. They've brought so much talent out of there. In Baltimore, you recognize a few of those players. Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, just to name a few that have been a part of the Miami just legends that have come out of there. But are they going to fully be back and win tonight? It's a tall task. They will be the underdogs, but it should be a great game nonetheless. So, guys, I appreciate you guys. I think that's all we got, Brian, for this one. So, for Brian behind the glass, Ryan Ripken here. Appreciate you guys tuning in for this Big Bad Morning Show. We got Ben Hall and Cordell Woodland on next here for Fresh Take. They're going to take you from 10 to 2. You guys be safe, be good, have a day, have a night. Cheers. And I'll see you tomorrow night for a hot stove right here from 6 to 7 on 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show and never miss what you missed.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown of the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the deals at Bob Bell Kia are delightful. New Kia K4 starting at just $21,100 with rates as low as 0%. No credit, bad credit, no problem. No application refused. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
Cut your heating costs this winter with $125 in free heating oil, only from your local HVAC pros at Petro. Use propane in your home? Ask about special offers. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02 today.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I am very intrigued by coaches that were the hottest offensive and defensive coordinators 5, 6, 7 years ago in their cycles and got jobs and went to teams that were non-competitive and didn't have a quarterback. and they grind for 3 or 4 years, and they're caught up in the cycle of many of my partners that are turning these. I think it's average 4 years career, right? I think the head coach is about 4 years. As we proved, I think we've got a quarter out now, right? 8, 9. So, the one thing that I know that I will probably take it on the chin is if our final candidate is an ex-coach who has a losing record, and you all are going to have to understand that we are going to be able to judge that failure with his circumstances and marry that up and not disqualify them.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got my guy Mike Pope behind the glass for the next 4 hours on this Martin Luther King Day. Happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody out there, especially you guys that have the day off. That's not us, but that's cool because we're here to get you through your day off. Coming out of the NFL divisional round playoffs, great games over the weekend. Cost one coach his job today. We'll get to that, I'm sure, especially considering the cut we used coming in from owner Steve Bisciotti there, talking about not being afraid to hire a coach that had a rough go in their last stop, which was probably their first stop. And I think the good thing for Steve, because you hear him in the cut, he's like, don't judge us off of bringing in a coach that may have a losing record as a head coach. The positive thing for them in that case is that that's almost every head coach that's available that has had a head coaching job outside of Sean McDermott, who's now on the streets after being fired by the Buffalo Bills today. You look at McDaniels, you look at Saleh, you look at Flores. Like, all of these guys have come from rough goes at it at their last stop. And these are the guys that we're talking about are at the top of the list in terms of coaches who have had head coach experience at this level to this point. You've got some other guys, obviously, like Kubiak in there, who's looking for his opportunity. But I do think the Ravens have that going for them that nobody can point at them and say, well, what are you thinking? Look at what he did last time. That's pretty much all of these guys.
Yeah. There's no Ben Johnson from last year, the exciting coordinator. Like, there's a few coordinators, but none of them that right away will have the impact that Ben Johnson could, that's sought after that way. I mean, if that was the case, a lot of these, vacancies would be done. And we still have a lot of teams. I know the Falcons were able to get Stefanski. That was an interesting name for the Ravens because he had won Coach of the Year twice, had some struggles in Cleveland, but everybody who ever takes the Cleveland job will have some struggles. I don't know what I want, to be completely honest with you, because as I said before, with no Johnson, like, there's nobody that's screaming. I'm fine with them taking a risk on Schiehaus. I'll be honest. I'm interested by that. Their passing offense is exciting. He's around a lot of smart offensive minds. I do not expect them to go in that direction. I did think it was interesting earlier today, the Jags D coordinator, them interviewing him, and there's been a lot of people talking him up in Campanelli. A lot of success that he's had with that Jacksonville defense, and that turned things around. They've been able to, make a lot of plays, and the offense was good too. Don't get me wrong, but he's a young, pretty smart mind, and I did find it interesting that it kind of snuck out on Monday as opposed to all last week when the Jags had been out.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. And the Ravens now, after they do interview Anthony Campanelli today, that'll be their 16th interview for that head coach vacancy right now. And like we mentioned, Sean McDermott, he's let go from the Buffalo Bills today. Is he a name that intrigues you with this search?
No. I just, I don't know that how different, him and Harbaugh spent time together in Philly. And I know he's a little bit more hands-on with defense, and I think they're fine. I mean, he's been in Buffalo 8 or 9 years, hasn't been able to get to the big game, has seen the same struggles with a very, very good quarterback in the playoffs, hasn't been able to get over the hump. I will say, though, it's unfortunate because now I still think, for me, of course, I'd rather work with Lamar Jackson than Josh Allen. I think they're both elite quarterbacks, but
there is going to be.
I mean, it's a comparable job.
It is. It absolutely is. And you don't have the surefire thing. I know Stefanski took Atlanta, but Atlanta kind of put the full court press on it. I don't know that the Ravens were that interested. I know they wanted to do a second interview, but I don't think that they were going to break their backs to make sure they can get him. This now, though, if you see your guy there, and I know Steve still has to talk to the 5 finalists and all of that, but you might want to speed it up a little bit because Buffalo is an intriguing job, and there's going to be a lot of guys who want to go work with Josh Allen or defensive minds that know the offense is taken care of because you have an elite quarterback. It ain't just a Ravens job anymore. Pittsburgh is Pittsburgh. Like that job's fine. Most of the jobs are, they're what they are. But Pittsburgh still is Pittsburgh. Buffalo has Josh Allen. You have Lamar Jackson. So there are a few jobs that there will be some competitiveness for who you're going to hire. And again, you better pick up the speed, whoever you want. If there's a guy right now that you're very interested in, Steve's got to meet with them soon because Buffalo will have a strong share in that.
Nah, I completely agree. That was one of the first things I thought when I saw that they fired McDermott. I'm like, oh man, it's another dog in the fight now. Like to this point, I've been saying that the Ravens are head and shoulders the best job available. I still think they're probably the best job available, but Buffalo's right behind them. I mean, we're talking about, an MVP at quarterback for them. They've got the leading rusher in their backfield right now. They've got pieces in Buffalo. Yeah, I mean, the defense is like I'm up and down on the defense.
Compared
they
to
have
the Ravens.
players,
Compared
no
to the
doubt.
Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, I think both have players individually, but as a unit, like Buffalo can't stop the run at times. And that's kind of the thing for me with McDermott is if your specialty is one thing and that's not the strength of your team, then I'm probably good off of you. Like that's kind of where I'm at with McDermott from the standpoint of the Ravens. I wouldn't go after him either. I do think, and I've seen a couple of people on the internet already, like, I take him as a defensive coordinator, and ideally so, but I think that this is a guy that is going to get another job.
He'll get a job.
I think he's going to get another head coaching job. But I do think the Ravens probably need to speed up the pace. Get your guy. I'm fine with Stefanski being taken off the list. And I know I've talked to Tim a couple of times about his feelings on Stefanski taking over the job. And he's dressed it up in certain scenarios that has gotten me to agree with him to a degree. But overall, that's not the move that I would be looking for if I am the Ravens. But to your point, there is nobody outside of Cignetti that I'm still going to bang on the table for until something else is done. And we'll get a good look at him later on tonight, as I think Indiana is going to run Miami off the field. Other than that, there's nobody else that I'm just like, if you don't get this guy, then you missed out. Now, talk to me if Flores goes off the list and now you're down to like Kubiak and Saleh, or this Campanelli one is interesting to me too, considering it seems kind of late, considering that he was already out of the playoffs. And we had talked to Steve and those guys on last week, and they had said that they wanted to kind of wrap these virtual interviews up by Sunday. And then here comes Campanelli on Monday. That's intriguing. But there's nobody right now, I think, that I'm just like, oh, he's must have from the NFL standpoint.
Just can't be. And for Cignetti, did you hear him the other day?
Yeah, I heard.
He got shot down there. I chose college football a long time ago.
We'll see.
Money talks, though.
We'll see.
Yeah.
If somebody offers him a big enough check, because once Mendoza knows, granted, he's earned the right of, all right, he can reload. He can coach pretty much anybody. So I'm not sitting here saying that once Mendoza and some of these guys leave after this year that Indiana is going to fall off the cliff. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's not every day you get an opportunity to coach some of the talent that, not even just on the Ravens. Even if we want to talk about the Bills, like Josh Allen, like there are star players on some of these vacant teams right now. He could say what he wants, but if it really gets in front of him, then we'll have a different conversation.
And on top of all that, he's from Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I would not let him go to Pittsburgh.
If he interviews with Pittsburgh, at that point, I would be pretty devastated. As you mentioned, like there's nobody that comes off the board. I will say this though, and I know we talked about John Harbaugh a bunch on our last show. If he would have still been available and Buffalo took him, like I wouldn't have felt great as a Ravens fan, and I'm not rooting against him strong, but I mean, it just would have been kind of tough if he goes to Buffalo and starts immediately having success, because he's not going to miss the playoffs with the Bills. Maybe 1 year like this year, but like he would have had success at Buffalo. So maybe he wanted to be a little bit more patient. I think he'd probably like to work with Josh Allen. We heard as soon as he was fired from the Ravens, the most important thing was a good structure and a quarterback. And he got that. The GM's back, and the GM is pretty respected around the NFL. I mean,
did he get that?
We'll see.
John doesn't even want to report to that guy.
No. I'm not saying he got that. I'm saying in Buffalo.
In Buffalo. Got you.
No. I don't think he wants to be working with Shane at all, to be completely honest with you. But no, I think in Buffalo being like, he's had some misses, but he's had some hits. He's probably similar to EDC in terms of building a team. So I think John would have liked Buffalo, but he took New York, and he's going to get to work with Darden, Scatabo, Neighbors.
Enjoy.
Yeah, I can't buy it.
I think that organization is probably a great fit for John. I think how they're run is a great fit. We'll see with that roster. I think they need some work for sure. 410-583-1057 is the number. Coming up next, we'll get it started like we always do. It's the Bird Call. How are you guys feeling following the divisional round playoffs? Any coaches out there that you'd like to have? Sean McDermott now joins the coaching pool. Is he a guy that you feel like should be on the Ravens roster? We can talk about that. The college football championship tonight, Indiana taking on Miami. If you want to talk about that, we can. Miami with the home field advantage in this one. If you want,
Miami fans of Baltimore. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of people like the U.
Well, they like the throwback U.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, it's just in this entire area. Even going to the other side of the Beltway, there have been a lot of great U players to play in this part of town. So I completely get it. They're a long way from that though. From that breed of talent. That breed of talent for sure. But it's the Bird Call. 410-583-1057. We're taking your calls next here on the Fan.
Hey. Thanks for listening. Sports Radio 1057, The Fan.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Tired of fad diets and empty promises? At LifeMed Institute, we use science-backed solutions to help you lose weight and keep it off. LifeMed program features tirzepatide, a groundbreaking peptide designed to target weight loss at its core, combined with hormone optimization and IV infusions and nutritional guidance. LifeMed ensures your body gets exactly what it needs with expert medical providers by your side. Success has never been closer. Call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com today. LifeMed clinics are available in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania. Tell Vinny sent you.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. FanDuel's giving all customers a profit boost for the college football championship tonight. It's your last boost of the season. Pick the side you believe in or build a parlay that fits the moment. Then apply your profit boost and go after a boosted payout with everything on the line. So who's it going to be? Miami or Indiana? It's all up to you. FanDuel is the best place to get into the championship action. And when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get your college playoff profit boost today. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 1057 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. My guy Mike Pope, he is behind the glass on this Martin Luther King Day here in Charm City. It is the Bird Call 410-583-1057 The Fan. We got a lot to get to today. Our first guest, Femi Ayambadejio, joining us. He's in studio with us now. He'll be jumping on air with us in a little bit. We got Mike Pereira at 11:30 to talk to us about all the crazy calls or non-calls that went on over the weekend as well. There were plenty of them to get to. We got my guy Terry Ford joining us at 1 o'clock, so you don't want to miss that. Got Jonas Schaefer and Jacob Calvin-Meyer, both from, Jonas from the Banner and Jacob from Baltimore Sun covering the Orioles, Jonas with the Ravens. So we got you covered all day today with the guest. Femi, what's going on, man? Not bad.
Am I good? Am I sharp?
Yep, we got you now.
All right, cool.
We all locked in.
Hey, I appreciate you having me in, dude. I feel like I've been dropping in with Bruce, with you. Hey, I'm making myself available. What's happening?
We appreciate it, man.
Yes,
we need
very
as much of the good insight as we could get, and we're going to grab some calls real quick. Let's go to Harry and Owens Mills. Harry, you on the Fan?
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
Yep.
I need you all to please try to help me understand something. I coach youth sports, okay, and I get it. My philosophy is it's chess, not checker. So I got to look down further later into the game as I make my decisions all the way through. Now, I know there was controversy. I just heard you talk about it. The catch, interception, we don't know because they didn't review it. But let's not even look at that. Let's go to the end of the first half. If I understand correctly, it was 22 seconds remaining, and the Bills had no timeouts. Now, the Broncos had just scored a touchdown to go up 17-10. I said, lick your wounds, go into halftime, make adjustments, come out, you get the ball first in the second half. Why do they try to make something happen? I'm thinking that's the head coach's call. Just tell them to take a knee, and we don't give up an additional 3 points, because at the end of the game, instead of kicking to tie the game, you're kicking to win the game. And let's look at the Bears and the Rams, for instance. I don't know who told them to throw that ball. You're already in great field position. You're getting screens in the flat. You're picking up yards. You're getting short passes. Continue to do that. Work your way down. Kick the field goal, Bears, so you go ahead and win the game. Why throw that ball and put it in harm's way and get it intercepted? To me, none of that stuff makes any sense. You should not be losing these games. This is just basic common sense, in my opinion. Please help me understand.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Harry. You got it with the Bills Broncos one. There's nothing to say about that one. Absolutely right. Just take the knee, get out of there, especially against that pass rush. They didn't. They get the turnover, and the Broncos get the field goal to go up 10 going into halftime. I didn't really have an issue with the Bears one. I mean, they're trying to move the ball. There is no gimme field goal in that stadium in those weather conditions. The Bears, the last thing they wanted to do was take a field goal given their histories. I didn't have an issue with that. I have more of an issue with DJ Moore giving up on the route. Right. I have more of an issue with that really not being a great ball anyway. I think it was too wide anyway. Even if he runs through it, he probably doesn't get there, but it may be an incompletion at best as opposed to a game-changing interception.
Yeah, no, and Caleb Williams had just, I mean, down the stretch, the reason they were where they were is he was making plays. Right. They also lost 4 yards 2 plays before that on a run outside, and they were trying to get kind of cute. Rams start teeing off on it. You're trying to let your quarterback who had been playing great in the game make a play. DJ Moore doesn't think the ball's going his way and stops running, and he still almost didn't catch it. If DJ Moore's anywhere around there, he knocks it loose. The ball's still bobbling up in the air, and he holds on to it on the ground because in real time, I didn't think he called it. I thought it hit the ground, but nah, I agree.
Let me give you a contrarian view on the halftime situation. The Bills are a high-powered offense, and when you have high-powered offense and high-powered court QBs, you're always aggressive. So I actually don't have an issue with it because 9 times out of 10, they do something with that. You want to go on the road and be conservative. The Bills haven't done well on the road in playoff games. Just look at Josh Allen's history. Look at the Bills' history on the road. So being aggressive to me, because it turned out negative, we can sit here and play Monday morning quarterback and say it was a dumb decision. I don't necessarily agree. I don't think everyone can do that. Lamar Jackson can do that. Pat Mahomes can do that. Joe Burrow can do that. Josh Allen can do that. But because it didn't work out, and let's not forget, because of what happened, the whole timeline of the game changes. So you can't, predict something using the timeline that we know that happened. When you do something different, the whole future changes. So I won't go down the Infinity War rabbit hole and Avengers. Like, we're not going to do that. The other thing I'll say, and I think you hit it spot on the nail on the head with DJ Moore. DJ Moore gave up on the route. And I think the issue with Caleb and DJ is that they have this unspoken, intangible connection, and it usually works. But they did it in the most crazy situation where the net benefit and the risk was going to be good, but like the downside of it was like you lose the football game. You know what I mean? So in that situation, and this is the issue with playing backstreet ball, it works until it doesn't. Yep. You know what I mean? And you cannot survive playing high-level football against good teams and think you're just going to wing it and it's going to work out. It's not going to work out for you. And I'll say one last thing. It was not a catch. It was not a catch. You have to survive the ground. If you want to slow it down to 100th of a mile per hour and talk about we had possession here, you still have to survive the ground, y'all. He never survived the ground. Did he have possession? No, because he didn't survive the ground. And once he hits the ground and you start rolling around, the defensive player came up with the football. I don't think that's that difficult. And look, I've been on the backside of some plays, and we all saw it with Isaiah Likely. We all saw the things the Ravens are. So look, I actually like Josh Allen. I don't have anything against Josh Allen. Bills Mafia, hey, you guys are great. But I'm just being honest. It was not a catch and game over for me. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
Can we stop treating catches for pictures? That's the thing now. You screenshot a picture.
Crazy.
Bro, it's a live play.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
so unfair to the refs, and we're asking them to do something in real time. And to me, look, you can say I'm biased. I pride myself on being critical and being honest. The Isaiah Likely scenario, to me, it's a touchdown. Yeah, 100%. But this play that we're talking about, Brandon Cooks, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look, I would have been happy to see Josh Allen get a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? I would have been happy to see the Bills win. It just wasn't a catch, and that's all I can say about it.
Yeah, I thought in real time it wasn't a catch. They came down with both of them had their hands on the ball as they come down. One rolled up without it. I mean, that's kind of the way it went. Let's get Shiloh in West Baltimore. Shiloh, you're on the Fan.
Hey, man. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
What's going on, Shiloh?
Get me in real fast, man.
Yeah, of course.
Man, what McDonald is doing up there in Seattle, oh, my God, man. Oh, my God, man. Hey, look, can I just ask that like I said, I'm going to piggyback off of your Ravens, please don't move too slow on your guy, man. If your guy's out there because of all these vacancies that's going on, if he out there, go get this guy, man. But McDonald, man, oh, my God, man. It's like I'm watching these coaches, man, and I don't want to get on Harbaugh too bad because I got a lot to say, but this ain't the time. these coaches are out there really coaching. And when you go in and turn these organizations around like Madonna did in Seattle, like Chicago was turned around, Carolina was turned around, that's what I'm talking about. Like what they doing down at the Rams. They've been doing that for years. I think that guy, he's really good for the Rams. But if your guy is out there, do not move too slow because we're going to whiff again. We whiffed on letting McDonald go. Please do not move too slow. I mean, the guy out of Miami, right? The head coach out of Miami. I keep hearing his name come up. Do you guys like him as a coach, or do you think we'd be lucky enough to get him as an OC? I'm going to hang up.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Shiloh. Before, I was wondering if he would get another head coach job. I think he will now. The way it feels it's going, I think he will get another head coach job. I thought Miami, it was weird, but I did think that they played harder for him down the stretch. I did think that they tried to fight for him. They just weren't very good this year. But I do think there are going to be people that fall in love with his knowledge of the game, his creativity. And when you look at the weapons that some of these teams have, in this case, the Ravens, I mean, you can't help but start to wonder what it would look like with McDaniels. I still probably lean he's a better coordinator than a head coach, but I do think he's going to get a head coach job here soon.
I'd agree. He's been on a bunch of flights. We know he's been interviewing a bunch.
He's rocking the fits.
Yeah, absolutely. You know he always is. I do think in terms of the mind, very smart mind, how was he going to handle the locker room? He's at least spent time doing it. We saw it in Miami, and as you mentioned, they did play tough for him down the stretch. We were seeing them in the playoff picture up until they played in Pittsburgh and got rolled there. I don't know. I trust whatever process they're going with. I trust it. I think they're going to be smart about it. I think he is a very smart mind. I definitely think he can wow the room. We know the time that he spent, and he's worked his way up. I will say, though, like if he doesn't get a head coaching job and Robert Saleh ends up being the guy, we know they spent time together, that would probably be a home run. But again, I agree with you. I think he'll get a head coach's spot.
Yeah, I played for Mike McDaniel. My last year as a pro football player, I played in the UFL for the California Redwoods. Mike McDaniel was my running backs coach.
Okay.
He ran our run game. He was like in his 20s, dude. Genius. Not only is he a genius schematically from an X and O perspective, he has empathy, psychologically fit. He understands how to communicate with players. He understands what players want, and he understands what motivates players. When you guys get a chance, for those of you that are listening, go on YouTube and look at his analysis of Lamar Jackson. Not just the skill set profile, but the psychological profile and where Lamar came from, what motivates Lamar. And he's never spoken to Lamar, but when I look at his analysis of Lamar, I'm like, I know Mike personally, but to see him do it in real time as a head coach, he has a rare quality that is really hard to find. And I think it's his youth, right? Remember, he played college football at Yale. He was a receiver at Yale, but his actual gift is run schematics. He comes from the Shanahan-Kubiak tree, which is actually an offshoot of the Bill Walsh tree. He is an outside zone, play action creator of putting defenses in binds. I think him and Lamar Jackson would be a match made in heaven. The question is, as a head coach, as a coordinator, me personally, I love him. I don't want to see him as a head coach right now. I want to see him as a coordinator. Put 2 years in as a coordinator first. Come here to Baltimore, and I'll take Saleh just because if I can get Mike McDaniel, because I'm cool with Saleh, but I really want Brian Flores personally. Like when I look at the pedigree, when I look at the background, when I look at the accomplishments, when I look at the role plays from the front office to scouting to defensive coordinator to head coach, he had success in Miami.
Right.
Brian Flores had success in Miami. People forget that. I do not care about the other BS. Look, we live in a country today where people in positions of power do not have pristine backgrounds. Let's just be honest. And you take what you want from that. My point is that at some point we have to understand that people are dynamic. They evolve. They change. We give people second chances in this country. We believe in giving people opportunities. I want Brian Flores personally. I love Saleh. Saleh's a great dude. But Mike McDaniel as an OC, I'm kind of like, we'll figure the rest of it out. That's how much I believe in Mike McDaniel, because I have personal knowledge of him. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't have that. So yes, thumbs up for me as an OC for Mike McDaniel.
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We'll continue to take your calls all throughout today's show. Coming up next on the program, we'll finish our conversation with Femi Ayambadejio. We'll get his thoughts on the playoffs to this point, the Steve Bisciotti press conference, the head coaching search, all things Baltimore next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football postseason for their Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with their personal pitcher specials, $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value. Only at the Green Turtle.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for the positions of police officer, experienced police officer, and cadet. We offer competitive starting salaries with sign-on bonuses, great medical benefits, tuition reimbursement, plus incentives for military veterans. For more information, visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County Police Department is an equal opportunity employer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Casa Sin, with their second location now open at the Fairgrounds in Timonium on the second floor of the grandstand. It features your favorites from the original Casa Sin. They're open for lunch and dinner daily, so stop in and see them today. Happy New Year from the Casas family.
is Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got my guy Mike Pope behind the glass. We got my guy Femi Ayambadejio in studio with us for this segment. And Femi, it's a serious offseason for the Ravens. I feel like it's cliche, but I feel like this is maybe their most important offseason in recent memory, at least going back to Lamar's extension a couple of years ago, getting that done. But here we are where they're now looking for a head coach. We got a State of the Union address from the owner and the GM. Lamar's extension is still lingering over top of the team as well. First with the Steve Bisciotti press conference, very candid, very open. Steve had a lot of mic drop moments. What were some of your takeaways from that press conference?
Yeah, I think EDC, Harbs, and Ozzy, I think there's a trust that they all have, and there's also a veil that nobody can pierce. There's only a limited amount of information you're going to get out of them. Well, guess what? Steve Bisciotti's the owner. He can say whatever he wants, right? And people love that transparency. And I know that on occasion people are rubbed a little bit wrong by the aggressiveness of his delivery, but I find it refreshing. But I know Steve's intention. I know Steve personally, so it doesn't rub me wrong. And I know if I didn't know him, it might rub me wrong. And I know there's some people that took a little bit of issue with the power versus feedback versus opinions on who's going to do what and how. I know the man personally, so I give grace there. I love the fact that he leaned in, and I think we've all said this to a man, and everybody has said it. It's been kind of been the word of the week. He challenged Lamar to participate. He challenged Lamar to be involved in this search. He challenged Lamar to give his input and his opinion. And knowing Lamar and interacting with Lamar, I know that he is non-confrontational and he's a natural introvert. But don't confuse that for weakness. He is not weak, right? He has his opinions and he is eccentric and he does it in a bit of a different way. But this is Lamar's team. What I don't believe in and what I don't think came out of that presser is that he chose Lamar over Harbs. Harbs, and I love Harbs. Harbs gave me the chance, an opportunity to intern. My brother played for him for 5 years. I've always had great access with Harbs. I think the message and the record and the actual in-game play, it speaks for itself. It wasn't enough. Lamar should probably, in this Lamar era, we should probably have at least one Super Bowl, maybe two. And it just didn't happen. And it's okay. He may go to New York and win a Super Bowl. But in regard to the way that we treat free agency, this culture is set, in my opinion. I'm hoping that Eric does take some bigger swings. Like, I would love to see Max Crosby here. Like, how do we make that happen, right? How do we figure that out? How do we address the offensive line? I do think that Emory Jones will be a starting offensive guard at some point, but I do think you need to bring in a veteran. You know what I mean? You need to bring in somebody that is established, and if you need to pay him a little bit, so what? I've always made the point that Lamar Jackson, for me, I'd rather have 5 all-pro linemen than 5 all-pro skilled players, because Lamar makes everything work when he's protected. From zone read to play action to getting the ball down the field. Go back to the 2019 roster and go look at those guys and look at what he did with those guys. Those receivers that he played with, right? Look at the numbers that were produced. The other thing I'll say about Steve Bisciotti that I really appreciate is that his honesty about what motivates him, the idea that he's not going to keep this team in his family. He's going to be patient with the head coach that he chooses. But he does have high standards. This team is ready right now. This is not a rebuild. We'll call it a soft reset, but it's not a rebuild. And what I want to see, and what I think he kind of said when he mentioned these retreads potentially, is that he wants somebody that comes in that's going to understand the gravity of what it means to play like a Raven. He's going to understand that this team is ready-made, and how can he motivate Lamar and push those buttons, but also get the most out of our team. And I really think that the issue for me has been in the trenches. Some of it has been injury, right? And some of it has been predictability, in my opinion, in regard to the way the offense plays. So overall, I was blown away by the presser. I think nationally was well received, and we'd love for him to do it more often, but maybe wouldn't have as big an impact if he did it as frequently, right? So yeah, big thumbs up and shout out to Steve for what he did. I really enjoyed it.
You touched on Harbs a little bit and just kind of the message getting a little stale, it being done, and it was a great run while he was here. For the next guy, and Steve left all the doors open, all right? I absolutely left all the doors open. Before the next guy, would you prefer the CEO type again that has 2 coordinators running the show, or do you want a head coach that's got his hands fully on the defense or his hands fully on the offense.
Yeah, no, I want a guy that's an X and O schematic genius. Like I really do. And I think Brian Flores, he's an innovator on defense. Mike McDaniel is an innovator on offense. Now I already said I want Mike McDaniel as an OC, not as a head coach, but I want Brian Flores as a head coach. That's my number one choice, right? I like Saleh too. I don't think he's as innovative as Brian Flores. And just go look at Brian Flores' pedigree from the front office to scouting, to coaching, to winning in Miami. The dude has done it all. And look, I've already said it. I understand some of the baggage. Every single coach at this point is going to have some baggage, whether it's experience or unknowns. Just remember who came here and is going to be a Hall of Famer now. John Harbaugh. I played for Brian Billick. Brian Billick was a coordinator in Minnesota. I don't know how many head coaching offers he had when he took the Baltimore job. And Baltimore was not a destination when Brian Billick came here. But he came here and we saw what he's done. We've had two coaches, over the last, 25, 20 years. Since 1999. Yeah. So 26, 27 years at this point, right? So, for me, I do think that the CEO role, I think Sean McDermott was more of a CEO guy, right? Brian is more of a CEO guy. Mike Tomlin was more of a CEO guy. I feel like you want a specialty guy, in my opinion, now that's either going to run the offense or run the defense. I like the mold of a Mike McDonald. I like the mold of a Kyle Shanahan. These guys are experts on one side of the ball, and they're calling the plays. I personally want that, and I prefer a defensive guy.
Femi, we saw some crazy games this weekend in the playoffs. We saw Buffalo lose to New England. To Denver. Cost Sean McDermott his job. Also, Denver loses their starting quarterback in the process extremely late in that game. A lot of people aren't giving Denver a shot next week, probably rightfully so, going up against New England with their backup quarterback in Jarrett Stidham. Where are you on Denver's chances to pull the upset next week?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be tough, but the good thing is they're playing at home. I'm going to be honest. I never really bought into Denver, and there's nothing that I saw on this weekend that changes my mind about who Denver is. And not to go back to the Ravens, but oh my God, if they were able to get in, I just don't really see any of these defenses like full power Ravens, like run game, full power, like really executing, stopping them, right? People reference the Houston game when the Ravens played the Houston. Does people forget that 8 defensive starters weren't out there? Right. Lamar Jackson wasn't out there. Like, just throw that game in the trash. Houston has never had success against us. So if they were to come here in that playoff game, I don't know what would happen. But that's not the universe we're in. We're in the universe that we're in right now. I understand that. To get back to your point about the games, is it Jarrett Stidham?
Yeah,
it's Stidham, right?
Stidham, yeah.
I remember him throwing for like
Steady.
3. Yeah, that's his nickname, right? I recall him in a game. I think it was against, I don't remember who it was against, but I think he was playing for the Raiders, maybe. I think he was with the Raiders at one point. Yeah. I recall him throwing for like 370 against somebody. Like, he went out there and was slaying. Now, can he tap into that in this high pressure situation? I don't know. I just know what the ceiling is, but the floor is probably pretty low too, right? So my expectations, I expect Denver to give it a go. I was not blown away by Sean Payton's play calling. I thought their play calling was kind of basic. I was actually texting people during the game like, I don't understand these play calls. They are this is very high school to me. And yes, there were some defensive calls that bailed them out, but they were penalties. It is what it is. We see this every year. That's nothing new. I'm having a hard time believing that Denver's going to beat New England. Yeah, even though New England has to go there, the question for me is what's Drake May going to do? I feel like Drake has played really well. But there's some decisions that he makes here and there in these kind of high pressure situations that give me pause. But is Stidham going to play better than Drake May without having taken a snap? And I don't know how long. Probably not. So I'm going to lean toward New England, but I wouldn't be surprised if Denver won.
Now to the NFC, a lot of familiarity in Seattle. Mike has been dominating. Gets right after it against San Francisco. I know they were the most bet team of the week, and they end up getting blown out. And he's just been dominating time and time again, making the job for Sam Darnold easier when that defense is working that way. But now you have a Rams team coming in. It feels like the Rams season has just went down after that 2-point conversion, the fumble, whatever they call it, and they recover it in the end zone. After that, the Rams defense has kind of been off. Do you think Mike dominates here again?
Yeah, my pick for the Super Bowl was actually Seattle and Houston. That's what I picked now, right? So just to keep it a buck, right? I want to be honest. Houston's gone now.
We're halfway there.
But yeah, there's no way I could have predicted the implosion of CJ Stroud. Yeah. I just don't even know what to say about that. Like, it's the worst 2-stint game I think I've ever seen in modern football in regard to fumbles and interceptions. I mean, it's psychological now. Yeah. Like, he needs to sit on the couch and we need to have a talk, like, for real. Like, I'm not giving up on him, but I guarantee you they're going to have some conversations in that building because it's been, he's gotten a lot of rope. You know what I mean? with that being said, I'm leaning on Seattle. I think Seattle is going to find a way to beat the Rams. In Seattle, I mean, it's electric up there. Like, look, JSN to me, I'm going to say this. I think he might be the best receiver in the league. I really think that. They have a two-headed monster at running back. Walker is so underrated. Charbonnet, so underrated. I know he got knocked out of the game, right? I don't think he finished the game. But Walker, man, he put them on his back. And they didn't have to do anything crazy. And I feel like people are kind of discounting what Clint Kubiak did. He just did what he needed to. He didn't have to get too cute because everything was working and the defense was just, putting those dudes in a bind. So you don't need to get cute when your defense is playing well. Just go out there and not lose the game. So for me, right now, I think Seattle's going to beat the Rams. There's nothing about the way the Rams are playing that tells me electric, believe in us. I feel like they peaked earlier, like you mentioned, and they've been kind of like there's kind of like a slightly downward slope to regression for me in the way that they're playing. And because the Bears were so careless in the way that game ended, I mean, that game was there for the taking. I just feel like the Rams are kind of on borrowed time, but you know how this is, right? It's week to week.
Yeah.
Now, would I be shocked? I said the same thing, and not to hedge my bet, but would I be shocked if the Rams won? No, this is a divisional game, right? What is it? Are they 1-1?
I think they are. I want to say they are.
Are they 1-1?
And I think the Rams almost swept them in that one game against Seattle. I think Seattle barely got out of there.
They were up 16. It was the week 16. They were up 16. Remember, they had the 2-point conversion. Puka.
That's right. Yeah, and Charbonnet just picked it up. It ended up being 2. Yeah. So I just feel like Seattle's hitting on all cylinders right now. And man, that. What was that throw where Sam Darnold was drifting to his left and he found the receiver and kind of was it who caught the touchdown? Was it JSN? I don't remember who caught the touchdown. Caught touchdown. Okay, he did. Okay, cool. But I mean, that throw, I feel like Sam Darnold is he's got a real high floor and he can have a low ceiling sometimes. But in general, I mean, he's a guy you love to play for. I feel like he just gets battered sometimes, picks himself right up off the ground and just gets right back out there and does it all over again.
Yeah, I think the Rams kind of did themselves in by losing that 1 seed. When they lost the division and lost home field advantage and they had to go on the road throughout the postseason, that was a backbreaker for them. But I also just don't really buy Darnold personally. I just can't.
Oh, you don't?
I don't buy Darnold. I do not buy Darnold. I don't. I think he's waiting to cave. The first moment he gets that he can cave, he will.
So you got the Rams then?
I kind of am picking. I don't have a definitive. I don't have a definitive pick just yet.
I'll lean on the defense.
I don't have a definitive pick just yet. But it's not lost on me that they did hold the Bears to 17 yesterday. It's not pretty. Their defense isn't pretty. Jared Verse doesn't get in the backfield every play, but he seems to get back there the 4 times you need him to just wreck that drive. I don't know. I'm not there yet, but I am kind of leaning Rams right now.
But I feel like the Rams, I feel like Seattle's offense is just better than the Bears' offense. Now, let's say Caleb Williams is better than Sam Darnold, right? But Caleb takes a lot of risks, just like kind of Sam takes a lot of risks.
Right.
I just feel like the offensive line from Seattle and the receivers, and I really love what Clint's done from a play call perspective. You know what I mean? I just think the Rams are a better football team. And look, the Bears have been able to do it. They played really well yesterday, but I watched them here in person.
They've been on borrowed time.
You know what I mean? Like their defense really from a point perspective is not great. They've done it with turnovers. Yep. You know what I mean? I just don't see how I just don't see how the Rams can play the same way they played yesterday. Mm-hmm. And once again, I know they could play better and win that game.
I agree.
But to your point, if Sam Darnold's, then who knows what's going to happen?
Anything can happen. Femi, really appreciate your time this morning. How can people follow you and keep up with whatever you got going?
Yeah, I mean, look, on Instagram, my handle is Obafemi30. On X, it's also Obafemi30. And you know, I'm just around locally. I'm kind of everywhere. I'm on podcasts. I'm in the booth. You know, I'm everywhere I can be right now. So yeah,
man of the city,
of the city. Appreciate you guys for having me.
Of course, man. Appreciate you, man, making some time for us today. Coming up next on the program, we'll play you some of the audio from the Steve Bisciotti, because we'll also take some more of your calls as well. That's next here on The Fan.
Have you been left out in the cold by your propane company? If you're not getting the service you need, call Petro Home Services now. You can rely on your local propane pros at Petro to always be there for you, around the clock, in any weather. With a propane supply, fully stocked fleet of trucks, and the experienced technicians you need for a worry-free winter, go with Petro now and save up to $500 in propane. Visit petro.com or call 877-230-0738 today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
My Lowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowes.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It's Eric's job to mentor him and guide him in our culture. Hope he understands it and can add to that culture. What we do on the field, it will play a role, but I certainly hope to get back to the playoffs. And I certainly hope to overachieve.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got Mike Pope on the ones and twos on this Martin Luther King Day. Happy Martin Luther King Day to all of you guys out there. Appreciate you spending your day with us. And you just heard from Ravens owner Steve Bisciotti there talking about the measurements of success that they'll use to judge the next head coach. He talked about how it is a team effort and they want to get back to the playoffs and they want to overachieve. So, because there has been talk over the years about Steve's feelings on this team or what are his expectations. And a lot of it is guesstimating because we just wouldn't be able to talk to him. And there was a belief that Steve was okay with contending or just making it to the playoffs. But Steve there lets it be known, no, he wants to make it to the playoffs and go far into the playoffs.
Yeah, it sounded pretty clear when he talked that he wants multiple Super Bowls before he ends up selling the team and moving on in a few years, or probably 8 to 10 years, whenever that time comes. And I think he's going to do whatever he can. I think they're going EDC, they're going to change their ways a little bit. Yet you have to expect them to. I think he's very confident in EDC. I think he trusts him a lot, but I do think that he wants to see a Super Bowl. He thinks with this generational talent at quarterback, you have to be able to. And we talked about it with Femi just a second ago. Could you imagine heading to Denver this week against Jared Stidham? I mean, they could have beat New England. Like, they could have. They should have beat them at the bank. And again, things are different. Seasons go on. But just imagine them facing Stidham. Like, this was the year, but it was also the year for Buffalo, and they came up short. Kansas City, they did whatever. Cincinnati, like, it's been the year for a lot of teams, and now we look at the Final Four, and it's like, really?
And that's where I'm at. I guess that's what's stopping me from going down that wormhole of what if.
Yeah,
because Buffalo just lost.
Right.
And that's been a team that the Ravens have not been able to beat in the postseason. Everybody's like, well, it's Buffalo's Super Bowl to win now because there's nobody there. And of course it doesn't go that way. Of course it doesn't. I think this is the year of the defense.
Yeah.
And the Ravens don't have a defense.
True.
That's why they're not here.
Yeah.
Honestly, you look around of what's left. Sure, we could talk about the Rams' defense not being as elite as Seattle's and Denver's. Even New England's defense, I don't think is as elite as them. They're good, but they're not great. But you got to have a defense to make it this far in this year's postseason. And God knows the Ravens' defense wasn't there.
Imagine instead of hitting seam routes again. I couldn't do it.
Man.
You could already see it now. Just wherever he wants to go.
That'd be a tough watch. That'd be a tough watch. Let's try to sneak a call in before we go to break. Let's go to Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, you're on the Fan.
How are you guys?
What's going on, Mitch?
How you guys doing?
Good.
Great games. Yeah, great games. We had this past week before I get to college. Well, first, this Fernando Mendoza, I see a Raider. I think he can't miss. He was a Pac-12 quarterback for like 2 good years at Cal. Nobody remembers that. And his brother, I guess his brother's going to take over for Indiana, Alberto. His brother's a quarterback too. And, USC guy, I think Sam Darnold, this is his year. And I thought Caleb Williams had it. I know this is Monday morning. Well, Caleb Williams is definitely, the latest draft is going to be one of the best. But Caleb Williams, you think they should have gone for the 2-point conversion? It's 2 yards, right? If they had converted?
Yeah, I appreciate the call, Mitch. I thought it was an actual thought. Considering how Ben Johnson was just so against taking field goals, I'm like, well, they're going to go for the 2-point conversion here. I'm not upset that they didn't. I actually thought it was a good call to not go for the 2-point conversion. But I think it's revisionist history. If they had gone for it and didn't get it, he's getting killed today for it. And then they go for it, they don't go for it, go to overtime and lose in overtime the way they did. I'm fine with them not going for the 2.
I'll be completely honest with you. I had a few Rams futures tickets. I had Rams tickets yesterday. I needed them to win on the money line. So no, I was hoping they didn't go for it. But if I'm a Bears fan, I would have been. There's 18 seconds left. Stafford would have had 2 shots to get it, and the thicker kicker's been good there, but we know the Rams' issues with special teams. The only thing that I will say, the reason that kind of pushed me away from thinking they were going to go for it, the short yardage downs, they could not figure out. We talk about how opportunistic the Bears are with turnovers. That was the Rams with 3rd and short and 4th and short. That really screwed the Bears yesterday. So, again, you got 2 yards to get. Would they have been able to get it? I just don't know. But if I was a Bears fan, I would have been asking for them to go for it because I still thought Stafford could have maybe went down the field. Like, if they go up 1, could Stafford have hit Devontae for 40 or Puka breaks 2 tackles and gets out of bounds? Like,
they got the plays for it.
Yeah.
I mean, that Falcons game makes, they're trying to get down. I mean, they had the plays. They had the plays. Yep. They just didn't hit on them. But, yeah, I didn't have an issue with them not going for 2 right there. 410-583-1057 is the number. If you want to jump in, we'll continue to take your calls. We'll also preview tonight's college football championship game between Miami and Indiana, which you can hear right here on the Fan. Pregame, I believe, starts at 6:30 tonight on the station, but we'll preview that game and take your calls next here on the Fan.
We're talking baseball on the Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles' 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on the Fan's YouTube channel.
Play Keno from the Maryland Lottery and enter your tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. No training required. Please play responsibly.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown of the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing. Just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Start your new year by saving big on appliances at the New Year's sale going on now at Bray & Scarf. See the new KitchenAid Juniper finish now available and get up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages, plus 18 months special financing. Visit a Bray & Scarf location or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Five Finger Death Punch brings their 20th anniversary World Tour 2026 with special guests Cody Jinks and Eva Under Fire to Jiffy Lube Live on October 23rd, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan on this Martin Luther King Day. We are live on the radio, live on the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. So a variety of ways to catch today's show. And tonight we got a good one. You can hear it right here on the station. Pregame starting at 6:30. We got the college football championship game between Miami and Indiana down in South Beach. And Indiana is an 8.5-point favorite in this game, Ben. How are you feeling? Do you think Indiana covers? Do you think Miami is just flat out winners? What's happening tonight?
Miami has been awesome this year. Don't get me wrong. The edge rushing is a true problem, but Indiana is inevitable. They are just, and I faded Cignetti against Oregon a little bit. I didn't give it out, but I just faded him on my own, and it didn't work well for me. I'm not doing it again here. The guy's a winner. I think Christopher Fraud has figured something out at Miami. They're playing, and that defense is legit. Like, I do trust the defense. I do think they're a little bit susceptible to the run. Sometimes you have those edge rushers trying to get off on the pass, opening some holes up, and I think that's how Indiana beats them. I lean Indiana to cover, but Miami also proved me wrong. I bet in Miami last matchup with Ole Miss, but the game before, like, I did not see them beating Ohio State. They did that. Those edge rushers are true game wreckers. They just are. But Mendoza is also just, like, Mendoza feels like a robot. And we had Mitch talking about it earlier. Mendoza was at Cal for 2 years. I remember it. He was playing against Miami, and that last year's Miami team was very good. He almost took them down. Should have. There was some weird officiating. You had a few targeting calls that were picked up. It was a weird game. He almost beat them then. I think he writes it today.
Yeah, I just think Indiana is such a well-oiled machine. They're so well coached. I feel like there's no scenario that they are going to encounter through the 60 minutes of this game that they didn't practice. I just think that Cignetti is just a lunatic when it comes to football, and I feel like he's a guy that's not going to turn over every stone, cross every T, and dot every I. There won't be a situation they're not prepared for tonight. You talked about the running game. Roman Hemby has been great for them here recently. I do think the run game is going to be a huge piece for Indiana. I do think they're going to give Mendoza some nice, quick, easy throws to get the ball out of his hands. They're going to test that perimeter. They're going to have to slow down those edge rushers. But if this is a game where Indiana does their typical first drive of the game, their first 15, they're just marching down the field. They get down there in 4 plays and score. I mean, they can just run you off the field, and this could be a snooze fest by halftime. 8.5 to me, I get it's a championship game. That should be pretty high for a championship game. I think they're going to clear it. I just don't think that this team, even if it is a rough go in the first half, I just feel like at some point the dam is going to break with Indiana, and they are going to be able to, they're going to be too much to handle, I think, for that Miami offense to keep up with them, especially if they get in a rhythm. If Indiana is scoring, even if it's field goals on a couple of those drives, I just don't think Miami can score with them.
Yeah. I also say, and Beck's a game manager. He's got it. Can't turn the football over when they make him throw it. But college football is better when Miami's legit. I have to say, whether you like them or not, college football is in a better place. And by the way, there's a lot of and I'll give it to you. There's a bunch of loyal Miami fans who have stuck by them. But it does feel like we're seeing them all come out from the cloud, and here comes all the Miami fans. But it is more fun. You got Michael Irvin being Michael Irvin on the sideline. Right. That's always fun to watch. I think college football is in a better spot when the Hurricanes are legit.
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Let's go to Billy in East Baltimore. Billy, you're on the Fan.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Billy?
Oh, man, I just got one thing to say about Bishotti, and I want to comment on these games this week. Now, the only thing I remember that really stand out from Bishotti's press conference, he was surprised that Mike Tomlin stepped down, and he did say, if he opened the talk to him. Now, the Ravens need. We can go to Mike McDaniels for the OC, but they need to figure out a way to get them trade picks to try to see can they get Tomlin. And I want to say this about these weekend games. Man, Chicago blew it. They pulled and went for 2, and they let that man Caleb Williams down.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Billy. I mean, Caleb played great. I mean, he had his moments. You know, he made mistakes. All the quarterbacks had their moments this weekend, but I thought Caleb played great. I don't have this rivalry with some of these quarterbacks from last year's class that some other people do. Obviously, I banged the table for Jaden Daniels. I didn't want May over Jaden. I would have taken Caleb, fine. I mean, if you could get Caleb, great. But I knew that was a pipe dream. Drake is having his time. He looks great right now. Jaden had his time last year. I think next year is pivotal for all these guys. But Caleb has the one thing for Caleb that he did get better at this year that I still think he needs to improve at, especially when you get to the postseason, is you got to value possession of the football. That is still, and look, that play he made at the end of the fourth quarter to force overtime was out of this world. But I'd be lying if I didn't sit here and say that I'm yelling, no, he ran back like 20 yards.
It looked like Madden.
It looked like his days at USC where he just used to just play sandlot football and just throw it up for grabs and it get picked off. That's what I thought was about to happen. I didn't think Cole Kmet would be that wide open in the back of the end zone. That was insane. But I do think even Josh Allen, he still struggles with valuing the possession of the football in January. That is what ends your season.
Absolutely. There was a funny post about Caleb yesterday. I saw it and lost it. I was frustrated. But it's a picture of Caleb Williams, and then there's a road, and it's like Tom Brady, and it's like Tua. And it's like Caleb every game doesn't know where he's going to go. It's like every play with him because there is so much excitement with some of the plays, and there's also plays where it's like, what are you thinking there? And then we talked about earlier the DJ Moore throw. If DJ Moore doesn't stop his route, I genuinely think DJ Moore thought the play was dead. But with Caleb, it's similar to Lamar. The play is never dead, and Caleb was going to throw a BB, and that's hurt him a little bit too, throwing a 100-mile-an-hour pass for a 5-yard route. And then on the other point about Tomlin, listen, don't want to continue to shoot it down, but first off, you're going to have to make a trade with Pittsburgh together.
Right.
You're going to have to talk him out of going into TV. There's so much there that you have to do, and you have now the biggest competitor in the Bills, and you have to try to find your guy quick. I don't think Tomlin this year, because I mean he'll want to get back. He's going to take a year off or whatever I'd expect, but I don't think Tomlin's a realistic scenario.
I would have to agree with that. 410-583-1057 is the number. Coming up next, the phone lines are buzzing. We'll take your calls on the next segment next here on The Fan.
Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Ben Hall. Inside Access. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano from my buddies at Box Hill Pizzeria. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes, they've made holiday special occasions and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes, they got you covered. Dine in, pick up. Now you can order DoorDash, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes, menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now, from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For immediate same-day heating repairs and installation, call the comfort guys today. That number, 410-367-7777, or just visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In app only.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, hello. The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We're live on the radio, the Odyssey app, and live on YouTube as well. So you can now watch us as you listen to us. In the next segment, we'll be talking to NFL referee Mike Pereira to get his thoughts on a lot of the crazy calls that went on during the playoffs this weekend, and just really surrounding the NFL as a whole. Maybe we could get into him about some potential rule changes or penalties that can be reviewed in the future, but a lot to talk to him about in the next segment. Right now, we're talking to you guys. 410-583-1057 is the number. If you want to get in, let's go to Delaware and get Franchise. Franchise, you're on the Fan.
Cordell.
What's going on, man?
Hi, Cordell. Hi, Ben. Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Same.
Yep, same to you, Franchise.
Guys, I don't know if you heard my call earlier with Ryan Ripken, but it's kind of eerie that Femi would say we better move fast on Flores and McDaniel. Here's my two-part question.
Well, in fairness, he didn't say move fast on them because he said he didn't even think McDaniels was a head coach. He preferred him as an offensive coordinator, but I think he was mostly saying move fast to get your guy in general now.
Well, that's exactly my point. Hear me out here. Say McDaniel comes in, he's had his first-round interview already with DaCosta, and he said to DaCosta, he said, listen, I don't want to be a head coach right now. I want to take a couple of years after the Miami opportunity, but I'd like to come in to work with Lamar as the offensive coordinator with his genius. Femi obviously played under him. Femi knows his genius, that with him as the OC and Flores as the head coach, so you got your defensive mind at the head coaching position, and then you got McDaniel under him. Now, I know Saleh and McDaniel have that connection. That's a possibility. But here's what I'm thinking. If you pull the trigger now and say Bisciotti's got to do a second round, now you got Buffalo open, you got Pittsburgh open. My concern is that if you wait too long on the second round, these other teams could kind of jump and hurdle you. So if you know your guy, on Martin Luther King Day, I say bring the black head coach in. In my personal opinion, on Martin Luther King Day, what better day can we say keep hope alive with bringing in Flores as your head coach? The league is 85%, 90% black players. We don't have the alpha dog on this roster that DaCosta has really said would be our kind of leader. That means you got to have your head coach to be the dog, meaning you got to play hard for your next head coach, and you got to do it fast.
Yeah.
If Femi says, my question is, if Femi said that Flores and McDaniels are the two guys, why couldn't McDaniel say, okay, I'm going to hold tight to be the OC for Baltimore and pull the trigger now and get him in as your offensive coordinator. I think that would be huge. And then Flores as your head coach or Saleh. What do you guys think about that? What's your opinion?
Yeah, appreciate the call, franchise. I mean, I think we got to understand that while that may be the best case scenario for the Ravens, I don't know if that's the best. I don't even know if that's realistic. We're talking about 3 of the top head coach candidates now, 2 of them settling for coordinator jobs to work for the one guy. I don't know if that's what you're realistically going to get. Would it make a fire coaching staff? Absolutely. Absolutely it would. But I just don't think it's realistic that you're going to get 2 of the top 3 candidates in this cycle to settle for coordinator jobs. I don't think that's what they're looking for, at least not right now with there being as many openings as there are. I do agree that they need to kind of move fast and not rush, but step on the gas a little bit to get this process going. But I'm all and to the Flores getting a black coach, like I'm always obviously for more black coaches in the league. The locker rooms are filled with black players, so that makes sense. But I'm also still more for getting the right guy. And if Flores is the right guy, so be it. If he's not, then he's not. But I don't think, and I think that's the way that the players are looking at it too. I don't think Lamar is sitting there saying, I want a black coach. I think Lamar is saying, I want a great coach. If that's Flores, great. If it's Mike McDaniels, great. But I just think they want somebody that they feel like is going to get them over the hump.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like, now with these options open, Buffalo is now a very attractive spot. Like, you have to think any staff that we want to put together, these guys are going to get opportunities to be head coach. There's so many opportunities open this year, and like very attractive ones. Now the Ravens are very attractive, but I already see today, as soon as McDermott's out, Buffalo is the number 1 spot, and you expect that. You knew that was going to happen. So they do have to start working quickly. I still, right now, think it's going to be Jesse Minter. Just to be completely honest with you, I'm pretty confident that it'll be him, but hopefully they pick the right guy. Hopefully the players are in favor of whoever they want, because as Steve said, he has the power. He's going to make the decision, but all of his guys will have say. And I trust that. I mean, when he speaks, he's pretty honest. I do think he's going to talk to majority of players, especially Lamar Jackson.
Let's get Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's going on? Ben and Cordell, man.
What's up, Rashawn?
Happy MLK Day, man.
Same
to you.
So a few things, right? I see, as far as McDermott getting fired and everything, I was shocked about that because if you look at it, didn't the Packers just extended LaFleur, right?
Yeah, they work. I don't think they officially announced it, but I know they were working on an extension.
Yeah, I would expect him to probably get fired, but for McDermott though, that's strange. McDermott has a higher winners percentage, a better playoff record. I know McDermott's 8-8. I think LaFleur was 3-6 in the playoffs, man. So that was kind of strange, And I know definitely Harbaugh probably wish he waited a week or so, because if I'm Harbaugh, I would definitely love that Buffalo job over the New York job. I know you got the Patriots in the divisions, but really that's the only team you got to worry about really in that division. Whereas though Harbaugh is going to the Giants, and right now the Giants probably is the worst team in that division. You got to compete with the Eagles, the Commanders. They're going to be back next year once Daniel's healthy. And of course, it's the Cowboys there who basically owned the Giants the past few years and everything like that. Man, I know things can switch around though, but I hope you're happy with the money, and I wish him well up there in New York, though. But, they say it's a tough media crowd up there. So, I hope you have thick skin. I just don't see him lasting. I think it was like a 5-year contract. I see 3 years, and he's going to just call it quits, right off to the sunset. Because he's already, 63 or something like that right now, right?
Yeah.
63. So, yeah, I don't see him coaching too much longer up there. And, like I said, I wish him well, though. But, yeah, that's all I really got, man. It was good talking to y'all today, listening to y'all show. And everything, man.
Always.
Y'all take care.
Appreciate the call, Rashawn. And yeah, it would have been crazy if Harbs had, held out and then eventually went to Buffalo. You talk about like rivalry. That thing would have skyrocketed.
I think he would. I think him and not regret, but I think him and Stefanski absolutely, if they knew this Buffalo job was going to be available, would not have signed a contract yet, because I think both of them would love to go there. If John was in Buffalo, as much as I dislike Buffalo now and root against them, that would be, oh my gosh, every week it would be like the Steelers. It would be like the Steelers.
Coming up next on the program, we'll be joined by Mike Pereira. He's the rules analyst at Fox Sports. We'll get his thoughts on some of the crazy calls that went on during the NFL playoffs this past weekend, and maybe some potential rule changes coming into play this offseason. That's next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
Hey there, Jason Lockenfora here for the ultimate outdoor kitchen. Please hit up my friends at Town Appliance in Owings Mills. They've got grills, pizza ovens, fridges, all the top brands. Visit townappliance.com. That's townappliance.com. They've got you covered.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The new year is here in Hartford County, and with it comes that feeling of fresh starts, new goals, new routines, and who knows, maybe a few resolutions we'll actually stick to this time. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. I think January has a way of getting us all thinking about what's ahead, and maybe it's time for that vehicle you've been putting off, the one that really fits you and where you want life to take you this year. Whatever's on your list, Ford has the dependability to get you there, from the rugged F-150 to the versatile Explorer and everything in between. Listen, if one of your resolutions is stop worrying about my car, we can definitely help with that. We'll put you in something you'll love to drive to the gym. This January, our Plaza Ford team is ready to make finding your next Ford straightforward and stress-free, because starting the year right shouldn't feel complicated. We are always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Ready to be treated like a VIP at CFG Bank Arena? Open a CFG Bank checking account and the perks are yours. CFG Bank debit card holders enjoy exclusive VIP perks, fast-tracked entry, a complimentary beverage, access to the Fearless Club, and more. Not a CFG Bank card holder yet? Open an account today and get VIP access at every show. Visit cfg.bank/VIP to learn more. Perks subject to change in availability. Member FDIC.
Cut your heating costs this winter with $125 in free heating oil, only from your local HVAC pros at Petro. Use propane in your home? Ask about special offers. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02 today.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Mike Pope, he's behind the glass. We are spending our 10 to 2 with you today on Martin Luther King Day. Appreciate you guys tuning in right now. We had some craziness go on in these divisional round games this weekend, and really throughout the year, there are a bunch of different calls that we need clarification on. So joining us right now, current rules analyst at Fox Sports, Mike Pereira. Mike, really appreciate your time today.
Well, I appreciate being on the air, and I really kind of find it interesting that wonderful music that led into you coming out of commercial is so soft and soothing.
You know.
And then we're going to talk about officiating? Wait a minute. What? That doesn't seem right.
Shout out to the DJ. We care a lot about music over here, Mike. We also care a lot about football, man. And there was a lot of craziness in the games this weekend. But I want to go probably to the one that's at the top of the list, the Brandon Cooks play. And look, I think me and Ben are in unison into where we agreed with the call. I thought right there in real time that was an interception. I thought they both came down with possession and the DB rolled over with the ball. I thought that was a good play, but for a lot of people had issues with that call. Where did you side on that?
Yeah, I thought it was really a good call, and I say this, and to my Buffalo fans, who I have some really good friends. Look, if you take the defender out of that, and the ball comes out that quick out of the receiver's hands and hits the ground, it's incomplete, clearly incomplete. Nobody says a word. And in this situation, he's going to the ground. People said he's down by contact, but you're not down by contact until you complete the process of the catch, and that includes maintaining control of the ball after you hit the ground. And this ball was taken away from him almost immediately with hitting the ground. And, so I thought very good call by the back judge. I get the discussion about, should it have been reviewed? And McDermott calling a timeout to give them more time to look at it. Well, why didn't they review it? Well, they did, because it was ruled a turnover. So if it's ruled a turnover, then all that the New York office has to do is confirm it. And, anybody that's been dealing with catch, no catch, and that is a tough subject, would know in the office that the ruling on the field was right, and so therefore they didn't stop it. But, that's the thing. All these turnovers are reviewed, and they can't snap the ball for the next down after a turnover until New York clears them. And that means that they confirm that the call is right. And, that was a good call.
Now, there's a big thing all of a sudden on social media for catches that we're going to screenshot a picture and put it side by side with another one, and that's how we're going to judge the call in a football game that's live, that's moving so fast. So you have an example of that catch there. You see Cooks touching the ground and the ball's there, but in real time you watch the video and you see it move as soon as he gets to the ground and it result in an interception. So how frustrating is it for you? You know what we're watching. It's a live sport. It's live action. And we have people judging this call, and a lot of well-respected people, to be quite honest with you, who clearly want the Bills to advance, who want the Bills to win, that we're trying to pause these and make them still frames when that's not what the case is.
Yeah, I know, and it is frustrating. And when I ran the program in New York, the officiating program, people would send me still shots. And a lot of them, by the way, would come from Oakland, California. Back from the days of the tuck rule play in New England. And you can't officiate it by still shots. Look, I get the Buffalo frustrations and, the pass interferences that were called that, to me were the right calls. And I think it's interesting from the standpoint of, I watched all 4 games this weekend, very little criticism from the announcers at the game. There's one play where, I think that was pass interference, but the 2 pass interference calls in the Buffalo game, look, there's one main thing that the officials look at is the defender trying to make a play on the ball? Does he have his head turned around? And if he does, then you're going to be more lenient. And in the last case, that last interference call, he didn't. I mean, he's beaten, and he gets there early and rakes down the arm of the receiver, and that is exactly what the league would want called. And, I kind of want to say, give me 4 still shots of Josh Allen turning the ball over. I mean, at what point do we focus too much on officiating and not enough on maybe the true cause of why a team lost a game. But you're right about the still shot. That shows nothing.
We're talking to former vice president of officiating in the NFL and current rules analyst at Fox Sports, Mike Pereira, who joins us on the Fresh Take on 105.7 The Fan. And Mike, you just said it. You thought those two defensive pass interference calls late in that Denver and Buffalo game were accurate. But we saw Kyle Hamilton here in Baltimore. He tweeted out over the weekend just how he feels like pass interference is ruining the league. Now, of course, it's no shocker that a DB feels that way. But I think his overall point, and then some of the other people, even myself, I think it seems like in this day and age, and you can go back to Aaron Rodgers back in his prime, it seems like pass interference has been used as kind of like a cop-out for some of these offenses at times to just throw a 50-yard pass, see what happens, maybe get a guy to run into a guy, and you'll get a 50-yard play out of nowhere. Do you feel like that something does need to happen in terms of whether it's, I don't know, if going back to pass interference just being 15 yards is what needs to happen or what, but do you feel like anything does need to change with how the pass interference is officiated?
Well, let's set one thing first. Let's talk about one thing. It's the hardest call in the field to make.
Right.
I mean, everybody's moving. Everybody's moving, and the defender's moving, the receiver's moving, you're moving as the official. The ball is in the air. You have to judge whether it significantly hinders the receiver's ability to make the catch. I was a side judge. It's extremely difficult, and yet it's the most punitive. And I mean, when did I go into the league? In 1996. So let's see, 4 plus 20. So that's about 30 years ago. I've been hoping that we would adopt the college rule ever since then because I saw too many mistakes that were made 40 yards downfield. And it would just gall me when I was in the league office to tell a club, yeah, we gave on that play, we gave your opponent 45 yards. I mean, good Lord, you can kick a guy in the teeth, and the maximum you can get is a 15-yard penalty. And you pull a guy's jersey and get called for pass interference, and it's 40 yards could be. And I said, let's go to the college rule. Let's make it 15 yards max. And they would never listen to me. They always would say, well, then you take away the deep vertical passing game, and you take away LaMonica the branch. And you go, no. Watch college football, would you please? If a defender is close enough to try to make pass interference or to be called for pass interference, he's trying to make a play. And he may mistime it, but it's not like he's tackling a guy. Now if it happens on a go route and a stop and go route and you tackle him, okay, then make that a spot foul. But I was sick and tired of the 40-yard mistakes, which happen. Do happen. I mean, I'm not going to say often, but it does happen from time to time. It's too punitive of a penalty, but they would not listen to me. And if I was commissioner, if I was Roger Goodell for a day, which, by the way, I don't want to be, but if I was and they gave me one rules wish, that would be it. And that's the Spring League rule. The UFL Spring League rule has been that, although they're going to go back this year to the spot foul. And college has been that forever. I think it's a better rule.
Now, with this weekend, we have the Rams-Seahawks matchup, and we know the last times these two teams faced off, and we haven't got to talk to you. I do want to ask, the two-point conversion, I think it was very interesting, right? You have the backwards pass. Charbonnet picks it up basically by accident to give it to the ref.
Right.
Picks the football, and they go back and look at it, and it results in a two-point conversion. But to me, they're like, if the Rams pick that up and run 99 yards down the field and get it in, I don't think that they get the two-point conversion. The whistle was blown. How tough of a call is that? And just kind of explain the ruling on what the outcome was.
Well, I mean, they ruled they ruled that it was a incomplete forward pass, which it wasn't. It was backwards. And so in that case, when you do it in that case, then you can actually, if the ball goes out of bounds, you could still have the ball at the out of bounds spot, which was not an issue here. But if it is recovered by a player, you can, and even though you ruled it dead, you can give the player the ball at that spot Or you could essentially replay the down because of what's called an erroneous whistle. And in the case of the Seattle play, Charbonnet picked up the ball. He was in the end zone, and I'm kind of with you. He didn't pick it up because he was thinking he was getting 2 points. He was actually being kind and giving the ball to the official. But the fact is, if it's in, and here's the hard part, if it's in the continuing action. So what's that mean? So they basically ruled, the ruling of incomplete pass means that you can play through that in the continuing action until like a player's stop, until they stop trying to recover the ball. So if there had been defenders, for example, that were in the area of the ball and they then stopped, then you would stay with the ruling in the field. But if there's no defenders in the area, which in that case there wasn't, and then you extend that continuing action until when the ball is first possessed. Weird play, which then came back to I forget who it was in the early round of the playoffs, where you had a similar play and there was an erroneous whistle, and they didn't give Carolina, I believe it was, the option to replay the down.
Dowdle.
But it's an unusual rule, and I think people. And if I was like could get all the announcers in one room, if I had them all in my place here in Southern California right now, I would say, do me a favor, please. Let's not say a few things here. Never say that was an easy call, because nothing's easy on the field. Second thing I would say to them is they're going to call that every time. No, they're not. The officials are not all of equal ability, and they don't see everything all the time, so they're not. And then the third thing I would say is, please don't mention the whistle. Don't go looking to hear when the whistle blows in the broadcast, because it's not the whistle that is a determining factor. It's the ruling. So even if the whistle comes out after the eventual ruling is what dictates the end of the play. And but it's like, okay, you ruled it dead, but it's that one instance where you'll play through the ruling, not the whistle, the ruling. And that showed itself in the two plays recently.
Mike, last thing for you. We know, look, officials, they have to have thick skin to be an official. That I feel like that's a prerequisite for the job. And you go back to that Denver and Buffalo game. You have such multiple critical calls late in that game on the same drive. And there, you always have people that are like, well, he wants to insert himself in the game, but people are going to say whatever. What is kind of the mindset of an official? I know you're supposed to officiate every game the same no matter what, but is there a different mentality for an official going into a playoff game, especially this late in the postseason, as opposed to a regular season game?
Yeah, so many people talk about that, and I think it's a legitimate issue to talk about, because generally the number of fouls in the playoffs are down. Do the people in the NFL office, like me when I was there, do you say to the officials, okay, listen, let them play. Let them play. We're in the playoffs. Let them play. No one has said that, whether it's Art McNally, who's in the Hall of Fame, Jerry Seaman, myself that followed Jerry, and anybody since then. You do not tell them that. Yet there is just this subconscious feeling with the officials. They really, as they should really all season long, they just don't want to be a part of the story. And so you have more of a tendency not to throw. And then when you get in cold weather games are even harder to throw in, because you're concerned about trying to stay warm. And so you might get less penalties there, but it's more of a subconscious thing. And, thick skin, where you develop your thick skin? When you start working Pop Warner football games and you have to listen to the parents on the sideline. That's where you develop your thick skin. More importantly, and I think that crew that had that game, and I don't want to sound like a cheerleader, but in this case, I am a cheerleader. You walk off the field, you're walking off the field with doubt. I mean, you hear the crowd, was I wrong? How about those calls? Those were big calls. And I know that replay confirmed that, but the interception, but you walk off that field really looking forward to rolling the tape and kind of to take a look at how you did. And I do think that crew will look at the game afterwards and go, we got the big ones, and we'll feel good about it. And they learn to really use that as their how they feel after they review themselves. That's what they're either happy with their performance or, in cases, unhappy with their performance. But thick skin doesn't come from what's said in the media or what's yelled at them from the stands. That doesn't bother them.
Mike, I know we said that was your last one. I did have to get one more in. My co-host here, Cordell, big Commanders fan, so this question will mean something to him. The tush push, right? We know how it's officiated, and it's tough for them. How tough is it officiating the tush push, and how much easier will it make life on the refs if they do take it away this offseason?
I know. I just think that, the whole thing about the tush push is entertaining to me because one team does it very good, and other teams are starting to do it pretty good too. In college, also, by the way, is it difficult to officiate? I don't know what the hell makes it so difficult to officiate. I mean, I don't get that. I mean, call it like any other play. I would say this, that, mechanics-wise, maybe you could. The difficult ones, I guess, are the two officials on the line of scrimmage because everybody's like in the middle of the field, bunched up in the middle of the field, and you're standing way out on the sideline. Well, if they're going to run tush-push, how about moving in closer, moving in toward the numbers, and so you can get a better look. I don't buy the issue, and I know that Dean Blandino, my cohort at Fox, is sick of done with the tush push, but I don't. I just don't. I don't think it's that tough to officiate. Officiate it like any other play. Maybe get a little bit closer, but come up with a better reason to me than it's too difficult to officiate. Because if that's going to be your standard that you use, okay, well then let's ban the passing game because pass interference is too difficult to officiate. I mean, I just don't buy it.
Mike, this was great, man. Really appreciate your time, especially coming from the other side of the country, man. Really appreciate you making some time for us this morning, and hope you have a great call this weekend, and hopefully we get to talk to you again down the line.
Thank you so much, Mike.
You got it. Anytime, guys.
Coming up next on the program, let's look at the AFC playoffs, and it was a wild, wacky playoff weekend. We've got two teams left in the AFC. We'll talk about how we got here next here on The Fan.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for the positions of police officer, experienced police officer, and cadet. We offer competitive starting salaries with sign-on bonuses, great medical benefits, tuition reimbursement, plus incentives for military veterans. For more information, visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County Police Department is an equal opportunity employer.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing. Just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Start your new year by saving big on appliances at the New Year sale going on now at Bray & Scarf. Save on our best-selling GE Profile and Cafe appliances. Plus, get 18-month special financing. Come see for yourself at any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan on this Martin Luther King Day. We got Mike Pope on the ones and twos. We are live on the Odyssey app. We're live on the radio. We're live on YouTube. So you can now watch us while you listen to us. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to jump in. Let's go through the AFC divisional round from this past weekend. Ben, let's start with Saturday. Talked a lot about this Bills-Broncos game. Broncos win 33-30. Tight game all the way through despite a plethora of turnovers in this game. Josh Allen, he had 4 turnovers himself. He had 4 turnovers in this game himself. I thought he had got one of those fumbles back. He did, but it didn't matter. Threw 3 touchdowns, 283 yards through the air. James Cook, 117 yards on the ground. Bo Nix, 3 passing touchdowns in this game. He was also the Broncos' leading rusher with 29 yards. I don't know how great that is for them going into the AFC Championship game against the Patriots, considering they have no Bo Nix in that matchup. Jarrett Stidham, he'll be the backup. But did that game make you feel better about the Broncos? Probably not with Bo Nix going down, but I guess, was it more about how bad Buffalo played or how good Denver played to pull it out?
I don't like discrediting teams, especially when they win in the playoffs, but it felt like Buffalo had a million chances. And what's so unfortunate about this, for the Broncos' sake, for us just as football fans, is all we're hearing about is this damn officiating time after time. Now, if the Ravens are in that spot, you know me, I complain about refs 24/7. But realistically, that was a true interception. It's never debatable, but all of a sudden, because people either had money on Buffalo or they're Bills fans or they want Josh Allen, their favorite quarterback in the history of the universe, to win, that's what it is. It sucks to me that that's the topic. Meanwhile, we're not looking at the holding in the end zone that would have ended the game and kept Bo Nix healthy, because, of course, he suffers the ankle injury later. If they get that safety, you could do this time and time again. You could go back and do all these different things. The PI, Tre'Davious White, former Raven, who got a BS PI called on him on Keon Coleman just last year in the playoffs. That situation, slamming the helmet, taking that.
At that point,
I would have done it.
I'd have done the exact same
But it
thing.
looked like the ref was going to let him go. The ref's just sitting there looking. Yeah. And as soon as the helmet goes, he's like, all right, now I have to. Now I have to.
It's like the skipper just begging to be thrown out the game. Just like, I'm going to go until you toss me.
Yeah, you need to toss me. That's exactly what that was. But he was frustrated. I get it. It was clear PI. But again, I give credit to Denver because turnovers are two-sided, right? You have to come away with that interception. We've seen Ravens guys drop clear interceptions. Meanwhile, you have McMillan rolling over and coming away with the football. You punch the ball of Josh Allen. And when Femi was on with us, he was talking about that final drive of the first half and how you can't really predict history, which is absolutely right. There, though, with Josh Allen, you don't have a timeout. That you can't. Why are you running to the middle of the field? I thought take a shot outside. If nothing's there, chuck it out of bounds far like everybody else. But that possession did play a massive role in the outcome of the game. And again, you can't predict the second half based off of that. But no, I think it was a little bit more about Buffalo turning the football over. And if Bo Nix was playing, I would like Denver in the spot. I'm still not buying the Patriots, but with Jarrett Stidham, I just can't do it.
Let's go to that Patriots matchup. The Patriots, they played yesterday, taking on the Houston Texans. And, I mean, C.J. Stroud, he looks like a shell of himself from the rookie version of himself. 4 interceptions in this game for C.J. Stroud. The run game really never got going. And that was when I was pushing Houston. The driving point for that was A, their defense is elite, and B, they've got a run game that's just mowing people down right now. And that's the recipe for success in the playoffs. All of a sudden, the run game goes to bed. Houston never even really tried to establish the run. They came out immediately throwing the ball. I thought that was a mistake. I don't think New England is that great. Drake May didn't play that great, to me, honestly. I thought a lot of comparisons to him between him and Josh Allen. He played very similarly to Josh Allen yesterday. I thought he played bad enough to lose, but he couldn't underperform C.J. Stroud.
No, it would. Listen, in today's day and age, if you have Twitter and you have a bad sporting event, you probably should delete the app because it's like the C.J. Stroud stuff is crazy on social. But he was just that bad. He was utterly pathetic, and I don't take any of the blame off of the offensive coordinator. That was horrendous. When did they run the ball twice in a row? It's like sometimes with the Ravens we were frustrated, like, why is Derrick Henry not getting 2 carries in a row at times? That's how it felt there. And Woody Marks, anybody who's watched the Texans play all this year, you can take notes. Every single game, Woody Marks is questionable at some point to return and ends up coming back in and playing through it. But he gets hurt a lot. His helmet gets knocked off. But
twice.
Yeah, like it's crazy. But they had Jahar Jordan, who had some success during the regular season. Like there was some opportunity
even
there.
Nick Chubb was averaging almost 4 yards a carry.
Right.
I was surprised they didn't change that up too.
You can't run it twice in a row. And the offensive line is what it like the play pass to have Stroud have a guy in his face immediately. The rollouts, I don't get it. And Stroud, it's funny. Aikman had mentioned, they were talking about it, and Aikman's like, they were talking about where he is mentally and stuff. And as soon as they say that, they zoom in on Stroud. It's before a snap. You could just see it in the guy. You could see it. He's not there. And you throw 4 picks in the first half. Anybody in the world, Tom Brady is going to be like, oh, what's going on? It's life. You're a human being. You're not a robot. It's tough. But he played just so bad. And I was texting, Jason off the air, whatever. I was texting during the game. I'm like, give Davis Mills a shot. And I don't like doing that because you can do that backup quarterbacks all the time when a quarterback struggles. But in this spot with the situation, I'm not trying to be funny. I think Davis Mills wins that football game.
It's tough to argue it now. I probably wouldn't have done it either because it's a bigger message, right? You bench C.J. Stroud in that game. There already are questions surrounding C.J. Stroud going into next season. But you bench him in that game, those questions become even louder.
You got Stidham on deck, though. And that defense is a winner. I would have to. He couldn't do anything.
And the defense was good enough to win.
How many was they forced? 4? Like they were
the defense without a doubt was good enough to win. I think you also have to acknowledge him being without his top 2 weapons and Nico Collins, who didn't even play in the game, and then Dalton Schultz, who gets knocked out very early in the game. I mean, from that point on, a quarterback who's already playing with little confidence, he's without his top 2 weapons and a bad offensive line that's already being shifted around throughout the game. I'm not making mistakes. He was awful. Yeah. He's been bad all year. But I can kind of understand what went on yesterday to a degree. He shouldn't have been as bad as he was, though. That was disgraceful.
He also had Kirk. Like Kirk hit twice dropping the football. There wasn't nobody near him for third down, big down.
That was bad. And that was early enough to really impact momentum going into the rest of the game. I also wonder if they moved on from Bobby Slowick a little too early. I mean, his first year was great. Second year obviously wasn't. But you got to give your young quarterback some time with a coordinator that he put together up until Jaden Daniels came in the league, the best rookie season of all time. So I think that was a little premature as well. Coming up next on the program, let's talk some Ravens football with Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. We'll get his thoughts on the Steve Bisciotti press conference, his thoughts on the coaching search as well. That's next on The Fan.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Rays with the hammer.
And O's.
Colton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got Mike Pope behind the glass on this Martin Luther King Day. Happy Martin Luther King Day to everybody out there. Appreciate you guys locking in with us for the first 2 hours. Got 2 more to go. A lot of fun coming up. We got Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner joining us in a matter of seconds. We'll get Jonas's thoughts on all things Ravens as we are kind of knee deep into a pivotal offseason for the Ravens as they are looking for their next head coach. The Bills just had an opening after they fired Sean McDermott today after losing to the Broncos this weekend. So, you know, Ben, we talked about it earlier. Probably need to speed it up a little bit to make sure you get your guy, just because you don't want Buffalo taking him and you definitely don't want Pittsburgh getting him.
Yeah, no, it's got to be a full court press. Speed it up, be quick. But again, as you mentioned earlier, don't rush it. Don't overdo it or oversell somebody that you don't fully know who you want. Like this has got to be a home run hire. Just where things are, how things have gone, they have got to hit a home run here, and you hope that they're going to figure it out.
Yeah, I think it is going to be important for them to get this right. Like, don't get me wrong, you don't want to lose your guy, but I care more about getting it right. It just seems like right now those two things go hand in hand. I've been obviously banging the Cincinnati drum, and maybe after tonight that beat will get a little louder, but it doesn't seem like that's where they're going unless the back channels are being used and we just don't. I mean, Steve did say they had college coaches call them. He didn't say they didn't interview them.
Yeah.
He just said that they haven't called any college coaches, but they have fielded calls from those coaches to this point. I am curious to see what happens, even if it's not in Baltimore, if it's somewhere else, what happens with Cignetti. Is he really going to stay in Indiana? But Harbs and Stefanski taking jobs, the two big dominoes have fallen, but now a new big domino has joined it with McDermott on the streets.
I'm interested to see just how this goes. Like, what is Buffalo looking for? Is Buffalo looking for something similar to the Ravens? Is Buffalo looking for a CEO? Because that's basically what McDermott was. I know he has hands on the defense a little bit more, but it'll be really interesting to see what direction they go, who the Ravens end up with, how long it takes the Ravens to. Will we find out the 5 finalists? Are we just going to find out, 3 finalists? Because I know they did talk about Steve wanting to have 5 by the end of this weekend, and then all of a sudden Monday morning they're interviewing Campanelli, which was that interests me. I like what he did with Jacksonville. I think they're in a good spot defensively. Is it too early? Maybe, but I mean they took a shot with John Harbaugh. Now John Harbaugh didn't come into Lamar Jackson after 2-time should have been 3-time MVP, great passer, can do a lot of different things. Having Derrick Henry in the backfield, like John Harbaugh came into a completely different situation. So it'll be interesting to see in that situation, but same thing in Buffalo. Whoever goes there, you're getting James Cook, who was the leading rusher in the NFL. You're getting Josh Allen, who's a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, top 3 probably. A lot of good spots, and I don't know that we've ever, or at least in recent years, we've never seen this many good openings.
Joining us now to talk some Ravens football is my guy Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Sorry I'm late. Appreciate you having me on.
Good.
Nah, no problem, man. Appreciate you making some time for us. And you were at the Steve Bisciotti and Eric DeCosta press conference. Just what were some of your thoughts about that presser now that we're about a week removed?
Man, I guess Steve Bisciotti was right on when he said that they would interview 16 candidates because we are now up to I think we're up to a Sweet 16 with Campanile now coming in. So it's been interesting to see just the range of coordinator candidates and head coaching candidates that have come in. We've seen retreads. We've seen like assistant coaches who don't have any play calling experience. We've seen, kind of hot shot coordinators. So I really like just the kind of wide net that they've cast in all this. I don't know, how quickly this is going to move, considering how many of these potentially attractive head coaching options are now playing in the AFC and NFC championship games. But it's going to be interesting to see, who is finalized as the 4 or 5, because I think you could go a lot of interesting ways with this head coaching search, and it's going to be interesting to see just, like how much of their next coach is, stands in opposition to John Harbaugh. Like, how is he young? Is he a play caller? Is he going to be more similar or more like to John Harbaugh, who, even though it ended poorly for him in Baltimore, had a pretty great 18 years as the Ravens head coach?
With Buffalo surprisingly becoming available today and them having to fill a vacancy now, do you think that's going to speed things up for the Ravens? I know that Steve had said he wants to. They're going to get down to 5 or 6 guys. Steve's going to want to meet with them individually and do all of that. But now all of a sudden with Buffalo available, you're no longer the hottest name on the market. It's between the two. And if the Ravens are too slow, you might lose a guy there. How quickly do you think that this changes things for the Ravens?
I don't know if it changes things drastically. I think the head start that they've gotten, gives them a pretty obvious leg up for the time being. Like, even if the Bills interview 2 guys a day for the next, week or so, then that is 14 guys, 12 guys that they can do by the time that you can talk to these, AFC, NFC championship game coaches for the head job. So I don't know if it's really going to speed things up, especially because I imagine the Bills will have a lot of interest in, the Cliff Kubiaks of the world, the Davis Webbs of the world, the Vance Josephs of the world, and none of those guys can come in for in-person interviews until, I believe, until January 26th, I think is the date. So I think it gives more competition for the Ravens. I still think the Ravens' job is the best job out there, but I don't know that it necessarily speeds anything up. I think, if anything, it's, you're just going to see guys like Kevin Stefanski, who might be a tier lower than what the Ravens were looking for, accepting some of these jobs because, they don't want to get left out of the carousel here.
Jonas, Eric DeCosta, his job is safe, it seems like, for now. Steve talked very highly of Eric at the press conference last week. But, they both acknowledged that they've got to do some things differently. They do want to try to improve this roster, which wasn't as good as a lot of people thought, including themselves. Guys didn't develop the way that they thought. What I guess, changes do you feel like DeCosta does need to make to this roster to get them back where they want to be?
I think they've got to figure out a way to solidify the offensive line. I think, you just look at some of the playoff failures of a guy like a CJ Stroud, and obviously a lot of what happened yesterday was his fault, but I think you can say a lot of his regression from his rookie years, because that offensive line has not been good, and you can't afford to have any kind of slippage with Lamar right now. You've got to do what you can to protect him. You've got to do what you can to maximize your investment in Derrick Henry, which is a pretty substantial investment. If they throw another $3 million Keaton Mitchell's way to kind of keep him as a restricted free agent, that makes it even more important to, really juice up this offensive line. So I think retaining Taylor Linderbaum should be priority one this offseason in terms of personnel. And then I think that, if you get a good defensive coordinator in here, I don't think the Ravens are going to have an overpowering pass rush with the guys that they have coming in and, their potentially limited salary cap fund. But I do think there is a way to have them be, average to above average. And I think you combine that with what should be a good secondary, and with what should be a great offense if everyone comes together, then I think that's enough to put you in the mix for, top 5, top 6 Super Bowl odds. So I still am a little bit reluctant to the idea of Eric DeCosta going and taking a big swing, just because that's never really been the kind of guy that he is in terms of trading for a Max Crosby or, trading for an A.J. Brown, even though I think that would be pretty interesting. I think it is just going to be the same kind of tune in Baltimore, where he's trying to get good value in free agency and looking to maximize his draft class, both in terms of quantity and quality.
Now, something else on EDC's plate this offseason, of course, will be an extension of Lamar Jackson. It's been a pretty hot topic down the stretch of the regular season, and now that we're in the offseason with the cap number, you're going to have to get it done. And it was something that we got a little bit more clarity on when Steve spoke, because I know there's been some rumors about could they actually trade him if he would have, granted that, because of course he has a no trade clause. Do you expect them to get an extension done with him this offseason? It feels like they moved in that direction a little bit, but Steve also did leave the door open for pushing some of that money down the road and fixing it that way.
It's tough. I mean, as Cordell and I have talked about endlessly in the out there in no one's mills, just knowing what Lamar's going to do on any day and in any given week is just kind of a fool's errand. I think we all expected the first extension to get done a year or two earlier than it did. So for me to say that everything will be right on schedule with this one feels a little bit, premature to say. I will say that with the amount of alignment that the Ravens are expecting from Lamar and the input that they're giving him in this coaching search, there should be some quid pro quo-ness to this. Like if you're going to involve Lamar in this in as many ways as you can, then certainly with what they're talking about in terms of pledging money for Lamar and making him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL just by, taking the highest paid deal right now and adding a little bit more money to it, the way it's always kind of gone for these quarterbacks at the top of the market, it makes sense. And we still don't know exactly how set Lamar is on the idea of being fully guaranteed. Obviously, if he ever had a notion on that, he kind of relented a little bit on the last deal, but he's had a little bit more of a fragile part in his career, not a whole lot more, but a little bit more. So will there be any more digging in on that? Is going to be something to monitor. But I guess I would say 51-49 in terms of the odds of them getting a deal done before the start of free agency, because Lamar knows that it would help, Eric DeCosta sign the guys that he needs to and maybe trade for the guys that he needs to. But again, Lamar is not always the most responsive guy when it comes to, helping out his coaches or helping out the front office. We all remember the stuff that came out in the filings against the NFL from last year, where he said his phone was broken or the microphone on his phone was broken. So it's really tough to know what exactly his next move is going to be. But it's clear that he wants to be a winner, and I think if he wants to be a winner, then the winning thing to do would be to sign an extension and help Eric DeCosta, get all his ducks in a row before the start of free agency.
Jonas, great stuff, man. Really appreciate your time as always today. How can people follow you and keep up with your work?
Yeah, just follow me on X, Jonas_Shaffer, JONASSHAFFER, and then just regular coverage on the Baltimore Banner. Got a couple coaching stories up today, and obviously we're continuing to update this tracker as even more and more guys come in for head coaching interviews.
Jonas, appreciate it, man. We'll talk again down the line.
Thanks so much, Jonas.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir. Coming up next on the program, let's switch gears. Let's talk some baseball. Orioles reportedly interested in Justin Verlander. Yeah. How excited are we about that? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Watch on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Now you can gawk while we talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
If the billboard said, I want to buy your house for less than it's really worth, who would take that offer? If the text and email said, I'll buy your home for 70% of what you could sell it for, who would be interested? Most of those cash offers just aren't worth it. Instead, you should speak with my buddy Lee Tessier of VXP Realty. Unlike those offers, Lee's honest. He makes a cash offer too, but he's willing to do what so many others aren't. Make your offer for your home's fair market value. Taking one of those cash offers comes with a lot of convenience. You can sell your home as is or move on a timeline that works for you. Lee makes home selling just as easy and stress-free, but he'll actually pay you what your home is worth. If you want to see what the other companies will offer, go for it. Give Lee a chance to beat the other cash offers. Since his is for fair market value, I'm confident that he will. Call the old agent I qualified to sell my home. That man's my buddy Lee Tessier. Just give him a call, 410-638-9555, or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, I'll just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee TESSIR.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Getting reports out there today that the Orioles are interested in Justin Verlander. We know that they've been in on guys like Framber Valdez. Who's the other one that's left out there?
Zach Gallen.
Zach Gallen. Those are basically the top 2 guys left, and the Orioles are in on both of those guys. But Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic is saying that the Orioles have interest in Justin Verlander. Ben, are you excited about that?
I haven't been less excited about many guys they've been interested in. This is another Orioles. This would be an Orioles signing of previous years. And we talked about it on the show time and time again. Pete Alonso trading a bunch of prospects for Shane Baz. So we didn't think that they were changing for no reason. Like it felt that way. And now here we are with the interest in Verlander. As soon as the markets, guys are falling out of it, now you're telling me you're interested in Verlander. Stop it. Do not do this. It is not the way to go. Now, Verlander last year, he's 42 years old last year, San Francisco. He wasn't terrible, right? 102 ERA plus. He had, a sub-4 ERA, took the mound regular. 152 innings logged. That's fine. But this ain't it. If you were signing Verlander as the Eflin, you could interest me in that. You could interest me as a 6 or a 7 that when an injury happens, you can rely on him in the back end of the rotation. The issue is this would turn the Shane Baz trade into a number 1. And we've talked about it on the show. The upside with Baz is high. You have multiple years. It's very exciting. but you need to add Boz into a 4 or 5 that if he sprouts to a 1 or 2, now you're in World Series contention because Bradish is legit. You got to expect Rodgers to still be good next year. Go get me Gallen or Framber. Save some of those prospects for the deadline if you want to do that, because if you're changing your spots in the offseason, you got to change them at the deadline. They've shot themselves in the foot at the deadline before. Their best year, they led the MLB in wins. They led the AL in wins. They still didn't add what they should have at the deadline. Here, again, if they do sign Verlander, it's no disrespect to Verlander, multiple-time Cy Young winner, one of the greats, Hall of Famer. Not right now. I don't need to see him at 43 pitching in Camden Yards because they were too cheap or didn't want to give an extra year to Gallen or Framber. And could Mackenzie Gore interest me? Absolutely. But I think move some of those prospects for bullpen arms because the Cade Strouds of the world, maybe you give 1 or 2 guys an opportunity. But with the way the bullpen's built right now, you're going to have 4 or 5 new guys that you're trying to give an opportunity to.
Yeah. So
don't tell me you're interested.
I'm
come on.
I'm interested in the standpoint of, we've said it multiple times, you need 7 to 10 legit starting arm options. I'm interested in Verlander as a 7 to 10
That's
option.
Eflin, though. They already did that.
But if getting Verlander means I don't have to watch Brandon Young, I'm probably okay with that. If getting Verlander means Cade Povich gets less of a run, I'm probably okay with that. But if getting Verlander means that you're out on Valdez, I'm not with that.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with it. After this past year, and really the last few years, we've seen the starting pitching position is so volatile. I mean, the arms are falling off the bone. So you do need guys. But if they're trying to sell to me that Justin Verlander is this year's Charlie Morton, then I'm out. I want nothing to do with that. We saw how the Morton thing went. And everybody can talk about how good it got for a stretch there. Save it. I'm good. I don't mind Verlander. I think also when you talk about lack of leadership and all of that stuff on this type of clubhouse, this type of roster right now, I mean, Verlander checks that box, obviously. He would kind of be the grandfather in the clubhouse. I don't hate that. But again, I do hate it if it's a situation where, we've got Justin Verlander, we're done. We're good. Our rotation is set. Nah, I'm not there. But if you're trying to bolster the back end of your rotation, I'm all for that. I'm all for getting these. And granted, he'll be 43 when the season starts. His birthday is in February, so he'll be 43 when the season starts. He's a Hall of Famer. Like, again, if you're signing Justin Verlander to even be your 4 or 5, I'm probably, for the Orioles, I'm probably not okay with that. If it's just him, but if it's a large basket of starting pitchers that you're looking to choose from and Verlander's in there, again, if it saves you from Brandon Young, if it saves us from the same old from Cade Povich, I don't mind it. I honestly don't. But if this is what they're selling us as the big name starting pitcher, then it's the same old.
I agree with you that 100%. But to me, even with us believing they've changed their spots, Eflin had that written all over it. Eflin had that, because I don't know that they're going to want to pay this many starters, and you still got to add something else. So to me, if they do end up signing Verlander, it's either we're going to sit with what we have or we're going to wait until the deadline to see if this can get us by. I don't need that right now. You went and got Pete Alonso. You put most of the puzzle together, but there's still a glaring piece for the starting pitcher spot, and you got to break your tendency. Give Framber that extra year. Be fine if there are some crickets that he might not be the best locker room guy. If that's the case, okay, fine. We're going to pivot to Zach Gallen, who's made 30-plus starts in 3 of his last 4 years and has been solid. Over the past week and a half, I used to like Gallen a lot. He has a struggling year last year. didn't feel it. And then you go in and really look at things like he got better down the stretch. There's reason to believe he can improve from this and is still a good guy. He's not that old. He's still less than 30. Now, Framber, 33. I get why you don't want to give him 7 years because probably in 3 to 4 years, you're going to be looking, scratching your head. He's not the same guy we paid. But to win a World Series this year, and again, I think everybody's looking at LA saying they're the team and they're perfectly fine with this happening because you're going to try to get the salary and there's going to be a lockout and all of those things. Go get Gallen or Framber. If what Framber has going on is so damn important to you to not want to pay him what he wants or not give him an extra year, and if the market isn't doing it and you're standing by, whatever you were standing by on Ranger Suarez ended up slapping you in the face because Boston loses Bregman and immediately switches and gives Suarez what he wants. Clearly you weren't matching that or Framber or Ranger just didn't want to be here. Go get one of these two guys and save some prospects to add elsewhere on the team. Is there a center fielder out there that interests you? I know Harrison Bader's available. You can pay him, but you have some prospects that clearly don't fit here. One being Kobe Mayo, who was once looked at as the best power prospect in baseball. I think you can hold on to them unless you're able to get a Mackenzie Gore. Save them for a reliever, a center fielder, something that you can bring in and sign Gallen or Framber and fully have if you sign one of those two, the fan base is back. The fan base knows you fully change your spots. They don't have it to believe. If you sign Justin Verlander, this fan base will look at you who you used to be. They'll look at Pete Alonso as a one-off. They'll look at the Baj trade as a one-off, and they're not going to treat it right. Go get me and pay the money for a starting pitcher. Give me a top of the rotation arm, please.
Some quick Orioles news before we go to break.
Breaking news, right?
I guess is major. Jorge Mateo signed a $1 million contract deal with the Atlanta Braves for the 2026 season. So do everything. Jorge Mateo isn't here. It's a shame we won't be able to watch him in center field anymore. What could have been.
I'm losing sleep. I'm going to lose sleep over this one. There's a lot of frustrations I've had with the Orioles last year.
That's one of them.
This has got to be
I know somebody was going to be upset, and that's my guy Jacob Calvin-Meyer, who joins us next. He covers the Orioles for the Baltimore Sun. We'll get his thoughts on the offseason. We'll get his thoughts on the potential addition of a Justin Verlander to this ball club. That's next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Want a great deal to upgrade your heating system? Go with Petro. For the latest energy-efficient technology, plus easy financing, $0 down, and low monthly payments. Go to petro.com now or call 1-888-PETRO02.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. Whether I'm grabbing a business lunch, meeting friends for a weekend brunch, or just looking for a great meal, I head to the Mount Washington Tavern. The menu always has something new to love, especially with the seasonal specials. And right now, it's fresh, comforting, and full of flavor. Think chef-driven dishes that change with the season, using ingredients that just taste better this time of year. Of course, the classics are still there. The Monte Cristo waffle sandwich, unbelievable. Honey smoked ham, crispy bacon, fried egg, all in a waffle dipped in French toast batter. So it's sweet, savory, perfect. Have you had a long night? The hangover breakfast lives up to its name. Plus, the drink menu is just as good, from craft cocktails and local beers to rotating seasonal drinks that are perfect for happy hour or brunch. So it doesn't matter if you're stopping in for brunch, lunch, dinner, just drinks with friends. The Mount Washington Tavern is always a great choice. Been going there a long time. If you go, just say hi to the staff. They're just really good people. Please check it out. It's one of my favorite places, always has been. Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Thinking about a home refresh? Hey, Jason Lockenfora here. Experience Town Appliances' modern and trendy showroom in Owings Mills off Reisterstown Road. Showcasing the newest kitchen, laundry, and outdoor appliances from more than 70 trusted brands like Whirlpool, KitchenAid, JennAir, and more. From inspiration to installation, their expert team, especially my guys Mayor and Mayor, make it simple each step of the way. Stop by that beautiful showroom, call, text, or shop online with nationwide delivery at townappliance.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall. Back here on 105.7 The Fan, Mike Pope, he's behind the glass on this Martin Luther King Day, joining us now to talk some Orioles baseball from the Baltimore Sun. It's my guy, Jacob Calvin Meyer. Jacob, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas. Obviously, the big news today about Sean McDermott getting fired, so I'm sure we're going to go through an entire media cycle about whether Josh Allen wanted his coach to be fired, whether there was acrimony there, whether they hated each other, whether the quarterback's doing what he's supposed to be doing behind the scenes. So I really look forward to that discourse and what that's going to be like this week, because I'm sure that's coming. But I guess I'm here to talk about the Orioles, so thanks for having me on.
Well, we were conflicted. It's a lot of breaking news to get to. We didn't know if we should get to that or the bombshell of Jorge Mateo going to the Braves. It was tough. We didn't know which way to go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, two equal media stories there. So,
right. But no, I mean, look, this obviously is a pivotal offseason for the Orioles. And in the last segment, me and Ben were talking about the latest report from Ken Rosenthal that the Orioles have interest in Justin Verlander. We know that they've been in on Valdez. We know they've been in on Zach Gallen. They missed out on Suarez. But where are you on the potential idea of Justin Verlander joining this rotation?
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's no surprise to anybody that this front office sort of has a type when it comes to free agent starting pitchers, and it's people who will sign for 1 year, and most of those guys tend to be older with gray hair. And sometimes it's worked out, a la Kyle Gibson in 23, and sometimes it hasn't worked out, like Kyle Gibson in 25 and Charlie Morton in 25 too. And so, listen, if you consider Shane Baz to be a significant rotation upgrade, you believe Zach Eflin will be healthy, and then you get Verlander, who I think was underrated last season. He actually had a really good second half. This is Justin Verlander after all. I know he's 42 years old or whatever it is now, but I think it would give the Orioles a much better base for rotation depth going into the season. I do think, however, that it caps the upside of what this rotation could be if they were to get a Framber Valdez, which again is going to be difficult if he's looking for 6 years, something above what Ranger Suarez got. Or even if the Orioles went out and got Zach Gallen, who, might sign a shorter term deal, but also has that upside. I'm just not sure Verlander has that upside at this point, but there's also the trade market, right? There's a couple guys that could be traded still in the next month or so or at the deadline.
Yeah, you touched on the trades a little bit, and it feels like they have guys they're going to have to trade or they're going to have to spend time in AAA, and it feels like you're wasting more time with them, like Kobe Mayo and maybe even Cade Povich, depending what else they do with the rotation. Are these guys you could see them moving for a reliever, or is it going to have to be one of the Mackenzie Gore's top end, or do you really go all in, spend some money on a starter, improve the rotation, and then look to add to the bullpen or even a center fielder in Colton Cowser, where right now he's going to be the opening day starting center fielder, but could they add a different type of center fielder through the trade?
Right. I've always the analytically minded people who are sort of against spending money on free agent starting pitchers. In the long run, those people are right because, Framber Valdez is 32 years old. He has, quite a bit of wear and tear there. There's obviously some character concerns. Who knows how big of a factor that is, if at all. But it's like, giving Framber Valdez 6 years, $180 million, that's a significant commitment. When you look at that paired with Pete Alonso, you're looking at the potential that in 2029, 2030, 2031, you're paying significant amounts of money to players that are no longer in the prime of their career. And so for that reason, for an organization that does as good of a job as this one of drafting and developing, at the deadline last year, they acquired a ton of prospects. I have always thought that it makes the most sense to go out and acquire somebody via trade rather than spending big on a free agent pitcher. That's why the Pete Alonso contract made so much sense to me, especially in hindsight, because it's like, hey, I'd rather pay for that guy than a pitcher who's one throw away from missing 18 months. And so the tough thing is like in my head, right, this is just my intuition, is like Freddie Peralta makes the most sense for the Orioles, but Kobe Mayo, I don't think the Brewers want Kobe Mayo. And Peralta's only got 1 year left before he hits free agency. Those two organizations view players very similarly. They've already linked up on the Corbin Burns trade, so they can kind of they would be able to do similar things. Now, for Mackenzie Gore, if the Nationals do trade him, this offseason or at the deadline, Kobe Mayo is somebody that would make a lot of sense for the Nationals if they're interested in him. I understand that fans look at this and go, man, can we really have Kobe Mayo in AAA again? And he's still only 24 years old. Like I think it would be difficult if he goes to AAA and has a tough first half of the season. Then you're looking at it where you can't even trade him because I don't know what value he has. But this is still a player who profiles as somebody that once you get to your late 20s, that's when you're really going to have your success at the plate. And so I still think there's some value there. And if he can start the year in AAA, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world.
We're talking to Jacob Calvin-Meyer, who joins us here on the Fresh Take on 105.7 The Fan with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall. Jacob, just curious, obviously you mentioned the Pete Alonso signing. Between first base and Pete Alonso is about as everyday of a player as it gets.
Right.
What does Samuel Basallo's role look like for you this season?
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things, right? If you look at it, again, we know from the reporting that they were in on Schwarber first. And you look at that and go, well, that's kind of strange because he's just a DH, and don't you want that DH spot open for your catchers in Rutschman and Basallo? I think that kind of showed that they really believe in Basallo as a first baseman. I can just tell you from what I've heard and from what I've seen that I think Basallo might be a better defensive first baseman than he's a catcher. And that's not anything against him as a catcher, but I think he could be a really good first baseman. But they looked at this instead of, just saying, hey, we're going to get whatever fits our roster completely. Instead of that, which is what they've done in the past, they said, hey, let's go out and get the best dang hitter that's available after Schwarber signed. And that was Pete Alonso. And so when it comes to Basallo, I think it's more looking at that DH spot where, I don't know, let's say both Basallo and Rutschman stay healthy, which, by the way, if that happens, right, if neither of those guys get hurt, this is probably a playoff team, right? And if both of those guys get hurt during the season, then maybe it's not a playoff team. Like it's that important, these two players. And so let's say they both stay healthy. Rutschman probably catches 100 games. Basayo catches 62. And then Basayo might play a couple games at first. But as you noted, Alonso's basically an everyday player. And then they fill in the DH spot for most of the other games.
Yeah. I want to get to the bullpen now. That's kind of an area of concern for me still. And I know, listen, Dietrich Enns, very exciting. But he was in Detroit in a spot where a bullpen that kind of fell off down the stretch in Detroit, he wasn't able to stick there. Of course, we see a lot of guys go one team to another, especially relievers, find success elsewhere. Same thing for Rico Garcia, who really didn't stick with the Mets, and I know he's been around. Do you expect them to still add, not a Helsley type or not a top name like that, but a guy like Jojo Romero in a trade with the Cardinals, who Bloom has been very outspoken that this is going to be a rebuild for them. They're going to go young. Do you expect the Orioles to add another one of those guys, or do you think it's going to be, Cade Stroud, Colin Selby? Can we get by with just this?
Yeah, it's tough because I think when you look at the bullpen right now, the big thing that they're missing is that back end left-hander. They don't have a left-on-left guy right now, right? Keegan Aiken is platoon neutral, right? Yeah. He's just as good against righties as he is against lefties. We've actually seen him struggle at times against lefties. And Dietrich Enns is the opposite. He's better against righties than he is against lefties. And so you're in a position where you don't have that, what Cionel Perez was in 22 and 23 and what Soto was largely, relatively effective at doing over the past year and a half. And so now there's still some left-handers available. There's a Danny Coulombe out there. That would make a lot of sense for this team. But when it comes to the rest of the bullpen, I think the easiest solution here is to go out and get another starter, which allows you to say, hey, like Tyler Wells, who's certainly a capable major league starter, let's not mess with it. Let's just have you in the bullpen the whole year. And if you insert Tyler Wells into the bullpen now, instead of having multiple kind of wild card question mark guys in the bullpen, you might really only end up having one of those type of guys. And then you can kind of filter them through whether if they have a bad start of the season, then you option them and bring somebody else up. And so the concerning thing is if you have a bullpen where there's like three of the Rico Garcias of the world, then that can be a concern. But if you just have one, then it's like, okay, that's not as big of a deal. And also too, like, I know Albert Suarez ended up, getting non-tender, but they did bring him back on a minor league contract. And so if they are in need of a long reliever, still sort of a Swiss Army knife guy, it would not shock me still if Albert Suarez is in the bullpen. And I think a lot of people would be receptive to that considering the success that he had here when he was healthy.
Jacob, great stuff as always, man. Really appreciate your time today. How can people follow you and keep up with your work?
Just BaltimoreSun.com and on Twitter at @JCalvinMeyer. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Much, appreciate it, Jacob. Coming up next on the program, we're going to try to win you some money. We're going to give Ben's best bets. What plays is he rocking with today? Where should you put your money? Ben is going to tell you next here on The Fan.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Now's the time to move your body and restore your balance. Join the Y by January 31st and pay no join fee. A savings of up to $74. No long-term contract, no hidden fees. Just real value and a welcoming community. Get energizing classes, pools, the best equipment, pickleball, stay and play, and more. All included. The Y. There truly is no place like this place. Join the Y by January 31st and pay no join fee. Go to joinymaryland.org.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Got Mike Pope on the other side of the glass. Coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm really excited about this. Got my guy Terry Ford joining us to talk some Baltimore sports. A lot to get into it with Terry. We could talk Ravens and Orioles, but any of you guys who have been listening to The Fan for a long time, you know who Terry Ford is. And I used to be one of Terry's regular producers when he had his show, and the Terry-thons were a real thing. So I haven't talked to my guy in a while, so I'm excited to talk to him at 1 o'clock. But right now, let's try to win you some money. We got the Martin Luther King Day games starting here pretty soon. A whole slate of NBA games. Got the national championship tonight. Ben, where should people put their money?
Yeah, we'll start in college basketball. I like the Penn-Harvard over. This game's at 2 p.m. I know it's college basketball. Probably not a game that you're going to be watching. Ivy League. You want to watch some Ivy League basketball? But anybody who's familiar with Fran McCaffrey, spent time at Iowa, was the coach there 15 years, goes back to the Ivy League, right? He started his coaching career as an assistant at Penn, where he played a few years. He's quite familiar with the conference. They don't play much defense. Iowa was an auto over last year in the Big Ten. They've been that way for years. Their Ken Pom defensive rating at Penn, 250th. And you look at what they've done on the road scoring-wise. 84, 76, and 79 in their last 3. They're over this number in 3 straight games. It's 148.5 at minus 110. And then Harvard went over this their last game. At home has been better scoring the basketball. This year, if you look at game logs, 79, 86, 87, 81, 68, 56, and 60. Most of their highest scoring outputs have been at home in home games. So I do expect a high total there in a Ivy League game. I don't know if you want to watch the Ivy League, but I will be watching that.
If it wins some money, sure.
Exactly.
Sure.
I would bet bocce ball if it could right. Give me some money. But now next, Giannis. This game starts in 7 minutes, quote unquote. It's actually, they start 10 minutes after the regular time in the NBA. It's just how it works with the TV and everything. But I like Giannis over 40.5 points and rebounds. He was over this in 5 of his first 6 games to start the year. We know he's dealt with injuries. We know he's been banged up. A lot of things have gone on. Hasn't been able to get over this much, right? He's over in just 2 games this month, 5 straight games he's went under. But if you look at every single one of those games at halftime, he's well on pace. Issue is you have the Bucks who completely botched the trade deadline last year. You add Kyle Kuzma. How does that look for you right now? He is absolute garbage, complete garbage. And they've been getting blown out. Giannis isn't playing the fourth quarters in a lot of these games. He doesn't have a lot of guys around him helping him. but he's been able to get it going early. And today we have a tight spread, right? Porzingis is out for the Hawks. CJ McCollum's playing, but that hasn't been special there. And the Hawks defensively, 114.7 points per game in their last 6. That's the 9th most in the NBA. They're also allowing 48 rebounds per game. That's the 3rd most. So I think we'll see a lot of scoring in that game. Giannis should have his fingerprints all over it. And I explained this on WannaBet when we did this show last night. Giannis is one of those dudes like Melo where it's when that rebound's there, get the F out. He's got the ball, right? Clear out. Giannis has this. Let him grab it. I think that's what we're going to see here. I think Giannis will grab 10-plus boards, and he should be able to get to 30 points, which, as I said, half times he's had, 18, 20 points of lately. It's just second half has not gone their way. One look-ahead line that I really like here, Evan Ingram, 3-plus receptions. A lot of people don't like putting their money in and letting it sit in a sports book for a week before the game plays. Bo Nix and Evan Ingram haven't hit it off the way that I expected them to, that Sean Payton had talked about it, right? When they signed him, he was the joker. And we know he's got bricks his hands sometimes. Yes. We know the struggles that he's had. But when it hits his hands and he does come away with it, it's been exciting plays and can make some plays. In this spot, again, Bo Nix has loved throwing to receivers. Troy Franklin, who spent a lot of time with him in college. Cortland Sutton is a dog. I think it's going to be a lot of quick game for Stidham. Get the ball to the explosive tight end. The other guys are more blockers than they are receivers. They have another tight end banged up. Those dudes don't really do much. They don't demand the football. And I know Evan Ingram isn't anything special. He ran 26 routes against Buffalo on Saturday. No other tight end ran more than 16, so he'll be on the field. And I think we should see Peyton some easy screens for the tight end. That is the tight end of everything they have that you should be drawing screens up for, because when he can catch, if it's a simple throw, he can make plays after the catch. I think they're going to be playing from behind. Stidham isn't going to be able to hand the football to McLaughlin and Harvey all game. I mean, we saw it last game. Bo Nix led that team in rushing, and it wasn't anything special. So I think it'll be a heavy Evan Ingram game. I think we'll see a lot of checkdowns to him, and he ran 26 routes last game. I think there'll be even more here because they're going to have to throw the football. So those are my 3 favorite plays, 2 for today and then 1 for Saturday.
And, of course, you have the show Wanna Bet with you and Jason. Where can people listen to that?
Yeah, at Wanna Bet with us on Twitter. We're live every single day. YouTube, youtube.com/at Wanna Bet with us. We go live every single day, 7 days a week. We give out picks. We're honest. We show a betting slip, how we're doing of late, what the rundown was the night before, and we have a lot of fun. We do a lot of stuff. Jason delves into soccer markets. I don't.
Jason's everywhere.
Yeah, Jason is everywhere.
He watches it all. So I'm sure he's breaking it up.
The soccer, I let him kind of roll with it. Not a big soccer guy.
Let's grab a call real quick before we go to break. He's been holding. Let's go to Matt in Maine. Matt, you're on the Fan.
Hey guys, thanks for squeezing me in today, man. Great content today. Having Femi on earlier, God, that guy's really insightful. 3 of you were bouncing stuff around pretty good there. 2 things real quick. 1 Raven, 1 Orioles. Man, this thing with the Orioles first. It's like I was like everybody excited about Alonso. I went back and looked though. I mean, 2 years ago, Santander hits 40 and drives in 100. So I feel like 2 years later, Elias has finally replaced that production. I understand Alonso's a better player. I get it, but it's not like it took us that far above the medium of where we were 2 years ago. And that move looks so much better if we sign Suarez. The first night in July when Crochet and Suarez shut us down back-to-back nights, Elias, if he doesn't do something with Fromber or get creative, he should just get up and walk out of that position, because it's like this whole off season was for naught. I mean, right now our payroll was below what our payroll was last year, so I'm really not impressed by anything he's done so far. I think it's great he got Alonso, but to me that's just half the deal. My thing about the Ravens really quick, this thing with EDC, during during the Bisciotti thing, man, like when Bisciotti speculated about them going off into the sunset together, listening to EDC let out that cackle while he's fist bumping Bisciotti, like this guy to me, like since he's been in that seat, has ridden the coattails of Lamar like the entire organization has. I mean, when Harbaugh left here, the 3.5 years before he inherited Lamar, not from EDC, but from Ozzy's last genius draft, Harbaugh was 44 and 45 in 3.5 years. Now he leaves and he's 180 and 113, 67 games above or 63 games above 500 as a head coach.
Well, guess what? Lamar's 80 games above 500 as a quarterback. So this thing with EDC and where we're going, man, if Brian Flores winds up in Pittsburgh and McDaniel winds up in Buffalo and we just take the scraps, I'm not feeling good about this, guys. Talk me off the ledge a little bit about it because I'm not impressed. I'm just not convinced that EDC is the guy to like get this thing to truly take advantage of this last window with Lamar.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Matt. I mean, it's tough to know. We're in uncharted territory. We're in uncharted territory right now in terms of him picking a new head coach first and foremost. This is his first time as being, having that seat in this type of process. I don't believe right now, as we sit here today, that the Ravens are going to miss out on all the top candidates, but that would be a tough pill to swallow. It is imperative that EDC gets the head coach search right and definitely starts to ratchet it up with the roster development, and that means they got to get the right coaching staff as well. Everything has to fall into that, but I do think maybe he needs to zig where he would normally zag sometimes with the roster development.
Yeah, I think it's fair to expect him to know that he has to change, right? This is the first year we've seen it. And to kind of relate it to the Orioles again, we'll make this final statement when spring training comes and we see who they have. But the Orioles, they reach the high, start shooting down. Last year was a little bit of a down year, and then this past year was horrendous. All of a sudden, they do sign a Pete Alonso. All of a sudden, they do trade for a Shane Baz, go away from it. And I think the football GM is going to have to do the same thing. I can't fully be out on EDC yet. Yes, it was a bad all season, but 2023, he had one of the best rosters in football, and the team should have been playing in the Super Bowl. And again, you can point that where you want, but it is important for him to get the right staff in developing players, not where you traded Dafe away and he goes somewhere else and all of a sudden looks like a stud pass rusher when he was in Baltimore and you had him covering tight ends and couldn't figure it out, right? Kyle Van Noy, another one. Now he's more of like that Tyus Bowser type where he drops into coverage a little bit more. I get that. But Mike Green shouldn't be in coverage this year. In a year where Mike Green's trying to figure out how to rush the passer and learn the NFL, you had a defensive coordinator dropping him with Sam Laporta against Detroit. And on a crucial third down, I still remember it, in the fourth quarter, they pick you apart. And that's not where Mike Green thrives. So yes, I do think that there's so much with this coaching hire that stems down. And also, depending on the Lamar extension, how that goes, I talked about it on this show a bunch. Day 3 picks are going to have to make an impact, right? You might have to have a guy, a safety or a corner that you draft on day 3 turn into a ball hawk or turn into a playmaker that you can rely on, because other teams who are winning are able to do that. You just have, there's not much on day 3 that we've seen. And also offensive linemen. Can you find a solid guard and save yourself some money? Because that's kind of where they tried to penny pinch right there on the inside. This offseason, I don't think is the time to do it and try that out because we just experienced that. But in the future, can you save some money by hitting on some of these day 3 picks?
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. Coming up next on the program, we'll go back and talk to our guy Terry Ford, who used to be here and at 1057. The Fan. Terry is still knowledgeable of all things Baltimore sports. We'll get his takes on the Ravens head coaching search, the Orioles season coming up as well. A lot to get into with Terry next year on the Fan.
The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Sports Radio 1057 The Fan.
Left in the cold by your propane company? Your local propane pros at Petro are always there for you in any weather. Go with Petro and save up to $500 on propane. Visit petro.com or call 877-230-0738.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown of the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Got my guy Mike Pope behind the glass joining us now. He's the program director at 107.5 The Game in South Carolina. It's my guy Terry Ford. Terry, what's going on?
Oh, man, I'm doing good. Well, I was doing good. I heard that damn depressing gambling commercial. Now I'm bummed.
Well, you got to be careful where you put your money these days, Terry. It's an epidemic.
Guess, man, jeez.
But look,
no
man,
doubt.
It's been a crazy year for Baltimore sports. You had the Orioles and the Ravens, both with disappointing seasons, both coming in with high expectations. The Ravens with obviously higher expectations as they were the Super Bowl favorite, and they don't even make the playoffs. Where are you on the landscape of Baltimore sports as the Ravens are now looking for a new head coach? The Orioles just hired a new manager. It's a lot of new here in Baltimore, Terry. I don't know if you've noticed.
It's a bummer, man. Talk about you figured the Orioles underachieved because they were picked by a lot of people to get to the World Series or at least go deep in the playoffs, and they soiled themselves. And the Ravens said, "Oh, hold my beer." I mean, it was bad. It was disappointing. If you're a Baltimore sports fan, you're like, seriously? Because the one thing, look, we have a weird relationship with the Orioles. We just do. But the Ravens have gotten to the point where, okay, we know what they're going to do. They're going to be in the playoffs, and the way it's been going lately, they're going to find a way to, in the biggest moment, screw it up. That's kind of who they've been. But they didn't make the postseason. And they go 8-9. And it's really, I'll ask you guys, because you guys do it every day. I'm now watching the transfer portal and NIL till my eyeballs fall out. But for you guys, I mean, the Buffalo game and the Pittsburgh games were kind of basically the season in a nutshell, weren't they?
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, the little things coming up to bite them, the turnovers, the lack of, being at your best in pivotal moments of the game or the season. I mean, that's who they've been. And the defense, the defense can't stop anything.
And the other, again, look, Zach Orr is a good dude, nice guy, played well until he got hurt and had to retire. All those things are probably a good neighbor. He probably, walk your dog for you if you were sick. But not a good defensive coordinator. It was obvious when you had to bring, Dean Pease, where was Dean Pease? Right. Like he was, in retirement, like on his own island somewhere, and they had to bring him back to help out Zach Orr. The defense has been inconsistent. Like you said, give up the biggest plays at the worst moments, can't get the big stops. The pass rush has been and it's just, it's you sit back and you watch it and you're like, look, I ain't that smart. This defense sucks. It has not been good. And I don't care how many number one picks you have in the secondary. If you can't put any heat on a quarterback, it doesn't matter. And that's a question mark that goes to Eric DeCosta, to be fair. Well, and then it goes to the development of pass rushers. We saw Oweh struggle here with consistency. He went to the Chargers. He became Lawrence Taylor. Come on. What, there's something's off. And look, was it time for Harbs to exit the building? It felt that way. 18 years. You've kind of been going backwards the last couple seasons. Heck, since that Super Bowl, 3 playoff wins? I do believe, if my head is right, which is not that much anymore. So I've drank away a ton of brain cells, so I might be wrong. But it's just the idea that this thing, I get the idea it's time for a new voice. But also, let's address this roster. This isn't just Harbs. There's more to it than just John Harbaugh. With Eric DeCosta, again, what's the deal? Pass rushers are the most important thing on your defense? And you're investing money in an inside linebacker? I'm sorry. There's more to it than just Harbaugh is my thing. Everybody's got to take a look in the mirror. Lamar's got to take a look in the mirror. You talk about wanting to win Super Bowls. How much are you all in? Are you going to be here in the off season? Or are you going to, I don't know, if Mike Preston's right, stay awake during meetings? There's a lot here, guys. Harbaugh, it was time, but that whole organization, from players to front office, everybody's got to take a look in the mirror and say, why do we keep underachieving every year? And in big moments, do we crap ourselves? There's a lot here. It's more than just a head coach. That's just the way I feel about it.
Now, you got to EDC there a little bit, and this playoff, we've seen edge rushers galore. We've seen what pressure can do on the quarterback. And it's not something that we've seen from the Ravens since Mike McDonald was here. They've been able to manufacture some sacks, but in the playoffs, it hasn't gone that way. And then this year as a whole, it wasn't working that way. Do you expect EDC to change the spots a little bit? We talked about it with Mike Elias and the Orioles, right? And Pete Alonso, that's part of that. Shane Boz trading the prospects that they did is a little bit of a change. Now, they still need to add that starter. Do you think that the Ravens can do the same thing and say, you know what, we're going to get a Lamar extension done, save some money there, and find a way to add a Max Crosby and get rid of top picks that we normally wouldn't? Or is there going to be a free agent? Do you think they changed their ways a little bit this offseason in terms of money resources going to edge rusher position?
God, I hope so, right? Because, you nailed it, Ben. Watch the NFL. Heck, watch college football. Edge pass rushers are game wreckers. Until Micah Parsons got hurt, look at that Packer defense with Parsons. Look, guys, we don't have to be running a Mensa meeting to know that edge pass rushers set your defense. In the NFL today, the quarterback is obviously the most important player on the roster, and you can't let him beat you. So what do? Knock the hell out of him. And that's what you need to do. And we see how it affects quarterbacks and affects offense. And with McDonald, you saw how he did things, and they pressured quarterbacks. I'm hoping what you brought up, Ben, the Ravens do. I hope that look in the mirror. Again, the Ravens, look, they're a good organization, obviously. Made the playoffs a ton. Mel Kiper loves to give Eric DeCosta A+++++s every draft. They could draft you and me, and Mel would go, damn, that was a good pick by DeCosta. But it's just the idea that you got to look in the mirror and say, okay, we've gotten to this point this way. We love comp picks. We never really make the big swing in trades. If you want to say Roquan Smith was okay, we can all talk to that to a certain level. But like Micah Parsons, for an example, I would love to know if the Ravens even made a phone call. I would love to know, did they inquire? Did they make a phone call? They send a text on the down low. They jump in somebody's DMs. I don't know. But Green Bay, who's just like the Ravens, right, with their processes and the way they do things, Green Bay said, screw this. We've gone as far as we can doing this. Now we've got to change things up. We're going to go get that guy. And I hope the Ravens do something like that in the offseason. You brought up Max Crosby. I'd love to have Max Crosby. I mean, not only is he like ferocious off the edge, he actually tackles running backs. He actually plays the run, and he's a great locker room guy. Remember, he was fighting to play at the end of the year. Remember, he got mad and left because he wouldn't let him play. That team was a hot pile of, you know what? He still wanted to get on the field and play. That dude is the guy you go get. And remember, he fits. Again, we all know it. We have fun with it. He plays like a Raven. Say it with me. It's just, he is a perfect guy to put in purple and put on the edge and unleash him and say, go decapitate a quarterback.
Terry, man, always love when we get to have a conversation with you. Appreciate you making some time for us today, man. What you got going on out in South Carolina? I'm sure it's warmer than it is up here.
Well, yeah, it's about, we're suffering here in the 40s, so it's tough. I had to put long pants on. But, besides that, Cordell, I still do all that illegal activity that I do that you and I know about from when I lived in Baltimore that I can't talk about because, I don't want to get you in trouble.
Let's not get either of us in trouble.
I'm trying to save you because you're my bud.
I appreciate it, man. Always love hearing from you, man. We'll get to talk again down the line.
Thanks so much.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Cordell, Ben, have a good one, dude. We'll see
you too. Coming up next on the program, let's get back to the Ravens coaching search. Who should they hire? And it just came out not too long ago that they have another second interview lined up. We'll tell you who that's with next here on The Fan.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on the Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Do what the wealthy do. Have a tax-efficient plan for retirement. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast. Weekend mornings here on 1057 The Fan.
It's the new year and time to treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes, while the Costas family's opened a second location this past year at the Fairgrounds in Timonium on the second floor of the Grandstand. It still features favorites from the original Costas Inn and tons of TVs with live sports. So stop in and check it out. They're open for lunch and dinner daily. Make sure you tell them Jeremy Kahn sent you. And Happy New Year from the Costas Inn family.
Happy New Year, and thank you, Baltimore. When I started Amazing Heating and Air, I knew what I wanted. I wanted to start the best darn plumbing, heating, and air company in the city. But I had no idea if customers would respond. After all, I was going up against some really big plumbing, heating, and air conditioning companies, many of whom are now really well funded through private equity. But so many of you have made Amazing your go-to for plumbing, heating, and air service that we've grown quite a bit over the years. So it's only fitting that I say thank you. And I'm doing that with a gift. I'm giving away 2 years of our Comfort Club membership with any new system purchase between now and the end of Martin Luther King Day. So while I hope you have an amazing new year and that you don't need us this season, if you do, my thank you gifts are waiting for you at
CALLAmazing.com. That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Ready to be treated like a VIP at CFG Bank Arena? Open a CFG Bank checking account and the perks are yours. CFG Bank debit card holders enjoy exclusive VIP perks, fast-tracked entry, a complimentary beverage, access to the Fearless Club, and more. Not a CFG Bank card holder yet? Open an account today and get VIP access at every show. Visit cfg.bank/VIP to learn more. Perks subject to change in availability. Member FDIC.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. Mike Pope, he is behind the glass as well. Coming up in the next segment at 1:30, we'll get back to talking some NFC playoffs. We'll also get through your phone calls as well. 410-583-1057 is the number. If you want to get in, we know the Ravens are knee-deep in the head coaching search. They do have Anthony Weaver coming back in for a second interview. This according to Tom Pelissero. Anthony Weaver is being brought back in for a second head coaching interview tomorrow with the Ravens on Tuesday. So, yeah, I don't really look.
Come on.
I don't have a problem with Anthony Weaver. I think he's a pretty good defensive coordinator, to be honest with you. I think the Ravens probably dropped the ball.
Yes.
Going with Zach Orr instead of Anthony Weaver. We could talk about a lot of issues with that Miami Dolphins team. And defense at times was one of their issues, but it wasn't their biggest issue. I felt like he got more out of less at times with that Dolphins defense. But look, you weren't willing to hire him as a defensive coordinator, but now you're giving him an extra look as your head coach. And granted, John spearheaded that search for the coordinators. John is ultimately the one that went with Orr over Weaver, but
I'm not
with that one.
Bro, what's going to change much? They need something new. They need something that I would prefer hasn't been in the building. I know Jesse Minter spent time here, and he's a little bit younger. I still don't know that I really want Jesse Minter because I want something that has not spent time in Baltimore, that it's brand new and will bring their own ideas, not stuff that they've learned in Baltimore. And Anthony Weaver, I know he's been elsewhere. It wasn't just Baltimore, but like, I trust them during these interviews, and they'll find out a lot. I don't think Anthony Weaver is the guy. I just don't. I prefer somebody a little different, a little bit younger, or a dude like Brian Flores who has coached before and will have his hands more on. Now, Weaver, will he have his hands on the defense? Probably, but I would like to see something else, I'll be honest.
I mean, and my thing is, Weaver's been getting interviews for years.
Yeah.
For years. Not even just with the Ravens. It's all over the league.
Right.
And he rarely gets the job. So I just kind of want to know. And so far, he's the second one, right, I believe, that we've seen that's getting a second interview with the Ravens. Oh, no, that wasn't a second interview. This was the interview for today that was...
So reportedly they wanted Stefanski, but...
Stefanski for the second interview before he went with Atlanta. And I know they have Anthony Campanelli, the Jaguars DC. They're interviewing him today. And in terms of Flores, the only two teams that have given him an interview have been the Ravens and the Steelers. So I'm not in love with the Weaver, especially if they decide to go there before some of the other bigger names have come off the list. Yeah, I'm just not feeling that one. 410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. How are you guys feeling about the Ravens coaching search? Let's go to Billy and Dundalk. Billy, you're on the Fan.
Yeah, man, I think it's interesting. But honestly, I want to talk a little about the Pete Alonso signing with the Orioles. Is that cool with y'all?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to get y'all's perspective on it because, I mean, I know there's a lot of pessimism surrounding, like, the ongoing free agency, whatever, even though it's, like, the most productive free agent class in a while. But I just feel like he could really unlock some of the talent that we got in our lineup. I mean, we got a lot of guys, Basayo. Obviously, Adley hasn't played out, but there's still something there. Gunnar, Westberg. I just feel like a lot of people are still kind of sleeping on that, and I don't know. I really feel there's a strong possibility there could be a lot there. What do you guys think? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Billy. Look, I still think that's a home run, no pun intended. You go and get the best hitter on the market at that time. He's a break from the norm, from the type of deals that they do. It's at a position of need. I feel like it protects their young hitters at the top of their road. It gives them the lack of protection that they have needed for the last few years, really. Outside of, I guess, when Santander went for the 40 bombs and stuff, he definitely gave them that. But Alonso is a household name, is an everyday player. His bat plays at pretty much every park. I think that's a home run.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Alonso is going to bring so much, not to himself, but he makes that Taylor Ward trade look great. Now, Grayson Rodriguez, depending on what he does, we'll look at it in the future. But in terms of for this lineup and for this team right now, Taylor Ward gets some comfort. Gunnar Henderson, who was like, things have just opened up a ton for him. And we know he was dealing with the right shoulder impingement. That absolutely had an impact on how things go for him. But it changes everything. Some of the younger guys, you move down in the lineup, save things for them, pitch selection, all of that. It absolutely fixes something for this team that we've looked for. They've needed that bat. And I know Santander was somewhat that. I trust Pete Alonso in the big spot a little bit more than Santander. A lot of it, actually. But it doesn't mean, I don't know that it mean anything. If you don't go out and add a front of the rotation arm, another bullpen arm, like it's a great signing, and you're going to have a lot of fun in July and August, but you're not going to win anything because I don't know that the rotation is going to be good enough, and you have to expect pitchers to deal with injuries, which is why your point about the Verlander thing does make sense. If you could get Verlander late and go with a 6-man rotation to start the year, or just expect the normal in MLB in 2026 and say, you know what? One of these guys is going to suffer an arm injury during spring training. I know we have Eflin who's going to come back, but he's dealing with some things. Let's continue to try to stack this rotation and solidify Wells as a bullpen arm. I know they're still telling us they're trying to get him a starter. Come on, let's cut that, as Jacob Calvin-Meyer said, and do that. So it's a very, very good signing. Something we don't usually see from them. I love it. I was so happy. It felt like something we haven't experienced in Baltimore in a while when they got the signing done. But as soon as that was done, a day of celebration with that, it's like, now what else are you going to do for them?
410-583-1057 is the number if you want to get in. We'll continue to take your calls in the next segment. We'll also go through the NFC divisional round, and a key contributor on one of these NFC championship game teams is out for the remainder of the postseason. We'll let you know who that is next on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football postseason for their Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with their personal pitcher specials, $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value. Only at the Green Turtle.
Want to turn up the heat and turn up the savings this winter? Go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil with reliable delivery in any weather, flexible pricing plans, an easy budget plan, and live 24/7 service and support. Go with your local HVAC pros at Petro for best-in-class service and comfort you can count on. Use propane? Ask about special offers. Go to petro.com now to get your $125 free heating oil or call 1-888-PETRO02 today. Propane not available in all areas.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan on this Martin Luther King Day. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. You can hear us on the Odyssey app. You can watch us on YouTube as well, as we're now live on YouTube. The NFL playoffs are well underway. We just got through the divisional round this past weekend. We've got the championship games next week. And let's go to the NFC side of things, Ben, from this past weekend. Let's start with Saturday out in Seattle. The Seahawks just completely destroying the 49ers, 41-6 in that win. Some news out of Seattle about 20 minutes ago. Zach Charbonnet, backup running back out there who gets a lot of run for Seattle. He is due to have season-ending knee surgery at some point soon. Mike McDonald called it a significant knee injury. Unfortunately, he said it breaks your heart. He's going to need surgery, so he's got a good long road to come back. And that will be a major blow for that Seattle run game that does have that two-headed monster with Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet, probably to a fault sometimes, because I do think they forget how good Kenneth Walker can be at moments, and they throw Zach Charbonnet out there, but they love Charbonnet in short yardage situations in the red zone. How big of a loss could that be for Seattle?
It is tough, and you make a funny point. Like, he does merchant.
He's a vulture.
Yeah, he is.
He's a vulture.
He get in the red zone, and all of a sudden, Kenneth Walker could take you 98, but those 2 extra yards, let's let Charbonnet get it. It doesn't fully change my opinion on them. I think their defense is still leading the way. Sam Darnold just needs to game manage. I know you've talked about what you think of him, and that's been what it is. Like, you're waiting for that playoff game last year. You're waiting for down the stretch last year because you know it's coming. It always has with him. Can he finally get past it? Does he not see ghosts here? I don't know. I am rooting for the Rams. Well, my bank account. I've got some futures on the Rams, but I like Mike a lot. It's hard not to root for him. It's tough. I don't see the Rams winning this right now. Sometimes as the week goes on, you look at different things. And you're like, all right, maybe. McVay's done it. McVay's been to the Super Bowl. McVay's won a Super Bowl. He's been to two. Stafford, we know that pairing in year one, how good they were. And at times it's looked that way. The other night was weird. Chicago had the game in their hands a few times, but as Femi had pointed out, like they can't get lucky 24/7 and expect that to stick to a Super Bowl championship. Like you can't live off of that, off of the luck. So I don't know. I am pretty excited for this game. It is. I mean, we talked about the 2-point conversion earlier. Like that game was down to the wire, went to overtime, such a tight one. And then the first one, when the Rams won the first time, I think it was a 3-point game or a 4-point game. So it should be a pretty tight matchup. We know these teams are familiar with each other. You got a great offensive mind in McVay, a great defensive mind in McDonald. It should be exciting to watch.
Yeah, the Rams, they beat the Seahawks in the first matchup in LA 21-19 and then lost in Seattle late in the season 38-37. So both of these, I mean, we're talking about a 3-point differential between both of those games. It is going to be tight, I think. But on the other side, the Niners, I mean, they just get completely destroyed in this game. And look, I feel like it's the same old with the Niners. They weren't completely healthy. George Kittle, he wasn't able to play in this game. McCaffrey, he's getting nicked up during the game. He's a shell of himself at this stage of the season after all that usage. Trent Williams, I think he's just soldiering through right now, just hanging on by a thread out there. Where do the Niners go from here? Because it always feels like they're going to continue to be in the fight. I don't know if that's going to be the case next year. I mean, their receiving core is dwindling down. I don't know what happens with Jawan Jennings after this year. Kittle's getting older. McCaffrey's getting older. Purdy, I don't know if Purdy's getting any better. Where do they go after this season?
Great question. They're in a really, really tough spot. And like McCaffrey's only getting older. Kittle's going to be out the majority of the season. Shanahan's smart. It was impressive what he did, but he's also going to lose his coordinator who, like, mixed feelings on Saleh. His best defensive year has been impressive this year. He didn't have the guys. But, like, he also struggled with the Jets. And the Jets, everybody's going to go
Everybody
there.
does.
You're not going to have success there. But he's probably not going to have Saleh. So, I don't know. I don't know what the division isn't theirs anymore. They're not the dog in it. They're probably right now, definitely heading into next year, they'll be my third choice. I think the Rams with McVay, he's got him now. He doesn't have the struggles against Shanahan that he once did. Seahawks, we know what they're doing. They just dismantled them. And the deep, even though the last game wasn't points-wise the same way as the playoff game, like that last time they matched up, they scored 3 points. Like, see, Mike McDonald had Shanahan's number. We saw it on Christmas Day when we were on a good run there. So, again, always looking back, I get so disappointed in that, man. Mike is exciting. But San Francisco's in a tough spot. They're in a really, really tough spot.
Yeah, I'm curious myself. I mean, because they've got the coach.
Right.
I don't think you move on from Kyle right now, and I don't get the sense that Kyle doesn't want to be there, but it does feel like the future is murky for them. Let's go to the other NFC divisional game, the Rams in Chicago. They beat the Bears in overtime 20-17. It wasn't the highest scoring game, but you still had a lot of wow moments throughout this game, especially the Caleb Williams touchdown to Cole Kmet at the end of the fourth quarter to force overtime. Just an insane play to make by Caleb Williams, but it wasn't enough. The Rams end up pulling through.
As soon as he catches that football, I'm like, the game's over. They're going to do it again. They're inevitable. And it was tough. I had some money riding with the Rams. I needed them to win that game. Thankfully, they could. But now the Rams, as much as I get on the Bears for getting lucky, I don't know that it's luck with the Rams, but like a lot of these tight games have gone their way. Carolina, they were on the ropes. Chicago, they were on the ropes. I mean, they're on the 40. Bears are on the 48-yard line when the next score wins. So it's a great game. And for, like, as a football fan, I'll be honest with you, even though when Caleb Williams made that touchdown throw, I was like, oh, are you kidding me? For my bet, it was still like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, he's running around like it's mad. He's running backwards. I'm like, there's nothing there. And then he chucks it up. We don't see anything. And then I'm like, oh my gosh.
Wide open.
How does that happen? And then they're like arguing the push. I'm like, he had to push off. It was hand fighting.
Yeah.
It wasn't even like much of a push off. The dude just misplayed it. So great football game. Was really down to the end. Once the Rams scored that touchdown with about 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter, I'm like, it's going to be done. Even if they allow a touchdown, they'll go down the field and get a field goal. But McVay kind of got tentative. They didn't really take until all of a sudden in overtime, they want to take shots down the field where they're like, no other quarterback is allowed to take a shot to the end zone here outside of Stafford. But like there was a third down, and I'm like, all right, they're going to throw it here. Stuffed it on Kyren Williams' hands and just ran it. It was an interesting game, but I was happy to see the Rams come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, look, they definitely leaned on Kyren Williams in this game. He had 21 carries, two rushing touchdowns, 87 yards on the ground. And there have been so much back and forth this year between, Kyren and Blake Corum sharing time in the backfield. You didn't get a lot of that in this game. And to their credit, that was what they said the plan was, to save Kyren Williams for these playoff games. They did. You didn't get the monster Puka Nacua game. We really haven't seen a lot from Devontae Adams since he's come back from injury. You talk about the Rams kind of possibly getting a little lucky in some of these games. I think for me, they are, it seems like, and we get on the Ravens for not playing their best and crucial crunch time moments in the game. It seems like that's when the Rams are at their best. That's when they play up to their standard, when their back is against the wall, when they are in those gotta have it downs, those gotta have it situations. All of a sudden, that connection with Stafford and Puka is there. Stafford hitting Parkinson. I mean, where did he come from? This dude, he is connected with him pretty easily. So I think that the Rams are sneaky talented. It isn't lost on me how a lot of us, including myself, were picking them to win it all at various points throughout the year. I just keep saying it. Them forcing themselves to have to go on the road throughout the playoffs, that's what turned me sour on them. But them, all right, the Panthers, it is what it is. Yeah. But going to Chicago, beating the Bears, that hasn't been an easy place for teams to go and play this year. And that's not an easy team to put away. As we saw yesterday, they still found a way to do it. This matchup against the Seahawks for the third time this year, both of the two matchups earlier were extremely tight. I think it's a toss-up as of right now. I wouldn't be mad at anybody that's giving the Seahawks the advantage because their defense is the best defense in the NFL and their offense is good enough. I don't think their offense is like world beaters, but it's good enough. Yeah. It's good enough, but I can't ignore that the Rams offense can be that good. I can't ignore that the Rams defense can be opportunistic. They can force turnovers. And that's what that's when he starts to look like a pumpkin, when you hit him a couple of times. And there were, to Darnold's credit, there were times in this game this weekend where I thought he was going to turn into that, where he did get hit or he did have a negative play and he'd come back and throw a strike to the sideline outside the numbers. I'm like, okay, he is showing me something today. But I think the pumpkin is still in there. I do think he's going to end up seeing Ghost again at some point this weekend.
You've been outspoken about that. I'm really hoping you're right. I
don't
really
believe in him.
Right. It's hard to. I mean, that game last year where they had to play.
With Minnesota?
What?
You get any type of pressure on him, dude, he caves up. He turns into a totally different person.
Meanwhile, Stafford's been in this spot a ton. He's dialed. I mean, he went to Philly, who completely ripped the face off of the Chiefs in the Super Bowl last year in their weather in the snow and was inches away from beating them.
Yep. 410-583-1057 is the number. Let's try to get a couple calls in before we go to break. Let's go to Bailey in Baltimore. Bailey, you on the Fan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
What's going on?
Good. So I don't really know off the top of my head who I'd rather have as head coach. I do know, OC-wise, I like David Webb. I was watching a podcast with some local people talking about him, and they mentioned him, that he's a quick riser in, believe the Broncos organization, if not other ones before he was there. I know he's never been an OC, but I appreciate a person who does have that type of capability to kind of quickly rise through an organization. But, if they got someone else and there's more experience, I wouldn't be mad. But I just, it feels like a John Harbaugh sort of hire back in the day when they were hiring a special teams guy. As for DC, I feel like the 49ers defensive coordinator would be good for that. He'd also be good as a head coach. But I really don't know who would be the best head coach. And I guess I do have a question, which is very rare. I usually come here with hot takes, as most people do. But my question is, what is the biggest thing what is the biggest challenge for the next head coach coming in? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate it, Bailey. I think the toughest thing will be living up to the expectations that are there. I mean, you come in here and you've got Lamar Jackson, you've got Derrick Henry, you've got Kyle Hamilton. this is an organization that has a history of winning. So I think that's going to be the challenge, because a lot of these candidates, like I keep saying, all have questions. So whether you're talking about a first-time head coach in a Davis Webb, or a second-time head coach in a guy like Mike McDaniel or Robert Saleh, whoever, any of these guys, Flores, like, even for them, they're trying to erase the ghost of the past of what their reputation was, of what they did at their last stop. So I just think overcoming either the inexperience or your previous stop's failures, overcoming that, and also adjusting to the new high expectations that are put on you from day one.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy at all. I mean, you're on a timer. Now, we heard Steve talk. They're not firing him 1 year in. They're not going to do that. They're probably not going to fire him 2 years in. But the fan base is going to hold you to a standard. The team, they know what they want. They want to win a Super Bowl. This isn't a spot where you're coming to try to have some fun and build a quarterback up. No, Lamar Jackson has won the MVP multiple times. You're going to have him ready to win a Super Bowl. You don't have many years of his prime left. There is a lot of pressure on whoever takes this job. And while it's the most exciting job because you get to work with a guy like Lamar Jackson, that's also now Buffalo's with you, but the most pressure. Like, you go to Pittsburgh, they never had a losing season. Tomlin didn't have a losing season, but they also didn't win playoff games. Like, the Ravens were in a conference championship in 2023, and they don't have their head coach now. Well, here we are. And I'll be honest with you, I was one of the people saying after that, I'm like, I'd be fine moving on. I wanted Mike McDonald to be the coach. But here we are. It would have taken crazy amount of guts to do something like that. It's not a normal thing to do. It's in some spots it's not realistic, but you see what Mike McDonald's done in year 2. Vrabel, we don't know the outcome yet, but against Stidham, he's probably going to take the Patriots to the damn Super Bowl in year 1. I don't know if that's the exact expectation, but a lot of fans are going to be pushing for that. And you're going to have, like, this can't be week by week you're trying to solve. Like, you got to go. It's going to be from the jump you're going to have to go, because you're going to have the majority of the players that know what's at stake too. So that also helps you a little bit, having a Derrick Henry and a Lamar Jackson who have experienced playoff wins, who have been there, who knows what it takes.
Coming up next on the program, we'll get you our final takes and wrap things up and make way for Mike Popovic and my guy Jimmy Patsos next here on The Fan.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state, so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th, and Accredited State University, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
It's Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Fresh Take with Cordell Woodland and Ben Hall back here on 105.7 The Fan. We got Mike Pope behind the glass. We're wrapping things up, getting ready to make way for Mike Popovic and Jimmy Patsos. They're taking over at 2 o'clock on this Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We do have our final takes before we get out of here. I'll give you guys mine real quick. I think the CJ Stroud fall should be kind of proof of how volatile the quarterback position can be, how tough it can be to really not only be a great quarterback, but to be a consistently great quarterback. And CJ had a great rookie year. He kind of took the league by storm. But ever since then, it has been just a crumb of that. And I think back to the Lamar stuff and people talking about should they engage in trading him and what all you could get back in return. It ain't that easy. And to just think that you could go back out there and replace that position is just really not realistic. I think that's why it's so important for when you have one, you try to keep that one. And I do think the Ravens are smart enough to understand what they have in Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar is smart enough to understand how good of an organization the Ravens are that he's with right now. But I do think people kind of get lost in the sauce when they look at these games and they look at how good these guys are sometimes. And then out of nowhere, they're a shell of themselves. It ain't easy, man. It's not easy. These defenses are paid too. These coordinators are paid too. And when you're the hot shot, especially as a rookie, the way CJ was, that whole offseason, everybody's looking at your tape. They're looking at that offense. How do we stop this new high-powered offense? How do we stop this new young quarterback? And you've got to still find ways to beat those dudes. That's why the Lamars are the elites. The Mahomes are the elites. The Josh Allens are the elites because you're game planning for these guys and they're still able to go out there and have success. I'm hoping CJ rebounds, but I don't know. But I do think that this should be an eye-opening situation for people to just how tough it is to play the quarterback position and to consistently be good at that position.
Yeah, I'll stick to quarterbacks for the playoffs. Josh Allen, tremendous talent, right? Top 5, top 3 quarterback in the NFL, is held to a different standard than others, especially the one here in Baltimore. If Lamar would have went to Denver in a year like this and fumbled and threw the game away, you wouldn't have been able to escape it.
Oh, it would have been everywhere.
We have national media like doing whatever they can to hold his hand. And we saw him emotional post-game. That was my final take the last time we had it. Like, dude's crying at the end of games. Like, let's stop. Like, people make fun of it, whatever. Like, I mean, it's emotion.
Mm-hmm.
But we have people treating this so differently than what they would do for other quarterbacks because it's Josh Allen, because it's a guy they stand by, a guy they love and adore. Like, I can't deal with it. It's so frustrating. And in a game where everybody and their mother knows what an interception is and should, we're arguing that. Again, you're a Bills fan. As a Ravens fan, for 5 minutes, I probably would have been like, it's a horrible call.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would have watched the replay for the 8th time and be like, damn, I was wrong. Damn, I was just completely wrong. No, here instead, we're saying he got cheated away. No, he fumbled a million times. He threw multiple picks, one being a shot to the end zone. And we also love to do with him versus others the arm punt, right?
Oh, of course.
Josh,
great arm punt, Josh.
Yeah, it was an arm punt. No, these are costly turnovers. So, like, there's a lot of the national media. And then there's now Sean McDermott's fired. All of a sudden, it's you need a coach. It was time to move on. Specific people. It was time to move on versus when Ravens moved on from Harbaugh, how could you do this to a guy that's been there so long and his quarterback has been the reason he struggled? I don't want to hear it. You need to stop it. It's just like we're not being realistic with things. It's so damn frustrating. I can't stand it. And we dealt with this because the game was Saturday. We dealt with it through the weekend. CJ Stroud's putting up a stinker, as you just mentioned, and we're still talking about Josh Allen and why. I don't know that this is fully his fault, right? Like, he didn't struggle. No, he turned the ball over a million times. Let's put, if you're going to blame Lamar Jackson for every single thing in every game, because last year against the Bills, right, we talked about it. He struggled a little bit early on. It was the fumble, and there was the interception, and he played a perfect game since. Perfect. He was perfect down the stretch. But all of a sudden, we don't talk about that because, he had those 2 turnovers. Okay, Josh Allen had turnovers in the first half. Josh Allen had turnovers in the second half.
Never stopped.
And we look away from that because the coach screwed.
My God, Jimmy Patso's coming in, bringing in pizza.
Jimmy is in the building.
He knows just how to get to my heart, man. Coming in here with some pizza. Love Jimmy P, and Mike Popovic. They're up next. Appreciate our guests, Femi Abadagio, Mike Pereira, Jonas Schaefer, Jacob Calvin-Meyer, and Terry Ford. Appreciate them making some time for us. Appreciate Mike Pope on the board. Great job as usual. Appreciate everybody that called in today. We always love talking to you guys. Appreciate you, the listener. You could have been listening to anybody in the world, but you were listening to us. We appreciate it. Don't touch that dial. Until next time, we'll see you when we see you. Peace.
There's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
The new year is here in Harford County, and with it comes that feeling of fresh starts, new goals, new routines, and who knows, maybe a few resolutions we'll actually stick to this time. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. I think January has a way of getting us all thinking about what's ahead, and maybe it's time for that vehicle you've been putting off, the one that really fits you, and where you want life to take you this year. Whatever's on your list, Ford has the dependability to get you there, from the rugged F-150 to the versatile Explorer and everything in between. Listen, if one of your resolutions is stop worrying about my car, we can definitely help with that. We'll put you in something you'll love to drive to the gym. This January, our Plaza Ford team is ready to make finding your next Ford straightforward and stress-free, because starting the year right shouldn't feel complicated. We are always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Falston Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible, Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
Your kids probably have a gift list during the holidays that goes on for miles, and I'm sure you're expecting to spend a lot more money than you want to. If you haven't already, your list for the home repairs you need might be just as long and way more expensive. We've all blown off making those repairs, but if you're thinking of selling your home, they're important. If you want to sell your home for the most money possible, you don't need to just spend that much money, though. You need to call my buddy Lee Tessier with eXp Realty. Lee's going to look at your list of repairs that need to be made and make more recommendations to add to the list. And then he'll pay for the upfront cost to make all of them. His Rehab Refresh program will take care of it. Lee wants you to help sell your home for the most money possible. So call the only agent I call for how to sell my home. And that man's my good friend Lee Tessier. Just give him a call at 410-638-9555 or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee TESSIR.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
I guess 2 o'clock straight up, 4 hours to play with. And with all the sports news, we are going to need every last minute of that time to get to it this afternoon. Lots to get to. Let's just go through some of what we're going to get to here today. Of course, we've got NFL playoffs to recap, and quite a weekend it was. The Ravens continue their head coaching search. We've got John Harbaugh. It's now official to the New York Giants. Also, news coming out about the Buffalo job now being open. In addition to all that, I know Jimmy and I will be definitely talking about Maryland basketball today. They get their first Big Ten win of the season yesterday. College football championship game tonight, which we'll have here on The Fan, between Indiana and Miami, and lots more. Mike asked Jimmy basketball questions, Loyola and Maryland stories. We got you covered. And Jimmy, you are inside access. So we got Chris Nockey coming up next hour to recap the Terps game, but you are inside access. So we're going to be talking a lot to you and getting your thoughts in a number of different areas. Let me start first. You're a Boston, Mass guy, and the Ravens, thankfully, were one of the few teams to actually take down Tom Brady occasionally in the playoffs. But this wasn't supposed to happen this quickly, Jimmy. With all the success that the Patriots have had, they're not supposed to be back here this quickly, and yet Drake May year 2 and Mike Vrabel, holy cow. Here it is. They're back in the AFC Championship game. 15 straight years, either the Patriots or the Chiefs have been in the AFC Championship game.
Mike, that's why I love you. What a stat. 15. Look, it's Reed and Mahomes. It's Brady and Belichick. Now it's Drake May and Vrabel. It's one of those Montana Bill Walsh. It's Cowher and Roethlisberger. Like they're attached. And Tomlin gets credit, too, for that. We now have to find a coach that's going to be attached to Lamar to get him where we want to go. And growing up in Boston, I was always a Celtics fan. Although I am a Parcells guy. That was a terrible stadium with steel. I saw the Grateful Dead. Long live Bobby Ware. We were going to miss you, Bobby. A lot of great Dead shows out there. Foxborough was a mess to go to. And all of a sudden, Parcells came and got everyone to believe. Once Parcells got them to believe, Belichick took over. They built a new stadium. Those fans are unbelievable. But Why do they get to win so fast, Mike? Come on. Didn't they have to go through more misery than that?
Statistically, exactly. Shouldn't it be 20 years of misery before they start to knock on the door of the playoffs? But, here they are, and we'll get into more of that.
By the way, in the snow and everything like that. By the way, it was a tough place for C.J. Stroud to play, Houston, but you forget they won so much they didn't go back. But that was a tough place to play yesterday. But that, for everyone that understands, that has been made into a whole area and the whole Patriots fan base and the whole resurrection to watch them. My question to you is this, Mike, is that good for football? Is it a good story, the Patriots?
I think because Mike Vrabel, being a former player, coming back home, I think it is nationally and certainly regional there. So I would agree with you. I think it is. Anything Belichick attached right now has negative connotivity to it.
Just ask his girlfriend. No,
right. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's something. I think this thing that stands out, and I know Cordell made some good points about how tough it is to play quarterback, especially in the playoffs. But the thing that stands out from this weekend is turnovers. I mean, Jimmy, now, look, I know you had some of the best defenses play this weekend, but you also had a guy like Josh Allen and the amount of turnovers that he had in that game. And look, C.J. Stroud is not a new guy on the block, okay? He's played a few playoff games. He's got a lot of starts under his belt. So seeing those mistakes getting made, and even Matthew Stafford not handling the Bears blitz. Matthew Stafford's 37. It is amazing to me how many turnovers and sloppy play that we saw. Tip your cap to the defenses, but still, the offenses are paid to play too and coach, and yet you didn't see that this weekend.
Turnovers and referees were the two kind of topics, and I don't blame the refs. I mean, there's some different calls, but the turnover thing, Mike, like I said, I'm friends with Bill Parcells because he lived in Saratoga. We used to go to the racetrack. He loved basketball. Remember, he was an Army guy. Bobby Knight was his best friend.
That's right.
His passion was basketball, college and high school. The bigger the game, the less turnovers you got to have. Ball control. He won the Super Bowl without Phil Simms. He was hurt. We got Hostetler and them just didn't. He shrunk the game. They didn't turn it over. They played the middle of the field. And that was a little different. He did have Lawrence Taylor. But all those turnovers in big games, you had to kind of wonder. And I thought the Josh Allen one where he was running around with 20 seconds in the backfield, he's way too experienced.
Yeah.
Stroud, I didn't mind some of the things he kind of tried to. Look, you're trying to be a hero. You're against the whole Patriots nation. You're going to want to be that underdog. You're a gladiator in their Roman arena, and you want to beat them. But you can't turn it over that much, Mike. There's only so many things you can overcome. The Niners game, the run back on the kick, then the turnover. I know they were hurt. So I take that game was a bad game this weekend. The other three games were all good games, and turnovers down the stretch, that's one thing. But they were turnovers early that kind of put them both in they were both behind the eight ball trying to come back the whole time because of silly turnovers.
Well, the crazy thing in some of these games, though, too, despite the amount of turnovers that teams were still in it, had a chance to win and took the lead, as was the case with Buffalo before they lost it there. But I want to go back to a theme, though, that you pointed out, and I made mention of as well, is that the Ravens were one of the few teams to be able to get over the Tom Brady hump and get a Super Bowl, the back-to-back AFC championship games. And I'd argue if they don't lose the one year that they might not win the next year. Obviously, they used it as motivation.
You think so?
But the one thing I do, the one thing, though, that the Ravens in this era of Kansas City, who I know is not in the playoffs, so in Patrick Mahomes, is that's something the Ravens have not been able to do is get over the Kansas City or Buffalo hump for that matter. And so, to your point, the next coach that comes in here, and I think it's something that Steve Bisciotti pointed out, though, it's seeing the regular season play translate into the postseason. And even in the good seasons that the Ravens had, it seems like they were tight in some of those games. You go back a couple of years ago, we all talked about that Kansas City game, but the Houston game prior, one of the coldest games I've ever been to at M&T Bank Stadium, you had the Ravens' first half offense was lousy, if you remember. Houston, I think it was a tied game or near tied in that one. Now, the Ravens in the second half came out and played a lot better. But I almost feel like we're back in the day John Harbaugh teams didn't care. They'd go in, they'd beat you up. They didn't care the weather, the environment, the odds, the circumstances. But as time went on, the Ravens teams in the playoffs were just not the bullies, the Baltimore bullies they used to be.
Look, I was at the Titans game. They went out on 4th and 1. It didn't work. I was at the Chargers game. The Chargers had beat the Patriots to come down and beat us. There were some tough losses. The KC one, I thought Todd Monken was great on the radio. He kind of told maybe he should have ran it more.
Oh, there's no question.
Look, they make some mistakes, but Mahomes is the best player in his generation, period. Now he's been sidelined for a year. He's out. Michael, you talk about Boston. I'm reading the Larry Bird, Magic Johnson book, how they changed. Those two wanted to win each year. They added pieces. Then it took Isaiah Thomas a while. Then Jordan finally comes, and Jordan goes away, and Akeem goes in. Then Jordan comes back. You have to take advantage of the time when you have the best player, and Lamar's right up there. I don't know if he's Hall of Fame yet, but he certainly has a jacket being measured and made. Mm-hmm. It's close. Because you just have to, I'm just saying, if it goes the way it's been going, he's in the Hall of Fame. And you don't try to predict, I hope he wins. I like Lamar. But, you got to capitalize when it's your turn. And now Mahomes is out.
That's where the Buffalo loss really hurts, Josh Allen.
Josh Allen hurts him. If he wins, they know the Patriots. Look.
But you're projecting, right, to next year with Lamar Jackson, the Ravens potentially having an advantage over Kansas City.
To get him to the next level of winning. It's not his fault. Hey, Gary Williams, I worked for him. We got really good because we were tough, and Gary was the best leader ever. I was just a lieutenant, but I was in there pretty good in the trenches. We made a big run when Carolina got bad. And then Carolina, Dean had stepped down, Guthridge stepped down.
That's right.
Doherty came in. It's not his fault before Roy. You have to make you move when you can make you move, Mike. Sometimes that's because somebody's gotten out of the way, and then you have to get good. Okay, that's just the way it works. I'm really excited. I think Bisciotti, one of the best owner of all sports. I'm excited to see what they do next, and nobody's going to miss Harbaugh more than, Harbaugh's solid. It's just you got to try to make you move while you can. Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry that Mahomes got hurt because I'm a big fan of his. And I'm an Under Armour. We had Texas Tech. We loved him. But, man, was he tough to beat. So I'm glad he's out. Okay, now, Josh Allen, what's going to happen? Would you hire McDermott here? I know we have lots of 4 hours, but would you hire McDermott here or no, too much like Harbaugh?
No. And I think so. I think that's a tough sell given the postseason issues. Now, this past weekend, should McDermott have gotten a pass from ownership given the way they lost that game? I think you'd make that argument. But obviously, ownership, Terry Bacula didn't see it that way.
Coaches, 10 coaching changes.
Yeah.
So, but they're going. Stefanski's going there. I just was in New York. They're so excited about John Harbaugh. You wouldn't think in 1 week you could have heard the difference in a radio show. From what we were saying, we're mad at Harbaugh, this and that. We want more. Good guy, but they are so. Everybody knows. I work for Under Armour. I do basketball. I'm in the McDonald's committee. I do all the stuff for the Wizards, GW, Towels, and I'm very blessed. I also travel a lot during the season. I was up at Yale. We had to go to New York to watch a game. We did the 2 days of radio, Mike, in New York. They think Jesus Christ is coming.
Yeah, look, I did an interview yesterday on the Fan in New York, and they are they're over the top. They're over the moon about it, and they were concerned that they had screwed the pooch, and that Harbaugh and the negotiations were going to break down, and that he was gone, and that he goes somewhere else. They're over the moon about it, and where Ravens fans have issue with Harbaugh and the postseason disappointments, they'd be happy just to get to the playoffs. So it's where the bar is. And look, the bar is set high here in Baltimore. The last 15 years in New York, it's not been very high. And that's where they've got a different mindset of John Harbaugh coming in. Hey, they just want to get to the playoffs.
And they got a quarterback, and they have good defense, and we'll see what happens. I will tell you this. There's already been rumblings on my phone. Should Harbaugh have waited for the Bills because they have Josh Allen? I don't know how to answer all those questions. The Giants is a great job. The Bills have clearly a guy that's why the Lamar matchup with the coach is so important, because you have one of the best players in the league. Mahomes is down. It seems like the AFC is kind of opening up. Yes, Vrabel and Drake May are definitely the new kids on the block, but you got to prove it over time. But here's your window. Bisciotti, as usual, is stepping up and doing what he's supposed to do, which is love Maryland. He still lives here. He doesn't he pays taxes here. He lives here. He's a Baltimore resident. He cares about the state. He cares about the city. He cares about the NFL team, and he wants to see them win. And so he had to make a tough decision. I thought his press conference was great. I don't know enough about Derek DeCosta moves. I don't follow football like you guys do. I can tell you the Wizards right now are doing a good job of getting young guys that they're trying to grow up quick, and in 2 years are going to be good. Is it going to work? I don't know enough about DeCosta's moves. I'm not an expert at that. But all I know is the owner seems to be really trying to fit. But you got to pair Lamar up with a guy, because it looks to me like there's a 3-year window where it's pretty open.
Yeah. Let's take a timeout. When we come back, and I was going to save this for the top of the 3 o'clock hour, but since you brought it up, let me mention it in the next segment about the next head coach that comes in here, and something that this head coach is going to be dealing with that none of the other hires had to deal with at the time. So let's do that. I also, Jimmy, there's a narrative about Mike McDonald that I also want to address as well in the next segment. So we got plenty to get to. I also, right out of the chute in the next segment, have a question about what happened at the end of the Terps game yesterday. We'll talk about that. But, hey, they got to win. We'll talk with Chris Nockey as well. But it is a special edition of Inside Access. Jimmy Patsos is our Inside Access. Mike Popovic with you, the two Ps, taking you up to 6 o'clock here on The Fan.
I'm Kevin Harlan. You're listening to the station with the best Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7.
The Fan.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
When winter weather hits hard, you need a heating company you can count on. That's why more of your neighbors go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With reliable delivery in any weather and live 24/7 service, count on your local HVAC pros at Petro to stay warm and save all winter. Go to petro.com now to get $125 free heating oil or call 877-230-0221 today.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight,
Bam!
one subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month, only on Paramount Plus.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Tug of war. Pigeon racing. Cannon shooting. They may not be Olympic events anymore, but the Maryland Lottery Keno Team USA Second Chance promotion is. Enter Keno tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. No croquet or kite flying required. Please play responsibly.
The Maryland Energy Administration thinks your kid's school year shouldn't start in a cloud of diesel exhaust. That's why the Electric School Bus Grants Program helps school districts invest in cleaner electric buses. Electric buses deliver lower long-term fuel and maintenance costs for school districts and cleaner rides for our kids every day. Tell your school district to apply at energy.maryland.gov.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
All right, so Jimmy, before we get back to the NFL, I do have to ask about Maryland basketball yesterday. And great to see the Terps get their first win of 2026, their first Big Ten conference win. But as you know, and maybe it turned out the right way because the record, if it was going to be broken, it would have been natural. It wouldn't have been forced. But at the end of the game, where you have a chance to break the record held by Ernie Graham, 44 points in a game.
Ernie Graham from Baltimore's finest.
Right. The man that takes the last shot of the game, and as it turns out, I guess he didn't know, but instead of getting the ball to Diggy Coit, Darius Adams makes a 25-foot three-pointer with 5 seconds left, and the 43 points, one shy of tying Ernie Graham's record.
Diggy Quaid's a one-year wonder. He's like, look, Tiny Archibald could score and pass for the Celtics. I can go all the way through all the guys that were smaller, but there's nobody more important than Muggsy Bogues, because he's a Baltimore guy. We all know about that. At his size and his strength, he had 20 in the first half against Michigan. Gary Williams and I were there. It's just hard to keep it up. To get 43, that's great. I'm personally happy that Ernie has the record because he's been here 4 years. His son played there. Like, these records.
The roots are deep. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Ernie didn't have a three-point shot. We had one, but he was on too balanced of a team. Walt Williams had 7 straight 30-point games. That was a remarkable. But Diggy's done it. He tied Mike Jones's record for 9 straight three-pointers. Yeah. He tied Nick Cannon-Medley's back-to-back 30-pointers, first time since he did in 2006. He's a prolific scorer. He's just older. The only asterisk in all this is, Mike, is these guys wouldn't be playing in the old days. You can't play 5 and 6 years anymore. It's not. It doesn't matter what I think the rule's right or wrong. So, I'm happy for him. I'm really just happy the team. When I talked to Aki, I texted with Aki Collins. I know those guys. Buzz is going through a tough first year. He got the job a little late. We can go this ad nauseum, and I talked to you. You luckily had me on your show. Thank you so much before the Michigan game. And you know what? It's just one of those years. So the Diggy Quaid thing is at least fun to watch. Saunders is playing better. Solomon's really playing hard. I wish Payne would come back. They're out-rebounding teams. They out-rebounded UCLA. They beat them in the second half. They won a quarter against USC. It's just, it can't all click, and then Payne got hurt. But next year, Buzz can coach. He's done this before. He's got to get some players in there. So the Diggy Quaid thing was really cool. I didn't really want that to be the record in a year that kind of doesn't really matter. Look, this is going to be a throwaway year for what we want. We want NCAA. Kevin Willard goes the NCAA his first year, loses to Alabama, but beats Bobby Huggins in his last game.
Yeah.
But a 1 seed, but he beats Bobby Huggins. All right, that bad year bounces back, Sweet 16. Turge I was there when he beat Connecticut. Danny Hurley's eventual national champ in the COVID year. Then they lose to Alabama. Things go in cycles. So Buzz is going to take it a little while to do his own way, but he got the job late. Maryland's been was late with the job. The practice facilities finally opened, which is great. Harvey Sanders, all the crew, Barry Gossett deserve all the credit. Everything's kind of falling into place. It's just this year it wasn't in time. He's had some players, but if Payne was here, this would not have been a lost year in my mind.
It would have been somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle, in my opinion.
At least you'd be battling for the bubble. Maybe go to the NIT and have some fun.
I think that's
that.
more.
But
more
right now, it's just the guy Payne was awesome. Yeah. They're beating Michigan. He gets hurt right in front of me and Gary Williams, and that was sort of it. But the Diggy Quaid thing makes it fun. You like watching him play, right?
Of course, yeah. But look, I just at the end of the game there, I guess he didn't know the record. Darius Adams would have given it up to Quaid.
Chuck Walsh would have ran down and told Gary Williams, hey, man, the guy's on the record. And then Gary would have said,
right.
All right, hold on. Let's decide what we want to do here for the record-wise. He was always about winning, but yeah, somebody probably should have yelled it out, He should have yelled it out.
But no guarantee that he makes a shot. And by the way, Adams, a freshman, a guy that we're going to be watching for next year. I mean, at this point now, I'm already looking at next year with some of these guys that hopefully will be back, and Maryland has the resources to keep in Adams, I would think. And, okay, how does that project next year plus the incoming class? And we'll talk more next hour about it. But
because he's not as – some McDonald's guys are LeBron James. Some guys are ready. Juan Dixon took a little while to get ready. It's all this kind of stuff we can go through. We had Mike Jones. Steve Francis wasn't ready at all. 2 years later, he's the best player in the country. Adams, stay where you are. Get Bob out, get the recruiting class in. But there's 2 portal guys out there, and I'm not saying I know who they are. There are 2 portal starters that we have to get somewhere, Mike. You have to get 2 22, 3-year-olds that are at other schools, and I don't care if it's an Ivy League all the way to a Power 5. They have to change that perception and get really good players to come in here because Saunders, Diggy, and Payne's a senior, and Washington, Solomon, they did a good job this year, but they're all gone. That's the only thing about this I don't like is you don't know who you're getting next. At least Adams, and he's been fun to watch to me, is clearly on the right path, and he's just, but I hope he really stays here.
Yeah. Well, and we'll talk next hour. Chris Nocke's going to join us at about 3:20, and we'll talk more about that Maryland game yesterday. But the record almost tied, almost broken, didn't quite happen. But Ernie Graham retains it.
I'm glad he made the 3 against Mount St. Mary's. That mattered.
Yeah, that did. That did. Yeah, that maybe is that may have been some foreshadowing about the season Maryland's going to have with Mount St. Mary's. But they hit an inordinate amount of threes in that one. But I wanted to go back because we talked about the NFL in the first segment and talking about Ravens and coaching, and you talk about pairing Lamar Jackson, or if that's a defensive head coach, it's pairing the right offensive coordinator there. And I made mention of this on X the other day, and I'm finally caught up with the times, Coach. I'm on X at Popo Fan Sports.
Oh, at Popo. So this guy is so
well,
organized.
It stands out.
Call it Twitter. I'm at Coach Patsos, but this guy does all the work. You better listen to Popovic. We love Johnny Holiday and Knocky, no offense, but Popovic's giving you the real info the hour before the game. If you want to know what's going on in the game, it's an hour
I set the table for the guys. So, but as I go back, and I'm a big history guy, and I'm paraphrasing from my post, Ted Marchibroda was a perfect bridge guy from the old Colts to the new Ravens, did bring some exciting offense the first couple of years here with Vinny Testaverde. Brian Billick ended up being the right guy at the time, where, especially with that 2000 team, Brian had some arrogance and brashness, but he also treated those guys like men. And he ran a loose ship as long as those guys showed up and performed on Sunday, and they did that. It got to a point at the end with Brian Billick. It was 1 year winning, the next year losing, and the players were running the asylum. I know a number of stories. I don't have to repeat it. But when John Harbaugh came in, it was needed for an old school guy to come in, kick some butt, and return accountability. And the coaches are the ones running this thing, not the players. The thing is, though, Ted Marchibroda had no Super Bowl pressure. Brian Billick was brought in to elevate things and maybe win a Super Bowl. He happened to win it in the first couple of years, but that wasn't necessarily expected then. John Harbaugh was brought in, yes, to get back to consistent winning and eventually win a Super Bowl, but he did not have the pressure to win a Super Bowl in his first year or two. Now, I know Steve Bisciotti talked about, well, if things are going well, if the guy takes 6 years, fine, but with Lamar Jackson's window as we see it in his prime, that is.
And with he just turned 29, right, January 29.
And with this fan base, Coach, I tell you right now that this coach, this hire will have the most pressure of any of the other 3 coaches stepping in day one. And whether they say it or not, the Super Bowl expectations, certainly if not year 1, year 2, AFC Championship game appearance. And that's just the way things are, and the way things are with Lamar right now in having him, and they're going to have to redo his deal. But that's how I see it. That's a lot. And if you end up hiring a Davis Webb who's 30, it's a lot of pressure on a first-time NFL head coach at that age to have that kind of bar. So if you're going to hire him, you better darn right know that he can handle it.
You bring up a great point, Mike. I got my Casanova upstate New York connection. They want Dable already. Why? Because he gets along with Josh Allen. He's already had all the pressure on him in New York while he didn't win. I wish the Ravens would look at Saleh from the Niners.
I think he's going to get strong consideration.
You know why? He did a good job. The Jets and the Giants are not good places to be first head coaches. Right. Okay, my friend is the GM of the Yankees. He talks about how different it is handling a player. You know, some guys can pitch in the Yankee Stadium. Some guys can't.
Yeah.
Right, the guy for the Reds.
Sonny Gray.
I'm glad you went. See, this one, the guy who went to Reds.
Yeah. We're thinking the same wavelength.
Dable, my guy from upstate New York, says he's the perfect fit. He says, wait till because Josh Allen likes him. He's been the system, but he's also learned by losing. It's a lot of pressure. Gary Williams, look, this guy went to BC to Ohio State to here. Buzz has been in all these pressure situations. But the NFL is a little different because it's all you and the quarterback. It's the coach and the quarterback. All right, there's outliers like Ray Lewis, which was well-deserved, or, certain. But it's the quarterback and the coach. How did you guys do? Could you get it together and figure out how to win? And this is a pressure-packed environment because you're in the, I always talk about the triangle, Boston to Pittsburgh down to Richmond. You're talking, rails, tobacco, finance, well, it's also the sports capital. This is where it all comes from. The Northeast corridor is where it all happens. They call it the power triangle, and Baltimore's in there. And that means media, that means scrutiny, and that means that people aren't that patient. They're tougher here. You got to have thick-skinned. I want a guy that's done it before. I'm a little nervous about a brand-new guy coming into this situation. There are some factors there. Billick kind of pulled it off, but we all know that there were certain influences having Marvin Lewis, and I'm a Saragusa type guy. We have the exact same diet, So anyways, you got to look at, And then Harbaugh gets the job, and let's face it, Ray Lewis and Ed Reed are doing what they do. And I think Rex Ryan.
Well, all successful coaches need some really good players.
You do, but they're leaders, and they're good coaches. There's situations where it's a little fragile, but it is important. But you have a really great player. You got some really good pieces. I don't know enough about personnel in and out. I know one thing. If Derrick Henry doesn't fumble in Buffalo, the season doesn't go the way it is. A couple guys got balls knocked out at the goal line. I can go back to last year, a couple drops and a fumble. We got a missed field goal. We got Huntley going over the top instead of underneath. You have...
You've heard me talk about that a million times.
Hey, they might have won that, and then things might have been a lot
And that would have been one of the best Harbaugh postseason wins that he's had in his career.
And
that Cincinnati.
I think the Bengals went to the Super Bowl that year. And anyways, you have Lamar having a wide open guy in Buffalo 4 years ago, not his fault. The offensive line makes a mistake. They reread it. Then he throws a pick that just
in the red zone. And the defense played great in that game, but they also gave up a touchdown to a wide open receiver on a misalignment. It's all those little things.
It's a lot, right? But my point is, and you're right, Mike. We're not that far away. Like, I coached at Loyola when they were 1-27. We were far away. We were a bridge too far. Okay, that was a long. My first year with Gary Williams. Not only weren't we very good, I believe a team named Duke had won 2 in a row, and Carolina won 1. We're supposed to catch them in our league, and they won the national title. The Ravens. I mean, you know the poor Ravens. And I don't mean to sound this way because I'm a fan. I live in Baltimore. I've lived here a long time. I've always been a Ravens fan. They've had some bad luck. So how does the luck turn? That means you have a pretty good team. You're not that far away. And I want to ask you this, Mike.
Yeah, then we got to take a time out.
We will. But like watching the Patriots, does that give us hope that like it could be like that? In other words, that's what I'm watching. I'm an optimistic guy, sunshine. Like, I'm like, wow, they just got a new coach, really. And it was everything. I don't know what the lineup was last year, but they did it like that.
Well, to answer your question, you've got still a very strong front office. You've got a quarterback, and there are pieces here. There are some changes, I think, that need to be made, but especially given, and who knows how next year goes, but if I'm looking at the NFL this year and saying it's going to be similar next year, this NFL is not a great league this year. But they like it that way in the sense that you can get a New England story from rags to riches like that. That's how the league is built. You're not supposed to have consistent success.
Going to get a better schedule.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I think the Ravens are in a spot that they could have a quicker turnaround than other teams. They're positioned in a spot where, yes, they could quickly get back to what we're used to in a very short period of time. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but they're well equipped to be in a spot to do it.
Like the Gilman lacrosse team, we just had lunch with at Pepe's, thanks to Scotty J. Gilman lacrosse, they said they're winning it. They had a kid going to Carolina. They got 2 kids going to Lafayette. And I said, how was last year? And they said, it doesn't matter. We're going to be good this year. So shout out to Gilman's lacrosse
Well, you know where my loyalties lie.
He's a Cavern Hall guy.
Brian Kelly, the Cardinals, man, have something to say about that.
He's a good coach.
Yeah, as a Hall of Famer. We'll take a time out. Your phone calls welcome. 410-583-1057 is the number. We're talking NFL playoffs. We're talking the Ravens coaching search. I still want to get to the Mike McDonald narrative. We'll do that. In addition, we've got plenty more. We'll talk Maryland basketball next hour. Also, college football championship tonight as well. And Coach and I have a lot of ties. It's a small world in Baltimore anyway, but we got a lot of basketball stories and things that we want to share. We'll do that on the way. A special edition of Inside Access as we take you to 6 here on The Fan.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Raised with the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football postseason for their Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with their personal pitcher specials, $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value. Only at the Green Turtle.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing, just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Start your new year by saving big on appliances at the New Year's sale going on now at Brian Scarf. See the new KitchenAid Juniper Finish now available and get up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages, plus 18 months special financing. Visit a Brian Scarf location or shop online at brianscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Hey man, that was our exit. We're gonna miss kickoff.
Don't worry, just gotta stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution, your local partner for resolving tax issues. You've heard me for years talking about addressing your taxes on your terms and our A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. When I'm looking for a trusted partner for my business or a personal project, I turn to the BBB and their membership of verified accredited businesses spanning an array of services and industries. If you are a trusted business that wants to expand your reach and visibility as an accredited business or a consumer looking for peace of mind, start today at bbb.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
All right, as we roll along until 6, and we've got a laundry list of things to get to. We want to hear from you at 410-583-1057, your biggest takeaway from the weekend. Now, one of the narratives, Coach, that has come up is, and it's highlighted because the Seattle Seahawks are in the NFC Championship game and just the second year under Mike Macdonald, who was defensive coordinator here. Now, the Ravens did John Harbaugh did Jim a solid, sent him to Michigan for a year to get coordinator experience, had a great year there, came back to the Ravens to take their DC job, did a really good job, and then got the Seattle head job. But after the loss to the Kansas City Chiefs, there were folks that said that they should have let Harbaugh go then and hire Mike Macdonald, who did get away to Seattle. We saw the quick success. And it's interesting because, and Mike Preston's may mention this, but I may mention this as well. I'm sure others have. It's very rare for you to fire a head coach after a 13-4 regular season and an appearance in an AFC Championship game. However, the one thing I push back on with that is, given the prior postseason issues, given how that game went with the lack of carries to Derrick Henry and not stepping up and saying, hey, Todd, get him the damn ball, I think you could make an argument that would be an exception to a rule where you could have done it. Would have been bold by Steve, but Steve could be a bold guy. He's a people guy. So I don't ding him for not making the move there. I'm not going to do that. But I think you, in that exception, or could have made an exception in that case to have made a move there.
You can't. I mean, the guy went to the AFC Championship. You know where Mike McDonald was born? Situate, Massachusetts, where I was born.
Was he real? I thought he was a South guy. Well, he coached in the South a lot. Okay.
No, they moved quickly, but he was born in Situate, the same place that Jesse was born, who runs the Savannah Bananas. My brother was my brother's 20 major leaguers. The guy that hit the home run for the Dodgers, the catcher from Louisville, played for him. Situate, Mass is this little town where a lot of us came from. It's a little funny place. Dave Sook's an Olympian hockey player. It's more hockey. That's where McDonald came from. Then he moved to Georgia. Then he grinds his way through Harbaugh's system, which we all understand. How do you know? Like, just because Harbaugh and those guys lost at home to the Kansas City Chiefs, you definitely thought they were going back next year. They were pretty good.
And they did have a good year the next year, but they lost to Buffalo in the divisional round. Not Harbaugh's fault. Turnovers and a drop pass.
That was like the turnovers. Those were Lamar's early turnovers. Were like the C.J. Stroud turnovers in the first half. Played great in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
I don't even care about Mark Andrews' drop. The fumble was the one that surprised me, but that's what I'm saying. That's like bad luck. You can't blame Harbaugh. Then I just think if they beat Buffalo when I was in New York working, a tipped pass they caught.
Yeah.
They caught a tipped pass on fourth down, Buffalo up there.
Yeah.
Then we have the turnover, then the fumble. But like
he's had a string of bad luck, Coach. I'm with you on that.
It's like a little weird. They're just kind of weird plays, but you can't go to Mike McDonald right then. It's too bad that he's won. But there's those that say, should they have hired Rex Ryan? But Rex Ryan stayed and helped them win, even because Rex Ryan was here to help
for the first year. Yeah, but you know the Rex Ryan story though. After Billick was fired, you know the story about. So the very next day after Billick was fired, he drives up and parks in the head coach's spot because he was the best candidate for the job. And that's a total Rex thing to do. I was not shocked when I heard that story, but I got a good laugh out of it.
I am not shocked, but I had a laugh too. Look, all I know is this. The Jets were a lot more fun when he was. I liked him. Good coach, personality, but you're talking about making changes after a playoff game when emotions are high, when you had good years.
I'm just saying that narrative's out there, and I did take a lot of calls. I think that's a rare exception where if it happened,
who do you want to be the coach?
Well, I'll tell you in a second, but I think that's a situation where the fans and the media would have been on board with that move. I really think so. That's a rare exception there. But again, I'm not going to ding Steve Bisciotti for doing that because it's rare that you do that. Now, who do I want? Well, first, I don't know how these guys are interviewing behind the scenes, but if I'm going on X's and O's, I like Jesse Minter. If it's a defensive coach, because he's been here, he knows the Ravens way. He's coached successfully both in college and the pros.
Never as a head coach. He's never called a timeout.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And then on the offensive side, I do like Joe Brady, but Buffalo, you saw what he did at LSU with Joe Burrow. He's been successful in the pros. He came into Buffalo, took over King Dorsey's job, who was a classmast of my wife's down at the U. And we'll get into that. There's some name dropping for you.
The two M's. Mike likes to Miami and Michigan basketball.
Yeah.
But he's been loyal to that for the whole time.
Yes. So it's the three M's in the Popovic household: Maryland, Michigan, and Miami. But we all advertise. But he came in, he got things balanced, more of a running game. That's why James Cook took off. And now you're seeing what happened, obviously, over the weekend was tough. But I like Brady on the offensive side. So those are two guys that stand out. I do think Saleh, given his defensive prowess, I get it. The Jets were not a good situation there. I do think he deserves strong consideration.
Let's stop right there for a second. I said something that doesn't matter. Has he ever called a timeout? Until you have to call one. Because I had all the answers as Gary Williams' assistant. I didn't have any answers.
But John Harbaugh hadn't been a head coach before either.
No, and he had to learn, but he had Rex Ryan to lean on for a year. My point is it took me 2 years to figure out what to do as a head coach. Like all of a sudden it all... you're selling tickets, promoting. This is in college where you're recruiting, coaching, and promoting. Now, they're just coaching.
And sweeping the floors at Loyola, probably.
I mean, that's why that's the last time they had a winning season, although they beat BU this weekend. Big win.
Yeah, Alumni Day.
We like Josh, but you got to have a winning season. That's where it starts. Because you have a winning season, Just like playing, can you make the team? Can you be a contributor off the bench? Can you be a starter? Can you be an impact starter? Then can you win playoff games? Then can you win a championship? People forget the growth. It's the same with a coach. Yeah. Salah's been through some things that wasn't always pleasant. He definitely learned. There's no tougher media. He didn't have I like it because he didn't have an easy job with the Jets. It's not that the Ravens is an easy job, but let's face it, they have great fan base, great facilities, number one facilities. I think one of the best owner of all of sports, the 120 sports teams. I got Bisciotti, top 5 owner, all of sports.
Yeah, Woody Johnson's a joke in New York.
So, Salah, take all the bad stuff you learn, go put it there because you've called timeouts. I'm not against Minter. Mike McDonald does his great job there. There are first-year head coaches that are going to make it, but it's not an easy job.
And I think to your point, if Steve Bisciotti, Eric DaCosta, and look, Bisciotti said I want it to be DaCosta's hire and Sashi's hire because the coach.
Sashi Brown's a good guy too. I know him from D.C. Harvard Law School. A good friend of mine, Stephanie's his cousin. Sashi's been with Cleveland. Sashi's been with the Wizards. He's been through this stuff. Do you learn how do you become a good sailor, Mike? Right. You got to sail in rough seas, brother.
Yeah. And so if it is somebody that hasn't been a head coach before, who is on the staff that can be that guy that you can lean on that has NFL experience? To your point there, but let me just say this, and then we'll get to
still in that room.
Yeah. The thing about a defensive head coach has been brought up, though. The concern is he brings in an offensive coordinator, and it's a good problem to have on the one hand because it means they would have had a good season, but he brings in an OC. They have a really good year. The OC gets a head coaching job, and then you got to start all over again with a new OC. Now, maybe you got a good quarterbacks coach or somebody else that can take over the OC job and you don't skip a beat. Could be.
You know what? You sound like I used to sound, and this is a good problem, when we used to coach in the old days. Those days are over in football. Those days are over in the NBA. MLB, you want to side Verlander, it's a one-year deal. Can he give you innings? Is he really going to win? I don't know. You're talking college now, Mike. It's a one-year gig. My point is this. Everything's turned into a one-year gig.
No, you're right. It's a good point. You can't get too far ahead of yourself.
You can't get too far ahead.
Yeah.
If we can win
you're right.
next year,
you're right.
Cut down the nets and move it.
Yeah.
Buzz Williams isn't having a good year, but he's going to have a good year because his staff's going to stay intact. They're a loyal group. He's a hard-working coach. He knows how to win. They just didn't pick the right players in the portal. The pond was empty because he got the job late. You can say all you want, but this year's not going to work for Maryland basketball. Now they can't even win the Big Ten conference tournament because not everybody makes the tournament. Not anymore.
That's right, with expansion.
So the little magic ball you could roll in front of the players and say, "Oh, you're all going to be here next year. Let's really play well in February, even though we're out of it, because next year it's going to." We don't know, and he has to go to the portal. Well, the NFL's the same way. Like, in other words, I understand your good problem. I just want a solid head coach who's going to be here. And part of the deal is this. Hey, Gary Williams will be the first one to tell you. The greatest coaching job I think Gary Williams ever did. I mean, he won the title, so I don't want to go there, but was Gravis Vasquez in reviving the program. And it kind of hit a little lull.
It did.
Look, Billy left to go to LaSalle. Billy Hunt.
You left to go to Loyola.
I went to Loyola. Dave went to Tulane. He turned around. It has nothing to do with who replaced us. We were like the band of brothers in the foxhole for 8 years. We knew what everybody was doing every day. Yeah. Who was recruiting? We were lockstep, the four of us. And Gary was the leader of a really good band.
You don't lose three guys like that and not take a step back because you guys were very valuable.
He revived it. And my point is that you have. But he wasn't like. He was like, we're gutting Steve Francis. We're going there. Obina Casey got hurt. Obina Casey's son's a great player. He was up at Springfield this weekend. Springfield had the Hall of Fame basketball tournament, okay? Right. So, like, this is what my mind is at. Then Juan and them take a learn. Then we get beat by UCLA by 30 in Minnesota in the second round. Then he says, we'll be back here next year. Then we go to the Final Four with Terrence Morris. This year's the 25th anniversary. They're not having a celebration. I don't understand why, but that's okay. Next year's the 25th celebration of the national championship. Make no mistake how important Terrence Morris was Gary Williams gets Terrence Morris to stay. Gary says, Terrence, the Steve Francis year was great. You probably should have left. Now you didn't leave. Why don't you stay? But goes to the Rockets. He's had a great career overseas. Terrence, great. Him and Mike Martis lead us to the Final Four. Then we win the national championship. Then we go to the Sweet 16 after everybody leaves because Blake and Drew Nicholas are intact. The main thing is that Gary Williams was there. While Billy left and I stayed and then I left and the machine was him. But taking three assistants away and sometimes having a little bad recruiting thing and Jordan Williams leaving when he shouldn't have, like that goes into play. You can't try to manage that now from 3 years is my point, Mike,
no, that's
including
fair.
your staff.
And And we definitely have to take a time out. Let's not forget Harbaugh had to undergo a lot of staff changes after that AFC Championship game. He lost not McDonald, but he also lost a couple of other really good assistants and their longtime O-line coach, Jody Alessandro, passed away.
Me and Billy and Dave didn't leave because we were losing. We're winning, so they said, do you guys want to come coach here?
Head coach, yeah. All right, let's take a time out. We'll come back. We'll grab some phone calls. We're winding down hour number 1, special edition of Inside Access. The coach, Jimmy Patsos, Mike Popovic with you as well as we take you to 6 here on The Fan.
Subscribe to The Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Guys, if you want the greatest night of your life, I mean your best night ever, then you gotta hear this. There's a new ED pill out, and it's from the makers of Viagra. It's their first new ED pill in over 20 years. This new super pill is called Viagra AGV, and it's unbelievable. It works super fast in only 11 minutes and lasts up to 14 hours thanks to its new vasodynamic delivery system. Plus, it's FDA approved and safe. There has never been any ED pill like it. It's unreal what it does to you. In testing, Viagra AGV crushed every other ED pill. It destroyed them all. And now, 9 out of 10 urologists are recommending Viagra AGV over any other ED pill. Every man alive needs to try this new Viagra AGV super pill at least once. Then you'll know why men are going crazy over it. So if you want to have the most incredible night of your life, you can't miss this. Go to scoreblue.com and try it while supplies last. That's scoreblue.com.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game. Put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
Jimmy, he's got some of your music for you. There you go.
Thank you for my Grateful Dead station. Bobby Lee.
Jimmy put in some requests for bumper music. So Grateful Dead is at the top of that list for him. All right, we got to get to some phone calls, and then we'll take a time out, come back with hour number 2. Let's head out to Chris in Parkville, who's been waiting patiently. Chris, you're up with the Fan. Go ahead, sir.
Well, gentlemen, how's it going?
Doing well.
Good. Yeah, I was just going to comment about the this past weekend and moving forward with the NFL playoffs, it just seems like even though Denver lost the quarterback there, it's still I could see a scenario where either team left could win the whole thing, but I do think it counts for something to have a signal caller like Stafford running the offense and the coach that he has on the sidelines. So I'm thinking they received a gift, but I think they'll make good on it, I believe.
Yeah, Chris, I appreciate the phone call. Just quickly, because we want to get to one more call here. I do like the LA Rams. Again, this is not a great league this year. There are no elite teams. There's a few good teams. And to me, the Rams are the team I think that are the best all the way around.
Why do you like them the best, Mike?
Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. And I know he didn't have the best game play calling yesterday, but
he's won it before.
He's fantastic. Stafford is the real deal. You see that arm strength still at 37 in bad weather, but he's got the smarts. He's been there before. He's great with the different guys. I trust him over Sam Darnold.
Talk about Sam Darnold. He was with the Jets.
With all due respect to him, he's gotten better, but yeah.
Not him. How about the other side? And I like that anybody could win. If Bo Nix was playing, I'd say anybody could win. We talked a little bit about fortunate bounces, luck, balls being fumbled by players. The Patriots, the Seahawks don't run Marshawn Lynch. The Falcons can't do any type of math. Somebody give them a calculator and they can't lose the game if you hand the ball off. And now Bo Nix goes down, and they deflate the balls, which is why there's a lot, and they're filming practices. I'm kind of being cynical with my Patriots fans. They had everything go their way, and now Bo Nix is out. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's a pretty big break.
When we talked about, weren't they supposed to be bad for 20 years before they got good again with all the winning? I didn't even think about that. This at the moment about the injury to Nix and how that sets up for the Patriots there. And there's talk about, hey, do you go get Phillip Rivers? Do you try to get Drew Brees in for a game?
Are you allowed to do that? Can you add to your playoff run?
Well, they did with Phillip Rivers. It's a good question. I'd have to check to see.
Stidham's not bad, though, because he was with the New England. He was with New England. By the way, if there's one game he wants to win, he's going
to be the first quarterback since Roger Staubach in 72 with the Cowboys, I believe it is, to make their first start of the season in a championship game.
How about, I'm going to go back and look when Hostetler beat Phil Simms went to Morehead State, because he acts like he went to MIT, but we'll get into that later. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but Hostetler had gotten in second half of the year, didn't he, with the Sims injury? He had played.
I don't remember. I'm only joking because we have Morehead State Under Armour, and there's a big picture of Phil Simms. But Phil Simms is a very good announcer. Kidding aside, they go and win it with Hostetler. But what did he do? Ball control, didn't hit, and their defense was good enough. Is Denver's defense good enough? I don't know enough about this. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, Denver's got one of the best. Yeah, Vance Joseph, their DC. Denver's got one of the best defenses in the league.
They have everything going.
Their defense can keep them in a game. They can keep them in the game.
This is the first start of the year is in the AFC Championship. That's
for Jarrett Stidham. Oh, it is.
How'd it work out? Did Roger Staubach win his start?
I got to think about that. That's a good question.
Roger and Tom Landry, another pair. See, you got to have a coach and quarterback got to be in lockstep.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. Let's get back on schedule. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Q and Brandon, I promise we'll get to you at the top. Then we'll continue the conversation. Yeah. And next half hour as well, Chris Nockey going to talk Terps basketball. Their first win of 2026 at their first Big Ten win and a near record broken. Mike Popovic, the coach, Jimmy Patsos. He is our inside access, and we continue next.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now, from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For immediate same-day heating repairs and installation, call the comfort guys today. That number, 410-367-7777, or just visit them at farnanddermer.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Struggling with weight loss is not just about willpower, it's about finding the right solution for you. At LifeMed Institute, their medically supervised weight loss program featuring tirzepatide is tailored to your unique needs. LifeMed has on-site medical providers to guide you every step of the way. You'll see real results safely and effectively. Transform your life today. Call now to schedule your free consultation, 410-575-1200, or visit lifemedinstitute.com. LifeMed clinics are available in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania, and tell them Rob Long sent you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
A shade past 3 o'clock in Charm City on this MLK Day today, and Coach
Love this song.
He's got his playlist request, and Alex is doing a great job on the other side.
$10 bill out so you and the baby have a little bad food from Royal Farms. Strategic tax resolution. I've been hearing a lot about taxes. This guy, Greg Talbot, I'm giving a ceremony shout out. He sponsors, I'm allowed to. He helped me. I know it's a shocker. I've had some tax issues before. Well, I'm a 1099, coaching camp,
right.
whatever.
Hey, who's got time to keep the numbers when you're coaching,
I
huh?
was giving it all the way around town anyways to certain individuals behind a bar or whatever. Anyways, look, this guy, Greg Talbot's unbelievable. But Alex, thank you for my New Order temptation. I saw them, New Order, and the Pet Shop Boys.
West End Girls.
And they were at Meriwether Post, which is still one of Jerry Garcia's going away tribute, one concert, all-time one concert, and he picked I Wanted It at Merriweather. It's an unbelievable venue, and I know you went to Woodlawn here from around here. I went out there and it was packed, and it's one of those things. You got to have the good, positive music in your life.
And the live version of the Lowdown and Stay from Jackson Brown was at Merriweather,
That
correct?
was that I Want You Stay? Yes.
yes.
Well, see?
Yep.
Pearl Jam I saw who loved playing there. When Jimmy Cliff came out and did Fire on the Mountain, if only Bill Walton came out, I was a Bill Walton. That's how I found the Dead.
I feel like you're the East Coast version of Bill Walton.
I will
the
take
late,
that.
great Bill Walton. Yeah, no, it's a compliment.
My favorite thing, Bill Walton. I said, Bill, what's your favorite Dead song? Whatever they play next.
All right, we've got some callers waiting. We want to get to you, and then we'll get back to it. Again, a lot on the table here this afternoon. NFL playoffs. We didn't get to the call yet. We'll get to that in the Rams game. The Bills game. We'll get to that. Also, the Ravens continue their head coaching search. We've got Maryland basketball we'll get to later this half hour as well. Plenty on the table. The biggest Jets fan in Baltimore is Q in Pikesville, wants to talk about the coaching search. Q, you're up on the fan. Thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
Big Mike, good afternoon. How you doing?
Oh, Q's going to be mad. We've been kind of dogging your Jets. We didn't mean to. We're happy.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to ask you. Yeah, pardon me for cutting you off, but yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. How come every time somebody brings up Sam Darnold, they bring up the Jets? That was years ago. Nobody talks about the 49ers, Panthers, or Vikings.
Because it's the biggest media market. Well, the biggest media market in the world. And
yeah,
the run they have of not winning is fairly impressive. In other words, it's hard not to win for that long.
Yeah. Well,
it's bad management, man. Bad management. But look, the thing about Salah I want to touch base on.
Yeah, I mean, you would give us some good insight on that. Go ahead.
What do we think?
Yeah, he's not a good head coach, man. And I've been going back and forth.
Educate me.
I've been going back and forth with certain people on like Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, because their crutch is, oh, he was a coach for the Jets. A leopard never changes his spots. In-game decisions, the guy's terrible. He's a player's coach. He's not going to do what's right. He's going to do what he wants to pamper the players. I consider Salah the Greg Roman of defensive coordinators, meaning he's good in the beginning, but once you figure out his scheme, he cannot adjust. Now, like I just said, a leopard never changes his spots, right? People use the same excuse with Todd Bowles when he was with us. When he was with us, he ruined Sam Darnold. Todd Bowles ruined Sam Darnold. Didn't have much to work with, but he ruined them. Same situations like Salah, in-game coaching adjustments, cannot do it. He's lost. He's like a deer in headlights. You can easily outcoach this dude. So everybody was using the excuse for him. Oh, he was just coaching the Jets.
Who should we get?
I can't speak on who y'all should.
Well, he's not a Ravens fan, so he doesn't.
No, I appreciate the Salah. I just watch his enthusiasm. Look, I like defense. I like his enthusiasm. But I did think Q. I think it's hard to coach the Jets. So did he learn something coaching the Jets?
Yeah, can he?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think he did. But what I was saying with Todd Bowles, when Todd Bowles left and he went to a better squad with Tampa Bay, he's still making the same mistakes as he did with the Jets. That's why Buccaneers fans want this guy going. So Salah's a good guy, good character, like you said, enthusiastic, jump around, go for the players. Yeah, that's him. But once you figure him out, it's a wrap. I don't think he's going to make the team better. That's just my opinion. Take it easy, fellas.
All right, Q. Appreciate the phone call. To Boston we go, listening on the free Odyssey app. Brandon, you're up on the fan. Thanks so much for waiting. Go ahead.
I'm like really curious about Salah. I don't think he's ready. I think he's a rah-rah guy, sort of like the guy from New York was saying. I'm also curious. He's got Shanahan calling plays. And as we know, when you have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, that can sort of disguise your defense or hide your defense because you're eating the play clock. You're keeping your defense off the field. And when you have arguably the best offensive coordinator, offensive mind in football as a head coach, Salah's going to look a lot better as opposed to when he's not playing with, as opposed to Flores, right? Like J.J. McCarthy, who was horrible this year. They turned the ball over left and right. Their defense still had great numbers. I'd rather have a guy like who can do that with not a great offense, but he's going to have a decent offense with Lamar. And now to the coach,
Brandon, let me ask you a question, and then we'll let you finish with who you think the Ravens should get. But one thing that Q didn't bring up, and I'm curious what you have to say, is that Kyle Shanahan, you think highly of him, right? Really good coach, and you talked about his offensive.
I don't. I live in New England, so I do with
Where
the
do you
Patriots.
live? I'm from New England. Where do you live, Brandon?
I live in Quincy.
Quincy?
And one of the things.
On the red line, you got all that snow there today? I bet all those Patriots fans are going great. Quincy, Situate,
Yes.
Weymouth, Milton. Good for you, brother.
No, I don't like the Patriots. I'm sick and tired of them. That's why I'm just like.
You're not on
I want a guy
Wallaston
like
Beach
Flores.
having the belly clams on Wallaston Beach wearing your Steve Grogan jersey, your Drew
I'm not a
Bledsoe.
Pats fan. I am not I'm a diehard Lamar Jackson fan and Ray Lewis and Ed Reed fan. I love both of them.
All right, so Brandon, I was just going to say quickly though. I was just going to say though, but obviously Kyle Shanahan, who is an accomplished head coach and has had a good run, obviously thought highly enough of Robert Saleh to bring him back a second time. And their defense did drop off when Saleh left to take the head coaching job with the Jets and went through a couple of DCs. But who do you think the Ravens should?
Yeah. Can I say one thing though?
Yeah.
First of all, the year that he was gone, CMC got hurt, which really hurt their offense, okay? So that's going to make the defense play worse. And then, two, dealing with the Atlanta Falcons Super Bowl and Kyle Shanahan and him blowing that game on that 3rd and 10, throwing the ball instead of running it and setting up a field goal. I don't like Kyle Shanahan. I think he's a good mind, but I don't think he's clutch.
Give us a Brandon, help us quick. Even though you're not a Patriots fan.
So he's a Ravens fan in Boston.
Give us
Okay,
the insight as a Ravens fan. You see what Vrabel's done. I heard he's unbelievable in the Ravens. My friends still live up there, so I hear Vrabel has totally re-energized the whole community. Can we do that here with a new coach in Baltimore? And what's your feeling on Vrabel's impact in the Patriots world?
I think Mike Vrabel is a great coach. I think Drake May's played pretty well, but their defense is incredible. Vrabel has coached them up. I think Vrabel's a good X's and O's guy. I wish the Ravens got him. That's sort of honestly why I wouldn't mind. I don't know if Flores is the answer, but I think Flores would be good for them. I think he's got the Belichick, like he came from the Patriots tree. The Patriots know what they're doing. They have this success. But another guy, before I go, I'm going to go quick.
All right, Brandon, we got to hop here. Thank you.
All right, Brandon, be good up there in Quincy.
All right.
Go to the Fours, Brandon, the Fours in Quincy. 2 presidents, John Quincy Adams and John Adams, in the vault right there, and then you go to the Fours. And you know what you get? The Bobby Orr steak and cheese.
You should work for the tourism office.
Hey, man, when I go places, I go places.
One thing, I know Brian Flores' name has been thrown out there from time to time. I just don't think with what happened in Miami, I don't think the Ravens at this point could take a chance about whether or not it would work. I think given, again, let's not forget, we talk about the Lamar Jackson window. Not to say that in 4 or 5 years he's going to be a terrible player, but I think we all know at 29, when you take a look at the next 2 to 3 years, I think are going to be really critical. They can't take a shot on someone that has that much baggage there. Now, look, interviewing him. If they bring him back, then that obviously tells you something. But I just don't think it's going to be him. So, but it's where, Jimmy, I'll say this. It's where it's very intriguing with this job, and then we'll take a time out, is that you have had, to the credit of the fans and some media, where the obvious thought would be offensive coach with Lamar. You have had a fair amount of people say, no, I want this defense to get back to being what they're,
wins.
Yeah.
Look,
what we're used to.
We're going to talk later about the Wizards. They're young. Look, they're learning in real time. Little brother's going to grow up into be big brother. As MLK said, when you stop trying or when you become silent, you're done. You have to keep fighting and raise your voice. They've done all that stuff. But how do you take the next step? Playing defense. Defense is where you start to take the championship. That's what this town's been built on. The NBA teams play defense. OKC plays defense. Pitching and defense win. So, where are we going to go with all this? What are the Ravens going to do? I think as long as Lamar likes the OC, and I want Lamar to like people. I want Lamar to be very involved.
He's got to get involved. He's got an open door to get involved.
Wonders what I'm doing on the floor. He's got Flores. I want to look up Flores'
he's got to interview
background more because I don't know enough about. Do you like Flores? Why are so many people mentioning him?
Because I don't have all the time to get into it, but he had a not a good situation in Miami there, and it didn't work out well with the quarterback there. And we could get into it in another segment, but I just think it's what makes this decision very, very intriguing is that the obvious pick is, hey, we got to get offensive head coach with Lamar, but yet you can make a strong argument to restoring the Ravens' way of having a really good defense. And yes, then at that point is predicated who his OC is going to be. So you could see it going either way. One interesting name that's out there that is interviewed, whose grandfather coached the Baltimore Colts, is Chris Shula, the DC with LA. And if you take a look at the LA defensive roster, those who are starting that is, Coach, there are no big names on that roster, and they lost Aaron Donald 2 years ago.
Hey, let's go.
But this kid Shula,
stay right there. As a younger, I'm younger. I'm not that young, but I'm 59. But I didn't realize that Shula was such a good defensive coach. I didn't realize
it's a quick ascension. He's just a second-year DC. He's 39.
I'm talking about Don Shula. I didn't realize, like, talking to Bruce Laird and I'm talking about.
He was like
guys,
young 30s when he took the job.
If you put one guy on Mount Rushmore right away, it's Don Shula. He's the first guy on Mount Rushmore. There's Andy Reid. There's their Belichick. Is there this? There's the modern-day Mount Rushmore. Should Andy Reid go? Who should be up there? Vince Lombardi. No, they say Don Shula. I didn't realize Don Shula had that much impact on the game, coaching-wise.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the interesting thing, Johnny Unitas hated his guts here in town.
Oh, did he?
Well, because Weeb Eubank gave him control of the offense and let him make adjustments at the line.
He was a defensive coach.
No, Weeb Eubank was an offensive guy.
But Don Shula was a defensive coach.
Yes, because he played DB, correct. But still, he reined in Johnny Unitas. And yet Johnny Unitas' best years, some of his best years, now, yeah, he won 2 NFL championships with Weeb Eubank, so you can't just dismiss that. But some of his best years, though, that also kept him upright were with Don Shula, where it was more controlled, a little bit more running game, but he didn't have the flexibility. Although I'd still say, how in the world do you put handcuffs on Johnny Unitas? I don't know. But they still won a lot of games, those two, but they could not get along with each other. They each other's guts.
To call in. I'm telling Laird, call in.
Bruce and I did shows back in the day. We had a Ravens rep down at Ocean City. Good guy. All right, let's take a timeout. We're going to switch gears. Let's talk Maryland basketball. Coach Chris Nockey joins us next here on The Fan.
The new number,
Sports Radio,
is 105.7.
The Fan.
Please make a note of it.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The new year is here in Harford County, and with it comes that feeling of fresh starts, new goals, new routines, and who knows, maybe a few resolutions we'll actually stick to this time. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. I think January has a way of getting us all thinking about what's ahead, and maybe it's time for that vehicle you've been putting off, the one that really fits you, and where you want life to take you this year. Whatever's on your list, Ford has the dependability to get you there, from the rugged F-150 to the versatile Explorer and everything in between. Listen, if one of your resolutions is stop worrying about my car, we can definitely help with that. We'll put you in something you'll love to drive to the gym. This January, our Plaza Ford team is ready to make finding your next Ford straightforward and stress-free, because starting the year right shouldn't feel complicated. We are always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart, and our inventory is always available at PlazaFord.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Championship game tonight in college football. Indiana, 8.5-point favorite against Miami. The game is actually in Miami. Total of the game, 47.5. No real opinion on who's going to win the game by how many points. I think Indiana will win. Not sure who's going to cover the spread. I do like the under in the game, though. Under 47.5. I don't think Miami's going to have a ton of success against this Indiana defense, and I think Indiana plays it a little close to the best with everything on the line. So coming up tonight with Indiana and Miami, let's go under the total, under 47.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
The NFL playoffs are here, and Heed the Call NFL podcast with Dan Hansis and Mark Sessler is your destination for coverage of every round, from Wild Card Weekend to Super Bowl Sunday.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we have fun. No fake hot takes, just entertaining football talk from your favorite buds at the bar.
Wait, Mark, which bar?
Well, like the typical neighborhood bar where the witty sports guys at a place like that.
Ah, I like that. Follow and listen to Heed the Call wherever you get your podcasts.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
Adams will drive in. Gives a nice dish off to Washington. Out front, Coit pump fakes. Step back, take the three, and he got it! 43 for Coit, and a big smile on his face.
Johnny Holiday on the Maryland Terrapin Sports Radio Network right here at Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. The Terps yesterday get a 96-73 win over Penn State. So the Terps get their first win of 2026, coach their first Big Ten conference win. And so yesterday I'm watching the first half on BTN. Then in the second half, I'm headed out to the store. So I got my earbuds. I got my Odyssey app. I'm listening to Johnny and Chris and The Wiz. And I'm trying not to do cartwheels in the aisle. When Diggy Coy keeps hitting all these shots. And the color commentator of the Maryland Terrapins, Chris Nockey, joining us now. And Chris, that was quite a first half and a very interesting second half for the Terps. But it all turned out. What a game yesterday at Xfinity Center.
Yeah, great start for sure, and tremendous first half. I mean, you think about it, this is a team that really, I think for a lot of this year, has struggled to score points, and yet they scored 56 in that game. They had 50 in the first half against Michigan, who's arguably the best team in the country. So when they get it going a little bit, when Diggy has it going, obviously it makes things look a lot different. And, as they say in the coaching world, shot making shots is kind of the ultimate deodorant. It's one of those things that's able to conceal a lot of other issues you may be having.
Coach Nockey, we're only keeping you on for an hour. Chris Nockey and I could do an hour, Popovic, on many topics.
And you guys do a podcast together.
Well, I'm a fill-in guy for that's a him and Gary podcast.
I see.
Ed Tapscott brings in his...
Jimmy's a rock star. He's a featured performer.
Ed brings his academic Tufts background with his Pim Cups to our podcast. Nockey, love you. We have many things to talk about. By the way, real quick, if anybody's listening who doesn't know, Bill Courtney passed away, a legendary basketball figure, helped George Mason, great player at Bucknell, but he worked for you, Chris. Real quick, Bill was very big in the Baltimore community. He was a head coach at Cornell. And I know we've all talked about it, happened last week with Tragic. A great guy, but he worked for you, Chris, for a year, which I found out. Can you give us a 30-second on Bill Courtney for our listeners?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be the first guy to give Bill a college job back in the early 90s when I was coaching at American U. And, he just had that certain thing with him. And he lit up a room, very engaging guy. And it's tragic that at 55, he was coaching at Temple when he passed. it's just tragic that a guy like that is not around anymore. But he will be well remembered by a lot of schools that he worked at, UVA, Virginia Tech, Miami, of course, with Jim Larinaga. He really, we put George Mason on the map. He's the guy that recruited all that Final Four team.
Tony Skinn and all those guys, because he was a Northern Virginia guy. Look, there's a spot in heaven. We call it the basketball corner, whether it's Rob 80s, Red Auerbach, John Wooden. Then there's the Jack Bruins, and we have lots of friends. My wife's over there right now. She's, they're serving drinks with Bill Courtney, and he's having a big smile, and he's having a drink, Chris. But he's talking hoops. So. He loved to have a good time, but he was good for the game, Chris. Like, he was a good dude. He was a big DMVer, right, Chris? Like, he was a big part of it.
Well, he was a state champion player at Lee High School out here in Springfield, Virginia. So he was a very good player. He remains the leading scorer and assist guy in the history of Bucknell. So
think of that with Jay Wright, lots of guys, and they've had pros play from there. Lots of good players, Mike Muscala and all those people at Bucknell. So Naki, I'm really just glad you mentioned that about Bill. So I want to get a quick one here, Naki. The good news is the Terps beat Penn State. So now we should go on a 3 or 4 game winning streak because we go to Illinois, who's number 11, Michigan State, who's number 10, and host Purdue, who's number 4. We love the win, Naki, and I know we know that that Adams is the young guy. Chris, how's the year been? And that's the rigors of this league. In case anybody knows, I'm being facetious, but Illinois, they go to Illinois, who's 11, go to Michigan State, who's number 10, and host Purdue. While you have the good win, tell us should you just enjoy the win, Naki, and not think about what's coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the way you have to.
They're playing hard, right, Naki? These guys are rebounding.
They do not cheat themselves with the effort that they give. I mean, it's exemplary, it's impressive, and it's also a Buzz Williams sort of trademark, right? That's kind of what he's known for. Is the
rebounding team. Like, you're on the road with them. Like, everybody knows, not the greatest season, Naki. You're like there watching their rebounding efforts, like really good, right?
I don't know how they do it because, like, for instance, we played at UCLA, storied Pauley Pavilion last weekend, and they rebounded UCLA by 20 plus in that building, and it's impressive to watch. And they don't have a whole lot of size relative to the rest of the Power 5 world, so and then they basically doubled up on Penn State yesterday, who was much bigger. At every spot basically in that starting lineup. So they've done a really good job there. The fact that the shooting and the ball handling, comes and goes with them. They have way too many turnovers, way too many live ball turnovers. And of course the shooting has been, yesterday they were lights out, over 50% on a bunch of attempts from 3. But, I mean, there have also been games like Oregon, 7 of 35 from 3. Indiana, similar numbers. And, Buzz takes a very metrics-based, analytics-based approach to those kinds of things, and he wants them shooting a bunch of threes. Like I said, if you live by it, you die by it, right? It's just kind of come and gone for them this year.
Well, and to accentuate the rebounding end of it, and that's where the USC game was an outlier because they only had 4 offensive rebounds in that one. But coming into yesterday's game, Coach and Chris, well, actually both coaches, Maryland grabbed 218 offensive rebounds leading into the Penn State game. That's third most in the Big Ten. So it's Buzz Williams is all about rebounding, and I know he's got a lot of specific drills that he does in practice and in walkthroughs and such to get them to that point. But if they're not offensive rebounding and giving themselves second chances, depending on how they're shooting from 3-point range, it could be a tough night, and that's where USC it was the other day. Yesterday, they both hit the 3 and they were rebounding.
Yeah, they had it all, kind of the perfect storm yesterday for sure. And Buzz uses a phrase that the players really like, and that is rebounding with violence. And I think that's kind of the way they go about it. It's a physical group, physical team. I think Solomon Washington is the guy who kind of embodies
that guy. He's a foxhole guy, right?
And individual basis, man, he goes after it. A little bit too foul prone, and he can be challenged offensively like the rest of them, but his leadership and the way he plays around the hoop is pretty remarkable. He shouldn't be a 6'7", 5-man in the Big Ten. He should be playing alongside Pharrell Payne. He should be more of a 4 and much more at home in that position. But it is what it is. You play the cards that are dealt to you.
Not to put you on the spot, but nationally, Chris, for those you don't know, Naki's the man because not only does he travel with them, his daughter's doing an unbelievable job as the Dobo at UVA.
That's right.
But she was at VCU and Utah State. So you're like Coach Naki's not just doing Maryland basketball. He's got his eyes on the whole scene. And this year you went out to the Players Tournament. And that's why I said we could really do an hour. We might keep you an hour, Naki. We'll change the world. So, Chris, Mike here's a big Michigan guy. Scott took us to lunch. Our boss, who lives in Detroit, who moved here, they think Michigan's the team to beat. And I didn't want to say, you've seen the Big Ten. You travel a lot. You went to Vegas. You've seen UVA play. Give us Chris Naki's Final Four that we tonight's Indiana, Miami, and football. My point is this: who would have predicted that last year? Even I don't care how good Indiana was. Nobody thought Indiana, Miami would be playing for the final championship game. Naki, especially because of your Vegas, and if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, Vegas has this money tournament that everyone was in.
They had a million teams in it. Yeah,
but they were all the good teams.
Yeah.
It's very rare.
Gonzaga.
Chris,
yeah.
I know I can. Naki's Jimmy can ask me 20 questions. That's what we do. Naki, you got a chance to see 12 teams in Vegas along with your normal travels. Give us your thoughts a little on the national scene and who's really good.
Yeah, first of all, this is an interesting year for a couple of different reasons. First, to me, one of the great stories in college basketball this year is Nebraska.
There you go. See, thank you.
Fred Hoiberg is a tremendous guy.
Tough place to play. I've never been there. I heard it's a tough place to play, right, Naki?
It's an awesome place to play because no matter how, they do a great job with game administration. It's a new arena. It's sparkling, and it doesn't matter whether Nebraska's 20-0 or 0-20. That place is packed, and the people out there just really care.
Fans, see, get out there and support.
Out of quote football school, yeah.
Yeah, and so now they got it going. They're in the top 10 now, and they've had some good wins, and they benefit the rest of the way. With an unbalanced schedule, you never know if that unbalanced schedule works for you or against you, right? Well, it works for Nebraska. The rest of the way they have one game against Michigan and one game against Purdue. And so they avoid a lot of the maelstrom of the.
This is why Chris and I could do a show for an hour, because when we played, he was coach at American U, and then when Chris Naki, excellent coach, was in the CAA, teams like Mason and VCU and those guys were building towards going to the Final Fours. Naki, I would have liked an unbalanced schedule then. We played everybody twice. That wasn't very fun. So, Chris, Nebraska, I got Nebraska circled as a story to watch. The one some people are asking about, who none of us really ever see, is Arizona. They're kind of that. We knew him with Lute Olson and other. So, on the spot, you have plenty of time. But so Nebraska's this great story. I'll lead you down this road, and Virginia's doing. Is Arizona that good, Chris?
I mean, the guy does a great job there. I think Michigan is the most talented team in the country. When they did lose a game to Wisconsin recently, and those are games in the conference where people know each other so well are just so tough. And also their best player, Yexel Lindenberg.
Love that guy from UAB. That guy's a man.
Yeah, and he was hobbled in that game. Wasn't the same guy. And
how's the 7'4" guy, in your opinion, from UCLA at Michigan?
Yeah, he's very good, and he gets you easy buckets. And it's just such a formidable front line. They've got the 7'3" or 7'4", however big he is, and then transfer from Illinois, who's 6'10", 6'11", and then Yexel, who's every bit of 6'9", and likely a top 6 or 8 pick in the draft. So that kind of front line is hard to deal with.
What did you think of Kansas when you were in Vegas? Were they any good?
So that was the other sort of thread I was going to pull here when you talk about sort of the national landscape. This is a phenomenal year for freshmen. And whether it's A.J. DeBonsa, whether it's the kid at Kansas, Peterson, who's outstanding.
But he's been hurt a little. Both times I turned them on, he's been hurt. But I know he's a good player.
He's healthy now, and he is playing his ass off. He's just very good. Another guy, Caleb Wilson from North Carolina.
I think he might be the steal of the draft. Carolina's been quietly winning. And I'm sorry, we love Coach Naki, so we're going to ask him lots of questions. the Carolina Duke thing, we're all ACC fans. I talked about how my first year in the league, they won the national title. I said to Coach Williams, I have a suggestion. He said, what's that? We need better players, okay? No, because they were so good. The Duke-Carolina thing, because how are those two, Nocky? Because, Chris Nocky's daughter, outstanding, is running the UVA basketball program, daily ops. How are they how is the Carolina-Duke thing, Chris?
Well, Duke is loaded. Carolina is kind of maddening to me. Watching them play, they have Caleb Wilson, who I said is just outstanding, but they're not covering anybody. They're giving up a lot of points. Duke, on the other hand, with a couple of great freshmen, Boozer being maybe I didn't even mention him when I was talking about the other freshmen, right? Peterson and Wilson and those guys. Boozer may be the best basketball player of all those guys, best right now. That's not to say he's going to be better than any of those guys at the next level, but Duke is very strong. By the way, February 21st here in town, Duke and Michigan play at Cap One Arena.
That's right. I can't get anybody tickets. Repeat, no, I can't get you tickets.
I didn't even try asking.
Yeah, exactly. So that'll be must-see TV, and great, interconference sort of February game. Take the little different perspective.
30-second last question before you go, Nocky. Towson and GW, they're our friends. The Hoyas are down. It's okay. This is locally. Nocky, who's going to make the NCAA? Gun to your head from like the VCUs to and you can throw Mason in there. Like who in this region, Nocky, you think makes the NCAA? One of those big teams.
Tony Skinn and Mason have done a phenomenal job. They continue to roll. I think Mason and GW play today.
They do.
Yeah, that's a big game, particularly, and that's in Fairfax, I believe. That's at George Mason.
That's an annual that does really well over there. They've promoted that for a long time there, and you live there. Okay, so you think Mason has the best chance for people watching a medium range team to go?
They better win the A10 tournament because at this point in time, the A10 is a one bid league.
Maybe St. Louis, I've heard, and we're going to be. Nocky and I can talk about them in the Big East.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
All right. Hey, Chris, we appreciate your time. I'll just end on this. In a lot of ways, I guess yesterday, the record of Ernie Graham's not being broken, we didn't want to happen unnaturally. So I guess it's a good thing that there wasn't a knowledge of it because otherwise, how in the world aren't you giving the ball to Diggy Coit at the end there? There is Adams, the freshman, being a freshman, hitting a three instead of giving it up to Diggy Coit to try to break the record.
I just think there are a lot of people. I said when the buzzer sounded, I said there are probably a lot of hardcore old-time Maryland fans that were popping champagne at the end of that game that Diggy did not break the record because he is a bit of a rental. And
that's fair. I get it.
And Ernie, we're going to leave you this DC Coaches podcast. Occasionally I'm on it. Chris runs it. You got Gary Williams, chipper, happy self, not talking about anybody moving during his putts, never complaining about his former AD, and just basically giving you the most optimistic outlook on life on the DC Coaches podcast with Chris Nocky.
All right. Chris.
Nicely done.
Chris, thanks so much. Be well, sir.
All right, boys.
All right, take care. All right, we got to play some catch up, but always good stuff with Chris Nocky. We'll take a timeout when we come back. Plenty more basketball talk. Mike asked Jimmy questions, basketball questions. We'll do that and more. Your phone calls next here on The Fan.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Bell Kia has extended its year-end sales event to January 31st. Take home one of 6 exciting Kia models priced under $30K with Kia Sportages starting at $26,185. No application refused. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing, just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Start your new year by saving big on appliances at the New Year sale going on now at Bray & Scarf. Save on our best-selling GE Profile and Cafe appliances. Plus, get 18-month special financing. Come see for yourself at any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm Reese Friedman on behalf of the law offices of Michael A. Friedman. And like football, we're judged by winning and losing. And after many years and many cases, Stephen, Rachel, and Michael have proven that they are a winning team. So if you or a loved one has been injured in a motor vehicle accident, I don't want you to hesitate. Call 410-363-6848 or email us from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation and evaluation of your case. The law offices of Michael A. Friedman, serving the community for over 40 years.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For a smooth transition to a new home, talk to Lee Tessier of eXp Realty. Google Lee Tessier.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
And we appreciate Chris Nonke there for joining us. That's all right, Alex. That's all right. Appreciate Chris Nonke joining us, Coach, in the last segment there. Hey, just quickly, because we didn't have any more time to go, you guys were mentioning teams in the DMV or in the Mid-Atlantic area NCAA tournament, and the St. Louis Billikens came up. And the reason I bring St. Louis up is because, and you know this, 1994, the first NCAA tournament for Maryland, for Gary Williams, for you guys, for the staff. I remember middle school sneaking in my old red and black GE, headset.
No
way.
way.
The old Walkman.
The old Walkman.
And listening to Johnny, and I don't remember who was doing color for him at the time, but
I think it was the first. We tipped at 11 in Wichita.
It was
so
an early time, and you got, and it was That was a big deal. So I'm 13 at the time because my birthday's in June, so I'm 13 at the time. And for me, growing up, because I was too young to remember the 80s and sadly the Len Bias and then the Bob Wade days, I remember some of the early Gary days. But, I mean, that was my first NCAA tournament game as a Terps fan. So you better believe I would sneak in the Walkman and listen and get some updates where I could sneak in getting the headset on and doing it. And fortunately, I got away with it. I don't know how.
It was a St. Patrick's Day. And it was at 11 out there, 12 here. First game on TV. Joe Smith tips. They had H. Wallman, Erwin Claggett, Charlie Spoonhour was
the head coach. Yeah. Yep.
It was one of those, we pulled into Wichita. There was not much out there. It was like out in the fields, like the way the Cleveland Cavaliers Stadium used to be out. Richfield.
Richfield Coliseum, which is a jail now.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
And there was a dog track next to it, and I said, we're winning because I grew up going to dog track in Boston, like Goodwill Hunting. But we beat UMass 2 days later.
Yeah.
That was the thing. Joe Smith, that's when he really exerted himself. And
that was the early Calipari days.
Yeah, we were 10 seed. Well, the last one's in.
That's right.
And we had played top. Joe Smith was a freshman, Johnny Rhodes, and then we loved Johnny G. They were sophomores with Dwayne. Mario Lucas hit shots. Keith Booth was just an unbelievable force of nature around the basket, willingness to win. But Joe Smith exercised himself that day. And I saw over there, and I looked, and I said, we were 10 seed. They were the 7 seed, and Billy Bano and Bruiser Flint, they were scouting for Calipari. Calipari wasn't there, but they shook their heads. They did not want to play us because they knew we were young and feisty, and we had played him. They ends up a year later, Joe Smith and Marcus Camby went at it in Baltimore Arena. They beat us. It was one of the great games, like it was like 97, 94.
It's an early non-conference game, right?
Gary always played tough non-conferences in places like that. We love non-conference, and that's why that thing Chris was talking about. Buzz is going to go to the Vegas thing every year. He's going to play Georgetown and Virginia 4-year deals, but that was an unbelievable experience. And then we went to 11 straight NCAAs, and that's how you thought it was going to be. And that's why coaching's weird. You just think everything's going to be fine until it isn't. And I really feel bad for the Harbaugh and the Ravens and all that, because it's very rare, Mike, that you're on a roll good and then you're even supposed to be better that it goes the other way. Is that like my ascension and up and down and, hey, we had a great year at Siena, won the CBI, won 20, went to the finals. Last time they've been in the finals. I had a bad year. Did a bunch of dumb things wrong. Didn't handle myself. Didn't handle the team well. So we decided to part ways. But we weren't picked to win the league. In other words, like, coaching can be weird, and there's no, look, it comes down to it's your stuff. You're the leader. And then how good are your players, and do you have injuries and all that? But I've never seen as good a prediction and people picking the Ravens go to the Super Bowl and kind of come up flat. Like, what's your thought on that? Like that, in other words, that's the problem. The expectations maybe were too high, but the drop-off was low.
Yeah, and I think Steve Bisciotti pointed that out as well, although he was talking about postseason seeding. But you're right, the Ravens were one of the Super Bowl favorites coming into the season. And the interesting thing, because I tried to go back and do an analysis on my program and even criticizing myself that, okay, how do we get this so wrong? Were some of the issues that really flared up this season, were we talking about that coming into the year? And the answer is actually we were talking about a question mark with the pass rush still. We were talking about that, but they had drafted Mike Green. And so the thought was, Van Noy, even if he has 60 to 70% of the production from the previous year, that's still pretty solid. Mike Green, the rookie, they like a lot. They took a flyer on him despite the one allegation, a second rounder. He's going to do well. And
why didn't he do as well?
Well, I think they asked their outside linebackers to do too many things. But in part, the Matabike injury early in the year, that not only affects Travis Jones next to him, who got a contract extension, deservedly so. He busted his butt the rest of the way. But it affects your outside linebackers as well, because that nose tackle commands a double team. It can help free up Van Noy or the other outside linebacker. So I think that played a part. But I also think the Ravens asked their outside linebackers sometimes to do too many things. And sometimes on third down, I just want you to go fetch and get the quarterback instead of dropping back into zone coverage and blitzing from the other side and giving up blah, blah. It doesn't work out. But I'm trying to look at what did we think coming in about some of the areas that flared up. So pass rush, I think, was still somewhat of a concern. And the interior of the offensive line, I think we had talked about, they could have bolstered it. But that O-line, even with Voorhees and with Lele 2 seasons ago, they played pretty well, But, man, they fell flat on their face. I think that affected Linderbaum. That affected Rosengarten. And so, here's where we are. And then the Lamar issue, just, with Lamar's lack of health, not being an offensive as much a factor.
He was hurt a lot. Did they have enough receivers for him?
I think they had enough, but I do think that going forward here, that they may need to make a move there. Long story short, I still think they need a guy to take the top off the defense, a deep threat down the field. Not to say Flowers can't be, but Bateman, his health is just too inconsistent. But they've got Devontae Walker, they drafted out of North Carolina. He was inactive half the year, which didn't make sense because when he did play for the most part, he made plays. And so I'm not sure what's going on there, but I do think, Coach, I think they could add a wide receiver. But do I think he had enough this season there, coupled with the running game of the tight ends? Yes, I do. But in the areas that I guess we just assumed that those areas would get better or stay the same and not take a downward spiral, and that's exactly what happened.
That's the problem when you think, very rarely that things stay the same, better or worse.
But
that's how it goes.
Your point, though, is, and that is the risk that, and I still think it was time, but to your point that we got to take a timeout. And it's a very fair one that, okay, you move on from John Harbaugh, but the expectation is new guy comes in and maybe a first-time head coach, and he's not only going to continue to win, but now he's going to get his team to the AFC Championship or the Super Bowl in the next 2 or 3 years. That is a big ask. And even if a first-time failed head coach, that's still a big ask. So to your point, it is a risk, but I do think it was time. So.
And we're happy for Coach Harbaugh. We're happy for the change.
Absolutely.
I always want a 6'4" receiver. I want some big receivers.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll grab a phone call. I want to get to some basketball questions for Coach, but we got plenty of time to do that in the 4 o'clock hour as well, if need be. It's a special edition of Inside Access on this MLK Day today. Mike Popovic and our Inside Access are the Coach, Jimmy Patsos. We're back with more next.
Alexa, play 105.7 The Fan.
Absolutely.
Baltimore's sports talk radio. The Fan.
My pleasure.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
All right, Coach. You got to get your headset back on. Here you go.
Saw this guy at the Lyric. It was unbelievable. He did that by himself, not with Pro Team. Seen him in MSG. We like our music. Eddie Vedder, big Hoops fan. I met them down in D.C. Jeff Ament, the bass player. We had beaten Tim Duncan with Joe Smith. I brought him all this gear from Maryland, and they were cool, and they were playing with Neil Young.
Very nice. Yeah. Well, it's Patso's playlist here.
We're trying to play some different stuff, but we're getting older.
All right, let's grab some calls. We got a few more to get to before the top of the hour here, and we'll spill over to the 4 o'clock hour. It's Patsos, it's Popovic, a special edition of Inside Access. Greg and Bel Air. Greg, you're up with the fan. What's going on?
Doing today?
Hey, doing well.
Hey, all right, cool. Regarding the pass rush, we talk about the level of production of certain pass rushers and such. I don't particularly care for a lot of those stats. Only reason is because there's a lot of bad teams in the NFL, and you go into a season and say you rack up sack against teams that really aren't that good. Then you get into the playoffs against teams that are much better, and then your pass rush disappears. You don't have any game records, and that's part of my reason. If I listen to you guys talk about Harbaugh and DeCosta, these people. And I just don't have as high. I've been a diehard Ravens fan for 30 years, but I don't have as high of an opinion of these people as you do. It's the way they built that team from back to front instead of front to back, emphasizing defensive backs instead of the front seven and not focusing on the trenches. I mean, we were dead last. Dead last in overall line spending on this thing.
So Greg, now are you talking about? First off, I have said that one area that certainly the Ravens have not been able to get it right, and actually could still say that they still have some work to do at wide receiver outside of Zay Flowers because the Bateman thing hasn't worked out. I've said that they failed at outside linebacker and pass rush. But let me ask you, when you talk about defensive line for a second, are you talking about free agency or the draft? Because they drafted Matabike and extended him. They drafted Travis Jones. They drafted Broderick Washington. To say that they didn't put resources into the defensive line, they have over the last couple of years. So are you talking about free agent signings on the D-line?
That's over 5 years.
But they still address. You can't say they haven't addressed it when they did right there.
Hold on. Last year was a really great defensive line draft. There was a starter. I think at least one starter in pretty much every round, if not multiple starters in many of those rounds. And we drafted this guy Peoples, whatever. He's an undersized defensive lineman who was a healthy scratch for most of the year. That's what I'm talking about. And also the other thing that bugged me was Emory Jones had surgery after the combine. He's offensive guard. His surgery after the combine. They knew he was going to miss all of training camp into the season after he had that, I don't know, I think it's a pectoral surgery.
Yeah, the O-line depth was questionable, and Greg, that's fair. And Greg, let me also go back. You make a fair point. 2 seasons ago, the Ravens had the highest amount or one of the highest amount of sacks in the NFL, but when it came against some of the better teams, against the Eagles regular season, against the Bills in the postseason, you're right. It was nowhere to be found. And that's a fair argument. No.
Last time I was making that when I talk about Emory Jones, I know the offensive line was an issue. They brought back Warnock, who was not as good of offensive line coach as D'Alessandris. And I can understand 2 years ago because,
Well, he passed away, so I mean,
Right. No, but that's 2 years ago. But this season that just went by, they could have replaced him, but they didn't. And so you draft Emory Jones, and 2 picks before Emory Jones was taken, I think the Jaguars drafted a healthy offensive lineman who was a guard who had a pretty good year this year. And we had all these, we had like 5 fifth-round picks or so on and so forth. I mean, DaCosta couldn't have taken a couple of his later-round picks, moved up in the 3rd round, and actually gotten a healthy offensive lineman that could have helped us this year instead of a guy who's going to miss most of the season.
Yeah.
And we had to watch Falele and Voorhees flop out there like for the whole season.
Yeah. Greg, look, I'm not going to sit here and defend this past offseason. I appreciate the call of Eric DaCosta.
This guy's you are a diehard 30-year fan.
It wasn't one of the better ones. I do think DaCosta's got some work to do. We can all talk about changing out the head coach. I do think there's some areas with Eric DaCosta where he does have to up his game. And I think you bring up some fair points there. But to say that they have addressed the defensive line in the last couple of years, so wait a minute, you're going to go and draft a guy to replace Matabike and Travis Jones, who are top 3-4 picks, and maybe a Broderick Washington, but I'm not so sure I agree with you there. There's only so much to go around, but your offensive line characterizations are fair, spot on with that. And look, the Ravens, in terms of drafting outside linebackers or pass rushers specifically, it's either that or the scheme or both, because you saw Odafe Owe go to L.A. with the Chargers and Jesse Minter and do quite well. So that is a bit telling. We've got a full bank of calls, Coach. We'll take a timeout. When we come back, we'll talk more football. I do want to get into some basketball more with you next hour as well. But always good to talk off an NFL playoff weekend, the Ravens head coaching search, and personnel as well. That is certainly up for grabs. Let's do that next. It's a special edition of Inside Access. The coach, Jimmy Patsos, and Mike Popovic with you here on The Fan.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
And Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Have you been left out in the cold by your propane company? If you're not getting the service you need, call Petro Home Services now. You can rely on your local propane pros at Petro to always be there for you, around the clock, in any weather. With a propane supply, fully stocked fleet of trucks, and the experienced technicians you need for a worry-free winter, go with Petro now and save up to $500 in propane. Visit petro.com or call 877-230-0738 today.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In app only.
Contractors, tired of insurance premiums eating into your profits? Most contractors stick with one carrier and overpay year after year. Gray Insurance Group searches the entire market to help you cut costs on your liability, workers' comp, and commercial auto insurance without sacrificing protection. Why let another month slip by when you could be saving right now? Call Joe at 410-879-6383. Stop overpaying and keep more money in your business. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager. Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
Sing with me, sing for the year, sing for the laugh, and sing for the tear.
A shade past 4 o'clock in Charm City. Halfway through another 2 hours to play with as the Patsos playlist
Steve Tyler
continues.
I guess when Boston wins, we'll play Boston songs. This is the Patriots fan. Dream on. We're dreaming. Next year, we're going to be singing, doing highlights. Dream on as we go to the Super Bowl.
Coach, from your lips to God's ears. There you go. Hey, really interesting quickly on X. And by the way, you're on X or Twitter. Your handle is what?
At Coach Patsos. You'll see me post about the big 1,000 win comeback, 59-58, 3 in a row. It's Coach Scary. The CAA's ours this year.
There you go. At Popo Fan Sports for yours truly. I got with the Times at the beginning of the new year. My first day was when they parted ways with John Harbaugh. I thought that would be a good time to start.
That's a good time to post.
And Scott, the program director, said, yeah, that's a good move. Good idea. No, this is interesting just quickly. I don't want to get out to the calls, but RG3, who's at RG3 on X, he said, and maybe he was doing this for effect, who knows. I want someone to be, with their opinion, be genuine. But anyway, he said, with Sean McDermott now fired, the Buffalo Bills head coaching job is by far the best one in this coaching cycle. Josh Allen is your quarterback, and you get a new football stadium. Now, yeah, head-to-head, the Bills have had a little more success than the Ravens and Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson, but to say it's a heads and tails above the Ravens job and that Josh Allen, at first, a new stadium has nothing to do with on-the-field success, but I don't think that the Bills job is by a long shot better than the Ravens job. I'd say that they're possibly even. I still think the Ravens front office is better than the Bills, but wow, that's quite a statement there. I'm not.
The Ravens have a unbelievable, Bisciotti takes care of everybody with this whole the castle and all that, and the stadium's downtown. Buffalo's new stadium is still going to be out there. Of course, the Bills have great tradition. Josh Allen's a good quarterback. Lamar Jackson's a good quarterback. They're both trying to get to the Super Bowl. Joe Burrows has the crown over both of them only because he went to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying he's better than him. Mahomes was the king. Brady, since we've been around, 2018 with Lamar, Brady's the king. 2 championships, 2 different teams. Handed to Mahomes, the new king. Mm-hmm. And Burrows is the prince because he went. Like, that's how I look at it. Like, who can get to the Super Bowl? Like, you don't have to win the Super Bowl. Dan Marino got to the Super Bowl. Ben Roethlisberger won, too. Like, I'm just doing the modern era stuff. Like, Lamar and Allen have to reach the Super Bowl. Will they? I don't know. Is Drake May going to beat those guys to the Super Bowl?
Crazy.
Jarrett Stidham?
He's younger than Tom Brady getting the AFC Championship game, Drake May is.
How about that? Who was super young in 2001, 2003, 2004, 14, 16, 18. So this whole thing about Buffalo being a better job, I don't think it's a better place to live. I love Buffalo. It's a charming little small city. Niagara Falls, you should go see it. It's unbelievable.
Well, I used to go to all the MAC tournaments up there, Coach. When Loyola play, I would go up for the MAC tournaments.
Thank you. The MAC tournaments back in the day.
HSBC Arena. Yeah.
That's it. That's it.
And Chefs. Great Italian food at Chefs.
Chefs is the place, and AB Greens is where all the hockey players, because Delaware North owns the Bruins, which in Buffalo. But it's not a better place to live than Baltimore.
No, it is not.
Their fan base is good. It's a better job here, better place to live. We have a good quarterback, too. Everything's in place here. We have the best owner. I like Pagula. I hope his daughter wins in tennis. She's got to win the big one. She comes close. I don't care. We have a better job here. I think this is a better job than the Bills.
Mike is in Middle River. Mike, you're up on the fan with Coach and yours truly.
How you guys doing today? Oh, first of all, I want to talk a little about hardball, the offense and the defense, but just because Joe Burrow got to the Super Bowl, I'm not putting him ahead of anybody because he got there. I mean, Rich Gannon got there. Does anybody talk about Rich Gannon today? as anybody. And I want to say about Harbaugh. Harbaugh's a good coach, but guess what? He has a below 500 record without Lamar Jackson. So, I got to look at that too.
But
so
Mike,
Lamar,
most coaches would be below 500 without Lamar Jackson or without a good quarterback. I mean, every good coach needs a good quarterback. Come on.
Okay, we're right. We're just talking about $20 million coaches. Not every coach. We're just talking about the $20 million ones. That's all. And I agree with you as far as a receiver. We need a playmaker. We don't have any playmakers.
Well, say Flowers, but I'm talking about deep down the field and your 50-50 ball guy, as Coach said, a 6'4" guy.
Julio Jones was my favorite.
I mean, again,
so was Larry Fitzgerald from Pittsburgh that went to Pittsburgh College and then went to Arizona. Yeah. They were big dudes.
Yeah, Mike, go ahead. Finish your thoughts, sir. Yep.
On the defense, I look at we got either you got bite, no bark, or bark, no bite. I said Kyle Hamilton has the bite, but he don't have the bark. Raekwon has the bark, but no bite. And I think that Simpson is a wild card for us. And I just think we got to get some in the defense. We got to get the toughness back. Thanks, you guys.
All right, Mike. I appreciate the phone call. I tell you one thing, and Coach, you can talk about this from a basketball perspective. I don't know that it necessarily matters about the sport, but one of the things that stands out, in fact, it was the first thing that Steve Bisciotti mentioned about letting go John Harbaugh is since 2020, the 13 fourth quarter double-digit blown leads. As a coach, and you've coached basketball a long time, how do you make sure that when you get up big, you get into that last quarter, that you're able to maintain that same sort of aggressiveness and win the game going away without trying to be too aggressive and give the other team a shot at getting back in the game?
Like I said, that's back to the math problem, like when the Falcons didn't run the ball because they had a lead. I'm not an X and O guy, I got to admit, I was in the stand saying the same thing everybody else was. Where's Henry that game? Like, where's Henry and why aren't we running it? I know against the Chiefs 2 years ago in the AFC Championship, those are coaching decisions that are made on Wednesday and Thursday when you're strategizing. And sometimes you say they're going to stop our run. We didn't have courage to do. I'm talking about when you were winning against the Patriots where I was at the game and they didn't run the guy. Or leads blown. Like at some point, I'm not an analytics guy. I'm probably like 70-30. I like hard emotion. I want to see guys fired up. That's why I like Saleh and all that. But they matter. But at some point, you can't accept, hey, you were leading and you lost. Let's look at this. Your kicker didn't make a. Look, I like cold kickers. I like kickers. I don't like kickers from warm weather. You know why? Because the biggest kicks made are outdoors in the cold. Look at yesterday's games. And we had a warm weather kicker rookie. Should we have run the ball to get it to a 38-yard kick instead of a 44-yard kick? I'm not a football coach, but you have to look at all that over time. But the big lead thing, it can be, look, sometimes in the NBA, I do the NBA with the Wizards. Guys get 20-point leads and lose often. That's in the third quarter, usually the second quarter. Fourth quarter, 20-point lead, you're going to win. These, as you were saying, Mike, I just want to make sure I got this right. Fourth quarter, 14 points or more lead.
10 plus.
Okay,
yeah.
10 plus. That's two scores. Mm-hmm. You do have to look at that. And the Buffalo game, to me, that ruined the season, and it just wasn't anybody's fault. Buffalo tips the ball and catches it on fourth down. Then Henry, who's as good a guy, from what I've been told, hard worker, and obviously the greatest running back that I've with. I loved Eric Dickerson in person. I saw Tony Dorsett. There's different guys in person. I'm talking about, and I didn't see Barry Sanders in person. Derrick Henry is as good a running back and as good a guy from what I hear, and a great worker. He lost a fumble. But you know what everybody complained to me about? Why didn't we get one first down? We had one first down to get, and the game's over. Like, those are things I don't know enough about football, Mike. But my point is, my long point is this. That's a very valid question I don't really have an answer to. But over time, that's not a good thing. You don't have to ask a football coach, like, why does that happen?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people feel like Harbaugh wasn't aggressive enough offensively, keeping the pedal to the metal in the fourth quarter. And I think defensively, and I've seen this over the years schematically, the amount of cushion, and we saw this year, the amount of cushion we're giving up the wide receivers is unacceptable, especially in the fourth quarter, even when we're up 10 points or 14 points. A guy like Nate Wiggins should not be giving up 8 and 10 yards to a wide receiver. To me, part of it schematically, and I don't know that it didn't happen enough that you can't go back and point to the head coach and say, it's got to be him. It's got to be him. He's been through several defensive coordinators.
From a great family of coaches, watches the game, played quarterback at Oxford, Miami of Ohio, and Oxford. Harbaugh's not just some guy that,
got in coaching. He's played the game, lived the game. He sat with his dad, his brother. They're analyzing games all the time.
Coach, I know, and that's why I don't get it. But 13, that's glaring, and you got to fix it. But under X amount of defensive coordinators, at some point you look at the head coach, and that's been an issue. We can talk about the inconsistent pass rush for sure, but to me, part of it's scheme, and I still think we lack a lockdown or near lockdown corner. I think Nate Wiggins could be that guy, but I thought he was highly disappointing this past season. All right, cool season, Timonium. Cool see you're up on the Fan. Go ahead, sir.
Defense cost us the playoffs this year. They let up 41 points to the Bills at the beginning of that game, Jimmy. So it was a defensive problem all year long. It's why we're not in the playoffs. But anyway,
I got a question
for Jimmy on Bell in the NBA. But Jimmy, you got to stop with this Super Bowl thing. Does Brock Purdy have it over Lamar and Allen because he made the Super Bowl? Come on, stop with that. It's a joke. Now, I want to get to what we're really talking about. Harbaugh, the previous caller was right. Harbaugh was 40-42 before 5 years in a row before Lamar showed up. Then he went 40 games over 500. So and I'm not criticizing Harbaugh, but it was time. Now, if Lamar had 4 turnovers in that game yesterday, I mean, you never hear the end of it. You don't hear a word about Josh Allen. He gets a pass. He's had over 90.
I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not giving him a pass.
Who gave Josh Allen a pass? Who gave you? Wait a sec, Cool C. Who gave Josh Allen a pass?
Not on this program.
No, I didn't.
It's
his fault they lost.
Nationally,
no, it's his fault they lost. And the coach who got fired. I've been saying from the beginning. No, you listen, Cool C. I've been telling from the beginning it's the coach and the quarterback on up there in the podium. Take it or like it. Or don't coach and don't be the quarterback. Combined, Josh Allen and McDermott didn't win. One of them's gone. So I do know about coaching, and you're wrong because I want them both to accept responsibility. But only one got fired.
I'm saying the fans in Buffalo. The fans in Buffalo give him a pass.
I don't agree with you. My cousins live in Buffalo. They're mad.
Have you been listening to Sports Talk in Buffalo today to be able to say that?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes, I have, and I have friends up there, and they still give him a pass, not like Baltimore is with Lamar Jackson. And there's a big reason why. And it's the same reason why they give Justin Herbert a pass out in California. And same thing. But here's what I really called. And by the way, Allen's had over 90 turnovers the last 5 years, more than anybody in football. Nobody's even close.
I think you're right. I'm on your side. Don't turn it over in big games.
Quarterback in the NFL. He's a top 3 in the NFL, and I'm not taking anything away from him. I'm just saying he shouldn't get a pass. Now, Jimmy, real quick on NBA because I'm a big NBA fan.
Love it.
Trey Young, what's going on?
Yeah, good question.
I think here he's not back till after the
it's probably a move for net. Look.
Thank you, Cool C.
Trey Young, Cool C. I like Cool C. I want to go hang out with you. Fire me up. I love that. I'm just saying this.
Yeah, did you like the deal?
It's like, no, I like Cool C because he's passionate. I love it. He's telling it like it is. I said from the first opening remark, the NFL is based on the quarterback and the coach. There's an occasional Ray Lewis. There's an occasional outlier of a player who takes over a team. But it's what quarterback and what coach, where they do and how'd they go. The Trey Young thing is very interesting. He led the Hawks to the playoffs, the conference finals against the Sixers. I like that. He beat the Sixers. They went to conference finals. They didn't go to the NBA finals. They beat the Sixers in Game 7. He's been to 3 out of 4 playoffs. He's the only guy. He's like Tiny Archibald for you old timers that led the league in scoring and assists. Now, Tiny Archibald couldn't win until he got Larry Bird on his team, and of course Robert Parrish and McHale. All of a sudden, in 1 year, McHale, Parrish joined Larry Bird, Tiny Archibald, and in 2 years they won an NBA title. Trey Young is really good for Keyshawn George. Bub Carrington's been playing really great, but I'm going to have Bub Carrington like a 6th or 7th man. Okay, so Bub Carrington's really good. Keyshawn George is a starter. Trey Johnson's a starter for the rest of his career. Best 2-guard in the draft. Best 2-guard I've seen in 2 or 3 years. Shooting guard, not everything else. Alex Sarr is excellent, and I didn't think he was going to be as good as he was. These guys are young. They're your little brother that you beat in whistle ball or beat in street hockey or beat in football on this paved lot. They're starting to catch up. They're starting to pass. These little brothers are growing up. They're learning in real time. They're battling good teams. They went on a win streak. They took C.J. McCollum and Kispert from them. It's hard to win because Trey Young's not playing. That's what happened. They're on a good path. Next year's critical. Trey Young has a player option for $49 million. He'll either pick it up or they'll sign him for more dollars. That's not my decision. That's the Leonsis family. Michael Winger, who trained here, their president in Baltimore, with Ron Shapiro, and then Will Dawkins, who was from the OKC model. So they're being patient. Is next year critical? Absolutely. Can Trey Young help them? Absolutely. Cool C has a great question. Will he play after the All-Star game? Probably a little, but I'm not a doctor. They are going to get the draft pick this year, and then next year it all comes into place. Koulibaly.
They can't win too much, Coach.
Mike said that. I mean, that's for Pullman, not Patsos.
Correct. Or otherwise, they give it to the Knicks. Yeah.
See, he's telling you what's going on from 9 and above. There you go. But here's the thing. It doesn't. They're right on. They hit with Keyshawn George. Bob Carrington, to me, is a huge success. Is he a starting guard in the NBA? Occasionally. He's a great 6th or 7th man, 100%, and he's getting better. He only played 1 year. His dad, legendary. Love him. Bob Carrington, R.I.P., senior. But Sarr has hit better than we thought. And so when you have a guy like Sarr who can block shots, rebound, and score, his numbers are crazy. Where he's on pace after 2 years is crazy. It's just, can Trae Young help them get to the finals? And Cool C and I were going into it. I think Lamar Jackson's one of the top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league. I just want to see him get to a Super Bowl. I'm worried that if he goes a couple more years and doesn't get to a Super Bowl, where does he be placed? Like Kevin Durant's a great player, but he didn't get to the NBA Finals and win it all without Curry. Now, the OKC was really good. Like, Lamar has to be the guy like Curry was, LeBron was, Michael Jordan was, Mahomes was. I didn't say it's fair. I didn't even say that's the right way to judge a quarterback. He has the highest rating in the history of the game. He's a 2-time MVP. But can he get to the Super Bowl, Mike?
Well, just quick, I thought he was referring to your Burrow reference about him being a prince because he at least got to the Super Bowl. And I don't think there's any question. As a passer, Joe Burrow is a better passer than Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a better quarterback, but he willed him to the Super Bowl
He's not the all-around quarterback that Lamar Jackson is, but Lamar Jackson's a unique generational talent.
And they're the same guy. The only
they're
difference
not the same guy. Yeah.
No, they're not the same player.
Right.
But one got to there and didn't. Brock Purdy, that's like, I get that. That's like a different thing. I want Lamar to be successful. I'm a huge Lamar fan. I met him many times. What he did from Florida going to Louisville and turn. I'm just saying they have a situation where are the quarterback and the coach in sync enough to get up on that podium saying we won the AFC championship. You know, I'm not a big winner of the Super Bowl or the NBA Finals being determining how great you are, but getting there matters because the conference championship games are rated almost as high as the Super Bowl. The conference
sometimes those are the tougher games.
They got about conference champions in the NBA are rated because they play every other day. Like, this is part of our thing. Like, and then it's the big game. Then it's the big series. Like, I don't think John Stockton and Karl Malone are bad people because they lost to the Bulls in the finals. Like, they were a great team.
They might get a pass.
Like, in other words, but why? Because they went to the finals. Yeah, and everybody saw
they gave themselves a chance at winning. And sometimes you just face a better team, and that's
And my point about the whole thing was, I love Cool C. Don't forget, Mahomes is now out of the way, so who's going to take that runway the next couple of years? Because he's been blocking it.
And that's a disappointing thing, although it's not the way I would have wanted it to happen, but that's a disappointing thing for the Ravens this year and certainly for the Bills and Josh Allen. We'll take a timeout. Plenty more phone calls to get to. It's the Coach Patsos, Mike Popovic. Special edition of Inside Access continues next.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
AJ Michaels, bringing comfort and savings to Baltimore area homes since 1978.
At AJ Michaels Heating and Cooling, you get maximum value for your investment. You'll save substantial energy, get big rebates, and a 30% tax credit. That's value. Find us at ajmichaels.com. That's ajmichaels.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Baltimore County Police Department.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing, just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Start your new year by saving big on appliances at the New Year's sale going on now at Brian Scarf. See the new KitchenAid Juniper finish now available and get up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages. Plus 18 months special financing. Visit a Brian Scarf location or shop online at brianscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
Oh, I love it.
Now don't touch the knob.
Don't touch the knob now, baby. Jay Giles.
Another great selection for the Patsos playlist here on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Popovic, Patsos with you till 6. And let's head back out to the phones. Some folks have been waiting a long time. Mike is in Columbia. Mike, thank you so much. You're up with The Fan. Go ahead, sir. We'll give you plenty of time.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey there.
A few quick things.
Yes, sir.
Mike, do you think Ja Morant is going to get traded?
I think the Ja Morant thing, like Trae Young, may have run its course, and it doesn't mean it's bad. I want to make sure I'm very clear on that. Trae Young does not have the off-the-court issues at all that Ja Morant has. I'm not casting aspersions. I'm simply facing facts.
Sure.
Ja Morant was as good a team as they could go, and they were in the finals, conference finals. I talked about how good they were. They went to the conference semis. They almost beat the Warriors. They looked like everything was going well, and then they had an issue. And the firearm issue ruined Gilbert Arenas' trajectory as a great, and I love Gilbert, he's a good guy, great, but then Ja Morant has the firearm issue. No one's judging, it's not supposed to be around, and it happened.
Yeah. And
he has to kind of find a new way, and them in Memphis. Here's the problem, Mike, about that. The Trae Young thing, I'm happy, I'm encouraged. I want to see how it looks. He's 27. The Memphis thing's over probably because the West is so, I don't know if anybody knows the following the NBA, like, it's OKC's the champ. Denver has Joker. The Spurs have the Avatar. That would be Wembanyama. With Stephon Castle, Rookie of the Year. With De'Aaron Fox. I just named 3. I didn't even mention Minnesota with Anthony Edwards, who's been to the last 2 conference finals. I'm at 4. And I haven't touched the Lakers with LeBron, whether they're good or not, or they're too old. They have Luka. There's lots of ways to go. But those four are young and good.
Especially San
and
Antonio.
Hungry and San Antonio.
Yeah.
So if you're Memphis, you're not just going to get there by tinkering. So maybe you start over.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, Steph Curry, you played against him.
Love him.
What'd you do? What was your strategy?
I know this. So I know this story, but go ahead, Coach.
Look,
What'd you do?
We beaten James Madison the night before, for the record. Beat JMU, a bigger team than Loyola. And then we were down to 7 guys. I just watched him in person. I saw his big hands and long arms and said, we can't stop him. We just denied him the ball. But he's smart. He just went to the corner. He way outsmarted me. I love him and Bob McCaleb. Curry, beautiful human, Under Armour guy. You should see him with girls, boys, golf, basketball, teaching, cooking. We have these camps. He's an unbelievable guy. But he's very smart. And he just went to the corner and said, you guys can't double or triple team me. When he came off his
because
screen,
there's
he
no
doubled.
help. You can't come anywhere close to help defense.
You can't recover from the corner, and then
right.
he was happy. And then we were winning. They called 2 timeouts. It was like 11-4 and 17-11. Then they figured it out. But you know what he did? Sucker, he never took a bad shot. He never even attempted a bad shot. Just maybe he scores one and we stop doing it.
Yeah.
But he was like, nope, we're going to kill you. We're going to win. We're going to beat you. And then the only thing I will take credit for is I did know how good he was because I watched him in person. I watched him on film. The NIT was a 2-week tournament then, not one and done. So I'd watch them because we played in different regions. I didn't have a great week. I went out and visited my AD in the stands at BC. I told you I'm far from perfect. Then I went and did that with him, even though we beat James Madison. We played Cornell, who went to the NCAA Sweet 16. These are tough games for smaller teams. When I was at Loyola, we played 60 games against Power Fives. You're not going to win those 20
that
games.
many. Wow.
And so, and Curry and Davidson were on a roll. They had been to the Elite Eight, then they go to the Elite Eight, the year before, the next year, or went to the NCAA and lost to Kansas. He was so good with the ball, but he could score. You weren't going to cover him. He could get him off the bounce. He moved well without the ball, but he way outsmarted me. I think Steph Curry's going to be a great coach in the NBA one day. He loves the game. He's the first one of the gym still at his age, but he has 4 titles. Not 1, not 2, not 3. He has 4 titles and lost in the finals to Cleveland in Game 7. This guy's a winner. He outsmarted me. He's a student of the game. He works at it, but he's really talented. I want to make sure people don't miss my message. Super talented guy. Yeah. And that's what I saw. So I said, let's see if the rest of the team can beat us. And then they did.
Hey, if you had lost, and Mike, thanks for the call. If you had lost a game because Steph Curry lit you up for 60, you would have heard about it.
Which would have happened.
Yeah, which you would have heard about it. So I don't blame you with that.
Yeah, it's a little bit. We shouldn't have done the second half, but it was too late then. I think he made a point like we can win without me. I said he's a very smart guy. He'll coach in the NBA and be very successful.
Maybe he'll take over Steve Kerr. All right, Joseph Woodbury. Joe, you're up on the Fan. Thanks so much for waiting. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, fellas. Happy MLK Day.
Thank you. Yep.
Just listening to y'all. Hey, Jimmy, I'm gonna touch on something you said because you said it. It made me think about it. When you said something about Lamar or either Burrow. Now, I'm gonna give you an illustration of what I think about the characteristics of some players. Lamar is the video game. And you know how video games started out? First, you just had a joystick, one handle, one button. Now, the latest joysticks, you got to use 6 fingers to work them. That's Lamar. He's the video. But Burrow's good, but that's how I compare the two. But my thing is, this is what I want to talk about, y'all. I'm the general manager. I resigned a non-blocking, slow down person who already got their bag. I signed him to another contract. Me personally, I'd have let him see what the league would have gave him and tried to get him back on the cheap, because I'd have tried to keep Likely. I'd have went with him for contract and let Andrews come back on the cheap, because I don't think what they gave him he was actually worth that. Now the biggest thing with the Ravens is going to be, it's not really going to be the coach. It's going to be the general manager, because I don't know if y'all heard in the interview, the Costa's on the clock. He's on the hot seat now. So the incoming coach, that's one thing. But also, when y'all talk about Harbaugh, I mean, how can you hire or put a guy in position and then the next year tell you he needs a tutor to run the defense? I've never heard that in my entire life. I'm 64 years old. So that just lets you know that he was putting people in position that really probably couldn't do it. So you figure...
So Joe, let's break this down. You've been waiting a while, so I want to give you a second here.
Yeah, Joe,
so first, you're talking about. I think you've called me before on Saturday. You're talking about Harbaugh hiring Zach Orr as DC and then having to bring in
a tutor. That's the word he said, tutor. The tutor
in Dean Pease. Yeah, no, understand. and Joe, to be fair, I mean, you could definitely argue, and I know Cool Santimonium talked about the defense being the main issue this year, which it was certainly equal to, if not more. I don't disagree. To your point, if he makes a different hire there, things could have been a lot different, and maybe that also led to his demise. So I think that's a fair argument. I think there were some. I do think that there were some arguments that could be made for promoting Orr, but at the same time, you could also make a strong argument at the time not to elevate him wet behind the ears. Now with the Andrews extension, it is interesting because Likely is the younger, more athletic tight end, and we saw what he did on that fourth down catch against the Steelers. My only guess there, Joe, is that they may have reached out, and there was one report out that they reached out to the Likely folks and that they had heard that Likely wanted to test free agency, and then the thinking is he's going to command more than they're willing to spend on that position. Forget the Andrews for a second, but there's some thought that maybe the Andrews signing was because they already knew that Likely was going to get away and be too expensive for them to retain him. Otherwise, to your point, it probably didn't make sense for them to sign Andrews, but I have to think that may have been a backup plan, quite honestly.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I mean, I would have still tried to sign him, but for not that much, because, listen, man.
It's not that big of a hit. It's not. His contract not that
funny.
big.
I'm so with on Mike's thing. You got to pay what you got to pay these days. I'm talking about Verlander for $10 million because he's 43. That's what it costs to be in this game. You got to pay.
Well, he threw 156 innings last year, and he had an under 4 ERA. So that's why.
He's there because look, my buddy Trey Evans on the phone. My Trey Evans, my buddy out there in Bel Air, I love him. John Greeley from Toyota. They're all texting me. We love this stuff. Remember, this could be a great opportunity for Lamar Jackson. It's MLK Day. Our friend MLK, who I used to take my teams to the monument. I took my teams to the Lorraine Hotel in Memphis. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of convenience and comfort, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. This is Lamar's chance to have a great opportunity, to have a great 5 years.
Well, the only way he wins, can do that.
Joe, hold on, Joe. What if he wins 2 Super Bowls in the next 5 years? He goes down as one of the greats of all times. He has a chance. New coach, new opportunity. He's only 29. His birthday's early January. Just turned 29. Plenty of time left. Let's see what he does with his opportunity, because we talk about hope and dreaming today especially. I'm happy for Lamar that he gets a chance to have a new guy coach him, if that's what it's going to take to help him go where he needs to go, which is to the Super Bowl, and I want to see him hoist a trophy, because winning matters. It's what the public perceives you as, and it's a chance. Like everybody thinking, this isn't over for Lamar. This is a new journey. And that's why my buddy Trey Evans, I love you, Trey, is out there Under Armour. We're on new journeys in sports all the time. Make the most of it.
Joe, final comment. We'll let you go, but I know you've been waiting a while.
All right. Well, since you said that, my favorite quarterback who was at his team for 12 years and he finally got a Super Bowl when he went to another team, he's in the playoffs, and I'm going for him to win that, Matthew Stafford.
All right, I'll give you that.
I like Stafford. I like Stafford, Joe.
Yeah, right. 12 years with the Lions, and that's how long it took him till he went to. But anyway, the Ravens need somebody on the offensive line and on the defensive line, and I don't know what the pass rusher for Cincinnati wants, but you remember they paid him a couple of extra million to stay there this year.
Yeah.
So I think he's a free agent. I don't think we're going to be able to draft what we need. We got to go out and get it. Y'all fellas have a blessed
day. Good job calling, Joe. We like that.
Okay.
All right.
Have a blessed day, y'all.
Joe,
right.
you as well. We appreciate it. Hey, we've got more calls to get to, so let me take a timeout. We'll stay on time, and we'll get back to you guys. Hang on. I promise we'll give you plenty of time with that. But
John from Boston, hang in there, brother.
It's a special edition of Inside Access on this MLK Day. It's Patsos, it's Popovic here on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show, Vinny and Haynie, and Inside Access. Weekdays 6 till 6. Get it on YouTube. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by Heil Plumbing, Maryland's go-to since 1977.
Toilet backing up during the big game? I'm Eddie Heil, owner of Heil Plumbing and Sewer. Call before your basement gets ruined. We fix sewer lines quick. Financing available. Book today at heilplumbing.com. That's HEIL plumbing.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Let's go!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out.
Let's go!
Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, I'm giving my hair salon a total makeover.
Total makeover sounds totally expensive.
We updated our logo and colors, so I needed to print new signage, brochures, business cards, everything.
Everything will not be cheap.
Staples did it all, and I saved $100 on my order.
$100? Trim my whiskers, that's a good deal. For everything your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Want a sophisticated, reliable, tech-forward ride with a touch of jazzy flair? Check out the Nissan Altima starting at $24,787. No credit, bad credit, no problem. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
All right, and Coach, who's this?
New Order.
New Order, okay.
We got New Order. We're going to have
that
the
sounds
Pest
familiar.
Mode next. We got Fitzy in Boston who wants more Metallica, which I don't really play.
It's the Fatso's playlist bringing us back. Special edition of Inside Access on this MLK Day. I'm having a blast with Coach Jimmy Patsos here. And it's funny, Coach, growing up, following the Terps. I talked to you about this at lunch with you and Scott, is that, growing up, going to Calvert Hall from 94 to 98, Coach Abitucci ran the Calvert Hall program, Hall of Fame coach, fiery Italian guy, great X's and O's coach, great motivator. He was Gary Williams at the high school level, and you're very much in that mode. And Maryland, plays defense, presses full court, runs and guns. That's what we did at Calvert Hall. So we're all simpatico when it comes to philosophy, but it's very
the
cool,
Baltimore
though.
Catholic League, Mount Carmel, St. Francis, Spalding's got lots of teams.
And Mount Carmel, they have done a phenomenal job building up that program, but back in the 90s, Mount Carmel wasn't on the radar. Spalding wasn't on the radar. Things have changed so much.
Football's grown.
Yeah.
And then Josh Pratt's doing good. Of course, Rudy Gay went there. Tony Martin's going to Mount Carmel.
I coached against Josh Pratt when he was at Pilati. Back in the day.
I like that. Mike was coaching.
Yeah.
What Nick Miles has consistently done. But when you travel around the world, people are talking about, really the country, St. Francis football.
Yeah.
But they're starting to talk about Spalding football.
Absolutely.
Lacrosse stands on its own. But the BCL, and we were talking about Amitucci and players at Loyola that went to Kansas, and Amitucci's guys going to Georgia Tech.
And he coached at Loyola. You were the one, he had, before you came along, he had the most success there, and then you came along and had a ton of success yourself.
I appreciate it. We won 24, 23, 2 postseasons. Amitucci, look, it's a hard job, but Josh
he went down to play Duke. He went down to play Krzyzewski.
You got to play. We played Duke and Dan Cahill and all these people, Mark Rohde and Mike Kaiser and everybody. We traveled. You got to play Duke. And you got to play Kansas to have your fan. That's what I mean. We played 60 games. Michigan State, Kentucky, tied at halftime.
That's a lot of numbers, Coach. Yeah.
Well, you're taking 3 or 4 a year to make money for the program, but also puts you on national TV. It's different now. 20 games are on TV. Yeah. Back then, 3 were not. You wanted to be one of them. But Baltimore's basketball and football scene, the lacrosse scene's and then the baseball scene. John Kerry, last no-hitter in Memorial Stadium, who went to Virginia Tech all the way through, and Ryan Ripken could give you this. But when you go in, there's so many great players and so many talented athletes that came out of this area. Then you combine it with D.C. I just did the DMV hoop thing. Mookie and Team Thrill, all these players. Bub Carrington, Cam Whitmore, Rudy Gay. Everybody forgets Durant played here in the summer. It's all come. But it was Carmelo. It was Sam Cassell and Skip Wise and lots of different players. But Carmelo brought this little look to Baltimore that was unmatchable. And then he wins it at Syracuse. It was like Baltimore basketball back. And it was a good thing. I like Carmelo. It was this whole thing. But the Baltimore hoop basketball scene's always been great. But football's catching up. And when you go around the country, people are talking about Spalding, which wasn't that big a school. By the way, we have Fitzy from Boston on hold because we got to get to this.
Well, all right, we'll get to. We got a few in front of them, but let's do that. Yeah, and I could talk high school football all day, by the way, because covered on the Eastern Shore. I have my own business now that I run. I took it over from a gentleman who started it, so have a lot of fun with that. But let's head out. Let's go up 140 to Westminster. Randy, you're up on the Fan. Thanks for waiting. And I missed those Bulgars pumpkin pies living on the Eastern Shore. I missed that, though. And I missed
my Blue Moon Cafe. Blue Moon Cafe on the hill.
That's very good as well. And I missed my schmuffins from Sheets as well.
What's that? What's schmuffins?
From Sheets, convenience store. So anyway, but they're good. They got good stuff. Anyway, Randy, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
How you doing, Mike? How you doing, Coach?
Doing well.
Let me give you a different perspective on my thoughts about the roster with the Ravens.
Sure.
Mike, you hit the nail on the head when you said we only got so much to go around. Now, who is our highest paid player and who is our superstar on this team?
Yeah, Lamar Jackson. Yeah,
right?
$74.5 million cap hit next season, which has to be redone.
Okay. You got to build around this man. This is something we should have did 5 years ago. You got to give him everything he needs. You got to have the top 5 best offensive line in football, and then give him his toys with his tight ends, his receivers, and his backfield. If the defense has to suffer for a period of time, so be it. But we can't be 75% on this side of the ball and 75% on that side of the ball. We watched Cleveland do this for years. They pick a superstar on offense, they pick a superstar on defense, and they never have one side completed. Now, I hear the fans and everybody wants this, bully Baltimore, defensive coach, so on and so forth. Of course, we want to have it all, but we don't have that Ray Lewis right now. Okay? Our superstar is Lamar Jackson. So I believe we need to spend our money to surround that man with what he needs to be 100% on that side. And then we have to make do on defense, in the meantime.
Yeah, and Randy, I'll just say this. I don't disagree with that point, but I would say, though, you can't let the defense go so much that it's a liability, especially in the playoffs. So it's a fine line to walk, but I think to your point, though, when all is said and done, whether Lamar wins the Super Bowl or not, Eric DeCosta wants to look back and say, we did everything we could between personnel and coaches to give him the best chance at winning. I think that's your point.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
and, like when you look at the Colts when they drafted Peyton Manning, what did they do for the first 2-3 years? They went all offense, and they gave him everything he needed. Their defense suffered, just like when we had Ray. We had Ray the next couple of years. We drafted our bookend linebackers in Jamie Sharper and Peter Boulware, and then stacked that line in front of them, and so on and so forth. And our offense suffered. It's hard to have, a totally complete, both sides of the ball.
Yeah,
that's all I'm trying to say.
Randy, go ahead, finish up. Yep.
I was just going to say one more thing, and I'll let you go, Coach. Don't give Pittsburgh more credit than they deserve. I think. Would you say Roethlisberger was in? I think he was
two titles, right?
But he only won one.
Yeah, it was in 2 games, but yeah,
he
lost to Rodgers in one of them.
He lost one, won one. Who won the one for Cowher?
I think they beat Arizona.
So he won one with Cowher.
Lost to the Packers.
Who was the quarterback when Tomlin won it?
He does have 2.
He has 2 Super Bowls. Ben Roethlisberger.
Randy, appreciate the call. Roethlisberger's a rookie, right, when they beat Detroit. Yeah. He had the worst quarterback rating in Super Bowl history.
But he won.
And then he won. Yeah, they beat Arizona, so he does have 2. He lost 1. All right, John is in Kent Island, so let's hop the bridge. John, you're up with the Fan. Go ahead. John, are you there? We may have lost John. All right. Let's do this. Let's take a quick timeout. We'll come back. Fitzy's up next. Ed, you're up next. We'll continue. It's Patsos, it's Popovic, a special edition of Inside Access as we take you till 6 here on The Fan.
Attention now turns to finding the next head coach for the Baltimore Ravens. Should we hire someone with a defensive focus or a coach who gets the best out of Lamar Jackson? What's your take? Join the conversation. Call or text 410-583-1057 or stream The Fan on YouTube. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Maryland Solar Access Program.
Electric school buses keep the air cleaner, our kids healthier, and are cheaper to operate. That's why the Maryland Energy Administration helps school districts invest in new electric buses and charging systems. Learn more at energy.maryland.gov.
The law offices of Michael A. Friedman, 410-363-6848.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman from my law firm and friends at the winning team at the law offices of Michael A. Friedman. They've been serving the community for over 40 years. Give them a call today, 410-363-6848, or visit maflaw.com for a free consultation, and make sure to tell them Ken Wyman sent you.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02.
Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Pro Savings Days are on at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get an additional 5% off when you buy 5 or more select GE, Whirlpool, and Electrolux kitchen or laundry major appliances. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Discount valid to My Lowe's Pro Rewards members only. Exclusions and other restrictions apply. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate or Lowe's.com for details. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
See, the problem is we're being videoed in here now. I'm not sure they want to see the dancing, though.
They like the dancing. Yeah. Who doesn't love Marvin Gaye? DC lives. Then we got trouble in Philly. JB Spear down in Easton at Scotia and Docks likes this. He's listening. That's why
we got a good Eastern Shore base.
Well, look, they want to hear about the Terps. We just know it's going to take one. Mike, we got to talk to Fitzy, and then I want you to explain to people what it means when they restructure the cap money, because even guys like me in sports, I don't know what that really means.
All right, we could do it. Fitzy, you're on the Fan. Thanks for waiting. What's going on this afternoon?
Hey, guys. How are you?
The Celtics, John Fitzy. You're on your boat in Newport singing out, sailing to Marblehead, waiting for Jaylen Brown to play and Jason Tatum to come back. Are you calling to gloat about your Patriots?
I am.
Go ahead.
Keyshawn Booty putting a Randy Moss on him yesterday.
Your fans stayed all the way to the end in that snow. Fitzy, did you think you would turn around this fast up there? And should we have hope in Baltimore that a new coach can do the same for us and Lamar?
No way. But it's, we're just taking it one day at a time, James. That's all we can do.
How crazy is the fan base up there right now? You think you go in the Super Bowl, don't you, with Bo Nix out?
Yes. It's Jared Stidham. Here we come.
Tell us this real quick, since we're NBA people too. The Celtics have hung in there and done better than we've thought. The future's actually a little brighter because guys are getting better. You're in third place in the NBA right now, John. Nobody would have picked that going into the season. Give us a Celtics update.
I tell you, my Celtics are unbelievable this year without Jason Tatum. Brown just keeps stepping up, 40, 50. It doesn't matter, Jimmy. We're going to do good. Third place, it's an easier road.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, times are flying high again, and they just signed a big pitcher. You got Ranger Suarez with the Red Sox, so very quickly, all of a sudden, times in Boston for sports-wise are pretty good. I don't know how the Bruins are doing this year.
I thought you took a bathroom break.
No, we both know there's two of us here, John. It's not you. I know you're busy. I know in your boat you have lots of servants that handle you from Nantucket to Martha's Vineyard. But I'll tell you this: watch out for our Ravens, and you're not going to be able to deflate the balls the next time we play in the playoffs up there.
Well, that was against Indy. And Fitzy, appreciate the focus. That was against Indy, and to be fair,
Fitzy. We're going to play some more Boston tunes. We'll play the Pixies for you.
When they were properly inflated in the second half, they still beat the Indianapolis Ursays.
Can you give us a 30-second mic on we're going to restructure Lamar's contract, what it really means for the average person, including myself, that doesn't do math and doesn't do contracts?
So to put it in as simple terms as possible, you can take annual salary and convert it to signing bonus money, which makes it guaranteed. But that signing bonus money can be spread out evenly over a course of several years, which lowers the annual overall salary cap impact. So that's about as best as I can put it.
You'd have money to sign like one more offensive line. It's not going to convert to 10 people. It's like you'd have like a chance to get one more line. Well, I'm kind of asking for the average person.
Well, it depends how many needs you have and the cost of that position. But to your point, no, it's not going to enable you to sign 10 Pro Bowlers, but could it allow you to sign, and the Ravens have never been big free agent guys, but could it allow you to sign 2 or 3 free agents, say one big one and 2 middle of the road guys?
That's 3 players.
Yeah,
that's
something like that. Yeah, I mean, again, it depends on position and marketplace and the specific year, how many guys are available and all that. But that's a general summary for the average fan about what that means in terms of restructuring the deal.
If you had to bet, do you think that happens?
Oh, it has to. I mean, Lamar knows that if he doesn't, then there are going to be a lot of long Sundays because he's not going to have the pass protection. He's not going to have the weapons to throw to. Or conversely, he's going to have to score 40 points a game because his defense isn't going to get done on that side of the field. So he absolutely has to. I don't see how it's not going to happen. I mean, look, he got paid the first time. There's no lack of respect or anything. It got done. It's just the fact that it's not a traditional type situation because it's Lamar and his mom and maybe someone else, in the inner circle or 2. He doesn't have a traditional agent. So that's where it can make things interesting. But now that they've been through this one go round, then hopefully things will be a little bit smoother. But they still have to work out what that cap number is. But it can't be 74.5. That's for sure. Yeah. All right. We'll take a timeout. We've got more phone calls to get to. I still got a billion basketball questions and some stories we got to do. So we got one more hour to play with, and we'll do that next. It's Patsos, it's Popovic, a special edition of Inside Access. We're back next on The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show and never miss what you missed.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325. Boom! On back-to-back weekends, the new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam! Yes!
One subscription.
Oh, my goodness!
Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water?
I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Happy New Year, and thank you, Baltimore. When I started Amazing Heating and Air, I knew what I wanted. I wanted to start the best darn plumbing, heating, and air company in the city. But I had no idea if customers would respond. After all, I was going up against some really big plumbing, heating, and air conditioning companies, many of whom are now really well funded through private equity. But so many of you have made Amazing your go-to for plumbing, heating, and air service that we've grown quite a bit over the years. So it's only fitting that I say thank you. And I'm doing that with a gift. I'm giving away 2 years of our Comfort Club membership with any new system purchase between now and the end of Martin Luther King Day. So while I hope you have an amazing new year and that you don't need us this season, if you do, my thank you gifts are waiting for you at
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
All right, final hour to play with here. Shade past 5 o'clock on this MLK Day today. We'll have Coach back in here in just a second. Phone number to call into 410-583-1057. Mike at 1057thefan.com, on X at PopoFanSports. And we'll get to Coach Jamie Patsos. He's on X as well. Just to recap, though, and then we'll head out to the phones in just a second. Just to recap, we've talked a lot really today about the NFL playoffs and the Ravens, their decision to part ways with John Harbaugh, the season as it went, and really delving into that. We've got a lot of good phone calls that we've had today. Just to recap some of the big news stories, and Coach and I were talking a little bit about this, the Bills deciding to fire McDermott, Sean McDermott. Billy Bean, by the way, being promoted to president of operations there. But in the way that Buffalo lost in that game, do you give McDermott a pass? Obviously, they didn't, but that's something to be talking about. A very controversial call in the game, in the loss ultimately, but you cannot gloss over the turnovers that Josh Allen had in that game. Also, the Seahawks losing Zach Charbonnet for the rest of the playoffs, and he's a guy that was at Michigan, transferred to UCLA, was drafted, has been one of their alternate backs the last couple of seasons, so that's a loss in that one. But here it is. We're down to the Final Four, And Sean McVay, the LA Rams, no surprise there, coach. The Seattle Seahawks, so Mike McDonald, the former Ravens DC in year number 2. And Sam Darnold has certainly grown and gotten better over time. He was in a good situation in Minnesota. He's in a good situation with Clint Kubiak in Seattle. Or the run game, he's got a few weapons, but he's got a great defense. And
Go back to Clint Kubiak. Didn't I hear that name for coaching, Clint Kubiak?
Yeah, he's one of the candidates for the Ravens job.
Yes.
No, absolutely. And of course, he's got quite a lineage there.
Yeah, Gary was his father, right?
Right, with Gary Kubiak, who spent a season here in Baltimore, and Joe Flacco had his best year at quarterback with Kubiak.
Nice stat, Popovic. I like that.
He had an outstanding year. And they lost that year in the playoffs to the Patriots. If you remember, the Patriots came out with some exotic formation, and the Ravens gave up a touchdown to a wide open, I think it was Welker, or I'm trying to remember one of the others, but
up in New England, right?
But the refs were supposed to let the Ravens know who exactly was eligible, and they didn't do that, and a guy got open. And anyway, the Ravens suffered a lot of secondary injuries that season and in that game. And anyway, but that said, it was a great year for Joe and Kubiak. But that's a name, if he comes here, we've had a Kubiak coach here. We've had certainly a Shula coach, the old Colts here of Chris, the DC with LA should get it. But when you take a look at the Final Four, so LA, Seattle, both out of the NFC West. In the AFC, with Denver, Sean Payton's been there, done it before. Bo Nix had a really good rookie year. There was not so much a sophomore slump. Really, it's the New England Patriots that you look at. Nobody saw New England getting this far. Could you see them going to the playoffs or knocking on the door? Yes. So the 3 teams out of the 4, I'm not shocked at. But New England, you have to say, you got to tip your cap to Mike.
I want to go back to that. I'm going to ask you a question. I did not know Seattle was going to be that good. Why didn't I know they were going to be that good? I'm a fan. I read the magazines. I watch the Ravens. Of course, I'm Fitzy from Boston who wants to hear Jay Giles' house party. These Boston people are all on me because I said they were going to suffer for a long time after all their deflate gates and filming and then getting lucky getting Brady. No, it's all this is all fun and games. They have been very loyal Boston fans coming down here, not only to see the Orioles and the Red Sox, they come down to the Ravens game. Remember, we beat them at night when Brady was here. There was a night game, really late Sunday night game. But they got to turn it around that fast. Okay, I thought they'd be in the playoffs. I know the Rams are good. I know the Broncos. Why didn't I know the Seahawks were going to be that good?
Some of it may have been West Coast bias that you just don't get enough coverage. So on and so right. You don't get enough coverage in terms of it. McDonald's second year had a solid first year, but are they going to take the leap all the way to NFC Championship game? I think you look too. I mean, they do have Jackson Smith-Jigba as a really good receiver out of Ohio State a couple years ago. Sam Darnold, very solid quarterback, but has had an issue winning the big games. So that may have been some of the question mark is, okay, he now goes from Minnesota to Seattle away from what really worked for him with the Vikings and the good coaching from Kevin O'Connell there. Does it translate in Seattle with a young Kubiak, and can he win the big game? Well, so far so good, but this will be a big test.
Who's your Super Bowl and who wins?
Well, I like the LA Rams from the beginning on the NFC side, so that's lining up there.
I'm going to ask you.
I still think Denver will give New England a good game, and I wouldn't entirely count them out, but I don't see how the Patriots don't have a little bit of the advantage here, but the Denver's defense should keep them in the game. We talked about the stat, then we'll get back to the phone calls about Jarrett Stidham making his first start. And this will be in the AFC Championship game. The last time a quarterback made his first start of the season in a championship game was Roger Staubach back in 1972 against the then Washington Redskins. And that didn't turn out so well. 26-3, the Redskins win. Staubach in that one was 9 of 20 for 98 yards. He was sacked 3 times.
But he learned from it.
Yes.
Because he had a pretty good career after that with Tom Landry. His daughter went to school with me at Catholic U. Yeah. All right, Rams, Patriots. So you think the Rams are going to be the Super Bowl champs?
I do. But hey, that's no easy feat. That's no easy feat though, because they do have to go to Seattle. It's a division game, but both teams know each other really, really well. But I'll take Matthew Stafford, Sean McVay over Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold, and it's less about McDonald. It's more so that McVay's just got more experience. But I like Matthew Stafford a lot.
The Patriots have beaten the Rams in the past in the Super Bowl. Right, the Patriots beat the Rams when they were St. Louis.
Way back, yeah. The Mike Martz St. Louis Rams, the The Greatest Show on Turf, right?
That's right.
Yeah,
The quarterback.
Kurt Warner.
I like that
Yeah.
movie. I'm going Patriots win the Super Bowl, much to my chagrin.
Wow.
Fitzy takes his boat around Nantucket for one more spin with the trophy.
Yeah. 410-583-1057 is the number. 410-583-1057. We also talked a little Maryland basketball earlier as well. Yesterday, Diggy Coit coming 1 point shy of the record. Ernie Graham had 44 points against NC State back in 1978. Back in the good old days of the great 70s ACC. They'd have great 90s decade as well. But anyway.
Townsend, big win today. Yeah. 3 in a row. Watch out.
Pat Scarry.
Pat Scarry's going to back on track. We're going down to cut down the nets in the DMV.
And we still have not talked about college football championship game tonight. We've got to do that.
Miami with the upset.
Well,
I love the way Indiana turned it around. I think Signetti's a great story. I love James Madison. It's went from a basketball school to a football school.
And James Madison.
But maybe too quick, too fast. Go Hurricanes.
Thank you. Now, the wife.
You made this thing. Look, if people forget the name no one's going to mention, why don't they talk about Schellenberger more and what he did there?
They should.
He was here, by the way, with the Colts. We got it. We should have had Bruce Laird on. It's my fault.
Right.
Laird was here. I don't think him and Schellenberger were best friends. I don't think they were at Joey Chu's having beers, but that's for later. This guy, and John Greeley will confirm all this stuff I'm talking about. Schellenberger was here, but he's the one that put Miami first, right? Up there to you.
Absolutely. And he would have been the Nick Saban of college football if he had stayed and not gone to the. Well, he went to the USFL, but I think it fell through. There were promises made, and he didn't end up coaching the USFL team that he was going.
I'm
trying to remember the exact story, but
you just said he had a chance to become the Nick Saban of it. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Well, and
I'm joking. That's outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what happened afterwards with Jimmy Johnson and with Dennis Erickson, and there's no doubt that Schellenberger would have had, to me, that success. And the run that Miami went on, and the number of national championship appearances, and the seasons where they had close losses, and of course that big Notre Dame controversial loss in '88. There at the goal line
was on the defense. My friend Matt Sweeney.
Was that Keith Byers in that game, or the fullback? That I have to look that up. But if they win that game, they go to another national championship that season and probably
my
win.
guy Matt Sweeney played with Ed Reed and all those guys. And Larry, what's his name, won a title with him his first year. Larry
Coker, who took over for Butch Davis, who went to Cleveland. Yeah.
So you're like saying Schellenberger stays there for 15 years. You believe that because it was such a powerful place. So
he at least would have
players.
I think it would have won 4 or 5 titles. Well, he was great at recruiting Miami. I mean, he dug in and recruited Miami and got it to be a football school, and it wasn't easy. And I don't. He was, I think, good at coming into living rooms and talking up with mom and dad and getting the job done.
Playing at the Orange Bowl. You got to admit it. I'm a Boston kid watching and Flutie came back and beat him. Growing up, come down here, see Boomer Esiason and all the football stuff. When the U came on, it was must-see TV. And I love the Golden Dome and USC and all. But Miami came in, and whether it was the whole imagery and all that of the whole palm trees. But my brother went to Miami-Dade to play baseball, so then we went to Florida Southern. So he started looking at it. That was as exciting as it got. So interesting. So I kind of want Miami. I'm voting Miami tonight. Yeah. Can they win? What's the key? As a guy that watches this a lot.
Right. Well, I think the key for the Hurricanes on offense is to win first down. Indiana's so solid in both trenches, but I do think Miami's defensive line can give Indiana's offensive line and Mendoza some issues there. I think they're aggressive. I think they can keep them in the game. But for me, I think offensively for Miami, they're not as strong on that side of the ball. So they need to win first down, keep the chains moving. And Beck has a fair amount of experience. I think you could argue he's got more experience coming in than Mendoza here. So, that's an advantage. But I think offensively, Miami don't make big mistakes, but win first down. And I think Miami defensively, I think they'll hold their own.
All right. Popovic does an unbelievable job. Weekends here, has his own show on the beach. We've been doing this 15 years. I got some questions for you. Okay, we got friends in Connecticut listening up in Wilton and all this. UConn comes back, wins 2 titles under Danny Hurley in basketball. There's the powers that be. Kentucky, Kansas. We just talked to Chris Nocky about who he thought is his Final Four, and I talked about different teams. And football, Popovic, come on, man. You've been doing this a long time. No one thought Indiana would ever be here. Miami was left for dead. Vandy's getting good. Like, there's been a power shift in football. And the reason I brought up the UConn thing is I have listeners up there, like the Big East. And, in other words, the powers that be, VCU and those guys can get there once in a while, but they can't do it in basketball. Love and shock, smart, no problem. it's always kind of the same teams. And here comes Miami, who wasn't very good for a long time. Yes, they were great. But the Vanderbilt, Indiana, like the Indiana thing, Popovic, what's that done to your life in football on the weekends, talking about this guy? They were terrible for 100 years.
Yeah. Well, I think it makes college football...
Like it?
I do. It makes college football a lot more fun because it's not Alabama all the time. So it's
Georgia with K-Mac listening to Georgia, the Bulldogs. That's it, right?
It creates a parity of sorts that mirrors the NFL, where more programs have a chance to win, and it makes it more interesting. Now, there's still going to be the blue bloods that will likely always be there.
It's going to go to 16. We're guessing this thing goes to 16. You think it stays at 12?
I think it will expand some. Yeah,
it goes to 16, and then, but this Vanderbilt team, and I say that Vandy right now is great in basketball and football, which they have really troubles.
I've got, so there's two players from Stephen Decatur on the Eastern Shore of Maryland that are on the Vanderbilt roster. One is a wide receiver / tight end. The other is a DB. Yeah.
I used to go to recruit Andre Collins and Mike Roberts from Chris Field and all these players, and Stephen Decatur at Salisbury. We went, JB, who's listening down the Eastern Shore, and Troy Wainwright was our Dobo from Berlin. We talked about how that was an under-recruited area. I didn't know it was that good for football.
It's getting better.
Vandy was right on the cusp this year going.
Yeah, to me, I thought Vanderbilt, I have an immense respect for James Madison's athletic program over the last decade, but Vanderbilt, to me, should have been in the playoff.
Should have been Vandy and Notre Dame probably the last two.
Well, to be fair, Notre Dame had their chance against Texas A&M and Miami, and they didn't get it done. So do I think Notre Dame is one of the 12 best teams talent-wise? Yes, but resume-wise,
why
no.
Vandy over Texas, who beat Texas? Like, what? No, I'm asking. I'm being serious. You do this more than I do.
Well, I mean, double-digit win seasons, I think talent-wise, I think they could have gotten to the Final Four here. And I think, frankly, like against the Miami, I think they could give Miami a very good game if they were to play head-to-head.
Changing landscape, whether it's NIL or a coaching change.
Well, you know what? Vanderbilt's head basketball coach is from James Madison on the men's side, right?
Too.
And they're having a great run.
Mark Byington.
Yeah. And so, I mean, JMU's putting out people left and right. Of course, their football coach just took the job at UCLA. So it's that seems to be a spawning ground.
Because there were some people in around the state that wanted those guys. They want see Bisciotti makes changes. Other people, sometimes you have to make a change. Sometimes you got to roll the dice. And I understand this personal relationships, but this is a really interesting business. But how Signetti got past all these people and then won that fast, Mike, is crazy. I don't care if they had money. He got people to go there.
Well, but it's the commitment that Indiana made. Indiana, an academic school first, a basketball school.
Kelly School of Business.
Right,
yes.
A basketball school second. Their president, and it shouldn't matter, but their president is a woman who is a sports fan, and she said, we're doing this. And good for her and good for Indiana. And so they got a commitment. And it's about having you know this better than anybody. You've got to have the commitment of the front office or the administration. It starts there. If you don't have that, then...
That's why Gary Williams was such a good leader, because even when at times we had situations that weren't perfect, he was a driving force, but he also wore the... People forget this. Gary Williams, very good player. Gary Williams starter. Gary Williams, speaking of Miami, tells a funny story. They played a weekend in the Orange Bowl. Used to have a basketball tournament. Look it up. Rick Barry went there, who won a title in 1976. JoJo White from Kansas. Gary played against Rick Barry in Kansas. Rick Barry to Miami and Kansas said JoJo White, and that's when he said, I knew I was a starter, but I wasn't going pros. I better go into coaching. And then Miami dismantles their basketball program. And that's why I wondered. I'd never heard of it growing up. And all of a sudden, this thing comes out of nowhere.
Well, how about Leonard Hamilton, the most underrated college basketball coach, one of in the last 20 years, coached at Miami and Florida State.
He's the one that took Miami's program back.
And smart man, coached at basketball or football schools so that nobody paid attention. Yes, nobody paid attention when he's winning, but when he's losing, that's more important. No one was paying attention. So, he could get away.
That was a Rick Barnes trick from Clemson to Texas to Tennessee.
There you go. Yeah.
But interesting. So I think Miami can win. I got Miami winning tonight.
I love it. Do I have them winning it tonight? I'm rooting for them to win. Am I picking them to win? No. There's two different questions.
All right. Well, I just hope they win. I want to see how can.
Look, just quickly, and some people know the story. So my wife is a graduate of 02 of the U. She played soccer there. She was there
when they won it all.
She was there for the second go-round. So, like Jarrett Payton.
That's my friend Matt Sweeney that was on that team.
Jarrett Payton, friends with a lot of those guys, knew Ed Reed, hung out because the athletes all were in the same building together.
Right.
And a cool story just quickly, then we'll take a time out. And Ed, I promise we'll get to you, and Jimmy as well. So a couple of years ago, the Ravens were down at Ocean City for their Ravens Beach Bash, annual Beach Bash, right? And at the Green Turtle, and Steve Pappas, Steve Bisciotti, good friends and all that. Anyway, I'm down there and doing a broadcast, and Willis McGahee is one of the guys down there. So McGahee played for the Ravens for a period of time.
He's the one that got hurt in the He's the one that got hurt in the national championship game
with the knee.
Play.
Yeah.
He did come back and play.
He did. Yeah, it had a pretty solid go of it. And like Bryant McKinney played for the Ravens. Brooke knew him as well. Knew a lot of the guys. So anyway, though, I go up to McGahee. It's been like 15 years since graduation and all that. And I go up and I said, hey, I introduced myself. I said, I don't know if you remember, but my wife is Brooke so-and-so. And showed a quick picture from our wedding. And he said, I was like, who could forget Brooke? She threw the best parties.
I love that. See,
that's right. So it was really cool. And then I said, that's awesome, Willis. I don't want to know anymore.
Except she was a great soccer player. I like that they knew.
Yeah.
Go Hurricanes.
So I am going. Normally it would be Big Ten, but tonight I got to go with you. All right, we'll take a timeout. More to come. Jimmy Patsos, the coach.
That. Brooke was throwing the
our
parties.
insider.
That's Popovic's wife. Good for her.
Yes, and I was nowhere near doing that at Loyola. I was coaching. I was coaching back at Calvert Hall, and I was working.
The Greyhounds days. They beat BU. Give Josh some time. They're gonna turn it around there.
All right, next segment coming up. Inside Access on this MLK Day. We continue next.
Coming to the Fan in 2026. NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament with Bob Haney and Jimmy Patsos. Hot Stove League with Ryan Ripken. Orioles opening day live from Pickles Pub. Baltimore baseball tonight. And our Fan Appreciation Party Faniversary. Listen at 105.7 and watch live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
The Maryland Lottery is letting you go for the gold with the Keno Team USA Second Chance promotion. Enter Keno tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip for two to the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. Please play responsibly.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Championship game tonight in college football. Indiana, 8.5-point favorite against Miami. The game is actually in Miami. Total of the game, 47.5. No real opinion on who's going to win the game by how many points. I think Indiana will win. Not sure who's going to cover the spread. I do like the under in the game, though. Under 47.5. I don't think Miami's going to have a ton of success against this Indiana defense. And I think Indiana plays it a little close to the vest with everything on the line. So coming up tonight with Indiana and Miami, let's go under the total, under 47.5. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Please play responsibly. Gambling problem? For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Tax enforcement and defense strategies have changed a lot over the last year. After nearly 5 years, the IRS has restarted automated collections. You could be next for bank levies and wage garnishments. Ignoring the issue is not an option. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. You have unfiled returns or can't renew your license? We work directly with the IRS and state so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by more than 90%. How would that feel? Act now to learn the latest updates to tax relief programs. Your eligibility might not be the same. Strategic Tax Resolution, local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
All right, we do have some NFL news to make mention of. Hey, here's another Boston connection for you, Jimmy. Yeah! So the Dolphins are hiring Jeff Hafley to be their head coach. Now, Hafley was the head coach of Boston College, and then with all the NIL said, I'm getting out, he goes and becomes the defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers the last 2 seasons, and now he's the head coach for the Miami Dolphins.
How about that? Leaves BC.
Goes to Green Bay.
Brian goes to Green Bay. See, that's the thing. College, you can get stuck to pros. Sometimes you move faster, but there's 10 openings. Is my man playing Jay Giles' house party with Peter Wolf on the mic? All you gotta do is groove. I love that. See, because we have a lot of calls.
And Peter Wolf had a hit in the 80s, Lights Out.
Lights Out, Love Stings, Centerfold. Anyways, that's a really interesting trajectory, and now he's the coach of the Dolphins.
Yeah.
We didn't want Mike McDonald here. We didn't want the Dolphins coach, did we?
Well, he interviewed here. Look, in my opinion,
Quirky.
Mike McDaniel, he's
quirky.
He's quirky. He's a good offensive mind. However, I don't think, and this is more of a PR thing, and maybe the Ravens say we don't care how it looks. He does not portray to me like a tough-nosed, blue-collar Baltimore head coach. It doesn't portray it to me. And his Miami team's
going to be ROC?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I don't like all the dink and dunk, but that's just me personally.
What does that mean?
He could be
that.
a lot of quick hit plays. I like deeper shots down the field. He's a lot of dink and dunk, but he adjusted to the offense to
I
Tua.
thought everything was going bad. Then he won 4 in a row to end the season, which is hard to do. But I don't know what.
Well, I wonder. I wonder with the Harbaugh thing if they said, "Oh, okay, well, maybe we got a shot here," and that's why they did it. I don't know. All right, Ed's been waiting forever in Towson.
Ed, I'm sorry,
Ed. God bless. Ed, God bless you. Thank you. We're gonna give you plenty of time. You're up with the Fan. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Appreciate your waiting. So you want to talk playoffs? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Dude, I'm doing the Baltimore Beltway. So where else would you rather be?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I had to traverse the west side today.
A long weekend. That's it, Ed. All right, we got Ed. Do you live here, Ed? Are you from Baltimore or Towson? Where are you from?
I'm from. You really know. If you saw my face, you would know who I am because I spent many days. I'm a member of the Campbell family. I'm getting ready to go down to Dino's. You know Darren very well. The Campbell family from down in Damascus.
Of course,
he's a Stag.
Campbell, who was also a baseball player too.
Yeah, those are my dudes.
And the Stags, good for you.
Yeah. So no, I still go to practice and stuff like that. I'm not a coach anymore or anything like that. But I came up, when Gary was probably talking with Morgan Wooten off and on, and
of course,
and that whole
Dwayne Simpkins,
they had the whole
Garrison.
that was my mentor. So when you said I was on the highway, when you said Archbishop Spalding, I'm 62 years old. I haven't coached in about 8 years, and you said Spalding, and it's weird, Patsos, how the juices get flowing. And all I remembered is sitting on the sidelines 2 years ago, and Spalding had the master. We went up to Spalding, and I'm always with those guys. And Malik Washington. I'm like, okay. And, you're thinking.
By the way,
okay,
he was a good hoops player, too.
He was.
Dude, he was. I'm going to let you know, for the first 15, 20 minutes or whatever, that game, and they beat us, which is why they're coming to us next year. And that is going to be, there will be as many Division I athletes on that field right there.
Sophomores at Spalding right now, Nash and Braxton, that are top 100 in the country.
It's going to be stupid. And we got athletes, they got dudes, we got dudes. But I saw Malik play for about 10 minutes, and I said to myself, and when you know, he's going to play on Sunday. That kid's going to play on Sunday.
That's what I said. Look, I watched him play basketball, then I went to a football game. Loxley had signed him. On Under Armour, we love him and all that stuff. I liked that he played two sports. He couldn't play his senior. I had seen him in MIA as a junior. They lost by a couple to Mount St. Joe. It's funny because DeMatha this year beat Mount Carmel in a game I watched. But on the Sunday football thing, I think Malik plays in the NFL too.
Oh, without a doubt.
How are you guys? How's DeMatha? Let's give a little DMV love. Because we do
We're doing it.
It's Paul the Sixth. It's Bishop McNamara's better. And how's DeMatha this year?
They're good. They need some bigs. They need some bigs, but they got a good system. And I think they're ranked. But the big, Paul the Sixth. Come on, they're just a freak. They're freaks.
That guy's an NBA player, Smitty, Jordan Smith. Dude, that guy's he's a real NBA. Him and Malik Washington goes to the NFL. This guy goes to the NBA.
Oh, Patos, that's just stupid. But look, let me hit the tonight's game for a minute. That dude, and if Miami's front four can put in work, they got a shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You got to knock Mendoza off. He at this point in time, he looks unflappable to me. I mean, and that's a rare thing to have with a college kid. But that kid, even with his interviews, I'm like, look at this cat interview. He's crazy. I mean, it's wild. But you have to knock him off his mark. This cat, let me tell you, Patos. We had a kid at DeMatha. I'm not going to say his name, but I'm sure people know who he is. He's a freak of nature. He's getting ready to graduate. And he had offers from everywhere. I mean, it is what it is. He's a good kid and PG County kid. And he took one visit to go see Signetti. And I'd bet you, and I know some of the kids, I don't know them like they're everyday coaches, but I see them. And I'd bet you, I said, Indiana, going to Indiana? And one visit. And this dude had him locked. Okay, done. I'm good. Here I come back. I got my little, water cup that says Indiana, and this is what we're doing. So I don't know what he does, but it's like, Patos, if a guy if you can get them to buy into what you're doing, and it's hard to explain that.
But he did it fast. Like Gary Williams, everybody knew he could coach. It took a little while.
Well, he was able to bring about 15 players from James Madison that first year, so there was a lot of continuity there that helped a lot. He got a good quarterback in that. Was his quarterback from JMU or he got in the portal? I can't remember. I know Mendoza's from the portal.
Yeah, Mendoza's from Cal. He went to Cal, right? He's from Cal.
Yeah, he's from Cal. So I don't remember his quarterback, but he got 15 guys there, so there was a lot of continuity that first year. And I hear that he's really good about identifying talent. So that's something that he's very good at.
He works.
And maybe under the radar guys, too.
I've been following this cat since Elon. And
that's right. That Under Armour really went from Elon to James Madison.
Yeah, and his offensive coordinator is Mike Shanahan's son.
Exactly.
I did not know that.
He's got some pieces. But what he did, Patos, he took, you got the better players at Elon. Okay, who's your better players at Elon? Let's see if they can play up here at Madison. And, without upsetting the apple cart. Then he gets to Madison, and he's like, okay, I'm getting ready to make this move. All right, you guys, who's with me? And then, like I said, he took the 15 players. So I think he is masterfully, whether you're for the portal, against the portal, really it
doesn't matter. It's out there. Here's the thing about the portal. Same thing. Hold on, D. And by the way, you better tell Darren Campbell I said hi. We used to run around Georgetown together.
I'm going to talk to him tonight about the games going on.
Tell him to follow me at Coach Patos and send me a message.
Here's the thing. I got you, baby. I got you, man.
Working the portal is not as easy as it seems in anything sport. So if Signetti's good at watching film or whatever and working those guys in the portal, that's a skill.
Yeah, Ed, we got to hop, but hey, real quickly.
God bless you, man.
Thanks for calling.
Baby.
Yeah, Ed, real quick before we let you go, and for Coach as well, speaking of high school basketball, I just got this email that came into my full-time gig at the beach. The Delaware Interscholastic Athletic Association announced today that a shot clock will be implemented for varsity girls and boys high school basketball games beginning with the 27-28 basketball season. So there you go.
They should do it next year. It doesn't take long. You got to have shot clocks. It's always the same, right, Ed?
Y'all be good. I'll see y'all later, man.
All right, Ed knows this. If they're going to have them in college, pros, then you got to have them in college. If you're going to have them in college, you got to have them in high school. Everybody should have the shot clocks.
Yeah. We'll take a timeout. More to come here. Patsos and Popovic. It's a special edition of Inside Access on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it, we're talking about it. 105.7 The Fan.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
Left in the cold by your propane company? Your local propane pros at Petro are always there for you in any weather. Go with Petro and save up to $500 on propane. Visit petro.com or call 877-230-0738.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
Bob Bell Nissan has extended its year-end sales event until January 31st. Take home one of 6 Nissan models priced under $30K, with Nissan Versa starting at $17,814. Known as the most affordable car in the U.S. Visit BobBellNissan.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
Hi, I'm attorney Michael Friedman, and on behalf of myself, Stephen, and Rachel, we want to say a huge thank you to Ken Wyman, who's been a brilliant spokesperson for our firm. You know, when he says he knows us, it's because he does. We've had dinners together. He's visited our office numerous times. He's met our staff. He's read our awards. He's chatted about law and our practice, and with a little sports thrown in. And he's known Stephen for years. Now, as Ken says, we are nice people. But when it comes to representing our clients, we're like mad dogs let off a leash. We go after the defendants and insurance companies until we pound them into submission, like the Goose did. And if you don't get that reference, you're listening to the wrong station. So if you or a loved one has been injured by the negligence of another, call us at 410-363-6848 or email us directly from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation. The law offices of Michael Friedman, representing the community for over 40 years. And oh yeah, when you call or email, let us know that Ken sent you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Paramount Plus is the new home of UFC, and we're coming out swinging with UFC 324.
Oh, what a shot!
And 325 on back-to-back weekends. The new era is here.
It's time!
Every fight.
Bam!
One subscription.
Oh my goodness!
Pay-per-view. just got knocked out. Back-to-back blockbuster UFC events this month only on Paramount Plus.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
Well, that's Joan Jett. Big O's fan.
Big O's fan with my nephews.
Now, she's actually from the DMV.
She's more down there, Rockville, but then there was no. People forget.
Yeah, no team.
Love Joan Jett.
Yeah.
This is her best video. I hate myself for loving you. About 1:45, she's made it live. My friends up in Connecticut are jamming to it right now. Long Beach is where she lives, out near Rockaway, with Patti Smith and Lou Reed. She's a big sports fan because Josh Charles, who has a good show out.
Yeah, do you
Best
know?
medicine.
Yeah,
I know. Well,
but
Josh
you know
Charles
what that
in
is.
That group. Josh Charles is in that group with the Orioles, Yankees. You know, a lot of rock people. The one thing they like, I think, is like sports that we can relate to. They're rock and roll stars. Josh Charles is my man. I love that guy. Yeah. He's totally into the Ravens, but he's Orioles thing up there. And then they talk about that because Joan Jett's there out in the Long Island thing. So we chat about that. But you know what? She wasn't. But I wanted to go real quick, Popovic. Can you remember this? Mike went to Woodlawn. There was no team in Washington. When I came here, we went to the Orioles games with Andy Enfield's coach at SMU from Johns Hopkins. I knew Petro, the coach at Hopkins, says we used to have a libation or two, and I think PJs or
Well, my cousin played for Petramile at Hopkins.
I loved it. Oh, it's great.
Won a couple championships.
PJ's Pub or whatever. We used to go to. Anyways, there was no team to go. And then when they moved to Camden Yards, my point being, like, forget it. That was half the crowd was D.C. You saw Wolf Blitzer and these guys and all these congressmen and actors and athletes.
That's why the Masson deal was done, because they were concerned about the D.C. draw away from Baltimore that they had always drawn in the past.
Sure. There was like a ticket store and an outlet down on K Street to buy clothing and tickets back when you had to buy like tickets. Anyways, and Joan Jett. That's what she liked because there was nobody else. I mean, from Rockville, you came up, but I just remember when it opened, and then we came up here, and it was a part of the fabric of the baseball community in D.C. all the way down next to RFK and the Tune In and Jenkins Hill and the Dublin and all that. They all watched the Orioles, and then all of a sudden it got split.
Well, they're saying that, and I know the Nationals now have, I guess, sold the rights to MLB, and I'm not sure exactly how that's being distributed.
Monumental, but it didn't work.
Yeah, but Masson says that they still have a pretty good following in D.C., so
I would look, a lot of my friends.
Well, it's a traditional franchise. I think that's
my friend Elliot and all these guys from Winchester, Virginia, the Winchester Mafia, we call them. But they love the Orioles because why? Their parents do. In other words, their parents, now that are older, are taking their grandkids to the Orioles, and Camden Yards is more fun than the Nats Park. There's nothing wrong with the Nats Park. Camden Yards still holds up to me.
Yeah, well, and they're up, and they needed to do some renovations or refurbing to it, and they're doing that. It's needed after 30 years.
Yeah, after 30 years. But and by the way, Ryan Ripken's Hot Stove. Love Ryan. I know him. I see him all the time.
He's going to be doing an hour show a couple days a week with Hot Stove. He had to get up really early this morning, and I know he's not a morning guy.
Neither am I, Ryan.
I couldn't do mornings because I have my own morning gigs, so that's why I do it afternoons. It worked out well, though, because I'm glad I get to work with you here. We hadn't done it in a while, and we got a lot of connections here and all that. So, but yeah, no, you're right about that. And look, last year the Commanders had a great season, or 2 seasons ago now, but the Ravens, with all their success, pulling a lot of DMV people too.
Sure,
and that's something they have to face.
I was surprised how the Commanders dropped off that fast. I mean, look, last year I worked at the Wizards. Full disclosure, love the Wizards. Monumental, the Leonsis family. They put high school games on, they put college games on, but they're a Caps Wizards thing.
Yeah,
and we know the Bullets were here a long time ago, but they've been very supportive of the Baltimore community. But I have to hear it from my compadres in the control room about how the Commanders were about to go on a 10-year run. That did not work.
Yeah. But
why?
You know what's interesting to me?
Injuries are old.
Just quickly, is the Cliff Kingsbury thing was, well, Cliff Kingsbury wants to run a more up-tempo offense and go 5 wide, throw the football, and Dan Quinn wanted more running, protect Jaden Daniels more. But isn't that something you work out before you hire the guy? You knew his style to begin with. Now, I'm not saying in the course of a season that you don't adjust some, and maybe he just said the hell with adjusting, but Daniels was beat up this year. But philosophically, it's weird to me how head coaches hire guys at times, and then after 1 year, they're gone because there's a philosophical difference. Well, what the hell did you do in the interview process? I don't get it.
Football's weird because there's so many guys. They're just so general. Like, in other words, they're up there in the tower, whether it was Bear Bryant that started, and then they have to manage all these people. I think you're closer with your basketball assistants. Like, hey, look, I had some great assistants. Greg Manning's at Villanova, Gigi Smith-Tubby's kid, A. Lassie, Kevin Farrell's back at Loyola. I can name all on Luke Telesio's the head coach, but I had one or two really bad ones that thought maybe they wanted the job, or it was going to be about them, or they were planning what they were going to show the whole league so they could get another job, or they thought they were going to get your job. Because another Parcells, be careful of your assistants that want to think they're smarter than you and do your own thing, and they can come and get you.
Well,
you never know what they're telling the administration. You never know what they're and trust me, I learned the hard way. But I'll tell you this, Kingsbury and the philosophy thing goes back to it. And I'm not making any excuses because John Harbaugh, I like him. I love the whole organization. But to say I didn't know Derrick Henry wasn't going to play the fourth quarter and run, I had to take that on the chin because I didn't think that was a normal answer. Did you?
No. The issue there is he says, well, in a series, things are happening fast, yes. But in between offensive series, you tell Todd Monken and you tell your running backs coach that Derrick Henry goes back out there and you feed him the ball until he has to come out. Then Keaton Mitchell goes in. But to say, well, things happen fast, blah, blah, blah. No, in between an offensive series, you make sure that your guy is getting the ball and this whole rotational crap goes to the wayside.
You don't want to hear it. Gary Williams, we were on the fly, and if we made mistakes on the bench, he may point them out very enthusiastic.
All right,
but you better have the right answer. But if he didn't like what he saw, he was definitely interjecting and say, put Wilcox back in.
Yeah. Well, and that's that's the thing. John Harbaugh, I think, was too hands off on his coordinators on game day. You don't want to micromanage, but damn it, sometimes you got to step in and set the tone or get things changed. And he didn't do that enough, or at least the perception.
Win the Giants, though, we're going to miss Harbaugh.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate. I love all that John Harbaugh did for many years here. It was just time. So I don't mean to bring up all these bad things now, but we're going back over why some of the reasons were. Anyway, Jimmy's in Silver Spring. He's got a question for you because we're getting tight on time, Coach. Jimmy, you're up. Thanks so much for waiting. Go ahead.
I love it.
Yeah, another DMV call. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, man. I'm a DMVer who didn't grow up baseball and loved the Orioles. My kid played at Spalding. I played in. He played in Kyle Smith's first 2 years. I'm glad they won 4 straight MIAAs. The MIA is different now that Gilman has gone away and they kicked St. Francis. That's a conversation for another time.
St. Francis, by the way, if anybody's listening, Jimmy's right. St. Francis is doing a great job, but they're like a college team. They can't play in this league.
It's because they recruit nationwide.
But listen, real quick, y'all talked about that Miami team with Schellenberger. I was in the tank for that Nebraska team. They would have won the national championship, but if you remember correctly, they went for a 2-pointer and missed it. That's why Miami won. On that team, they had Tommy Frazier. They had Dave Remington, who was center.
That guy, Dave Remington, who was Boomer Esiason center, and that Dave Remington?
Yeah, the one that named the center trophy after now. They had Mike Rozier. They had Urban Fryer. They had a bomb squad. Real quick, Coach, and I'm glad to talk to you. There's a Maryland team that I love that I can't get out of my mind. It was the team with Obina Akizi. He got hurt right before the ACC tournament.
This guy, Jimmy, you're on your game. It was Steve Francis. The year before, Rodney Elliott and Sunas Jasikavic, who's a huge foreign coach. Sunas is great. And McAvoy and certain guys and Stokes and them, they hung on while we waited. Then Steve Francis arrived, and we were 3, 4, 5 in the country all year. We were a 2 seed. We were not a 1 seed. We were a 2 seed. We beat Creighton, and we beat Valpo, and we lost to Ron Artest in Tennessee, and Steve was going to the NBA. That's how we were fine with that. Terrence Morris was young, Lonnie Baxter, and those. But it was about Obina Casey. Obina Casey was our leader. He was our big guy. He was tough.
He was a 15-10 guy.
15-10, but he could have handled our test and Glover. Obina, when you got him fired up, his kid's a top 5 player, and Obina's he was a petroleum engineer. Man, that was his major. When Obina went down, we were in trouble. So Jimmy, you're right. He hurt his Achilles. We went to NC State and win. We just couldn't replace him.
That was a team I loved. And real quick, tell me what happened with Mike Jones, Coach.
Which Mike
All right,
Jones?
Jimmy, thanks. I think he means the one out of Delaware, right?
Oh, you think
it was supposed to be a prolific 3-point shooter.
Yeah, he was from Boston. Yeah, from there. He has 9 threes in a game. You know, Diggy quite tied his record too this year. Mike Jones, really good player, just didn't take the next step. basketball's funny. You never stay the same. You're getting better, you're getting worse. He was the number 2 ranked high school guy behind LeBron James.
I still say if Chris Wilcox came back, you guys go back to the Final Four the next year.
Next year, yeah. No. We had a chance. We lost in the Sweet 16 on the last second shot.
I know. A couple of those,
State.
and then Michigan State hit one during Gravis' senior year, right?
Yeah,
that's a killer. Yeah.
What's his name? Draymond Green ducks, and it goes to Allen, who makes the 3. And Draymond Green, who can't shoot threes, hit a 3 right before that. Gary's coaching job with Gravis and that team.
That was
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Big one, February 21st. Everybody know this. February 21st. There's a big Maryland Terrapin Coalition. It's called the Maryland Basketball Coalition. They're bringing all the players back. Buck Williams to Albert King to Gravis to everybody's coming on 21st. Put that date down.
All right, we're back. Final segment next year on The Fan.
We're talking baseball on The Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles' 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on The Fan's YouTube channel.
A.J. Michaels, bringing comfort and savings to Baltimore area homes since 1978.
At A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling, you get maximum value for your investment. You'll save substantial energy, get big rebates, and a 30% tax credit. That's value. Find us at ajmichaels.com. That's ajmichaels.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Baltimore County Police Department.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
A special edition of Inside Access. Here's Jimmy Patsos and Mike Popovic.
Don't you forget about
All right, let me grab Jay quickly, Coach, since he's been waiting. Jay at Hellthorpe. Jay, you got about
our loyal winner.
30 seconds, Jay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, but go ahead.
Real quick, what was the toughest building to play in? NC State, Cameron, or Chapel Hill?
Chapel Hill was 22,000, but they were a little quiet. We were down 22 and came back. That would not have happened. NC State, the old Reynolds, where Gary won 5 in a row, was a really good place to play. And then they moved Cameron Indoor and Fog Allen Fieldhouse are the two best arenas to play in, along with the Palestra. Cole Fieldhouse never should have been left. We should have stayed in Cole, and we should have added the building next to it. But Cameron Indoor, nothing like playing there.
Is that the toughest Cameron?
Toughest and most fun and fired up, and it's on top of you. Fog Allen, too.
All right. Well, we're getting up against here. Just quickly, is it me? Why can't they set a proper screen in basketball anymore?
Well, they can't move at all because the pros run everything. You can't set the screen at the top. Pat Spencer, our Loyola grad, friends with Terry Sawyer, the president. You're a Loyola Hound.
Yeah.
He talks about it all the time. I was just Summer League. Pat Spencer, by the way, doing a really good job with the Warriors. His brother Cam's for the Grizzlies, Annapolis guys, boys Latin guys. We talked about it. If the big man moves at all, they're going to call it because they think it gives you 2 in a.
But the guard never sets up the screen. But the guards don't set up the screens
the guards
anymore.
Take them down low, then take them over high. But the bigs can't move at all.
Yeah. The other thing is, it seems like the only guy that runs offensive sets anymore is Tom Izzo at Michigan State.
And I just talked to Tom Izzo, who has 2 stick kids from this state, Cam Ward and Jordan Scott from Virginia. They're winning. Maryland goes to Michigan State, hanging there with Buzz. Go the games. Brenda Free's team, very good. They can make a run this year.
Jimmy, it's been a pleasure.
Love being with you.
I love it. And we got a lot more stories. Well, you too. And we have our inside access with Jimmy Patsos. It's been a pleasure, folks. Hey, Alex, thank you on the other side. Thanks for all the great calls. Chris Naki, thank you. Westwood One Sports is coming up at 6. Then at 6:30, they will have pregame coverage of the College Football Playoff Championship game as a 1-seed Indiana takes on the 10-seed Miami. And, of course, we're going for the U in this one.
Going for the U. Bring it you. We almost see Michael Irvin on the sideline. You can say what you want. He's a cool dude.
I'll talk to you Wednesday before the Terps. It's The Fan.
Hey, 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 hey,
hey. Thanks for listening. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn, with their second location now open at the Fairgrounds in Timonium on the second floor of the grandstand. It features your favorites from the original Costas Inn. They're open for lunch and dinner daily, so stop in and see them today. Happy New Year from the Costas family.
You're too busy to keep up with the latest in appliances. So are the salespeople at big box stores. But the factory-trained experts at Bray & Scarf, they know it all, and they can't wait to share it with you. The showroom alone will introduce you to advancements you never knew existed, like ovens you can preheat remotely with your phone, fridges with smart temperature controls, dishwashers with bottle washing jets, and so much more. Then you'll speak with an expert. No pressure, no patronizing, just an open discussion with honest answers and candid advice. Next thing you know, that sleek, modern home you've been dreaming of will be a reality. All because Bray beats big.
Start your new year by saving big on appliances at the New Year sale going on now at Bray & Scarf. Save on our best-selling GE Profile and Cafe appliances. Plus, get 18-month special financing. Come see for yourself at any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and the start of the new year brings promise and possibilities. Yet too often, this enthusiasm is met with pain in our feet, knees, and back. Does that sound like you? Then it's time to check out the Good Feet store. One of our recent customers, a photographer named Ellie, found relief. Let's hear her story. I've had my Good Feet arch supports for about 2 years now, and I can actually walk around all day without feeling like my feet are going to fall off. I suffered from plantar fasciitis and would wake up every morning with terrible pain. I'm a wedding photographer, and if I didn't have these, I don't think I would make it through my 10-hour days running around. These are a total game changer, and I will always highly recommend them. If you're tired of foot pain holding you back, come in for a free fitting and test walk. Our team will take the time to personally fit you for your own arch support system. And you can try before you buy. On top of it all, they're FSA, HSA eligible. Put those dollars to use for a pain-free future. Head over to goodfeet.com to schedule your appointment today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, this is WJZ-FM Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans.
What's outrageous? The spread is this high. Are you kidding me? Familiar foes with everything on the line now in the NFL playoffs. 7.5? Get the hell out of here with that nonsense.
And Pat Boyle.
I think Cliff Kingsbury becomes the next offensive coordinator in Philadelphia. He is an energetic offensive mind. He's the play caller. That's his role. We've seen Cliff Kingsbury as a head coach. It doesn't work.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey-oh! Welcome on into a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I got a dog going nuts. I got Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch us live on YouTube. Search BetMGM Tonight. Hit that subscribe button. You can also watch us live on Twitter. You should be following us at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to us on Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and over 300 local affiliates. Phone number to join the show. And you better get in quick here before these phones fill up. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We got a national championship game coming up in 90 minutes. We've got all of our takeaways to the playoff games from this weekend, and we will start with the Buffalo Bills losing to the Denver Broncos, not only in heartbreaking fashion, not only Josh Allen crying his eyes out after committing 4 turnovers, but then the fallout earlier today, Brad. Sean McDermott fired as the Bills head coach after a 98-50 record in the regular season in nearly a decade, 8-8 in the playoffs, handful of conference championship appearances, but never to the Super Bowl. And it seems like it was finally enough for the ownership, the Pagulas, and the GM, Brandon Beane. I think they made a big mistake. I'll start there. We'll peel back all the layers here, but I can't believe that Brandon Beane survives and Sean McDermott gets fired. I thought they fired the wrong guy. I get it. After a while, it feels like you need to make a change. But I still think that this year, there are other seasons where maybe you can blame Sean McDermott. And we're talking about years ago, clock mismanagement in their playoff games, the 13 seconds against Kansas City. But I thought he had progressed as a head coach. And I thought specifically this year, this was the worst roster the Bills had in 6 seasons. And it's not Sean McDermott's fault that the Bills committed 5 turnovers. It's not Sean McDermott's fault that it's Brandon Cooks and Mecole Hardman, the leading receivers for the Bills in a playoff game. And it is certainly not Sean McDermott's fault that the roster that was constructed cannot stop the run for the last 3 years now. I thought his scheming had gotten so top-notch. I didn't think that in the last year, 2 years watching Bills games that Sean McDermott was the reason that they fell short. But it's a dawn of a new era in Buffalo, and that is one where the Bills are moving on for their head coach. And I disagree. I thought McDermott had done enough in beating Jacksonville and getting that game all the way to overtime against Denver, despite the team committing 5 turnovers. You know how many other teams would have gotten blown out by 20-plus points? I thought Sean McDermott got dogged here. I thought he gets hosed. I think he should still be the head coach in Buffalo, but crying over spilt milk ain't going to do anything for him. He'll be a hot candidate looking for a next job here. We've got a couple of other head coach hirings that have happened in the last 48 hours, and we've got some coordinators being hired. It's just another Monday in the NFL. Brad, how was your weekend, man? As a Bears fan, we'll get there, but I can't imagine that last night was too good for you, Brandon Combs, or the rest of the guys here on the show.
Well, it was the highest of highs and eventually then the lowest of lows. But I feel the Bears are playing a little bit of house money, to be frank. So I'm winning somewhat pessimistically to that matchup against the LA Rams as a diehard Chicago Bears fan saying, hey, you know what? We got this far. They greatly exceeded my expectations this season. I like the nucleus that the Bears have. Of course, I love Ben Johnson. I was a strong supporter of that hire, from the get-go. And, that mesmerizing, magnificent, one of the greatest plays ever in postseason history off the arm of Caleb Williams to take that sucker to overtime. And I thought they would ride that momentum. Unfortunately, DJ Moore kind of quit on the route. Maybe he wasn't the designed guy on that route, but still, he's got to give 100%. And, that was picked off, and the rest then was history as the thicker kicker came in, split the uprights, and rained on all of our parades. But I'm not Debbie Downer here. I'm somebody that's looking optimistically about the future of Chicago. Arrow clearly pointing up, and a team that should be able to get back to playoffs next year, and one that will be a contender immediately for the Super Bowl next season. Now, speaking of Sean McDermott, in your 2 cents, I completely concur. I think he got royally screwed. I think somebody had to be the fall guy, and he was the one that had to fall on the sword, but it really wasn't his fault. A rash of injuries there, defensive line. You could say, well, everybody deals with injuries. The coach has got to adjust with the personnel that he has and try to make the most of it. Yeah, that might be the case. I thought he did a terrific job, especially at the back end defensively, where the Bills were outstanding versus a pass all season long. Very effective, offensively. Of course, when you got Josh Allen, an MVP, you got James Cook. They backed up the beep, beep, beep truck, laid down all kinds of fat caches of, stacks of cash, and he went out and still proved himself to be one of the best running backs in the NFL. I agree. The front office deserves some of the blame because they didn't make the investments in the wide receiver core. I mean, Khalil Shakir was awesome. Dalton Kincaid had his moments. But Keon Coleman, a colossal failure. And they could have had some other veteran leadership other than Brandon Cooks in the 11th hour to help out that core overall. McDermott's a guy that, finishes 148 and 98 Buffalo. He's won over 66% of his career games. Yeah, 8-8 in the postseason. Sure, it was an opportunity spoiled with no Mahomes, with no Lamar Jackson there in the postseason, but a guy consistently had his defenses inside the top 10, consistently had the offenses also inside the top 10. I think it's going to be a major win for whatever franchise picks him up here in short order. And I'm going to, go out there on what I feel is kind of a short limb and say, Viva Las Vegas. He would be a perfect fit for Davis and that organization, with them turning the page on Pete Carroll and likely going to draft the guy we're going to see in action tonight with a number 1 overall pick, and Fernando Mendoza. So, yeah, I think that would be the suitable landing spot for Sean McDermott. And I think ultimately somebody's going to score a major win at the expense of the Buffalo Bills, who are feeling like, yeah, we need a change of scenery because Josh Allen's in his prime. We have to win now. But the grass, sometimes it ain't always greener on the other side, Pat.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I don't think the grass is going to be greener. Now, it depends on who they hire, right? And And we'll get to the game itself, obviously. We'll get to all the games this past weekend. Any of your phone calls on the Bills firing Sean McDermott and the Bills-Broncos game, plus the other games, we'll get to them. 310-840-4910. I just want to read a couple of player reactions from the Buffalo Bills here. Defensive tackles Jordan Phillips and Daquan Jones on their Instagram stories. Jordan Phillips put, "This bleep here is so stupid, honestly sickening. The best coaching I've ever been around," end quote. And Daquan Jones on his Instagram story, quote, "Don't make sense, but you got what you wanted," end quote. And, you know, again, I think just in terms of the move itself, it certainly doesn't look good for owner Terry Pagula and ownership. They put out a statement, and literally in the first 5 words, you get a typo. They meant to put admirable, and they type admiral job. He did an admiral job. I mean, you can't even get the freaking statement firing your head coach correct. I mean, come on. This guy deserved way more than just a stupid little written statement, let alone one where you can't even get a freaking word spelled correctly in the first 5 words. And on top of that, again, Sean McDermott, did he have his faults in the past? He did. Did I say he should have been fired after the 13-second game against Kansas City where they botched the kickoff and let the Chiefs come back and ultimately win the game? Yeah, after that, in the heat of the moment, I was like, wow, I don't think how can you do that as a head coach? But in the last couple of years, he had proven that he has evolved. I think that he does not get enough credit for the defensive genius that he is. Brandon Beane has given him a roster where not only have they not been able to stop the run, but you and I have said it, and everybody that's watched an NFL game or a Bills game this year has said in the last couple of years, they don't have any elite receivers. I mean, Khalil Shakir had one good playoff game, but that's not a guy that's a number one receiver when you look at him. The main threats were McCall Hardman and Brandon Cooks. You know, and again, and there are other receivers, like you mentioned, Keon Coleman, absolute whiff of a draft by Brandon Beane. The other receivers that they were going to try to rely on, Gabe Davis, like the second coming of Gabe Davis, the ghost of Gabe Davis. I mean, come on. And a defense, like I said, that cannot stop the run. And yet Sean McDermott realized that in his defensive scheme to play the great zone defense that they have played. They were number 1 in passing yards allowed per game this year with, no offense to him, washed up Joey Bosa, washed up Tre'Davious White, Matt Milano, who's one more injury away from a retirement home, and Sean McDermott got that defense to still play like a top 10 unit. He does not get enough credit. And there's some other people. Well, they gave up 33 points. How many games in the playoffs are they going to give up 30-plus points? Again, the Bills' offense committed 5 turnovers and basically gifted Denver more than half their points just off turnovers alone. So if you're looking to blame Sean McDermott for that loss on Saturday, look elsewhere. If you're looking to blame Sean McDermott for the shortcomings this year, look elsewhere. I don't understand how Brandon Beane not only sticks around, but gets a promotion. I mean, the dude is falling forward. He's falling upwards. He's now the president. He's going to run the show. He's going to hire the next head coach. Like, if you wanted to fire Sean McDermott and you fire Brandon Beane, you clean house, at least I can understand, right? It's time for a full organizational shift. The fact that the GM, who I think this roster has so many flaws, and half their guys were hurt for half the year on the defense, and Sean McDermott, again, got that defense to play like a top 10 unit. Just because it's Josh Allen and it's, they've got nobody around Josh Allen, that's the fault of the GM. That's not the fault of the head coach.
Bingo.
He's not an an offensive guy. Like, they ran the ball to try to take time of possession away from their opponents because their defense was so flawed and yet still found a way to play respectable in so many games. So I think Brandon Beane really dodged a bullet here. I think he convinced Bills ownership. He convinced Terry Pagula to save his ass so that they could scapegoat Sean McDermott. And again, they could nail the next head coach hire. I think you want Clint Kubiak. I've said it all along. Clint Kubiak's my favorite head coaching candidate this entire cycle. But the fact that Sean McDermott and not Brandon Beane is gone, to me, that is a massive mistake.
Yeah, it's dumbfounding. And you laid out the entire case as to why that indeed is. Look, the person that really deserves a lot of blame for the L that they caught over the weekend, the elimination in the Mile High City, is Josh Allen. Let's call a spade a spade. Yes, he is obviously a superhero at times. Bar none, a player is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's amazing. I'm not disputing that. But Allen had some puzzling decisions. Case in point, we saw at the end of the first half, him running with the ball like a loaf of bread in his hand, and then mysteriously, just as he is under duress and being taken down, throws it behind him, and that causes a fumble. It's a live ball. Denver recovers, and we're gifted a field goal to end the half to extend the lead to double figures. So he is not absolved of any blame. In fact, I think he deserves a lot of it. But it seems like Sean McDermott, again, has become the fall guy of the shortcomings of not only the product on the field, but also with the front office. And I 10,000% agree with your perspective. It's absolutely wrong. He got done dirty.
Yeah, again, phone number to join, 310-840-4910. As we look now at who's going to be the next head coach of the Bills, and we'll get into where we think Sean McDermott lands. You mentioned Vegas already with Fernando Mendoza. That would be a good fit. How about the fact that John Harbaugh is the new head coach of the Giants, and they're going to hold a press conference for him tomorrow. Kevin Stefanski, we'll get to that in detail. We'll break down all the angles. He's now the head coach for the Atlanta Falcons. You think either of those guys, maybe a little buyer's remorse that they didn't wait it out for another couple of days here, because all of a sudden Bill's head coaching job is open? And no offense, I love the hire for Big Blue, but if you're John Harbaugh, I think you would much rather be coaching Josh Allen and that Buffalo Bills team rather than the New York Giants. And I think Atlanta's got a lot of weapons, and they're one great offensive head coach, play caller away from putting it all together. So maybe Kevin Stefanski doesn't regret this in a year from now. But again, Josh Allen in his prime, he's not going anywhere. Big fat contract extension just kicked in for him. I wonder if either of those head coaches are feeling a little buyer's remorse now that their jobs are with other teams and the Bills' job is open. And in terms of the quote-unquote favorites, right, reporters like Diana Rossini and others that have been throwing some names out there, Mike McCarthy, one of the favorites to reportedly land the Bills' head coaching job. And then, we've got the other names that have been thrown into the mix. Why don't we just run it back from 5 years ago? Brian Dable, who got axed by the Giants this year. And there's always the question, do you just promote the offense coordinator, Joe Brady, who it feels like his name has been in the mix for a head coaching job for the last several years here now? Those names are definitely going to be ones to watch out for, but I would hire Clint Kubiak, and I think this is the perfect opportunity to do so. And if Joe Brady gets, if he feels disrespected, that they hire an offensive coordinator from elsewhere outside of him, well, see you later then. Bring in somebody else, like Clint Kubiak will be the play caller, bring in a different OC, and then you work from there. I think Clint Kubiak should be the next head coach of the Buffalo Bills, but you obviously cannot discount the fact that Brandon Beane is still there, and the desire to bring back Brian Dable or elevate Joe Brady is certainly in his mind.
Yeah, honestly, I think Brandon Beane should be slammed into a plastic Costco table by the Bills Mafia. I'm still just kind of scratching my head as to why he survives this thing. And that list that you just rolled out, like Mike McCarthy, that is really an upgrade over McDermott. I mean, get the hell out of here. No, it's not. And some of the other names you mentioned, definitely not an upgrade. I think you got one or two options. Option number one is Clint Kubiak, for all the reasons you and I have laid out here last several episodes of BetMGM tonight. Option number two is hiring from within and elevating Joe Brady into that captain's chair to have him call the shots, to get a stand up and suitable top of the line defensive coordinator to pair with him and let it ride. You got to have some continuity. And I think Josh Allen wants that as well. They're ripping off the Band-Aid here. They think it's, the wound is going to heal, but it's going to fester if they make a poor decision. And I got a feeling, based on that list that you just laid out, they could be moving in that direction. So they could be really spoiling their opportunity. We'll talk about buyer's remorse. I think it could be coming soon in Western New York if they don't elevate Brady or hire Clint Kubiak.
All right, again, the phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Any and all of your thoughts on Sean McDermott being fired and who the Bills should hire as their next head coach. We'll take your calls from anywhere around the country, but especially if you're listening on WACK-AM in Rochester or WWKB in Buffalo. Call us. Let us know how you feel about your coaching hire. Who would you hire for the Bills head coaching position? Hit us up on Twitter as well at BetMGM tonight and vote on our poll for who you feel should be the new Buffalo Bills head coach. And again, the phone number to join is 310-840-4910. We are just getting rolling. pull your sleeves back and get ready because we've got a new head coach in Miami, and his name is Jeff Hafley. We've got Stefanski as the new head coach of the Falcons. We've got offensive coordinator hires. We've got all the games from this weekend, and we've got a national championship game that kicks off in just over an hour. We'll have all of our best bets and our breakdown of that one as well. It's a football Monday. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
The NFC Championship game is set. Seattle's top-scoring defense goes against LA's top-scoring offense. Which one will give? Rams and Seahawks, Sunday, 6:30 Eastern. The NFL is on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Navy Federal, we're a trusted partner of the military community, and we're here to guide you through these uncertain times, help you diversify your portfolio, and take control of your finances. We offer a 13-month special certificate with a rate more than double the national average, and members can access financial advisors from one of America's best financial advisory firms awarded by USA Today. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/save more. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Savings products insured by NCUA. Investment products are not insured, not obligations of Navy Federal, and may lose value.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Empower.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Ready to be treated like a VIP at CFG Bank Arena? Open a CFG Bank checking account and the perks are yours. CFG Bank debit card holders enjoy exclusive VIP perks, fast-tracked entry, a complimentary beverage, access to the Fearless Club, and more. Not a CFG Bank card holder yet? Open an account today and get VIP access at every show. Visit cfg.bank/VIP to learn more. Perks subject to change in availability. Member FDIC.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do? Text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Want to turn up the heat and turn up the savings this winter? Go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil with reliable delivery in any weather, flexible pricing plans, an easy budget plan, and live 24/7 service and support. Go with your local HVAC pros at Petro for best-in-class service and comfort you can count on. Use propane? Ask about special offers. Go to Petro.com now to get your $125 free heating oil or call 1-888-PETRO02 today. Propane not available in all areas.
Stand out in 2026 and move your career forward with a skills-based education from University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers affordable, online courses with more than 135 degrees and certificates to equip you with the skills today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technology like AI and data science, and gain enduring skills such as leadership, communication, and critical thinking. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes designed for working adults like you. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start February 11th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The new year is here in Harford County, and with it comes that feeling of fresh starts, new goals, new routines, and who knows, maybe a few resolutions we'll actually stick to this time. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. I think January has a way of getting us all thinking about what's ahead, and maybe it's time for that vehicle you've been putting off, the one that really fits you and where you want life to take you this year. Whatever's on your list, Ford has the dependability to get you there, from the rugged F-150 to the versatile Explorer and everything in between. Listen, if one of your resolutions is stop worrying about my car, we can definitely help with that. We'll put you in something you'll love to drive to the gym. This January, our Plaza Ford team is ready to make finding your next Ford straightforward and stress-free, because starting the year right shouldn't feel complicated. We are always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Falston Walmart, and our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Touchdown! Head to the Green Turtle this football postseason for their Turtle Trio. Build your own sampler with wings, sliders, egg rolls, and shrimp for just $15.99. Pair it with their personal pitcher specials, $2 off all day, every day. Bigger flavor, better value. Only at the Green Turtle.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app, too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm attorney Michael Friedman. And on behalf of myself, Stephen, and Rachel, we want to say a huge thank you to Ken Wyman, who's been a brilliant spokesperson for our firm. You know, when he says he knows us, it's because he does. We've had dinners together. He's visited our office numerous times. He's met our staff. He's read our awards. He's chatted about law and our practice, and with a little sports thrown in. And he's known Stephen for years. Now, as Ken says, we are nice people. But when it comes to representing our clients, we're like mad dogs let off a leash. We go after the defendants and insurance companies until we pound them into submission, like the Goose did. And if you don't get that reference, you're listening to the wrong station. So if you or a loved one has been injured by the negligence of another, call us at 410-363-6848 or email us directly from our award-winning website, maflaw.com, for a free consultation. The law offices of Michael Friedman, representing the community for over 40 years. And oh yeah, when you call or email, let us know that Ken sent you.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on moneyline, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrano, and Nolan McGraw. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. The Fan.
Because the Bears defense had risen to the occasion and played largely unyielding football by the relatively low standard that they have. So tremendous season, bittersweet to say the least, a very disappointing ending. But the Rams, they showed some resiliency. Bravo to them. Fighting through the frigidness, and they found a way to win, and now they might get their head handed to them against the Seattle Seahawks. So, as I said earlier, the core of the Bears, team is here. It's fixed. Make the investments on defense. And I know we got a lot of question marks. Make the right investments in the NFL draft, and they're going to be here to.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by ZipRecruiter. Looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I see a team that's just focused, motivated, that's locked in.
Breaks a tackle to the 20, to the 10-5, and into the end zone. Touchdown, Malachi Tony.
The whole team is super excited to have the opportunity to play not only for a national championship, but play in Hard Rock, where is our home stadium.
There are no fans like Indiana Hoosier fans. All I can say is go IU and
With college football live at the College Football Playoff National Championship game. Alongside Kelly Stauffer, here's Mark Kestisher.
In a college football season that began nearly 5 months ago, we're down to the final game of the 2025 season. Week 0, remember week 0? August 23rd, we got it all started. Iowa State's win over Kansas in Dublin, Ireland. A week later in the Indiana Hoosiers opener, they began this historic run with a harder-than-expected home win over Old Dominion. And also on that last Sunday of August, the Miami Hurricanes, in a top 10 season opener, outlasted Notre Dame on a late field goal to win 27-24 in front of a sold-out crowd at Hard Rock Stadium, which all these months later, getting set to host tonight's College Football Playoff National Championship game as we get you set for Indiana against Miami. Happy Championship Day, everybody. Looking forward to the conclusion of this unpredictable trip through the second ever 12-team college football playoff. The Hoosiers, a number 1 ranked team, for the very first time in program history, champions of the Big Ten, authors of one of the great 2-season turnarounds, putting their pristine 15-0 record on the line against a Miami team that's been ranked all year, but due to those quirky tie-breaking procedures, didn't even qualify for the ACC championship game. But at 13-2, despite being on the road for nearly 2 months, the Canes now back home and 1 win away from their first national title in almost a quarter century. We welcome you to our all-state studios, and College Football Live is presented by LinkedIn Jobs. Hire right the first time with LinkedIn Jobs' new AI AI assistant. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/CFB. Terms and conditions apply. Plenty to preview this matchup over the next 75 minutes. We'll get a preview from our broadcast crew coming up in a bit. But first, let's welcome in my broadcast partner for the last 20 weeks covering college football on ESPN Radio, Kelly Stauffer, with me for tonight's pregame, halftime, postgame from Hard Rock Stadium. And Kelly, I know every time we have seen Indiana and all the fans that have flocked, it is really amazing considering all the losing that this program has had over the many decades. And now here they are. What a 2-year run and a chance to culminate it here tonight.
Yeah, Kesty, the story behind Indiana is incredible. But let me start with this. This has been an amazing, magical season. We know that in college football. And this improbable matchup somehow kind of perfectly frames a season defining the new world order in college football. And that's where Indiana comes into the equation. As we talk about our cast of characters tonight, Indiana's literally, Kesty, been somewhat wandering around in the wilderness, and they stand on the precipice of the promised land right now, which is kind of unbelievable. Kurt Cignetti took a hold of this program two years ago. The turnaround has been lightning quick. He really paid his dues out of the spotlight and perfected a template that has worked amazingly well. And the continuity of staff, immediately flipping the roster, the portal has allowed all of these things. A lot of people talk poorly about the portal, but trust me, it's responsible for the turnaround here and all of the things that go with it. And oh, by the way, go find your quarterback that happens to win the Heisman Trophy and steers this ship. It has been meteoric and really amazing to watch.
Yeah, they've had their close calls, but they have been dominating in the CFP, and that's what the Hurricanes are up against. A 10 seed coming in, last team into the field, and a win away from a first championship in a generation.
Kesty, who could make this stuff up? It's the path to redemption that actually comes all the way back home for Miami. Who saw that coming? But Mario Cristobal is building something that's really 4 years in the making. And he is a Miami Hurricane. He takes it obviously very seriously. He said, I feel that it's my obligation to make Miami right again. So he started building this from kind of the inside out, line of scrimmage, physical. He's an offensive lineman, became an offensive line coach. They were close a year ago, but couldn't quite get there. So they go get Carson Beck, and look where we are now. It is truly a story that almost matches the Indiana side of the equation.
Players warming up on the field at Hard Rock. It's College Football Live on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. Kickoff between Miami and Indiana, just over an hour away. Much more from Kelly Stauffer in a moment, but first, let's get our first preview from the guys who will call tonight's title game with Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kesnick on the sidelines, and along 2009 national champ Greg McElroy. Here's Sean McDonough.
All right, Kesty, thank you, and good evening, everybody, from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. A beautiful night as we're a little more than an hour away from kickoff with the temperature in the low 60s, and it's possible it might dip down into the 50s before this game ends. Greg McElroy's, Kesty just said, you won a national championship. What is this moment like right now for these two teams about an hour away from kickoff?
A lot of anxiety. I mean, I would tell you as a player, oh, it's fine. The process, the routine, it's all the same. And then you walk out and you see Flea playing the national anthem, and you're like, this is not normal. Why are there so many fireworks? What is all this smoke? So it immediately throws you out of your routine. But the goal tonight is try to create as much consistency in your pregame routine as possible. It's going to be different, but take it in, enjoy it, because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
And consistency really describes the Indiana Hoosiers, the number one team in the country, as Kelly just mentioned, dominant so far in this college football playoff, and as a result, a little more than a touchdown favorite against a Miami team playing on its home field here tonight, although we'll see what it's like in the stands, because the Indiana fans have certainly shown up in huge numbers in their first two games in the playoff. If Miami is going to pull off a relatively significant upset here tonight, what has to happen for the Canes?
I think it's very simple, Sean. They've really found their identity in the postseason. This is a group that wanted to be balanced for a very long time. They wanted to be creative offensively, especially in November. And then in the biggest games of the year against A&M, Ohio State, and Ole Miss, they leaned on the run game. I think their offense might actually be their best defense tonight. They need to possess the ball. And they need to feature Mark Fletcher running behind one of the most physically imposing offensive lines in the sport. That's the recipe on offense. And then defensively, figuring out a way with their outstanding defensive end tandem of Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor to somehow fluster what's been an unflappable Fernando Mendoza here these last couple weeks. If they can get after him and make him uncomfortable, then it might lead to him becoming a little bit more human.
As usual, the quarterback's a huge part of the story, particularly Fernando Mendoza, the Indiana Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, the first Heisman winner in school history, back in his hometown of Miami, trying to lead the Hoosiers to their first national championship in football. The Miami quarterback is Carson Beck in his 6th year in college football, 5 at Georgia, and his first season here at Miami has really resurrected his career late in his only season as a Miami Hurricane. With more on the quarterbacks down on the sideline, let's start on the Indiana side with Ian Fitzsimmons.
Sean, one phone call changed the entire landscape of college football and the life of Fernando Mendoza. It came from former Dallas Cowboys quarterback coach, who I knew, and David Lee when he was the quarterback's coach for the Cowboys, calls Bill Musgrave, then OC for the Cal Berkeley Bears, and says, I got a skinny kid down here in Miami you really need to take a look at. Mendoza had one scholarship offer. It was to Yale. Musgrave tells David Lee, hey, man, all right, send me the tape, fine, I'll look at it. Next thing you know, the next day, he's on a plane and goes to watch Fernando Mendoza work out. That one phone call changed the entire landscape of college football this year and the future of Fernando Mendoza. When I talked to Mendoza about that phone call, he said, it changed my life. I would have been a 5th, 6th round, maybe a UDFA undrafted free agent coming out of Yale as a quarterback. Instead, here I am going to Cal, being coached by Bill Musgrave, now with Indiana, Heisman Trophy winner and the #1 team in the country. One phone call from David Lee to Bill Musgrave changed the entire landscape of this season in college football and the life of a Heisman Trophy winner in Fernando Mendoza. If you don't think fate isn't a real thing, folks, you're wrong. Now, for more on the Miami Hurricanes, let's go over to Quint. Quint?
When Miami lost to SMU on November 1st in overtime, their season was in a dire place. But they've rattled off 7 consecutive wins, 5 of those on the road. They've been playing elimination football for more than 2 months. And a lot of that comes down to the play of their quarterback, Carson Beck. In their 2 losses to Louisville and SMU, he was a turnover machine. He had 6 picks. But in the last 7 games, 15 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. In his 43rd start, it is really starting to click. The challenge for Beck against Indiana is going to be to read that true zone coverage, to find the pockets. He told us they'll read my eyes. Can Beck continue to be that point guard and take those short, quick access throws to guys like Malachi Tony and C.J. Daniels? If so, Miami will keep themselves in this ballgame, Sean.
All right, Quint, thank you, and thank you to Ian as well. We look forward to your reporting throughout the game. Now let's send you back to the studio. Here's Kesty.
All right, Sean, thanks a lot. College football on ESPN Radio, brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Don't forget to tune into today's trivia question. It's coming up in about 10 minutes here on College Football Live, and it's brought to you by Dr. Pepper. You just heard Quint Kesnick talking about Carson Beck, who last year his Georgia career ended in the SEC championship game, torn UCL. He had elbow surgery, and he has helped lead Miami to this championship game. Lead, the key word, is head coach Mario Cristobal.
I think he's the most experienced player in the college football playoffs. And I think that since the day he arrived, and this shows again how savvy and how experienced he is, he couldn't participate in spring ball, but yet every walkthrough, every meeting, anything post-practice, pre-practice, anything outside of football, he was very much spearheading gatherings, opportunities to galvanize the entire team so that they understood and knew not only did he know what he was doing and that he was a high-level player, but that he was willing to do anything for the team. And that's his only concern. He's not caught up in personal accolades or awards. He wants to win, and he's willing to do anything to win.
Kelly Stauffer rejoining us from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. Carson Beck, it's been impressive. When we saw the second half of the season, felt like that elbow loosened up a little bit, and he's been a true leader for the entire season.
Yeah, and a couple of things that Coach Cristobal talked about right there really struck me, Mark. And this was a Miami football team that was really good a year ago, but what they lacked is some seasoning and some maturity and that big moment experience, and they're getting that in Carson Beck. And so you talked about the elbow surgery. Trust me, it didn't feel normal most of the way through the season. And quarterbacks are obviously very particular about everything having to do with throwing the football. It was the loss at SMU, actually, where Carson Beck said, you know what? We lost the game, but personally, I felt like I could finally rip it again when I threw the football. And that's what he rode the rest of the season. And Carson Beck has been selfless, essentially almost reinventing his approach to playing the quarterback position. He's been incredibly efficient, completing almost 75% of his passes, and that's exactly what his team has needed. He's going to have to be almost perfect here tonight.
Yeah, that SMU loss you referred to in overtime November 1st. Miami hasn't lost since. 7 straight wins, and in that stretch, Carson Beck has only thrown 2 picks. Coming up on College Football Live as we get you set for Miami and Indiana for the College Football Championship. What a year for Indiana quarterback Fernando Mendoza, the transfer from Cal, the Heisman winner, 15-0 Indiana Hoosiers, and back in his hometown of Miami with a shot to win a championship. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the weather first, before wearing face paint to the game.
Bro, your Go Cats is dripping into your nachos.
Oh, and now paint is in my eyes.
Interception! Did you see that?
No. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, Mom and Dad, that's enough screen time for today.
I literally just saved us more money by finding 2 subscriptions we forgot about with Navy Federal Credit Union's mobile app.
Yeah, and I just protected our credit from cringe fraudsters with their security tech.
Don't you want to spend some time on social media?
Will social media help us manifest your college tuition?
Get the best banking ever with one of America's top-rated digital banking experiences, Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 28, 1989, when Ohio State fell behind 31-0 to Minnesota. The Buckeyes overcame 6 turnovers, scored 41 unanswered points, taking a lead with 51 seconds left, and went on to win 41-37.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
At Wrangler, we know the essential question for any guy is, can I go like this? It could be date night, boys' night, work, or your nephew's school play. It could be anything. And the last thing you want to do is change. That's why Wrangler makes jeans, shirts, jackets, and tees that answer yes to life's essential question. You can go in Wrangler. Check out our latest styles today at Wrangler.com. Wrangler for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The new era of college football has arrived. So while you're celebrating new conferences, new playoff formats, and an all-new season of Fansville, grab some ice-cold Dr. Pepper from your local retailer all season long. College football, it's a Pepper thing.
Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer, College Football Live as we draw closer and closer to kickoff in the national championship game, the College Football Playoff National Championship game, as Miami and Indiana get set to square off. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kesnick will have our call coming up in just a bit. Indiana's quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, the 2025 Heisman winner, the first Heisman winner in a title game since Bryce Young with Alabama in 2021, and trying to become the first Heisman winner to win a championship since the year before that, Alabama as well, Devontae Smith in 2020. And Mendoza had a chance to catch up this weekend with our Ian Fitzsimmons.
Fernando, I'm talking to longtime college and NFL assistant coach Bill Musgrave earlier this week. And he told me a story about a phone call that changed the landscape of college football. Tell the story.
Yeah, so throughout my entire high school career, very under-recruited, and going to my senior year, my only committable offer was Yale. So I was like, great, here we go. Great academics, good football. I'm going to be able to, live out my dream and basically become, essentially a student at that point. Like, it's a way to get my foot in the door to Yale. However, I still love football. And I was like, wow, like if I could just get a shot, like whatever level, like I just really, really want to go there, especially the D1 level, like the FBS level. And I had a quarterback coach who really, really believed in me, who had ties to the NFL. And he was making all these calls to coaches who, had gone back and forth from college and the NFL. And there's really no luck. However, we kept on working just to get better, just to refine my skills for, the college level. And then a call in late January. And mind you, like the early signing day is December. And so that's when everybody does their whole signing day, and that's kind of like done deal. And I did a whole signing day at Christopher Columbus High School, signed a blank piece of paper because you can't sign the Ivies to Yale. So I literally signed a blank piece of paper, had my Yale hat on. And late January, this quarterback coach got a call from Bill Musgrave, who I owe so much to and I'm forever in debt for. And he's been one of the best coordinators and quarterback coaches I've been around, has poured so much of myself as football knowledge, but also as a character and just as a teammate. And he made the call to the quarterback coach saying, hey, I'm going to come down there, do a little bit of pro day, test him on IQ, see him throw a little bit. And he came down and saw him. And after that, he's like, hey, I want to offer you. And I'm like, okay, great. Like, sounds good. Like, how much is tuition? Because I thought he was talking as a walk-on. He's like, I want to offer you a scholarship. And I'm like, wow, he's believing in me like that? That's insane. Like, everywhere else, I was like kind of fighting for a walk-on, at the University of Miami, fighting for, stuff at FIU and FAU. And him to offer me a full scholarship, I was like, wow, like I owe this guy. Here we go. Where can I sign? And
not a blank piece of paper.
Not a blank piece of paper, a real piece of paper. So they always joke about how I'm the first player to have 2 signing days at my high school, because I had a Yale signing day and I had a Cal Berkeley signing day. And so, him believing in me in that journey and him kind of superseding the transfer portal, which has been huge, because at that point, hey, you missed on your high school recruit, let me just take some guy out of the portal. He's played before, easy kind of, fix. And for him to do that for me means so much to myself, means so much to my family, means so much just to everybody in the Mendoza clan. And like I said before, I'm forever in debt to him.
Now you're a Heisman Trophy winner, and there's one more game, one more to go. What's this journey been like, and sum it up if it culminates in a national title?
Yeah, I would say this journey has had a lot of battles and a lot of tests. And, I can't thank God enough for this journey, because it's the only way I would have wanted it. To go through the bumps and bruises, to go through the trials and tribulations. And there's been a plethora of mentors in my life, such as Bill Musgrave and such as so many other people in my life. And I just really can't thank him enough and can't thank God enough for this entire journey. And like you said, one more. So put all my focus and preparation to this game, and really excited to have the opportunity to play Miami in Miami.
Got about 30 seconds. When you look at that defensive front from Miami, what jumps out to you?
I mean, those are draft picks across the board, not just on the defensive front, but it's an entire back end and linebacker core. Mesidor and Bain, both first-round picks. So it's going to be a really tough challenge, and you can see how they wreck games and how they single-handedly win games for Miami. So it's going to be a really tough challenge for us and a challenge we're looking to try to overcome.
One phone call. It's amazing how it changed the landscape of college football. Thanks, Fernando.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Fernando Mendoza, Indiana Hoosiers quarterback, Christopher Columbus High School in Miami. And he leads us to today's trivia question, which is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. If Mendoza and the Hoosiers get a win, they would finish at 16-0 on the season. Which team is the only one to finish a season 16-0? We've had Michigan, Georgia, LSU, Clemson in recent years all finish 15-0, but there was one school that went 16-0. It's brought to you by Dr. Pepper. It's not college football season without the delicious taste of an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. College football, it's a pepper thing. We'll have the answer coming up at halftime. Kelly Stauffer rejoins us from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. I know Mark Davis, the Raiders owner, Tom Brady, part of that outfit as well, on the field at Hard Rock. They're holding the number one pick. They're looking at Mendoza. What have you seen from Fernando Mendoza this year?
Well, before I go there, Kesty, Fernando Mendoza actually gave us a clue to the answer of the trivia question.
There you
if people
go.
were paying attention.
There you go.
Fernando Mendoza, I've been trying to describe or put into words what I've been witnessing lately. And I told you this. The only thing I can think of is a Tom Brady story, and we just saw Tom Brady down on the field before the game for obvious reasons. The Raiders have the first pick in the draft. Surgical precision, and I had a Patriots game a few years ago when Tom was still with the Patriots, and I was on the field before the game, and I don't want to nerd out as a quarterback here, but I literally almost had my breath taken away by the precision that Brady threw with. This is pregame. The game hasn't even started yet. He was actually, quite frankly, about that good in the game as well. And I remember that story and thought, you know what? That's what I'm seeing right now out of Fernando Mendoza. He's that precise. He processes things so incredibly well. He has a diverse throwing menu also, meaning he can kind of make every throw, kind of change his arm angle. But it's that Tom Brady moment, the first time I had seen Tom in person, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm seeing this again at the college level. And you think it has to end sometime, but Fernando just continues on.
Well, he's had a remarkable season, and now he's going to get set to face this very stiff Miami defense. More on that coming up with Kelly Stauffer. I'm Mark Kestisher. College Football Live, ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. We're now about 55 minutes away from kickoff, and our College Football Live studios are presented by Allstate. Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Visit allstate.com or call a local agent for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. So the guys like Akeem Mesidor, Ruben Bain, they're going to try to get after Fernando Mendoza tonight. And there's a Hall of Famer on the coaching staff of Mario Cristobal at Miami. In his fourth year on that staff, Jason Taylor, Hall of Fame defensive end and linebacker. And he had a chance to speak with our Ian Fitzsimmons.
A lot of people wonder when they see you on the sidelines. He doesn't need to be doing this. What's the most rewarding part for you being the D-line coach for a group like this?
Watching the guys have success, seeing the evolution, the growth of guys like Bain and Mesidor and Moten and Justin Scott, and I get great joy and appreciation for seeing those guys succeed.
What's it like when you install something and they run it to perfection? As a smile comes across your face.
Yeah, big time. I can't say what I say, but yeah, it's the best. And you know what? When you got guys that are really smart football players that love the game of football, and you can change something, whether it be in the middle of a game against Ole Miss, or it be in a practice, or it can be conceptually on the bus when we're riding around today. Like when they understand the game at a different level, and, like, you can do. There's so much you can do, and we've got some really smart, like, football-loving guys, and it means everything.
I don't know how much you guys go 1v1s, but your O-line is also as nasty as your defensive front. Iron sharpens iron. What has that done for your group?
Iron sharpens iron every day, and we'll never shy away from that. There's like Bain and Mesidor will always go against the number one tackles in practice. They're adamant about it. We practice very physical and violent. We want to be a physical, violent football team. You can't be physical and violent with a name tag. It has to be your DNA, and you got to work to that. And those guys do it every day. So Coach Cristobal had a vision when he came here 4 years ago that we were going to rebuild this thing and do it from the inside out. And we've done that with getting big, physical, violent guys that love football, love getting dirty, and they work. This team, I'll tell you what, this team prides itself. They love being in full pads and going physical like we do each and every week, just like we did a couple days ago.
Jason Taylor, Hall of Famer, joining us here on ESPN Radio. He's the D-line coach for the Miami Hurricanes. And let's go to it, man. Fernando Mendoza, what's the key to getting him just to play like a human? Because he's on a different level right now.
Yeah, I mean, nobody else has figured it out either, huh? It's the kid is amazing. He's had a fantastic year and obviously won the Heisman and whatnot, but he can do everything. He can throw the football everywhere in the field, every different arm angle, getting hit, getting knocked around, getting pressured, zone versus man. He's great. I mean, and then the kid will tuck it and run, and he runs like he's being chased by a dog or being chased by the cops. Like he moves. That's
moving. Underrated for him. I mean, a lot of people don't talk about it.
Big time, and it's something we talked about all week. You know, you look at him and you think he's a pocket passer, you're going to get your butt kicked. He can extend plays, even in the RPO game, in the run game, the Q run game. He's dangerous. He's an issue, and we're working ourselves off to get ready to go out Monday night and see how we stack up. But I got a lot of respect for that kid. He's had a hell of a year, and obviously a local guy, and I wish him the best.
Have you even thought after Monday? Yeah. Last one for you. Obviously, Miami Dolphin legend. You're one game away from a national title as a Miami Hurricane coach. Have you given yourself time to even think about that?
No. I mean, we'll think about it Tuesday morning, I guess, when I'm on the plane going to recruit. We'll figure it out then. But no, it's blessed to be in this position. Excited for the guys. Excited for the opportunity that they've earned. They got it right, and Miami Hurricanes are getting ready to play in the national championship. And the people that believed and worked their tails off, the players on this team, the Wesley Basaints and the Amon Motons and Ruben Baines and CC, and the list goes on, the guys, and Nez Cooper. I'm happy for them.
Give them hell, Coach.
Will do.
Great Jason Taylor, Hall of Famer, defensive line coach for defensive coordinator Corey Heatherman of the Miami Hurricanes. We're going to get Kelly Stauffer's thought on this Miami defense in a moment. First, we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJZFM Catonsville, Baltimore's Sports Talk at 105.7.
Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you, getting set for the College Football Playoff National Championship, Indiana and Miami. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kessnick will be along in just a bit later this hour for the call. And Kelly, we just heard from Jason Taylor, defensive line coach. And I know in our discussions about what may be a key deciding factor in this game, you feel it's this Miami defense here tonight.
Well, if you're talking about Miami's opportunity to win this game, it begins there. Certainly, Jason Taylor's guys, they have to make Fernando Mendoza uncomfortable. They have to make Fernando Mendoza feel them. And Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain are chief among them. They're edge rushers. Sometimes they're not on the edges. They'll come inside and push the pocket. And to me, that's where this game begins and ends for Miami in terms of an opportunity to win the game. And Fernando Mendoza has operated kind of in a protective bubble, it seems like, for about 8 weeks now. He's been on a heater that we talked about a minute ago that's kind of hard to explain. But this group has to get after him in a violent, disruptive way. If they can do that, that's Miami's open door to potentially steal this game tonight.
Yeah, I know how much you feel like that those four have to get after it. On the back end for Miami, Keontae Scott, many folks will remember that 72-yard pick six in the Cotton Bowl against Ohio State. 2 pick sixes this year for the Miami nickelback, Keontae Scott, who spoke with our Ian Fitzsimmons.
As far as this team, you guys have done a lot. Was there a moment, or what was the moment that you realized, all right, man, we have a chance to do something special here?
Yeah, I think it's, you drop 2 games, and the first thing everybody wants to do is get together and talk about it. There's opportunities where guys could have broken off and ventured their own ways. We have a lot of seniors on this team, with things looking forward to. I feel like guys could have broken off and just said, let's just play for each other and become a selfish team. But, we sat in there and talked, and there was guys that shed tears and told everybody how much they needed this thing, and it was just a beautiful sight. And that was the moment I felt like I realized, okay, yeah, we have the team. Because, we knew when this team first got together and we all got together in the summer and we started going at it, we're like, okay, we have a chance to do something good. We lose 2 games and, people write us off. But, the fact that we were able to come together without the coaches, you hear that all the time, the coaches want player-led teams. And I feel like we created one, after that moment of SMU and getting back. And the first thing we want to do is talk to each other. You have guys pouring out their emotions, freshmen standing up and talking. It's just a great thing. And to be here in this moment, is just look back at that moment and where our emotions were and then bring that to Monday night.
What's that mean to you?
It means a lot, being on a team, being around guys and just seeing guys that want it, and that inspires everybody. And also just, being a veteran guy and wanting the program to be better, I feel like it's at a way better space now. The culture has been set. There's always room for improvement, but I feel like the younger guys understand, what the older guys are trying to get done this year, and they have a blueprint to follow.
Keontae Scott, one of the best covered corners in all of college football, joining us here on ESPN Radio. All right, let's get to it. Fernando Mendoza, when you watch that offense led by the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback for Indiana, what jumps out?
It's a great quarterback. At the end of the day, you can put the ball in spots. I think there's times where you'll see receivers, sort of be covered up, but with his ability to put the ball in spots, you see a great quarterback and a great competitor at the end of the day.
How do you trick him up? How do you get him to make a mistake?
Yeah, I think we never really focus on how to shaking guys up. I think at the end of the day, this game is going to come down to doing your job. And at the end of the day, we feel like we're preparing up until the moment of Monday night, but it's going to come down to doing your job at the end of the day and winning your one-on-ones.
2 outstanding defenses tonight. Keontae Scott and the Miami Hurricanes D allowing just 14 points per game this season. You're listening to College Football Live. We're getting set for the College Football Playoff National Championship game, Indiana and Miami. Up next on College Football Live, we will check in with our reporters on the sidelines. Plus, it seems like half the state of Indiana is in Miami tonight, and not to mention many legendary Canes players on the field. We will catch up with one of them, a College Football Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champ, coming up next. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like if I need a replacement part?
Sure, we can help with that.
Ah, nice. Hey, I just entered this online contest for coolest bike in the world. You think maybe you can vote for me?
Actually, we just do insurance, not popularity contests.
Yeah, I know. But what's your email? I'll just send you the link real quick. You can vote like 100 times a day. They'll never know.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
So what I'm hearing is there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Are you ready to unleash the beast?
Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
As a sports fan, you want the best way to watch your favorite teams at home. And now you can experience game day in all its glory with a Samsung Super Big TV.
Sounds like Pons and Tony.
Super big and super clear, giving you a closer view than the sidelines. And you can go big without the blur, thanks to the supersized picture enhancer, even on our biggest TVs. So get ready for your game day with the ultimate fan-worthy TV at Samsung.com. Supersized picture enhancer utilizes AI-based formulas, available on 85-inch and larger TVs on models QN70F and above.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Do you know what to do if you're stuck on the railroad crossing? Get out of your vehicle. If a train is not approaching, find the blue and white emergency notification system sign on the traffic signs at the crossing. For help, call the number on the sign and give them the crossing number so they know your location and can alert train traffic. Remember, find the blue and white to save your life. For more information, visit oli.org.
The NFL playoffs continue January 25th with Championship Sunday presented by Intuit TurboTax. The dream is closer and the stakes are higher as the remaining 4 teams look to punch their ticket to Super Bowl 60. The NFC and AFC Championship games presented by Intuit TurboTax. Action kicks off at 3 p.m. Eastern, Sunday on CBS. Go to watch.nfl.com for more.
The College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Indiana Hoosiers, Miami Hurricanes. Only one can win the College Football Playoff National Championship. Kickoff coming up later this hour. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kesnick on the call. This is College Football Live presented by LinkedIn Jobs. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you. Let's talk to the guys on the sideline now, and we'll start with Ian Fitzsimmons, who'll be patrolling the Indiana Hoosiers sideline tonight at Hard Rock Stadium. And Fitz, I'm so interested in so many matchups tonight, but D'Angelo Pons, the junior cornerback for the Hoosiers, who is from Miami. He and Malachi Toney, the outstanding Miami freshman. This goes back a little bit.
No doubt, Kesty. And when I talked to D'Angelo Pons earlier this week, I asked him about his Miami roots, and he said, you know what? It doesn't get any better. And then I said, so matchup-wise, go ahead, fire away. He goes, let me stop you right there. It starts with number 10, Malachi Toney. We grew up in the same neighborhood, playing in the same Little League organization, going to the same park to practice and play. And I saw this little 8, 9, 10-year-old kid coming around watching our games. And because when I talked to Malachi Toney, he said, hey, I'd heard about D'Angelo Pons and this remarkable athlete. I wanted to go and mimic and watch what he does. Pons then told me I heard about this younger kid who was hanging around the ballpark, who was scoring touchdowns and housing kicks and hitting home runs and dunking a basketball. I'm like, who the heck is this guy? It was Malachi Toney. A small world where in the same park, same Little League organization, same little neighborhood, now they're in the backyard right here in Miami, Florida, going head up, and they will be matched up in that slot a couple of times, chasing a national championship. Kesty, you can't make it up. It's a small world.
You can't. D'Angelo Pons, everyone remembers the pick 6 to open against Oregon last week, and Malachi Toney, all he's got as a freshman, 99 receptions for over 1,000 yards.
Not one drop.
And not one drop in all those targets. There's so many great Miami stories. There's so many great players that are going to be playing at the next level next year. For Indiana, what are some of the NFL grades coming into this matchup?
Well, let's start with Pons, the guy we were just talking about. I talked to the same 4 NFL scouts, one retired GM, one current general manager, and they all have D'Angelo Pons as, at worst, an early second-round pick. He's a physical guy, a little undersized, but he plays bigger than and with a hell of a lot of power behind his pads. Great ball instincts. Go back to the very first play against Oregon, that pick six, that was D'Angelo Pons on Dante Moore in the Peach Bowl. So that's number one. As far as Mendoza goes, we all know. I mean, he's going to be the number one overall pick. Just a remarkable human being and a remarkable story coming here, by the way, in his hometown in Miami. Also, Omar Cooper, Elijah Sherratt, wide receivers for Indiana, all NFL-type prospects. Pat Coogan, Carter Smith on the offensive line. Coogan at center, Smitty at left tackle. All also are going to be at the next level. So there's NFL. Everyone talks about the first-round grades from Miami. There is NFL talent on the Indiana side. But the most important thing, when I talked to Kurt Cignetti just moments ago about this matchup, he said, look, do we have all the 5 stars? I don't care. No, we don't. But you know what? We beat Ohio State, who had 5 stars. We beat Bama with their 5 stars. We beat Oregon with our 5 stars. It's not about the best player or the highest rated player. It's the right player that he wants in Indiana, and that's what they have, and that's why they're here at 15-0.
I just hope when Coach talked to you, he wasn't staring through your retinas again like he was last time. That's Ian Fitzsimmons from the Indiana sideline. Now let's swing it over to the Miami sideline. Quint Kesnick joining us now. And Quint, I know we're talking a lot about this Miami D. I saw Damari Brown out there warming up a little bit earlier. What can you tell us about the Miami defense?
Well, they're warming up in the left end zone right now in their road white uniforms with the green and orange trim. That's a little unusual. This is their normal area that they warm up on, and they have the same locker room, but they'll be the visitor today on the far side. Defensively, Akeem Messidor warming up with a brace on his right elbow, but he looks good to go. He and Reuben Bain form a pass rush. 47 sacks this season. It was Messidor who was unstoppable during that win at Texas A&M. Messidor, the 24-year-old Canadian, he can play inside. Remember, he was a nose tackle for West Virginia early in his career. He can play outside, and it looks like Miami's going to attack the right tackle of Indiana, Khalil Benson, and they're going to try to get a bull rush up the middle. And those two things perhaps will put Fernando Mendoza in a little bit of a pickle in terms of the pocket. The other defensive player for Miami you guys want to keep an eye on is Keontae Scott, the nickel corner. They love to blitz him. He's a TFL creating player. He's got sacks. He is everywhere. His pick 6 against Ohio State was the play of that game. Damari Brown is warming up. We're not sure. It looks like he's going to play. According to defensive coordinator Corey Heatherman, he's not sure. The good news for Hurricane fans, O.J. Frederick is warming up full, and he will start this game. He's got a lower body injury, and that's important because, remember, Xavier Lucas, their starting corner, has to sit out the first half of this game for that targeting foul that he incurred in the second half of the win against Ole Miss.
Q, that's huge, obviously, with Frederick only able to take 7 snaps. Lastly, let's swing it over to the offensive side. We were just talking about Malachi Toney. Carson Beck gets a lot of attention, too, but Mark Fletcher, their running back, and this massive offensive line have been huge.
I think the key is going to be, if you watch this Miami offensive line all season, I mean, the left tackle, Markel Bell, the JUCO transfer, is just enormous. Right tackle, Mauinoa, huge. Right guard, huge. They have extremely tight line splits. And so getting penetration or creating negative plays against this Miami offensive line is very difficult. They've got a size advantage against Indiana. Indiana will slant, they'll stunt, they'll try to use movement. But I think you'll see a stubborn offensive game plan by Shannon Dawson, the offensive coordinator for Miami. They're going to run straight at Indiana. They're going to try to play bully ball. Head coach Mario Cristobal says, we like the rock fight. We need to impose our will here. If this game is played to our style, and that's a huddle, a slow tempo, a long grinded out drives relying on 3- and 4-yard runs, the Hurricanes will keep this thing into the fourth quarter.
Quint Kesnick from the Miami sidelines, and yet time of possession huge, and Carson Beck led a tremendously long game-winning drive against Ole Miss to get to the national championship game. Those are our sideline reporters. With Kelly Stauffer, I'm Mark Kestisher, College Football Live on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app, presented by LinkedIn Jobs. Our kickoff, Miami and Indiana, now just about 35 minutes away. Bryant McKinney, former Miami offensive lineman, won a BCS national championship, Miami's last championship in 2001 at the Rose Bowl against Nebraska, joining us now. And Brian, as you've been able to watch Miami here since that SMU loss, what has separated the Canes in these 7 straight victories?
I think, maybe having like the little stumbling, and losing a game or two, kind of had them refocus and realize that you have to take one game at a time. And I feel like their focus level has just changed. Right? And especially watching during the playoffs, the effort, they're giving a lot of extra effort on these runs. And I seen like the tight end, throw the running back across the goal line one time. I see like breaking tackles and getting extra yardage. And like it looks like a scrum sometimes, like rugby, when the pile is just moving. And like, there's just a lot of extra effort given, and you have to do that in playoffs.
Brian McKinney joining us here as we have college football live before the national championship game, Miami against Indiana. Bryant was on the last championship team, the 2001 BCS champs at the Rose Bowl that beat Nebraska. And early in your Miami Hurricanes career, Mario Cristobal was a GA on that team. What do you remember from Coach Cristobal back in those early formative years in his coaching stint?
With him, I remember specifically with me and Vernon Carey, he was trying to put us on a weight program. Like, yeah, eat this hard-boiled egg in the morning, this oatmeal. Like, we were like, what? But I get it now. But with him, he gave me like a lot of extra film studies. So, head O-line coach Arquijo, he had everybody. But when it came to like the big-time matchups I had, like with Alex Brown or Jamal Reynolds or Dwight Freeney, Cristobal spent a lot of extra film study time with me, the night before the games or just during the week. And we really went dissected these players. And that's what helped me become the player I was while I was at Miami.
Yeah, Mario won a couple of national championships as an offensive lineman at Miami, like you, and so no shock that it starts with the offensive line. Markel Bell is just huge at 6'9", 345. He's like your size on the left side. Francis Maui-Nova, the right tackle. What makes this offensive line so special?
Coach Chris was able to go back and get a lot of bigger guys who are mobile and rebuild the offensive line. I feel like we were getting smaller guys, but now he's finding these bigger guys who are actually athletic and can move, and they're able to move the line of scrimmage. As you can see, they're getting 4 or 5 yards of carry in the run. So that's what we need to get back to, is trying to smash them out, be able to run the ball, and consider play action pass as well as open up the passing game too.
Yeah, it's funny you bring up the passing game. Just Carson Beck in general. What has he been able to do with this line, kind of tethered with the line that they've kind of complemented each other over this winning streak that's led them to the championship game?
The line has been able to give him time to make some good decisions. So I don't feel like he's been as pressured or rushed, and that's allowed him to kind of see down the field and allow the receivers to make some big plays downfield.
College Football Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champ, former Canes offensive lineman Bryant McKinney, our guest. Bryant, enjoy the game. We appreciate your time today.
I certainly will. Thanks for having me.
Let's bring in Kelly Stauffer again from Hard Rock Stadium. Of course, Kelly, you're our resident quarterback, Colorado State star, NFL first-round pick, and so you can tell us uniquely about how Carson Beck and this offensive line have just worked in perfect tandem in this winning streak.
Yeah, and first of all, I would love to be behind a guy like Brian McKinney. He was a tremendous player, there's no question. And so what you referenced in that question to Bryant is kind of how the quarterback position is really married to the offensive line of scrimmage. Carson Beck does a lot of maintenance in the run game at the line of scrimmage, getting in and out of different plays. And the cornerstone of what Mario Cristobal has done at Miami starts with the offensive line of scrimmage. He was one, he coached it, and he really started to rebuild this Miami program, having his eyes mainly on the line of scrimmage to begin with. So, Kesty, I'll tell you this. The offensive line for Miami has the opportunity to dictate how this game is played. And if they're successful, along with Mark Fletcher and Carson Beck getting in and out of the right stuff, that's another kind of part of the template that Miami's going to have to use tonight if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I think Quint touched on that a little bit as well, and we saw it in the Ole Miss game in Arizona, is Miami's ability to possess the ball, and that means less time that Fernando Mendoza can be out on the field.
Yeah, and quite frankly, both of these teams are time of possession teams. Indiana wants to possess it. Miami wants to possess it. Both of them love to own the tackle box offensively. Both defenses love to defend that tackle box as well. So the bottom line is, Kesty, something has to give tonight.
Well, you mentioned Mark Fletcher as their bell cow running back, and he's a 1,000-yard gainer. I think another important piece for Mario Cristobal and really for the running back room is Shamar Brown getting healthy again. He came up with a big touchdown and had really a couple key drives in the last 2 of their 3 CFP wins coming into this game.
Yeah, Mark Fletcher is a grown man running downhill, and he's the pile mover. He's the attitude adjuster in the run game for Miami. Shamar Brown is a change of pace guy. He's more of a scat back. He's not small by any stretch of the imagination, but when you change the skill set at the running back position, the angles change for the defense, and I think that's going to be an important part of Miami being able to establish that run game here this evening against Indiana that, quite frankly, get a little bit offended if you try to run the football against them defensively.
A nice moment on the field just a few moments ago. Mario Cristobal, Curt Cignetti meeting for a quick embrace. Cignetti, 64 years of age, second year in Indiana. Got an unbeaten season going right now. And Mario Cristobal, Miami native at age 50, 2 championships as a Miami Hurricane player, and now looking for a championship as a head coach. And we will hear from both head coaches in advance of the biggest coaching game of their lives coming up on College Football Live. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, man, that was our exit. We're going to miss kickoff.
Don't worry. Just got to stop by Giant to get some chips and dip real quick.
Nice. You got the Upside app too, right?
Upside? What's Upside?
Time out. You don't know this? Check this out. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you buy groceries. And it just added all Giant stores in D.C., Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware.
You're saying I can get money back just for buying groceries? That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, and with Upside, you can get up to $15 every time you shop at Giant. Now pull over and get the Upside app. Let's get some cash back on that queso.
Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM02 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM02. Giant is now on Upside. It's a pretty big deal.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget.
AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
All in one place.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
The new era of college football has arrived. So while you're celebrating new conferences, new playoff formats, and an all-new season of Fansville, grab some ice-cold Dr. Pepper from your local retailer all season long. College football, it's a Pepper thing.
Crowd is all filed into Hard Rock Stadium, and we're getting set for kickoff in just a little bit. Indiana and Miami for the College Football National Championship. This is College Football Live, presented by LinkedIn Jobs. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kesnick will have our call coming up from South Florida, where Mario Cristobal comes from. Miami native, 2 championships as a player with the Miami Hurricanes, trying to become the first in the FBS to win a national championship as a player and a head coach at the same school. And Cristobal had a chance to speak with our Quinn Kesnick.
Coach, you said this game was about substance. What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's not going to be about the cute stuff. It's not. It's going to be blocking and tackling, throwing and catching, running routes, covering, leveraging the football, running your feet through contact, playing clean football, having discipline pre and post snap, ball security, ball disruption, and being able to not only hit your opponent, but take the hits that come with playing a great team like Indiana.
What's the biggest challenge that your quarterback, Carson Beck, faces in terms of Indiana's zone defense?
Well, I think their physicality, they're able to dent the line of scrimmage a bunch, but they change the picture on the back end a bunch also. The sim pressure world that they live in, they do a great job disguising coverage. It looks the same to start, but it ends up being different.
Coach, you walked out into the field. You got a big applause. How do you describe the emotions that you're dealing with?
This thing has zero to do with me and any emotion I have. Never has and never will be. This was always about coming back to the University of Miami and helping Miami become what it's supposed to be all the time. And right now, it's all about the players on the field and the 11 that take each and every snap.
Thank you, Coach.
Quinn Kesnick with Mario Cristobal and Kelly Stauffer. Just hearing that last answer, Coach Cristobal does such a nice job of pushing it away from him and pointing it to the team. And that was important when they lost those 2 games midseason.
Yeah, it really was obviously the turning point in them being here tonight. Because remember, it was beating Notre Dame. Then they go 5-0. They're college football hopeful. Everyone is saying it. And then October happens. They lose 2 games. And so I love the way he handled that time of the year. He had a team meeting, and he put up a bunch of good video. These are the things that happen when we do well, or that we do right when we do well. And he said, we just have to stop the nonsense. We have to stop shooting ourselves in the foot, self-inflicted type of stuff, and that's exactly what they did. In that meeting, there was a lot of tears shed. A lot of people shared what it meant to them and all those things. It was a successful reset, and here they are back home again trying to cap an unbelievable season.
And those 2 losses, Louisville October 17, SMU overtime November 1st, trying to win a championship and make it like those 2 losses never even happened. Like it never even happened is brought to you by Serve Pro, the #1 choice in cleanup and restoration. With Kelly Stauffer, I'm Mark Kestisher, College Football Live on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app from our All-State Studios. Kickoff, Indiana and Miami, just about 20 minutes away. Let's swing it over to the head coach of Indiana, Curt Cignetti. Yes, we Googled him. Yes, he wins. And yes, he spoke with our Ian Fitzsimmons.
Coach, it doesn't get any bigger than this. Deciding factors when it comes to winning a game like this one between your Indiana Hoosiers and the Miami Hurricanes.
Well, Ian, it's a game. The games don't change. Line scrimmage, turnover ratio, explosive plays, 3rd and 4th down, red area touchdown percentage, 2-minute, special teams. So, we got a way we play, 1 play at a time, nothing, game on the line, 6 seconds of play, fast, physical, relentless, smart, disciplined, poised, not affected by success or failure, never satisfied, play 1 to 150. And we got to get settled in, play one, and play that way throughout. Play a good game, coach a good game. And, I think our consistency and our discipline need to be winning edges tonight.
When you watch Miami on tape, what jumped out to you?
The athletes, the twitch, the speed, the explosion.
As far as just the moment, it's the national championship. But for you personally, this journey, the last 2 years, what's it mean to you?
I'm really focused on this game, and to approach it any different than any other game by myself, my staff, or the players would be a critical mistake. And so when this game's over, if we're able to climb this mountain, I'll probably be able to give you a better answer.
That cold beer's going to taste a lot better, too.
If we win.
Good to see you, Coach.
Good to see you.
If we win, Curt Cignetti, two-time Big Ten Coach of the Year in 2 tries. Kelly Stauffer, I know both these coaches are from the Nick Saban tree, and this doesn't happen by accident. I know talent evaluation has to be one of the main recipes in turning this thing around quickly.
I think that's a great point, Mark, and I don't know that enough people have talked about that, to be honest with you. Consider what Curt Cignetti has done in 2 years. They had a template that he perfected in different places. He was 119-35 as a head coach before he took the Indiana job. And he was perfecting a way to play. He just said it a minute ago. We have a way that we play. They're very disciplined and consistent in that way, but he has stuck to the script. And the thing that he did is he flipped the roster immediately through the portal. The portal made it happen. And then he brought players from JMU with him. And those players scattered throughout all the position rooms brought that blueprint that they had already seen successful. This is a man that is very comfortable with who he is. He's 60-plus years old and had to be an assistant coach for 30 years before he got that opportunity. That winning template will matter tonight. And I think his word to his team is, if we are the best version of ourselves that we have been recently, we will win this football game. We don't have to do anything special, and we'll see if that holds true tonight.
Curt Cignetti, who was on Nick Saban's staff when Greg McElroy in Alabama won the championship in 2009, and then his head coaching career, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Elon, as Kelly mentioned, James Madison, and now Indiana with a chance to win a national championship. Speaking of both Indiana and James Madison, Jalen Walker, linebacker under Coach Cignetti, the previous 4 years, joining us right now, was just drafted in the UFL by the Columbus Aviators. And Jalen, when you transferred to Indiana from JMU following Coach Cignetti, did you have any idea this 2-year transformation in Bloomington was possible?
I don't want to seem crazy, but ever since day one, when I stepped on the premises of JMU, the main goal was to win, be fast, physical, relentless. And then once we hit the portal and I hit up like Cignetti and we communicated, I just knew that we had the same goal and the same mindset. And with Coach Haynie, the defensive coordinator, also going to Indiana, we just all believed in each other, and we had one goal was to win. And to actually see it becoming like this in 2 years, it's awesome. It feels like a dream come true, and I'm just I'm proud of the moments.
It's been a lot of fun to watch Coach Cignetti's rise, having played for him as many years as you did. What is it about Coach Sig that just works?
It's the mentality and the people around him. I say you always got to be 15 minutes before meetings. He just want us to be the best people we can be, and we have a family around us. So I just say the mentality of everybody having to win, to come together and win, having the one main goal. We all kind of click, and with the people around us, even with Coach Haynes, Coach Cignetti, even Coach Owens, the strength and conditioning coach, we have been with each other within 4 years plus. And I say the connection with the people and all us having the same mindset, all us believing in the same one goal, it worked.
Jalen Walker, just drafted by the UFL Columbus Aviators, joining us here on College Football Live before Indiana and Miami play for the national championship. And Jalen, so many of Coach Cignetti's James Madison guys that came over have translated so well at the Big Ten level. What makes him such a good evaluator of talent, especially under-recruited guys?
I would say Sig wants to know your personality, not just only how you was on the field, how you was in book smarts, how you was in school, how you was as a leader, how you was like with the people. He wants the best guys that will come with the same master and just compete. And like what I've been saying, like shout out to my Virginia guys too, Cat. And like he recruited a lot of Virginia guys, and I see like the talent is there in Virginia, and like translating to Indiana, bringing like 13 Virginia guys, like it showed. And I'm just blessed and beyond of God and just blessed in the moment.
Jalen Walker, Indiana Hoosier, JMU Duke, and drafted by the UFL Columbus Aviators. Jalen, thanks for joining us, and good luck to your Hoosiers tonight.
Thank you so much. Go Hoosiers! Who's
Thanks, Jalen. College Football Live, presented by LinkedIn Jobs. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you as we get set for kickoff in Miami. And Kelly, before we get to your X factors, I know you were on the field pregame. What's that buzz like down there?
You feel it in your chest. It is massive. And there are a few events that we get to attend, and you know when it's different. And right now, down on the field, there are superstars everywhere, a lot of gold and very expensive jewelry going on as well. But there are indicators that there's something going on here in this stadium tonight that's going to be special.
Well, I know it often comes down to X Factors. Kelly's X Factors brought to you by Home Depot. What's your biggest X Factor tonight heading into this game?
Well, a couple of them. I mentioned it with Indiana. You know, they just have to be who they've been recently. And they got to get off to a fast start. And they have to protect their quarterback and run the football. If they have an opportunity to do those things, they'll be fine. And then Miami, on the other hand, they have to accentuate the advantage they feel they have on the line of scrimmage. And if they do that and get after Fernando Mendoza, make him uncomfortable, Miami will have an opportunity to win this game.
Appreciate it. Kelly Stauffer, who is at Hard Rock Stadium and will join us coming up at the half to break down this first half as Indiana and Miami getting set to square off for a national championship. Those X factors from Kelly, Miami and Indiana have to prove that today is a day for doing, brought to you by the Home Depot, how doers get more done. That's going to do it for College Football Live. Who's going to take home the trophy? Our National Sportscaster of the Year, Sean McDonough, getting ready for the call with Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, and Quint Kesnick. Kickoff is coming up next. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Talk about stepping up. It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
The best mornings
In the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started on the right foot.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Good mornings make for better days.
I pull my blue jeans on. I pull my old blue jeans on.
Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the college football playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. you're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? Safe Step walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. Safe Step walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. Safe Step walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The Miami Hurricanes are headed back to the championship game, and they'll have a chance to win it at their home stadium.
People will ask the question, is the U back?
And it's intercepted! It's going to be a Miami pick six!
Our guys have really worked hard at being a physical, violent bunch.
What is Miami Hurricane swagger?
I don't have to tell you who I am. You know who I am.
They say defenses win championships, and Miami has the best defense in the CFP.
I hear people saying we're back, but it never truly left.
That defense, they hit a little different.
There's a storm brewing, and it's called the Miami Hurricanes.
No two teams could have more differing histories.
Monday night in Indiana, trying to cap a perfect season, a historic Hoosier football turnaround.
If Indiana wins and finishes this thing off, is it the greatest storybook season in college football history?
The Indiana Hoosiers continue their incredible, improbable run.
You heard Signetti say it's about time they made some noise. Indiana was silent, unless you count the laugh track that was behind their lack of success for 100 years, and now it's a deafening roar.
We're a bunch of misfits. There's 0 5-stars on our team. We're just a bunch of gritty guys who are glued together and going towards a common goal.
You look at Indiana, they just don't have any visible flaws.
How would you describe the turnaround and what you've been able to build in a short period of time?
Be a hell of a movie.
Now, live from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, with Quint Kesnick and Ian Fitzsimmons on the sidelines, alongside Greg McElroy, here's Sean McDonough.
Good evening once again, everybody, from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. We are 5 minutes away from the opening kickoff of tonight's National Championship game. The lights are off right now inside Hard Rock Stadium. We just had a stirring rendition of our national anthem from Jamal Roberts. The teams will be taking the field very shortly. Greg McElroy, National Championship winning quarterback at the University of Alabama. Let's get your game plan for tonight, brought to us by LinkedIn. Hire right the first time with LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/CFP. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, for Miami, Sean, it's very simple. Run the ball, stop the run. That's what they are. It's their bread and butter. It's their DNA. It starts with Mark Fletcher and the offensive line. I think it's the most physically imposing offensive line in college football, going against a highly disruptive Indiana defense. It's one of the top 2 in the country against the run. So if they can run the ball, that's massive. But they also need to stop Roman Hemby and Kalen Black, the outstanding 1-2 punch at running back for Indiana, with their front four. If they can do that and dedicate a lot of resources to the pass game, that should slow down what's been an offense that's been unstoppable so far this postseason.
A lot of talk about the makeup of the crowd tonight. You were on the field before the game. Indiana has traveled remarkably well. Of course, they're not used to following their football team around the country to major bowl games. The team's gathering in the tunnels now and moments away from taking the field. About 60-40 IU in the crowd?
I think so. Looking at most of the upper deck, red. Of course, helpful when one team is wearing red, the other wearing orange and green, but I do think it's a slight lean towards Indiana as far as crowd support. And they have a terrific team. For their key, stay the course. Just continue to be efficient offensively and defensively and fluster Carson Beck in this Miami offense.
They've been remarkably efficient on their way to the number one ranking for the first time in school history. 15-0, the only undefeated team in the country. And the Hoosiers are taking the field from a tunnel just below us. For those who like to visualize as they listen to the game on radio, we are in the southwest corner of the end zone, the left end zone, if you look down at it from the television booth and the TV cameras, just behind the back line. So all of the field is to our right. And that's unique for Miami on their home field. Ordinarily, they're on the near sideline, but tonight they'll be on the far sideline from us, and they are now taking the field from a tunnel across the field to our left. Starting lineups are brought to us by Rain-X. Rain-X wipers know what it's like to have a loyal fan base. They're the number one wipers in America. Next time you need wipers, choose Rain-X. When Indiana is on offense, it's Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, having a remarkable year. And Craig, to me, the most impressive thing of all the numbers in the two games in the college football playoff against Alabama and Oregon, 8 touchdown passes, 5 incomplete passes.
Video game numbers, Sean, and he has been so accurate on the downfield throws. That's what's been most remarkable about his efficiency. It's not like these are dink and dunk throws that are around the line of scrimmage. He pushes the ball down the field and gives this outstanding receiver core a chance.
Roman Hemby and Kalon Black will split time as the running backs. They've combined to rush for more than 2,000 yards. An excellent offensive line for IU. One of the 3 finalists for the Joe Moore Award is the best offensive line in the country, and a deep group of receivers. When Miami is on offense, it'll be Carson Beck playing in his final college football game in his 6th year, his first year at the University of Miami. Mark Fletcher, their running back, has emerged as a star in their 3 wins in this college football playoff. He's rushed for 395 yards. Of course, Indiana outstanding on defense. They are second in the nation in scoring defense at 11 points per game. Only Ohio State is better. Aiden Fisher is their All-American linebacker and leader of that unit. And when Miami is on defense, their stars are up front. The 2 All-American defensive ends, Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain, who will try to make life miserable for Fernando Mendoza tonight, something that very few teams have been able to do this season. Let's go down to the Indiana sideline. Here's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Sean, you mentioned that Miami offensive line. They are massive. They are athletic. And when I talked to Indiana linebacker Aiden Fisher, he said, we are so tired of hearing about how undersized we are against every other team we play. Ohio State, they were bigger than we are. Big Bad Bama, bigger. Oregon, bigger. And speaking of Oregon, I talked to their head coach, Dan Lanning, earlier today, and he said the most impressive thing about Indiana, how they make up for their lack of size up front, is how much they shift. And they put a hat in every gap, an extra hat. But if you're off by 1.5 feet, that gap, and you miss it, it's going to the house. And Indiana is so remarkably coached and so disciplined, they don't miss that 1.5 feet. And that's how they make up for that lack of size. But they're tired of hearing about it, and they're ready to show it again tonight at 15-0, chasing that national championship. Now over to Miami with Quint.
Miami's winning the Fiesta Bowl against Ole Miss came with a cost. Cornerback Xavier Lucas, targeting call in the second half. And the starting corner for Miami will have to sit out the first half of this game. You add to that, O.J. Frederick only played 7 snaps in that Fiesta Bowl. But I watched Frederick warm up. He's got a lower body injury. He'll play. The question is, how long can he play? The biggest question mark I have, though, Damari Brown, a starting corner early on in this season, he warmed up. He's been out. The coaching staff didn't even know. Last week, he made a decision at the last second not to play. Damari Brown's status right now is still very much in question, Sean.
And that is a big key. Will Fernando Mendoza be able to take advantage of the depleted Miami secondary, particularly in the first half, without Xavier Lucas? Indiana won the toss and deferred. So Miami will receive the opening kickoff. The Hoosiers are dressed in their crimson and cream uniform tops with white numbers, white pants, the crimson helmets with white stripes down the middle and the IU logo on the sides. Miami wearing what is typically their away uniforms, all white with green numbers on the front and back, outlined in orange and green stripes down the sides of their pants. The teams now taking their places out on the field. It'll be Indiana kicking off from our left to our right. There is virtually no breeze to speak of as this national championship game gets ready to begin. Indiana trying to win the first football title in school history. And Miami, it's sixth. It's first since 2001. Brendan Franke will kick off. That's a big story. He's been out for the second half of the year with a groin injury. He's ordinarily a touchback kicker, bothered by a groin down the stretch, but this one is returnable from the goal line for Keelan Marion, running down the far sideline and taken down just shy of the 30-yard line. Time and temperature brought to us by Rain-X. The kickoff at 7:53, just a couple of minutes later than scheduled. Cool here in South Florida tonight. Comfortable 58 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Rain-X wipers know what it's like to have a loyal fan base. They're the #1 wipers in America. Next time you need wipers, choose Rain-X. So here comes Carson Beck and Miami. With the ball on the right hash mark, they start from their own 28-yard line. And they're going to open in the pistol, which has been a very good formation for them in this playoff, with Mark Fletcher, their leading rusher, lined up behind Beck. On first down out of the shotgun, the handoff to Fletcher running left, a powerful run. He's across the 35 and close to a first down. Knocked down at the 37-yard line by Amari Farrell and Jamari Sharp, a couple of defensive backs for Indiana. Gain of 9 on the first play of the game from scrimmage.
And a beautiful start for Miami's offense. The play that was designed to go to the right-hand side of the formation, bounces it all the way back, and Fletcher so difficult to bring down in the open field, get some yards after contact.
Fletcher over 1,000 yards rushing this season. Second down and 1. And now it's Beck out of the shotgun with Fletcher on his left hip. He fakes a handoff to Fletcher, throws it out wide to the right to Malachi Toney. And the freshman has the catch and runs out of bounds with a first down at the 43-yard line. That's the 100th catch of the season for Malachi Toney, adding to his Miami single-season record. And he's just 18 years old. He should be a senior in high school.
And John, we met with the Miami staff before the first game, and you remember they're like, we think he's going to be pretty good. We'll see. I think they might have undersold that one a bit. He's one of the best freshmen we've seen.
6-yard gain out of the gun. Beck hands it off to Fletcher, running right. He gets knocked down along the far numbers at the 45-yard line by the great D'Angelo Pons, who set the tone, the cornerback for Indiana, with a pick 6 on the first play of the game in their semifinal win against Oregon.
And even though he's undersized at just 5'9", 173 pounds, D'Angelo Pons will live into the boundary all game long, and he neutralizes whoever you put out there at wide receiver.
2nd and 8, ball on the right hash. Again, Beck out of the shotgun with Fletcher on his left hip. A tight formation, 3 receivers in a bunch to the left. Now Toney goes in motion to the right. Beck takes the snap, look right, looks left. Now he's flushed to his right, throws on the run, incomplete. Along the far sideline, looking for Malachi Toney. Nowhere to go right out of the gate as Beck took that snap.
And that's what Indiana does such a great job of. They show one look in the secondary and adjust at the last second. And that was Carson Beck showing some maturity. Don't force it into a tight window. Throw it away. Live to play third down.
That's been a big key for Miami as they've won 7 in a row. Beck, during that 7-game winning streak, 15 touchdown passes, only 2 interceptions. In their 2 losses, he threw 6 interceptions combined against Louisville and SMU. 3rd down and 8. Shotgun snap to Beck. Quick pass over the middle, caught by Toney, but he is yanked down well short of the first down at the Miami 48-yard line, pulled down by Elijah Hardy, their outstanding linebacker, his 99th tackle of the year, and Miami's going to send the punt team on 4th down and 5 near midfield.
And that was a great play by Hardy. He is one-on-one against Malachi Tony, who lined up offset left of Beck, ran a little option route. They dropped him for a short gain.
So 2.5 minutes in, Dylan Joyce on the punt, the junior from Australia. Lined up on the right hash. He takes the snap, rolls a bit to his right, has a high punt that is fair caught by Jonathan Brady at the 5-yard line. So tough field position to start for Indiana. 47-yard punt. 12:16 to go, first quarter, no score. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a detective, I've solved many mysteries, but this one has me stumped.
Why does NJM Insurance remain silent in a world full of catchy jingles?
What are they up to? It's suspicious.
Yet their policyholders all agree.
NJM is amazing. When things go wrong, they do what's right.
But is the world ready for an ad break that's jingle-free? Tune in to Baffling Mysteries, where the story of the missing jingle unfolds.
This fictional podcast is brought to you by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Ways in season.
You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
We now pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios.
One window replacement company that does it all.
This is WJC-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's Sports Talk at 105.7.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy in the booth. On the sidelines, Ian Fitzsimmons and Quint Kesenick. Miami had the ball first, ran 5 plays, and then punted. 12:16 to go, first quarter. No score, in Indiana about to start on offense for the first time tonight from its own 5-yard line on the left hash mark. They break from the sideline and run to the line of scrimmage, led by Fernando Mendoza, the first Heisman Trophy winner in Indiana history, back in his hometown of Miami. What is almost certainly his last game as a college football player. He is a redshirt junior, 3 years at Cal, one of them a redshirt year. This is his first year at Indiana. But he is most certainly going to be the first pick in the NFL draft. The Las Vegas Raiders owner Mark Davis is here tonight to watch him. They open in the shotgun with the running back Roman Hemby on his right hip. Direct snap, a play fake, a throw out wide to the right, caught by Omar Cooper, who avoids a tackler at the 12-yard line and is taken out of bounds at the 15, very near a first down. Zechariah Poyser, a member of the secondary, credited with the stop, but they're going to give him just beyond the 15-yard line and a first down with a gain of 10.5, officially a pickup of 11.
And Indiana utilizes an RPO, quick hitch to the outside. Ethan O'Connor whiffs on the tackle, and Cooper does what he does, yards after catch.
Shotgun again for Mendoza, 3 receivers, 2 to the wide side of the field, the left. Hemby remains the running back. He takes a handoff, bounces outside to the right, and gets yanked down and thrown down by Jacoby Thomas, the safety, transferred from Tennessee. Threw him down. They're going to mark it at the 17-yard line for a gain of 2.
Indiana will mix tempos a little bit just to disengage the rhythm that Ruben Bain and Akeem Mesidor will play with. They'll go a little fast, they'll huddle, they'll try to mix it up to kind of disrupt that rhythm.
Pat Coogan is the center. He was a starting center for Notre Dame in the national championship game last year. The Irish lost to Ohio State. Shotgun snap, Mendoza in the crowd, dumps it off to the right. And good defense as Roman Hemby was shoved out of bounds by Mohamed Touré along the near sideline. They're going to mark it just beyond the 18-yard line, so a minimal gain. And here comes 3rd down and 8 for IU. The best 3rd down team in the country at 58.2%. That's 5 percentage points better than anybody else. They were 11 out of 14 on 3rd down in the win against Oregon in the last round. Out of the gun, Mendoza. 4 receivers, 2 to each side. The wide side of the field's the left. High snap, Mendoza under pressure. Flush to his right, throws on the run and throws it away from the 5-yard line. Marquise Lightfoot, a backup defensive end, chased Mendoza out of the pocket. And it'll be a punt for Indiana after they picked up 1 first down on their opening possession.
And with all the attention that the Indiana offense will pay to Bain and Mesidor, don't forget about Lightfoot, who in obvious passing situations has a lot of juice. He's one-on-one with the running back. He blows him up and nearly makes the sack.
Mitch McCarthy on the punt for Indiana, 27-year-old Australian, standing at the 3-yard line. Malachi Toney back for the punt just inside the Miami 40. End over end punt fielded by Toney at his own 31. Heads right up between the hash marks. Crosses the 40. There's a flag thrown right as he was tackled near the 42-yard line. And that'll be the first penalty of the game. Michael Vandervelde is the referee. Congratulations to these officials, deemed to be among the very best in the country, and have the honor of working the title game. They're out of the Big 12. Vandervelde conferring with the side judge
during the return, holding number 22 receiving team. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
Again, Bobby Pruitt called for the penalty. And that'll get us to a timeout. 10:22 to go in the first quarter. No score. Miami and Indiana playing for the national championship. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on November 15th, when undefeated and third-ranked Texas A&M fell behind 30-3 at halftime to South Carolina. The Aggies scored 28 unanswered points in the second half to win 31-30 to pull off the biggest comeback in Texas A&M history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
10:22 to go. First quarter, no score. Each team's had it once, Greg, and each team's punted once.
And so far, it looked like early, those first couple snaps, we were going to see a heavy dose of Mark Fletcher. They got a little behind the sticks and off schedule. They need to continue to commit to running the football on first and second down if you're the Hurricanes. And then for Indiana, shore up the protection a little bit. Do not ever want a running back in one-on-one against an elite pass rusher. That's what forced the final incompletion. So they got to figure that out so they're not in unfavorable matchups in protection.
I think that was a good sign for Miami. A lot of pressure brought on Fernando Mendoza on that last third down play. Flushed him from the pocket and forced the throwaway. So after the punt, Miami takes over at its own 23-yard line. The penalty on the return brings the ball back to the 23. They're on the left hash mark and huddling. Not every team in college football these days huddles, but these two generally do. They're both teams that like to win the time of possession battle. In Miami's win over Ole Miss in the scintillating Verbo Fiesta Bowl semifinal, the Canes had the ball for more than 41 minutes. It was a closer game than it might have been because of 10 Miami penalties. Penalties a problem, not for Indiana. On first down out of the shotgun, Beck takes the direct snap, hands it off to Fletcher, who runs to the right across the 25 out to the 27-yard line for a 4-yard rush. That's 3 carries and 15 yards now for Fletcher.
And that time out of shotgun, they started the game with Pistol. Pistol's been their friend in the postseason. This time working left to right and running behind the outstanding right tackle, Francis Maui Noah. When they can run it right, that's where they want to go, behind the All-American.
One of the great offensive linemen in the country. Won the Jacobs blocking trophy as the best in the ACC. Probably a top 10 pick. No score, under 10 minutes to go in the first quarter. Out of the shotgun again, this time the pistol, handoff to Fletcher, and he's stacked up after very little, perhaps a yard, as he tried the middle. Tyreek Tucker and Mario Landino, those outstanding defensive tackles in the middle of the 4-3 defense for Indiana.
And they're so athletic up front, and they play with tremendous strain. That time it looked like there was some room there immediately, and Mikhail Kamara crushes it down and forces it back into his teammate Landino to make the play for a short gain.
There's third down and 5. Out of the shotgun again, with Fletcher now on the right side of Beck. 3 receivers. 1 into the boundary to the right. Tony comes in motion from the left. Beck drops back to pass. A lot of time to throw. Throws into a crowd, and it's batted down incomplete just across the 40-yard line. Knocked down by Lewis Moore. They're trying to get it to Keelan Marion. Well played by Moore, who was a first-team All-Big Ten player this year with 6 interceptions.
And they tried to go with a bunch formation to the left, working Malachi Toney on an option route. He broke out. Carson Beck, I think, anticipated him breaking in. He gets off of it, gets all the way back, but it took way too long, and Moore could close the window.
Dylan Joyce to punt for the second time. Jonathan Brady back deep for it. The transfer from Cal, where he's a teammate of Fernando Mendoza, now his teammate at IU. High punt, but not very deep. Fair catch signal made right along the numbers at the 30-yard line on the far side of the field. That's a 42-yard punt for Dylan Joyce. And Indiana will take the field on offense for the second time. Fernando Mendoza on the opening possession, 2 out of 3 for 12 yards. 73% completions. These are 2 of the most accurate quarterbacks in the country. Beck is actually just a fraction better than that at 73.3. They are second and third behind Julian Sayin of Ohio State.
And it was very clear on the first possession how much Mendoza's been told this week. You got to get the ball out. Got rid of it very quickly, knowing those defensive ends will come quickly.
Kalon Black, who's running back 1A in the game now, out of the shotgun. Mendoza from the left hash. Black's on his left hip. Mendoza takes the snap. He's forced again to his right. He's in trouble. Trying to get away from Mesidor. There's a flag down on the play for a hold. And Mendoza throws it away as he got very close to the near sideline. It was Reuben Bain who was putting the pressure on. And it was Khalil Benson, the right tackle, who had a hold of him.
Benson will get flagged, but it was really Ahmad Moten working against the interior presence, whether it was Bray Lynch or Coogan. Couldn't tell if it was center or guard, but he crushed the guard.
Number 67, offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
And Ahmad Moten just beat him immediately and forced so quickly for Mendoza to break the pocket contained to his right. There's nothing Benson could do. He had to grab a piece of the jersey or else his quarterback would have eaten some grass.
Reuben Bain with the pressure. ACC Defensive Player of the Year. So the hold on the right tackle brings the ball back to the 19-yard line. First down and 20. No score, 8:39 to go first quarter. A fake handoff. Mendoza out of the gun on target. Good run after the catch. Omar Cooper up the numbers near side across the 40 and has a first down. He bounced off a would-be tackler well short of the line to gain. And it was O.J. Frederic who made the tackle. And good news for Miami that Frederic is out there. As Quint reported earlier, he was a question mark.
And another great job by Fernando Mendoza executing the RPO. This time it's a slot slant. Cooper makes one guy miss, and there's plenty of yards there for him.
Damari Brown, who missed another one of those injury questions. It's a 25-yard gain. IU out to the 44-yard line. Out of the pistol, the handoff to Kaylon Black. Running off right guard. He's across the 45 and down just shy of the 50. Tackled by Mohamed Toure, the leading tackler for the Miami defense in his 7th year in college football. Missed 2 complete seasons due to ACL injuries. And he has been granted another year of eligibility. He could come back for year number 8. Midway through the quarter now. Indiana on the move. This drive started at their own 29-yard line. And some movement before the snap on the right end of the offensive line. But Fernando Mendoza is clapping. Perhaps they were drawn across.
Start, number 74. Offense.
No, they were not.
Penalty. Second down.
Ray Lynch, the right guard, who has started every game of the 2-year Kurt Signetti era.
And they have actually had some issues, whether it at times at Oregon, the first time they played in Eugene, not being really comfortable going with silent count. So far, it's been silent count. The right guard looks back, and he tells the center when to snap it. And that time, the right side getting an early start.
The shotgun Mendoza on 2nd down and 9. Kaylon Black on his left hip. 2 receivers wide to the left. It's a throw to the left quickly. It is caught by Elijah Surratt, and he is forced out of bounds. But very near the first down marker on the far sideline at the 46. Shoved out by Ethan O'Connor, a cornerback. And it is a first down for Indiana by just a smidge.
And so far, these Miami corners are playing very, very soft. Don't want to give up the big play over the top. And Fernando Mendoza coming, they'll take the hitch outside, and their strong wide receivers are very, very good. The strength with the stiff arm there gets some extra yardage.
Well, Mendoza picking up right where he left off in the first 2 games of this playoff. He's 4 out of 5. He claps his hands, takes a shotgun snap, hands it off to Roman Hemby up the middle and down at the 42-yard line for a gain of 3. 6.5 to go in the first quarter. No score in this national championship game as Miami and Indiana meet for just the 3rd time all time, and they haven't met since the 1960s. They each won once. Wesley Basaint, one of their key linebackers, went off with an apparent upper body injury. Mendoza out of the gun has Roman Hemby on his right. Now he steps closer to the center to change the play. Hemby shifts to his left hip. 2 receivers wide to the right, 1 into the bound to the left. That's Surratt. He looks at Surratt now, throws over the middle, caught. Riley Nowakowski fighting for extra yardage inside the 35, still on his feet, and finally down at the 33-yard line with enough for the first down by a couple of yards.
Another quick decision by Mendoza. He looks to his left initially, thinking he's going to get a curl or a quick out route. Works back to Nowakowski, who's sitting down right over the ball at about 8 yards. Accurate throw and a quick decision by the quarterback.
Now 5 out of 6 in the first 2 games of this playoff. He was 31 for 36 against Alabama and Oregon. He's out of the gun again with Hemby on his left hip. And it's a fake to Hemby, and it's a throw to the far sideline, caught by Surratt right along the boundary. And he's out of bounds at the 28-yard line for a pickup of 5. And this is textbook Indiana offense.
Just clinical efficiency, and they'll take what you give them. If you're going to play very soft at corner and give up those underneath out route throws, hit route throws, Mendoza will throw it over and over again. But when you get greedy and press, he'll throw it over your head.
Now an empty backfield, 5 receivers as Mendoza goes out of the gun. 3 to the wide side right. He claps his hands a couple of times. He's blitzed immediately. Hit as he throws, and it's incomplete. He got hit in the back by the blitzing linebacker Mohamed Toure coming from his left. Mendoza never saw him, and the throw fluttered to the ground to the right.
And that is not something you see very often for Mendoza. He has great understanding of where he's picked up and who he has to throw off of. That time, Toure comes around the left side completely untouched, and Mendoza never reacts. He takes the big hit. He's fortunate it didn't get sacked.
3rd down and 4. 4:51 to go in a scoreless first quarter. Indiana at the Miami 27 on the left hash. Black, the running back. Shotgun snap and a handoff to Black running left, powering inside the 20. And he has an Indiana first down. Jacoby Thomas took him down, but it's a 7-yard run. These two running backs, Hemby and Black, virtually the same guy. Built the same, about 6 feet tall, 210, and they run hard.
Yeah, they do. They finish every run. I think they're the most underrated part of this team. And how many teams are comfortable taking out the Heisman-winning quarterback's hands on 3rd and 5 to hand it to a back? Impressive stuff.
1st and 10. They're at the Miami 20, still on the left hash mark. Black remains the running back. Mendoza out of the gun, hands it to Black, running right. He trips up as he tried to get outside the right tackle. Got back inside the 20, but not for very much. Looked promising if he could have gotten away from Keontae Scott, the outstanding safety who tripped him up.
Yeah, it was a good tackle on the right side by Scott, but for whatever reason, Fernando Mendoza was a little slow to get up. I think he might have taken a hit by Jacoby Thomas. He did off the left side. Wow,
he was
big
carrying
collision.
out a run fake, and Jacoby Thomas said, "We're going to hit you if you want to do that." And Mendoza went to the ground. He seems to be fine. They're in the gun again. Ball right equidistant between the hash marks. He has Black on his right hip. And it is a designed quarterback draw for Mendoza following Black, and that didn't go very far. He's down just shy of the 15-yard line. We're going to be 3rd down and 6, and the clock's under 3:20 to go in a scoreless first quarter.
And this is the part of the field where you always need to be very mindful of Elijah Surratt. He's got 1 catch in the game. He's got a couple targets already. He's the guy they want to look at in the red zone, especially on 3rd down. He's great on fades, great on back shoulders. So find number 13. Looks like he's going to be lined up in the slot to the left-hand side.
Leads the country with 15 touchdown catches. They send 3 receivers to the left. Becker into the boundary to the right. The running back is Black. Mendoza out of the gun, claps his hands, takes the snap, throws it up for grabs for Becker in the end zone. And it is broken up and very nearly intercepted by O.J. Frederic. They put Becker into the boundary hoping for single coverage. He's a big body who can go up and get it, but that one was well defended by Frederic.
And probably one of the worst throws we've seen from Mendoza this playoff run. It's way inside, it's short, it's 6'4". You got to give Becker a chance. Instead, he underthrows him and weaves it inside, and Frederic almost picked it.
So it'll be a field goal try for Nico Radicic on 4th down and 6. Very accurate kicker. This is a 34-yard attempt. From just inside the right hash mark, snap and hold are good, and the kick is good just inside the left upright. So a nice drive for IU. 12 plays, 55 yards. They had the ball for more than 6 minutes, and it ends with a Radicic field goal. Having a magnificent year. He's 17 out of 18. 2:42 to go in the first quarter. It's Indiana 3, Miami nothing. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
With Eckrich, the official smoked sausage and deli meat of the College Football Playoff, it's super easy to score big flavor, even when you have no time between the laundry, your laundry list of responsibilities, and kickoff. You're still ready to go with perfectly seasoned smoked sausage you heat up and eat up. Whether it's Grandpa's famous chili dogs or your famous almost forgot the potluck deli sliders, Eckrich makes every game day taste and feel like a win. For extra delicious game days, just add Eckrich.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
The College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Indiana first on the board. A 12-play drive ends with a Niko Radicic 34-yard field goal. Fernando Mendoza, 4 out of 6 for 50 yards on the drive, and he came away from that possession with a bloody lip, which we think he suffered when he was carrying out that fake after he'd handed the ball off, and it was kind of a necessary fake. I mean, the ball was long gone, but it was Jacoby Thomas took advantage of the opportunity to give him a hit, and it bloodied him.
Yeah, it did, and he handed it to Black across the formation. He's just running right at Thomas for really no reason whatsoever. I mean, get out of the way. Instead, Thomas lights him up, and Curt Cignetti on the sideline, very frustrated. Felt like it was unnecessary, but in reality, even from a quarterback's perspective, it looked like he kind of brought it on himself.
Well, our Matt Austin, our refereeing expert, thinks it could have been targeting, and that's why Cignetti was so upset with the officials during the media timeout. There's Brendan Franke to kick off again. And this one is returnable as well for Marion from about the 2 on the far hash mark, running up toward the right numbers. And he is stacked up as he got to the 25-yard line. Well, Miami will take over with 2:36 to go in the first quarter. Here on a comfortable night in South Florida with Indiana leading 3-0. Let's check in on the Hoosier sideline with Ian Fitzsimmons.
Sean, it literally is a bloody lip for Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback for Indiana. He did get rocked, and he waved off trainers. He has a towel that he's just dabbing his lip with, so it's nothing serious. Literally, McElroy, you probably had a million of them. It is a bloody lip. The quarterback for the Hoosiers is good to go. It may look nasty on TV, but being down here right now, he's good to go. Over to Miami with Quint.
Miami defensive coordinator Corey Heatherman spending a lot of time with his defensive backs during the stoppage. They've missed 2 tackles in the back end, which has led to some Indiana yards after catch. They seem to be picking on Ethan O'Connor, the corner. And I think the chess match going on right now is Miami's corners, when they're off and soft coverage, Indiana's just taking what's there. As that drive went into the red zone, Miami turned up the heat on the outside. They played press coverage in the red zone, and that seemed to be more effective. But keep your eyes, gentlemen, on the depth of the Miami corners.
And their depth in the secondary, Greg, could have been depleted had that been a targeting call against Jacoby Thomas, which Matt Austin thinks it should have been. And Curt Cignetti still pleading his case during this media timeout.
Yeah, understandable. And there's some protection elements, but it did look like you could have made a case that the contact was to the head or neck area. It did look like it might have been crown of the helmet. So I'm okay with it. In a game like this, the last thing you want is for a team that's already a little shorthanded to be impacted by a play that was really nonsensical. So I'm good with the no call, but I can understand why they might have thrown the penalty flag.
Greg's instant analysis is brought to us by SoFi. Get your money right. So Miami will take over with 2:36 to go in the first quarter. Trailing 3-0, led by Carson Beck. Another one of the fascinating stories of this college football season. 5 years at the University of Georgia, 1 as a redshirt, 2 backing up Stetson Bennett on Bulldog teams that won back-to-back national championships. Then 2 years as the starter. You would think 24-3 in an SEC title against Texas last year. He would have been highly regarded as he left, but it wasn't necessarily a happy parting. He was clearly beaten down at the end of last year, including the right elbow injury in that SEC win against Texas that required surgery. This time a year ago, he was recovering from that. But it's been a terrific year, bounce-back year for him at the University of Miami.
And he's played his best football of late. He's played really smart football in the playoffs, hasn't done anything unnecessary, has stepped up when asked, especially in that final 2-minute drive against Ole Miss. But he's really, since the SMU game, he's played at a remarkably high level for the Canes.
They were in must-win mode every game after that, and they've won 7 in a row. Beck is 37-5 as a starting quarterback, 13-2 this year in Miami. And as he said, 24-3 at Georgia. He's the winningest active FBS quarterback in the country. 24 years old, 6'4", 225 from Jacksonville. They break the huddle. They line up in the pistol with Beck in the shotgun and Fletcher right behind him. Now Fletcher moves to the right hip. Direct snap to Beck. He looks right to the far sideline. Throws. It is tipped and falls incomplete. almost intercepted. It was intended for Alex Bauman, the tight end, and Elijah Hardy, the linebacker, who dropped into coverage, got a hand on it. We should note that they're playing without their leading receiving tight end, is Miami, Elijah Lofton, who is out with an injury.
And very fortunate there. Beck, a little bit aggressive. Did not see the defender dropping underneath, and that ball got tipped up and was nearly intercepted.
2nd and 10, 2.5 to go, first quarter. Out of the gun again, Carson Beck with Fletcher on his left. 3 receivers out to the left. Beck, a quick look to the right, and is batted down. Very well covered by D'Angelo Pons, who had the coverage on C.J. Daniels. This is a homecoming for Pons, the All-American corner. He's from Miami. He told our Molly McGrath the other day that he was a couple of years older than Malachi Toney, but they're in the same youth football program. He used to go early to his games and practices to watch Malachi Toney when Malachi was about 8 years old. So you knew then what a great player he was. Here's 3rd down and 10 from the right hash. Beck out of the gun. 3 receivers again to the left. And Fletcher on his right hip. Drops back. Flushed in the pocket and swung down. Back at the 20-yard line by the blitzing middle linebacker, Aiden Fisher. The All-American, one of the 13 transfers who came along with Kirk Cignetti and his staff from James Madison last year, who've had a huge part in the success of Indiana.
And that was a great blitz by Fisher. He's got the running back, Fletcher, in one-on-one, shakes him to his left, goes around to the right, and drops back for the sack.
Loss of 7, back to the 19-yard line. Here's another Dylan Joyce punt. Waiting for the snap at his own 5. He's under pressure, and it's a high pop-up toward the near sideline. It bounces at the 40, takes a great bounce for Miami, all the way inside the 30, and down near the near sideline at the 27-yard line by the long snapper, Adam Booker. So wound up as a 54-yard punt, but about 27 yards of that on the bounce.
Yeah, absolutely. And Miami offensively, they're going to look back at that last drive and say, guys, what are we doing? 3 straight passes, give up a sack. Do not want to get away from what's gotten you to this point. That's by feeding Mark Fletcher, trusting the offensive line, and staying out of obvious passing situations.
The Miami has run 11 plays. 5 runs, 6 passes. So here's Indiana from its own 27 on the right hash mark. Going from left to right here in the first quarter. Mendoza out of the gun. Hands it off to Hemby. Across the formation, he's dropped for a loss. Going from right to left, and he's taken down at the 21-yard line by the All-American Ruben Bain.
Such an impressive play. He's going against the tight end, Nowakowski, who tries to block down on him, but he swims him immediately. And Bain, who's known really more for his strength, he showed off some speed there, too, chasing down Hemby for the loss.
He just discarded Nowakowski. He's a pretty good blocking tight end. A loss of 6. Down to a minute 5 in the first quarter, 3-0 Indiana. Out of the gun again, Mendoza from the left hash with 2 receivers to the right. He hands it off straight ahead to Hemby, and he's gobbled up after a gain of 1 by Ahmad Moten. It's not just these defensive ends. Bain and Mesidor, they're pretty talented in the middle as well.
They really are. Moten has been outstanding so far in this game. Had 1 pressure that led to a hold. Had another tackle for loss right there. He's very disruptive, and him working against Bray Lynch, the right guard, that's an advantage for Miami that they have to win.
Gain of 1, 3rd and 15. Indiana from its own 22 on the left hash mark, and just now breaking the huddle with 12 seconds on the play clock. Hemby's the running back. Mendoza out of the gun as usual. Hemby's to his left. Farad into the boundary to the left. 3 receivers to the right. Widest is Becker. It's a screen pass. It's Hemby on the catch. Hemby cuts in the middle and gets taken down at the original line of scrimmage near the 27-yard line by Marquise Lightfoot. So they got 5 on the screen, but nowhere near the line to gain, and that's going to take us to the end of the first quarter on a 5-yard gain on the screen for Indiana. At the end of the first quarter, the score is Indiana 3 and Miami nothing. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight? I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
As a sports fan, you want the best way to watch your favorite teams at home. And now you can experience game day in all its glory with a Samsung Super Big TV. It's super big and super clear, giving you a closer view than the sidelines. And you can go big without the blur, thanks to the supersized picture enhancer, even on our biggest TVs. So get ready for your game day with the ultimate fan-worthy TV at Samsung.com. Supersized picture enhancer utilizes AI-based formulas, available on 85-inch and larger TVs on models QN70F and above.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like roadside assistance.
Oh, yeah, Progressive offers that.
Great. Do you have plans Saturday? My cousin canceled and I'd love to have someone to ride with.
Actually, we just do insurance, not riding buddies.
Cool, let's meet at noon. Actually, scratch that. 10 a.m., you and me, breakfast at a diner.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
Okay, so if you beat me there, get me the Lumberjack Special. We can share.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
And it's coming away from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida, about 16 miles north of downtown Miami. On a comfortable night with a temperature in the high 50s, no breeze, a crowd of more than 65,000 on hand. The most expensive ticket since 2009 in the college football championship game. That's as far back as that information goes. The average ticket price, more than $4,300. And plenty of people who wanted to pay it. Mitch McCarthy is on to punt for Indiana. Indiana leads 3-0 after a quarter. They outgained Miami 82-18 in the first 15 minutes. Miami punted 3 times. This is the second for McCarthy. 27-year-old punter, 4th oldest player in college football. End-over-end punt caught by Malachi Toney at the 29-yard line. He slips down along the near hash marks. Looks like he was down, but no whistle. Now he gets back up and runs to the left and crosses the 40 and out to the 41-yard line. Looked like he was down when he slipped along the near hash marks. And it wouldn't be surprising if the replay booth takes a look at that one.
Yeah, it was like a baseball slide. Does brace it with his left hand, but his backside does hit. So that ball will come back probably 7 or 8 yards at least when they take a look at it.
Such an electric player, Malachi Toney, with his first catch tonight, 100 for the year, just the 8th player in ACC history to catch 100 balls in a season.
The ball placed at the 31-yard line. The returner's knee was down. It's first down, Miami, 31-yard line.
Well done by the officials. Brad Van Vark is the replay official. So Miami will try to get something going. Just 18 yards of offense. At least you can give them credit for balance. 9 yards rushing and 9 passing.
I think balance is certainly what they're striving for, but they might be like a little higher numbers after 1 quarter of action.
Indiana's not trailed in this playoff. This is their 3rd game. It's the 4th for Miami. Indiana had a first-round bye as the #1 seed. Beck out of the gun. And he takes the snap, hands it off to Marty Brown. He's in for Fletcher now. And he gets very little. Ahead for a yard right along the near hash mark. Shannon Dawson is the offensive coordinator. They're going to go quickly now, a little bit of tempo. And they have 5 receivers, 3 into the boundary to Beck's right. Toney's in the slot left. A direct snap to Beck, looking left. Now checks it back to the right. On target, caught by C.J. Daniels. He's down just shy of the 39-yard line. About 2 short of the first down, 1.5 yards. Lewis Moore, another tackle. He started his career at Indiana, transferred to Ole Miss, and then Moore came back this year.
Another good decision there by Carson Beck. Wanted Malachi Toney to the field. It was well defended. He works all the way back, finds Daniels to make third down more manageable.
3rd down and 2. They're on the right hash. They huddle. Now go quickly to the ball. Out of the shotgun. Brown, the running back. They hand it off to Brown. Off right guard. He didn't get there. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. And then driven back by the feisty Hoosier defense, led by Mikhail Kamara, the outstanding defensive end, for defensive coordinator Bryant Haynes. So another punt. Dylan Joyce might be getting leg weary. That is 4 straight 3-and-outs now for the Miami Hurricanes.
And that was all created by Mikhail Kamara, who is lined up as the defensive end outside the right tackle Maui Noah. But on the snap, he slides all the way back inside and makes the play between the right guard and center.
Joyce standing at his own 25-yard line. Jonathan Brady back deep forward. He rolls to the right and punts it, a high end-over-end kick, and a fair catch signaled and made at the 15-yard line near the near side numbers. 12:57 to go in the second quarter. It's Indiana 3, Miami nothing. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
When winter weather hits hard, you need a heating company you can count on. That's why more of your neighbors go with Petro. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With reliable delivery in any weather and live 24/7 service, count on your local HVAC pros at Petro to stay warm and save all winter. Go to petro.com now to get $125 free heating oil or call 877-230-0221 today.
Are you in the wrong job? I don't mean wrong line of work, but do you like what you do while feeling like your current job's robbing you of life? There's only 4 reasons, and the last one is a banger. 1, bad bosses. 2, crappy coworkers. And 3, being held accountable for outcomes without the authority or resources to make it happen. The third one's a killer. Wish I could fix everyone's problem with that, but I can do it for one lucky HVAC service manager. If you're a former tech who's moved up to management and feel frustrated at your current job, I can fix it for you. You'll work with the best guys and boss in the business with all the authority you need to make amazing service happen for our customers. And that 4th reason, the opportunity to prove yourself, move up, and make more money. Told you it was a banger, and I can offer you that too. Call me today and schedule an interview at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
ESPN Unlimited plan.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy in the broadcast booth. Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kestenig on the sidelines. 12:57 to go in the second quarter. In Indiana leading 3-0. Fernando Mendoza's 7 out of 10. The 3 incomplete passes matching the total he threw against Oregon in the semifinal, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. He went 17 for 20. And it's one more incomplete pass than he had in the Rose Bowl against Alabama. He went 14 for 16. They're pressuring him tonight.
That's what's been the difference so far. Against Alabama and Oregon, combined just 11 pressures. Against Miami, through just 1 quarter and change, 4 pressures already. We know this Miami defensive line is outstanding, but they need to continue to stay upright along the offensive line. They cannot allow Fernando Mendoza to feel that heat because it's clearly got a little bit of an impact on how efficient they're working offensively.
Teams to score first in this college football playoff are 9-1. The only exception, Oklahoma, in the first game of this playoff, raced off to a 17-0 lead against Alabama and lost in Norman. So Mendoza and the Hoosiers begin from their own 15. 1st and 10 from the left hash. A play fake out of the gun or a throw to the near side to Elijah Surratt. A catch near the 25 and then up the boundary for a couple more. Finally taken out of bounds by O.J. Frederick, but it's good for an 11-yard gain and an Indiana first down. They're up to 93 yards of offense, but 55 of those on the one field goal drive.
But it's very clear what the defensive coordinator for Miami is wanting to do. He's saying to Indiana, hey, you can kill us, but it's going to be by 1,000 paper cuts. We'll give up the 5-yard play. We don't want to give up the 50-yard bomb. They've been very soft in coverage.
Out of the gun, Kalon Black, the running back on the right hip of Mendoza. He fakes a handoff, throws it over the middle. It's batted down. Intended for Surratt along the near hash marks, and O.J. Frederick knocked it down. So Frederick, who was a question mark with a leg injury, played only 7 snaps against Ole Miss. He's been a factor so far.
Very much so. In that time, they don't go with the soft coverage on the outside. Frederick and company get up and press man. They run a slant, and he's in perfect phase to knock the ball down.
Contact there. They've let him play. They've done that throughout this playoff. The fans have enjoyed it. 2nd down and 10 from the left hash. They're on their own 27. Shotgun snap. Mendoza. Quick throw to the right. Caught by Riley Nowakowski. Breaks a tackle and is still fighting near the 35-yard line. And finally taken down, gang tackled along the far sideline by Keontae Scott and Ethan O'Connor. Good for a 9-yard game. It looked like it was going to be very little. They had bodies around them on the catch.
And a great job by Nowakowski. Makes that first guy miss. It's just a short little hitch. Spins out of it and surges forward to make it 3rd and short.
3rd down and 2. 12 minutes to go in the half. 3-0 Indiana. Moving from right to left as we look down from the southwest corner of the end zone. They're on the right hash mark. Kalon Black is the running back. Tight formation with the strength to the left. Mendoza hands it off to Black, running straight ahead with power as usual, and he has the first down. Out to the 39. Ruben Bain, another tackle. 1st and 10 IU.
And it's not often when you see an offensive line get pushed back on the 3rd and short situation, they still convert. Defensive line for Miami looked like they won. They were reestablishing the last scrimmage, but Black too strong, just motoring through white jerseys for enough to gain.
Black, another of the transfers from James Madison along with Signetti. Now they're in the pistol with Hemby back behind Mendoza. Fernando hands it off to Hemby running off left tackle. He gets banged down as he crossed the line of scrimmage. Pickup of 1 to the 40. Wesley Besaint made the tackle, senior linebacker from right here in Miami, out of Miami Central, which has players on both sides tonight.
And that was a really big tackle there by Besaint. There was a massive hole behind the left tackle on a stretch to the left, and if Besaint doesn't make that play, Hemby's still running.
Out of the gun, Mendoza on 2nd and 9. Indiana leading 3-0. Hemby, the running back, on his right hip. Surratt goes in motion to the right, now comes back to the left. Lead block for Hemby, who's down as he got to the 43-yard line along the near hash mark. Another stop for Jacoby Thomas. Neither team doing much running the ball. That's 28 rushing yards for Indiana on 11 attempts, and Miami's rushed for just 10. They go with tempo on 3rd down and 6. Shotgun snap to Mendoza. Back shoulder throw to Surratt. Batted down, but a penalty coming against O.J. Frederick, who had a handful of Surratt at the 43-yard line of Miami. No surprise with a back shoulder throw. Almost all of Surratt's catches are, and it's a beautifully thrown throw time after time by Mendoza.
Defense, spot foul, automatic, first down.
Miami fans booing. There's a lot of grabbing there.
A lot of contact, and they tried to get Miami in a substitution. They were getting all their fast bodies on for the obvious patch situation. They go with the quick back shoulder. Frederick was in decent position, but grabbed way too much jersey with the right hand.
The ball goes to the 46-yard line of Miami. 1st and 10, Indiana. Leading 3-0. 10 minutes to go in the half. Out of the shotgun, a handoff to Hemby. He's in trouble and wrestled down behind the line of scrimmage as he tried to run to the right. He got taken down by Ahmad Moten again. The redshirt junior from Fort Lauderdale. Mammoth figure in the middle of that defense at 6'3", 300.
And Moten is having himself a night right now. This time working against the center, Coogan. Coogan falls down.
He tackled him with one hand.
He just swam Coogan immediately and was in the backfield before the back knew what to do.
He reached down, grabbed Hamby with one hand and yanked him down with an extended arm. Cooper lined up in the backfield. He went in motion to the right. It's a shotgun handoff to Hemby, running to the left and tackled again by Ruben Bain. Not much there for Hemby, the transfer from Maryland. Spent 4 years there, and he's now in his first year in Indiana. He had a 1,000-yard season for the Hoosiers.
And this has been such an unfamiliar spot for Indiana. Coming into the day, number 1 third down offense in the country, but it's so rare when they're in 3rd and long. They average just about 3rd and 5 to go. It's better than anybody in the college football world. So they've been playing behind the sticks a little bit because of this relentless pass rush.
And Kurt Cignetti's going to use a timeout on 3rd down and 12. With 9:08 remaining in the second quarter, it's Indiana 3 and Miami nothing. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
All right, Mom and Dad, that's enough screen time for today.
I literally just saved us more money by finding 2 subscriptions we forgot about with Navy Federal Credit Union's mobile app.
Yeah, and I just protected our credit from cringe fraudsters with their security tech.
Don't you want to spend some time on social media?
Will social media help us manifest your college tuition?
Get the best banking ever with one of America's top-rated digital banking experiences, Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Message and data rates may apply. Visit NavyFederal.org for more information.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy in the booth, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quinn Kesnick on the sideline. 9:08 to go. Second quarter, Indiana leading 3-0. Perhaps surprising, Greg, given how surgically Indiana's played on offense so far in this playoff. They beat Alabama 38-3 and Oregon 56-22. But then again, these are 2 of the top 5 teams in the country in scoring defense.
Yeah, and it's the defenses right now are winning the day. I mean, Indiana's defense going against arguably the best offensive line in football. They're getting in the backfield and making plays behind the line of scrimmage. And then Miami's defense, their front, we talked a lot about Bain and Mesidor, but it's been Moten that's been outstanding. Lightfoot's gotten involved as well, and these linebackers are delivering some big shots. It's been a very physical first 15, 20 minutes of this football game.
So out of the Indiana timeout, they have 3rd down and 13. They're at the Miami 48 with the 9th play of this drive. As you said, unusual to have 3rd and long. One of the reasons they're the best in the country on 3rd down is usually not 12 yards to go. Some flinching along the line, no flag down. Mendoza, Kennedy throws, and it's a high throw down the middle, intended for Omar Cooper. There is a flag down now on the far sideline. There was a lot of moving before the snap. Ruben Bain put the hit on Mendoza, who's been knocked around here in the
offside.
First half.
Number 4, defense, 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
But it was Bain who was offside. Yeah, that's been a problem for Miami all year. One of the most heavily penalized teams in the country.
And good utilization there by Coogan, the veteran, and Mendoza going with a slight delay on the snap, which got Bain into the neutral zone. Give him a free play. And if you don't get the free play, at least you got 3rd down a little more manageable.
3rd down and 7. They're at the 43 of Miami. Mendoza goes out of the gun again with Kalon Black, the running back, on his right. Cooper went in motion to the left. Handoff straight up the middle in a big hole. Black still on his feet across the 30 and down inside the 25-yard line. They went to a quick hitter on 3rd down and 7. He had an enormous hole And he's marked down at the 23, tackled by Bryce Fitzgerald, the freshman.
And that's now twice on 3rd and medium they've gotten in a run game.
20-yard gain. Mendoza play fake out of the gun, swings it out wide to the right to Cooper, and a good open field tackle near the boundary by Zechariah Poyser to stop that for a 3-yard gain.
And going back to the 3rd and 7 conversion, Miami just with 5 guys along the line of scrimmage. There was no second-level defenders. They were showing like a blitz, and they were able to engage quickly and spring the back into the open field. They'll always take what you give them.
They're on the right hash mark, trying to build on a 3-0 lead. The Hoosiers on the move. 11th play of the drive. They've moved 65 yards so far. Mendoza out of the gun, tight formation. Black the running back. He fakes to him, throws to the far sideline. Caught for a first down. Charlie Becker fighting toward the end zone. Touchdown! Becker caught it near the 5-yard line and just powered his way along the far sideline to get to the pylon for an Indiana touchdown on a 20-yard play. Charlie Becker has had a touchdown reception now in all 3 games. This one's going to come back. He stepped out of bounds at the 6-yard line. They're showing the replay on television. He was clearly out of bounds at the 6. And the replay booth is going to stop this. His right foot, as he had Thomas draped on him, stepped on the sideline. And now the officials stop it.
The touchdown is under further review.
And it won't take long for the replay booth. He was clearly out of bounds at the 6.
And another quick hitting throw from Indiana's offense to the wide receivers, working against very soft coverage by the corner. Becker, you thought was just going to go right out of bounds. Instead, he turns back inside, and he's the speedster. He's not the guy you're thinking is going to be mowing through tackles. He nearly finds the end zone.
And now some of the Miami defenders a little bit animated in conversation on the sideline. Some of the coaches are stepping in to calm them down, including Corey Heatherman, who has done a fantastic job in his first year at Miami. Cut the points per game just about in half. They gave up 25 points per game last year. They had the number 1 offense in the country, but did not make the playoff. He's cut that number down to 14 points per game. He's a former Kurt Signetti defensive coordinator, James Madison.
After review, the runner stepped out at the 5.5-yard line. It's 1st and goal.
I would say he stepped out really right on the 6, but just about on the hash mark. And that's where they're going to put it, just inside the 6-yard line. What a revelation. Becker's been a sophomore from Nashville, had only 4 catches in the first 7 games of the year. Got a chance at Penn State with Surratt injured, had a big game, 100-yard receiving game. He's now had 3 100-yard receiving games in the last 6.
You could make the case, Sean, that he's the guy that's made this offense in many ways unstoppable. The 2 guys, Cooper and Surratt, are amazing, but adding a 3rd weapon is impossible to defend.
It was a 15-yard gain officially. 1st and goal, Indiana at the Miami 5 on the far hash mark to right. Black, the running back on the left hip. They bring Becker in motion to the left. It's a handoff to Black off the right hash mark. And he is stacked up at the line of scrimmage, still fighting. And they will mark it now just inside the 5. It'll be 2nd down and goal. Indiana leading 3-0. The 13th play of the drive upcoming.
This is a really big sequence for Miami. They got a new lease on life once Becker stepped out of bounds, but they're still probably kicking themselves for that offsides that they would have been off the field on 3rd and 12.
They bring Holden Stays, an extra tight end, into the game, and they huddle. And now break the huddle with Kalon Black, the running back. Becker tight to the right. The strength of the formation is the left, out of the gun. Mendoza claps his hands, takes the snap, hands it off to Black, and he's swung down at the 1-yard line as he ran off left guard. It'll be 3rd down and goal just outside the 1. Credit Ruben Bain with another tackle.
And now Indiana bringing 2 extra offensive linemen onto the field. It's their heavy personnel, and that's how they're going to try to motor their way into the end zone.
Both teams are substituting. Miami bringing some big bodies in. They need to be given time to complete the substitution since Indiana did. Mendoza's going under center.
Miami has called their first charge timeout of the half.
Because they had 12 men on the line up in the eye behind Mendoza. With a timeout called. 6:17 to go. A big third down and goal play upcoming when we come back. We're in the second quarter, 3-0. Indiana leading Miami in the College Football Playoff National Championship. Presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Score more with the college-branded Venmo debit card. Rep your team with every tap and earn up to 5% cash back through Venmo Stash, a new rewards program where the more you do, the more you get. Get your Venmo debit card today and start earning rewards with Venmo Stash. Learn more at Venmo.com/collegecard.
The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. Select schools available. Venmo Stash terms and exclusions apply. Max $100 cash back per month. See terms at venmo.me/stash terms.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
We are back, and we are looking at a pretty lopsided matchup, Jim.
That's right, Ron. I mean, in one corner, we've got a 175-pound guy, and in the other, a 6,000-ton heavyweight train.
Jim, this guy has no idea what he's getting himself into.
It's no contest. Every day, people tempt fate and die trespassing on railroad tracks. See tracks? Think train.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
From the Thompson Creek Window Company Studios, one window replacement company that does it all. This is WJCFM Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7.
Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy at Hard Rock Stadium, Miami Gardens, Florida. Quint Kestenig and Ian Fitzsimmons are on the sideline. 6:17 to go in the second quarter. Indiana leading 3-0. And looking at third down and goal at the 1-yard line. This will be the 14th play of the drive for Indiana. Miami has run 14 offensive plays in this game to 31 for Indiana. IU's had the ball for more than 16 and a half minutes. They have big bodies, extra offensive linemen as they come from the sideline to the huddle. They have Mendoza going under center in the I formation with Nowakowski, the fullback, in front of Black. They give it to Nowakowski, and he powers in for a touchdown. Out of the I with Nowakowski, ordinarily a tight end. It's an Indiana touchdown, the first touchdown of this game with 6:13 to go in the first half. 14 plays, 85 yards in 6 minutes and 44 seconds.
And what a physically impressive drive there from Indiana. Leaning on the run game, allowing the backs to get going, and then bringing in the extra offensive lineman, handing it to Nowakowski, now tight end. Former fullback, Sean, punches it in for 6.
Here's Niko Radicic for the extra point. And it is good. He's never missed one. He's made all 156 in his career. So Nowakowski has now carried the ball 2 times this season, each of them for a 1-yard touchdown. He had a big catch and run earlier in the drive as well. So 6:13 to go. It's 10-0 Indiana. Mendoza is 11 for 15 for 104. Black is the leading rusher in the game, 7 carries for 43 yards, averaging just over 6 per carry. Cooper and Surratt with 3 catches each, and Nowakowski has 2. And now the onus on Miami to find some offense.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, with just 14 plays of snap exposure against Indiana's defense. Indiana's defense super talented, not outrageously deep. So the blueprint that Indiana's utilizing where fatigue could become a factor in the third and fourth quarter, that's usually how Miami operates. So it's been a great start for the Hoosiers.
Kurt Cignetti in his second year at Indiana. He's 26-2. That's a winning percentage of right around 93%. Indiana all-time had won 42% of its games before he got there. They were the losingest team in college football. Here's the kickoff by Brendan Franke. It'll be a touchback over the head of Keelan Marion near the near numbers. So just 14 plays on offense for Miami, just 26 yards of offense. Carson Beck's 3 out of 7 for 16 yards. Fletcher 4 carries for 16 yards.
And a lot of the stuff that Miami's tried to do is right up the middle. They've had a hard time blocking this very athletic defensive line, so maybe they need to look at getting to the perimeter a little more as opposed to right down the middle.
From the 25 on the left hash mark, out of the pistol with Mark Fletcher behind Beck. Tight formation. Tony at the end of the line to the right. It's a handoff to Fletcher running right and powering his way out near the 30. He is a powerful running back. Junior from here in South Florida. Grew up dreaming about being a Miami Hurricane. He's from Fort Lauderdale. And he got 5 on that carry.
And that's kind of the bread and butter recipe for Miami moving forward. Run behind that right side of the offensive line. Get everybody engaged. Get those tight splits to not allow the leakage from the defensive line.
Fletcher hollering at some of the Indiana defenders, and some of his teammates dragged him back to the huddle. Fletcher's had a great playoff, a career-high 172 in their first-round win at A&M. 90 yards rushing against Ohio State. Was the Cotton Bowl MVP, and then he had 133 yards rushing against Ole Miss. 2nd and 5 out of the gun. Beck with Fletcher on his left side, and it's a handoff again. Running right, Fletcher tripped up where he had some running room. It was Isaiah Jones who tripped him up, and he fell forward to the 29, but if Jones didn't get a piece of his leg, that was going a lot longer. It'll be 3rd down and 1.
Almost the exact same play as the play before, and Lucky didn't get away with the tripping there.
Yeah, he literally did trip him up. He kind of leg whipped him. Surprised there wasn't a flag down. As Jones was on the ground, swung his legs around and tripped him. Out of the pistol again. Beck hands it off to Fletcher off left guard, and he did not get there. Needed the 35. Stopped at the 34. Mikhail Kamar and Tyreek Tucker made the tackle. Now if you're Mario Cristobal and you pride yourself on physicality, you go for it here and try to change the narrative in this game.
And that's now twice on 3rd and short where they've gotten stopped because of the movement and athleticism up front. I like going for it here. At this point, your defense has already had to face a ton of snaps. I'm great with it. Looks like they're bringing extra offensive linemen in to kind of beef up that front.
They're 0 for 5 on 3rd down. They've converted on their last 5 on 4th down. First try tonight. The handoff out of the eye to Fletcher running left. And he is very close to the 35-yard line. Looks like he has it. The official running in from the near side is marking the ball on the 35-yard line, we think. The official on the far sideline. Yes, it is. Just by the nose of the football. They did have big bodies in there, and they lined up the backup center. S.J. Alofaituli as the fullback. Ordinarily wears number 65, but he's wearing number 83 when he comes in as ineligible. They just did convert on 4th down. Now down to 3:15 in the half. 10-0 Indiana. Beck on 1st down from the left hash mark. Throws deep down the middle and has a man. Along the far numbers, it is C.J. Daniels inside the Indiana 40 and knocked out of bounds right there by D'Angelo Pons. He was wide open near the far numbers.
And a very similar formation that they ran that 1st and 2nd down play out of. Bunch, 3 receivers to the right. They show that inside run. Instead, it's play action. Daniel gets behind the defense and a nice throw by Beck.
Beautifully layered. He has great touch. Marty Brown's in at running back. That's a 25-yard gain down to 2:52 and the clock running in the half. Each team with 2 timeouts. 1st and 10 Miami at the IU 40 on the left hash mark. Tony in motion to the left. Quick snap to Beck out of the gun. He throws it to Tony. He runs up the far numbers and gets buried after a short gain. Half of his catches are basically screen passes. Half of the 100+. Elijah Hardy made the stop for Indiana. The clock is running, and neither team inclined to stop it. Looks like Beck and Miami might let it go all the way down to the 2-minute warning if they so choose.
And that quick screen pass, a little tunnel screen to the left with the offensive lineman break out inside. Tony scored on that play against Ole Miss, and that was the first time we've seen it against an aggressive group. I'd expect to see it again.
2:03, 2:02. They do line up out of the gun. They don't snap it before the 2-minute stoppage. That probably makes sense. They don't want to leave Indiana with any time at the end of the half. They have plenty of time, Miami, inside the 40 and with 2 timeouts left. Let's check in on the IU sideline with Ian Fitzsimmons.
When I was talking to defensive coordinator Brian Haynes, Sean, earlier this week, he said every offense has issues. Every offense has a weakness, and it's my job to try and exploit it, whether it's movement, violence, angles, whether it's stunts, twists, different fronts, stemming blitzes that come from different angles. Every offense, every single system has holes, and it's my job to find a way to exploit them. And that's how Indiana's defense, with their lack of size up front, finds ways to continue to compete against every single offensive front that is bigger and supposedly nastier than they are. But they find ways, and right now they're pitching a shutout again against a bigger offensive front. Now over to the latest with Miami with Quinn.
Yeah, during that last changeover, Miami defensive coordinator Corey Heatherman brings the entire defense together. Ahmad Moten was going after some of the guys in the secondary. I think it was just a moment where the defensive coordinator just wanted to step in and say, hey, guys, we're okay. He says, this is about us. Block out the outside noise and just continue to execute what we're doing. My question to you, Greg, would be the soft coverage plus missed tackles is not a great recipe for defensive success.
Especially now with the run game for Indiana starting to get going as well. If you're going to continue to attribute all the resources to stopping the pass, which I don't blame them, especially knowing how short-handed they are in the secondary, they're trying to protect those young corners. They don't want to give up the big play, make them snap it. As a result, the run game's been open. 2 critical third downs, 1 3rd and 4, 1 3rd and 7 that were converted just by handing it off right up the middle. So with Lucas returning in the second half, I would anticipate a much more aggressive Miami approach in quarters 3 and 4.
Miami has been held to 63 yards of offense. Indiana has 151. But Miami on the move. With the 7th play of this possession upcoming, they've advanced to 37 yards so far. When play resumes after the 2-minute stoppage, it'll be 2nd down and 8 for the Canes at the Indiana 38-yard line, trying to win the 6th national championship in Miami history. Their first since 2001, all 5 of those in a span between 1983 and 2001. Indiana's trying to win the national title in football for the 3rd straight year for the Big Ten. 2 years ago, Michigan. Last year, Ohio State. The Big Ten hasn't won 3 straight national titles in football since the first 3 years of the 1940s, when Minnesota won back-to-back national titles, and then Ohio State in 1942.
It's impressive to see the depth that the Big Ten has put on display at the highest levels of the sport, but nothing compares to what we've seen with Indiana's breakthrough. The level of efficiency and play is remarkable.
And no weaknesses.
None.
The offense has gotten a lot of attention in this playoff so far with the 94 points in the first 2 games. But the defense is outstanding. They're rock solid at special teams, immaculately coached. So here comes Miami now. They break the huddle quickly. Tight formation, the strength to the right, out of the gun, backhands it off to Fletcher, running left, and he didn't get much. Got upended by D'Angelo Pons, the cornerback playing close to the line of scrimmage. No gain, in fact. It'll be 3rd down and 8. And they're right on the fringe of field goal range if they elect for that option with Carter Davis, who has a big leg.
And Carson Beck needs to be very mindful of that, too. Any sack in this situation on the 38-yard line could result in taking points off the board, so the ball has to come out for the quarterback.
Minute and a half to go. They break the huddle with 2 receivers in the boundary left. Now Tony goes in motion. They take a jet sweep to him. It's a quick screen to the left to Keelan Marion. And he's down along the far numbers at the 32-yard line. And that is a couple of yards short of the first down. So another decision for Mario Cristobal. On 4th down, they converted on 4th down and a yard earlier. He's talking to his assistant coaches. This is 4th down and 2. They are in field goal range, but the offense is on the field. We're under a minute to go in the first half. Indiana leading 10-0. And they're sort of huddling. Most of the offensive players just looking to the sideline. I think Mario's going to let the play clock run all the way down and then call a timeout.
I would go up there and at least try to get him to jump off sides. That's the second least penalized team in the country, but you might as well try, see if you can't get a free first down. But you're going to let it go all the way down either way.
Their second charge timeout of the half, 30 seconds.
They do let it run all the way down. What would you do here? Well, it looks like they're going to send Davis onto the field, so he just wanted to leave as little time as possible for Indiana here at the end of the half, and they'll send Carter Davis out to try the field goal. You agree with that?
Totally. I think you have to stop the bleeding. You need to go into the half feeling good about what you just did offensively. For the first time really all game, you were able to kind of impose your will along the line of scrimmage. And I think just making it a one-score game, regrouping on defense in the second half, this is absolutely the right call.
So here's Davis, who's had a terrific first year at Miami. He's a transfer from FAU just up the road. But he struggled a bit lately. This will be a 50-yard try from just inside the left hash mark. No breeze. It's a natural grass field. Dylan Joyce, the punter's the holder. Snap and hold are good. And that kick is no good. It grazed the right upright and winds up wide. So Davis is now 17 for 24 in field goals this year. But 5 of the 7 misses have come in this college football playoff. You could understand 1 for 4 at Texas A&M on a breezy day, but that slump is now carried over throughout this playoff.
And it looked like it was well struck. It just kept drifting ever so slightly to the right. I thought it was going to drift right in the middle. Instead, it drifts and cuts up against the right upright, and big disappointment on the Miami sideline.
A chance to make it a one-score game going into the locker room. Now it's still 10-0 in favor of Indiana. He's now 3 for 8 in the playoff. Carter Davis out of the pistol. It's Mendoza handing it off to Roman Hemby straight ahead. Out to the 38-yard line. Zechariah Poyser made the tackle with help from Mohamed Touré. Indiana trying to decide if it wants to try to advance the ball and getting scoring position or not. Hoosiers do have 2 timeouts because the play clock's down to the game clock's down to 10 1/2. Mendoza, another shotgun snap, throws to the far side, and it is caught by Becker just shy of midfield with Frederic there, but we're down to 3 seconds to go in the half, and Kurt Cignetti wants a timeout. Now they're positioned for a Hail Mary if they so choose. 12-yard completion to Becker.
A little surprised that Indiana wouldn't go with a little more tempo and urgency. The long field goal kicker now, who knows at this point if he's close to 100%, at 100%. Kickoffs have looked pretty good, but Frankie hit a 58-yarder at the end of the Oregon game, or the end of the half against Oregon. So he's good from way deep, but coming back from injury, who knows if he has that type of distance tonight.
3 seconds to go. They're at the 50-yard line, Ian.
Yeah, look, Kurt Cignetti told me, Sean, when it comes to Frankie on a long field goal, he's confident in these conditions from 63 yards, but they're a long way from 63.
Well, it'll be about 67 from here. He has a huge leg. He could be an X factor here tonight. He's 24 years old. He has bounced around all over college football. Morningside College, Nebraska for 2 years, Georgia Southern, Texas State last year, and now Indiana. He has attempted 3 field goals in all that time. The only one he made was that 58-yarder, the stadium record at Autzen Stadium in their big win against Oregon in the regular season. So perhaps a Hail Mary. Miami has 3 defenders very deep back inside the 15-yard line. 3 receivers into the boundary to the right. Shotgun snap to Mendoza. Pressured from his right. Throws it deep toward the end zone looking for Becker. And it is batted away right at the pylon at the front of the end zone, far side, knocked down by Jacoby Thomas. And that's the end of the half. A half controlled by Indiana. They outgained Miami 169-69. They had the ball for 17 minutes and 11 seconds. Mendoza 12 out of 17 for 116. The ball was very nearly intercepted by Jacoby Thomas, but he was out of bounds at the pylon. So at the end of the first half, the score is Indiana 10 and Miami nothing. Now here's Mark Kestisher in the studio with our halftime report.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. Miami, remember earlier in the college football playoff, round 1, they were shut out the first half at Texas. Neither team was able to score that day. And since the BCS debuted in the 1998 season, Miami now just the 6th team to have been shut out in the first half of a BCS CFP championship game. Meanwhile, for the Indiana Hoosiers, Mendoza, 12 of 17, 116 yards. They have a field goal. Indiana has a touchdown, and they have a 10-0 lead over Miami at the half. Coming up, Kelly Stauffer will join us from Miami to break down this first half. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
College Football Live halftime report from our All-State studios. Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you. 10-0. Indiana with the lead over Miami. We are at the half in Miami Gardens where Kelly Stauffer rejoins me. Kelly, before we kind of micro through this first half, just your initial first half thoughts here on this very physical first half and the Hoosiers with a 10-point lead.
Well, and I think that's the point, Kesty. It was a violent first half, and you could kind of feel it up here in the booth. And so I think the defense on both sides of the ball were ready. They're physical. I think they defended the tackle box really well, but it was a violent first half.
Yeah, it was. And Miami punted on its first 2 possessions. Indiana punted away its first. And then the Hoosiers started their second offensive drive from their own 29-yard line. And Miami was getting a number of hits against Fernando Mendoza.
Now an empty backfield, 5 receivers as Mendoza goes out of the gun. 3 to the wide side right. He claps his hands a couple of times. He's pushed immediately. Hit as he throws, and it's incomplete. He got hit in the back by the blitzing linebacker, Mohamed Toure, coming from his left. Mendoza never saw him, and the throw fluttered to the ground to the right.
Later in that drive, there was also a handoff Mendoza, and he kind of lurched toward his left on the fake, got hit by Miami free safety Jacoby Thomas. Indiana ends up scoring a field goal on that drive, but let's bring in Matt Austin, our rules expert. Matt, I know during the broadcast, it had been relayed to Sean and Greg about potentially that could have been targeting. What'd you see on that one? There was no flag there.
Yeah, Mark, I definitely thought there should have been targeting on the play. The quarterback, although he's not defenseless when he's carrying out a run fake, you still can't take a cheap shot on him. I think the defender checked all the boxes for targeting. He lowered his head. He had an upward thrust. He put the crown of his helmet right into the quarterback's face mask, and that's targeting with the crown of the helmet. It should have been called on the field. If nothing else, it should have been stopped by replay.
One quick follow-up, Matt, for you is how difficult for a referee to officiate this game with the amount of physical play and how fast it's going?
Well, you can tell that the officials decided they're going to let the players play, and I'm okay with that. There's been a couple pass interferences that you may have called in the regular season, but they've let them play both ways. But the two hits on the quarterback, the cheap shot in the back that Sean made reference to a minute ago, and the targeting, you've got to get those. You've got to get the safety fouls, even if you're letting them play.
Matt Austin, our rules expert, and Kelly Stauffer. Nico Radicic ends up with a 34-yard field goal, and those are the only points in the first quarter. 3-0 Indiana leading Miami. You know, we're talking about the Miami physical defense, but the Hoosiers played a really good brand of defense in this first half, and especially in that first quarter.
And, Kesty, I think that's what's surprising to a lot of people that don't really know a lot about Indiana or haven't followed them is Indiana's not afraid to get into a rock fight in a physical kind of slugfest, and they've been really good on the line of scrimmage themselves. And I think what won the day, aside from the defenses in that first half, is Miami has this tendency at just the wrong time to have miscues. And there were a handful of missed tackles that added yards after the catch or after contact in that first half by Miami. And then I think there are a couple of times defensively where Miami didn't adjust to the up-tempo a couple of times by Indiana offensively. I think that caught them by surprise, and then a few penalties. And it wasn't a lot of penalties. I think there were only 3 of them, but it's when they happen. They extended drives. They took away a little bit of field position. And because Indiana is so good and consistently disciplined, you have to play clean yourself, and Miami really didn't do that in the first half.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're exactly right. 3 penalties, and at one point, 26 yards penalized to only 26 yards of offense. They had the offsides call, Miami did, on the 3rd and 13 Indiana. That made it a 3rd and 8. Thought one of the bigger plays was Kalon Black right there, a 20-yard run, first down to the 23. They eventually got it down to the 1-yard line.
They have Mendoza going under center in the I formation with Nowakowski, the fullback, in front of Black. They give it to Nowakowski, and he powers in for a touchdown. Out of the I with Nowakowski, ordinarily a tight end. It's an Indiana touchdown, the first touchdown of this game with 6:13 to go.
And Kelly, 4 third-down conversions. Nobody does it better than Indiana. And 6:44 taken off the clock. They are winning the clock battle so far in this first half.
And Kesty, that drive that we just listened to, it was 14 plays, 85 yards, and you talked about it, almost 7 minutes. Well, at the time, Miami only had 14 plays offensively in the entire game with, I think it was 6:13 left in the second quarter. So Miami really was in rhythm that first drive, a few plays. Even though it was only 5 plays, they had a sense of what they wanted to accomplish. They really were completely out of rhythm the rest of that half until that last drive, and it resulted in a missed field goal. But it was 8 plays. They got the run game going a little bit, and if you get that going, the play-action pass is certain to follow. They had a 25-yard completion on play action. So that's more of what Miami certainly is going to have to do offensively in this second half.
Yeah, and before that field goal hit off that right upright, you had mentioned to me this is an important drive for Miami, not just to get their offense going, because the defense had been on the field for so much in the first half.
Yeah, and I think that's where you see the complementary nature of the game that we play and that we get to watch here tonight is Miami's defense had to defend more than twice the plays that Indiana did. And so they were gassed on that last 14-play drive. First of all, that's taxing even when your offense is playing well, when you're on the field for almost 7 minutes. So that was huge. And then Miami did extend the drive enough. They kept the football a little bit. And I think they found some things that they can maybe go back to in the second half. But the bottom line is, I think if you're
Mario Cristobal at halftime, you're happy with what your defense did. Let's not forget that. They've only given up 10 points to this juggernaut of a Heisman Trophy winner in that offense for Indiana, and they were getting hits on Fernando Mendoza. We talked about that had to happen, and Miami was successful doing that defensively, literally bloodied his lip, got him to the ground a handful of times. They will need to do more of that in the second half.
Our first half highlights brought to you by Venmo. Score more with the college-branded Venmo debit card. The Venmo MasterCard is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. More of Kelly Stauffer's second half adjustments coming up on this College Football Live halftime report. And you're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to get stronger just around the corner, so you can give everything you've got. Whether you want to crush a few reps before class with our expanded strength equipment or sweat it out on your way home from work. With over 2,800 locations, there's a Planet Fitness close to you, and most are open 24 hours. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 30th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Kick off 2026 with a fresh start at Bob Bell Nissan. Take home one of 6 exciting Nissan models under $30K. Ready to drive today. No credit, bad credit, no worries. No application refused. We make it easy. Visit BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
MyLowe's Pro Rewards members go big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get member volume discounts plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. Plus, buy more and save more with up to 25% off DWV pipes when you spend $250 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 123. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
And on the ESPN app. You're listening to the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Mark Kestisher, Kelly Stauffer with you. College Football Live halftime report. The CFP National Championship game at the break. It's Indiana 10, Miami nothing. I think Kelly knows the answer to our Dr. Pepper trivia question. If Indiana wins this game, who's the only other team, Kelly, that has gone 16-0 in a season? I know you got this.
Who gave us the heads up on this? It was Yale, actually, in 1894.
1894. Did you know 13 of those 16 wins were by shutout? So there you go. There's your factoid of the night.
Defensive juggernaut in Yale. I heard about that.
Yes. Biggest adjustment for both teams here as we get set for the second half.
Well, Kesty, both teams, I think, need to use their quarterbacks in the run game. You don't want to do it often, but you do want to do it in a timely manner, and I think that would be a good supplement to the run game for both teams. And I think Miami has to run the football, so get the ball to the edge in the run game, and also don't be afraid to use your quick pass game as essentially the replacement of the run game. And if you're Indiana, you got to be patient running the football right down Main Street. They had some success with it. Continue to beat that defensive front up a little bit and slow them down and not have them bloodying your quarterback's lip again.
I thought there was, in the first half, we talked a lot about the right side of that Indiana offensive line. Could it hold up against this Miami defensive front? As you pointed out, Miami got some headway there. They got some shots on the quarterback, but I thought Indiana acquitted itself pretty well on the offensive line in the first half.
Yeah, and I think they're doing a decent job. But again, I think when the pressure was ratcheted up on the quarterback, Indiana's run game kind of took off a little bit, and they ran right between the tackles, actually between the guards. And I think that took a little pressure off of those edge rushers getting to Fernando Mendoza a little bit.
All right, Indiana's going to receive the second half kickoff. Obviously, we were at the Fiesta Bowl when Xavier Lucas got the targeting call in the second half, which meant he had to sit out the first half. How important is getting Lucas back for this Miami secondary here, especially with them being on defense to open the half?
Yeah, Kesty, I think that's a great point. I think Corey Heatherman, by getting Lucas back in this half, I think he can ratchet up the pressure a little bit. Remember, we talked about Penn State kind of showed a template to just all-out pressure on Mendoza and get him to the ground, make him feel the defense, and maybe he will stumble into a mistake, and Penn State had a chance to win that game at the end. That's kind of what Miami has to do defensively in the second half. They can ratchet up pressure, even though they're a zone team on the back end, and they try to get home with the front four. They can add some guys and try to get the quarterback to the ground a little bit in the second half.
And final thought, third down is going to be huge, right? Indiana had 4 of them on that touchdown drive. Miami's 0 for 6 so far in third down.
Well, Kesty, you know what's interesting? We talk about all these matchups and personnel and Heisman Trophy winners. You know what it comes down to? Tackling and execution. And execution, particularly in situational football. And you're right. Third down to extend drives in Miami just has been behind the sticks a lot of times. An average line to gain on third down of almost 7 yards. That is not going to cut it in this second half.
Miami trailing Indiana. The Hoosiers unbeaten and leading at 10-0. They'll receive the second half kick. We'll hear from Kelly Stauffer on the postgame show. Sean McDonough, Greg McElroy, Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kesnick have our second half call coming up next. This is the College Football Playoff National Championship presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
People just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check if they're going for it on fourth down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo. Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste.
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
As a sports fan, you want the best way to watch your favorite teams at home. And now you can experience game day in all its glory with a Samsung Super Big TV. It's super big and super clear, giving you a closer view than the sidelines. And you can go big without the blur, thanks to the supersized picture enhancer, even on our biggest TVs. So get ready for your game day with the ultimate fan-worthy TV at Samsung.com. Supersized picture enhancer utilizes AI-based formulas, available on 85-inch and larger TVs on models QN70F and above.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
May I have your attention, please? The NFL Pro Bowl games are back. The league's biggest stars of the year show off on a brand new stage in San Francisco, celebrating the season with an AFC-NFC showdown, flag football style. One game, all the sellies. The 2026 Pro Bowl games, powered by Verizon. Tuesday, February 3rd at 8 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app. Yeah, 101.
This is the College Football Playoff National Championship, presented by AT&T on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Unbeaten number 1 Indiana outgaining Miami 169-69 in the first half. Hoosiers will receive the second half kick. Back we go to Hard Rock Stadium in South Florida with Ian Fitzsimmons, Quint Kesnick on the sidelines, and alongside Greg McElroy, here's Sean McDonough.
All right, Mark, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. The teams are on the field, and we're getting ready for the start of the second half. Greg, the 69 yards by Miami that Kesty just referenced, the lowest first half total in any college football championship game. This is the 12th year of the CFP, the second year of the 12-team field. The previous low in the first half of the title game was Notre Dame's 93 in the first half last year in their loss to Ohio State. So what does Miami need to do to move the ball?
They got to be able to run the football a little bit better. They right now are having a hard time blocking and sustaining the block against Indiana's movement. They're very athletic. They got to engage and move along the line of scrimmage. And for Indiana, they just need to continue doing what they're doing. I would anticipate a slightly more aggressive Miami defense in the second half, not give up as many freebies underneath, but they got to stay committed to the run because that's been effective.
Let's check in on each sideline. On the Indiana side, here's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Sean Kurtzignetti, head coach at Indiana, had a very firm message to this Big 12 officiating crew. My quarterback has been hit late, not once, not twice, but 3 times. Keep an eye on it. His message to his team at halftime, win more battles than they do. The next rep, the next snap, win more battles than they do. Very firm, simple message from the head coach of the Hoosiers. Over to Miami with Quint.
Well, the good news for Hurricane fans, Xavier Lucas, the cornerback, is allowed to play now in the second half after being ineligible for play in the first half after a targeting foul against Ole Miss. Does that change the way the Hurricanes play defense on the outside? Maybe their coverage gets a little tighter. They play more press man-to-man. I walked with Mario Cristobal out of the locker room, frustrated at a penalty, frustrated at a couple missed tackles, frustrated at third down, 0 for 6 versus Indiana's 4 for 7. But he said this game is very well within our identity. We knew it would be a rock fight. We knew it would be low scoring.
His team was blanked at the half in the first round at Texas A&M. That was a scoreless tie on a very windy day. Miami rallied to win that 10-3. The Canes kick off. Carter Davis kicking off from our left to our right, and it's a booming kickoff. It almost went through the uprights. So Indiana starts from the 25. Fernando Mendoza, 12 out of 17 in the first half for 116 yards. The 5 incompletions matching the total number of incompletions he threw in the first 2 rounds against Alabama and Oregon, when he went 31 for 36 combined.
And he was pretty efficient, Sean. A few of those incompletions a result of pressure from Miami's defensive front, but most of the throws have been underneath. At some point, he'll take some shots downfield.
They open in the shotgun, the ball just inside the left hash mark. Kaylon Black's the running back to the left of Mendoza, who hands it off out of the gun to Black straight ahead. And he fights back to the line of scrimmage, and that's just about it. Zechariah Poyser up from the secondary for Miami. Black's the leading rusher in the game, 8 carries for 43 yards. Just 53 yards rushing for IU. So Xavier Lucas back in. And that's a big boost, as Quint said, with the Miami defense. Mendoza out of the gun again on 2nd and 10 with Black again on his left. 2 wide receivers to the wide side right. He looks to the short side left, has nothing doing, and then he gets sacked. Back near the 15-yard line by Akeem Mesidor. The outstanding defensive end from Ottawa, Ontario. 34.5 career sacks.
And Mesidor really gets home quickly because Lucas now covering Surratt into the boundary. Very good coverage. Took a while to get him, but the twist up front led to the sack on Mendoza.
First sack of the night for Miami. They've hit Mendoza a bunch, pressured him. They're back on the 18. Out of the gun with Black, the running back, to the right of Mendoza. He hands it off to Black, who runs across the 20 and then gets stacked up short of the 25-yard line by Marquise Lightfoot. There is a flag down. His head went spinning around almost as if there might have been a face mask. The back judge threw the flag and is in to talk to Michael Vandervelde, the referee out of the Big 12 Conference. 3 Miami penalties.